Immortal family of the Clear River. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 901, Heading to the Northern Frontier. The earth is blue and the moon is white. Duanayan Mountains, in an ordinary small market. Because it is located on the edge of the mountains, there are many monks who pass through here to the Duanayan Mountains to hunt treasures and monsters. They often come here to rest and buy spiritual objects. Although it is already dusk, the streets of the market are still bustling with people. A young man with an ordinary appearance wearing a bamboo hat in the crowd walked forward slowly, and his eyes also swept across the doors of the shops on both sides of the street. When the man in green robes came to the front of a shop called Qingming Pavilion, his eyes immediately stayed in place, and then turned and walked directly into the shop. "My guest, our shop not only purchases spiritual medicines, but also has all kinds of Qi refining pills. May I ask what you would like to order?" The man in green robes had just entered the door, and a gray-clothed clerk with a cultivation level of only the 5th level of Qi refining immediately came up to him quickly, and introduced him with a smile. Seeing the other person's ordinary attire, the Qingming Pavilion clerk naturally thought he was a casual cultivator who was going to the Duanayan Mountains to look for opportunities. Just when the gray-clothed clerk thought that Qingming would be like most of the cultivators who came here and said that he wanted to buy some elixirs and spiritual objects, the other party slowly took out a note from his pocket and handed it to him with a hint of mystery. "I want to buy some spiritual objects. Can you please help me see if you have these things?" The gray-clothed clerk took the note and looked at the other party strangely before patiently opening the note in his hand. The next moment, after seeing what was written on it, the gray-clothed clerk's face changed slightly. He looked up and took a closer look at the green-robed man, and said directly, "May I ask, fellow Taoist, is the thing you want for yourself or for a friend?" "I am buying it for someone. My friend's surname is Xia, and it was she who told me to come to your place." Hearing the answer from the green-robed man, the Qingming Pavilion clerk immediately smiled and turned to him respectfully. "This item is stored in the back hall warehouse. Please come with me to get it." Under the guidance of the gray-clothed clerk, the two immediately walked through the hall to the back hall of the store, and then walked up the stairs to the door of a house on the second floor. "Senior, please go in. I will go down first." Seeing that the gray-clothed clerk had taken the initiative to leave, the green-robed man stretched out his hand to push open the wooden door in front of him and walked directly into the room. At this time, a woman in white with a veil on her head had already stood not far in front, smiling at the green-robed man. "I've been waiting for so long, but I haven't seen you. I was worried that you had some trouble and couldn't keep the appointment." Seeing Xiaomo not far in front of him, Qingming hurriedly bowed to her with a hint of apology and said, "It's not that I encountered any trouble, but I was in seclusion at the critical moment of practicing the exercises before, so it was not easy to come out early, so I was delayed for a while. I'm really sorry. It doesn't matter. As long as you can come, it's nothing to delay this little bit of time." Xiaomo smiled and waved her hand, and then continued to speak to him. "The other fellow Taoists have already arrived. I stayed here to wait for you. Since you are here, come with me to meet them." After that, Xiaomo led Qingming out of the back door, and the two crossed the street and quickly left the market. Half an hour later, under the guidance of Xiaomo, the two quickly came to the East China Sea and saw a treasure ship docked on the seashore. Although this treasure ship looked far smaller than the high-level treasure ship Qingming had seen before, it was also a very rare 4th-level treasure ship with exquisite decorations. As Qingming and Xiaomo landed, several flashes of light with auras no weaker than theirs immediately appeared on the ship. Then, 3 unyielding cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman, appeared in front of Qingming and Xiaomo at the same time, and bowed slightly to the two who had just arrived. Seeing this, Xiaomo hurriedly stepped forward with a smile and introduced to the 3 people in front of him, "Everyone, this is fellow Taoist Song from the Floating Cloud Mountains. I specially invited him to help this time. I am Qingming from the Ziyao sect. I am honored to meet you." Hearing Qingming's self-introduction, a man in a white robe wearing a golden crown among the 3 people immediately stepped forward with a smile and asked, as if he had thought of something, "I heard earlier that a fellow Taoist from the Ziyao sect in the east of the Floating Cloud Mountains killed a demon king in the north. Could it be that fellow Taoist Song did this?" The last time the monster beast riot took place, Song Qingming and others joined forces with Yang Fengaiyu from the Xianji sect to set up an ambush in the Guianfang and finally successfully killed the Red Cloud Demon King. This incident not only alarmed the entire floating cloud mountains, but also spread to the nearby East China Sea's Yuxin world. Hearing the white-robed man mention this, Song Qingming hurriedly nodded slightly, and replied with a very humble look, Dao is right, the Scarlet Cloud Demon King was indeed killed by our sect and Xianji sect. It's just that my cultivation was still low at that time, and I was not the main force in killing the Demon King. I was just helping several senior brothers. Dao, if you attribute this credit to Song, it would be a bit too much for me. Just as Song Qingming finished speaking, another middle-aged man with a long beard and wearing a Taoist robe standing beside him smiled and responded, haha. Dao Song is so young, but he was able to kill a nascent soul demon king in the chaos of monsters. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Even if it is not Dao's own work, it is enough for us to look at you differently. While the few people were talking, Xiaomo also introduced the other three people. The man in a white robe with a golden crown on his head was named Wang Lingji. He was a unyielding cultivator who had come from a casual cultivation background. His cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the unyielding. He was also the owner of the 4th level treasure ship where Song Qingming and his companions were. Another Taoist with a long beard, whose Taoist name was Jin Zuanzi, was the Grand Elder of the Chongchun Temple, a unyielding sect in the East China Sea's Yuxin world. His cultivation had reached the 4th level of the unyielding. The last woman in purple palace clothes who didn't say much was named Shenbingling. She was also the one with the highest cultivation among the 5 unyielding cultivators present. Her cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the unyielding. Like Xiaomo, Shenbingling was also one of the 3 unyielding ancestors of the 100 Flowers Palace. The two were sisters from the same sect except for his sister Shenbingling. Qing Zuanzi and Wang Lingji were in a similar situation to Song Qingming. They were all invited by Xiaomo to help. However, compared to Song Qingming, who had just advanced to the nascent soul realm not long ago, the two of them were both veteran nascent soul cultivators in the East China Sea cultivation world. It was unknown what spiritual objects Xiaomo had used to invite them. After the few people got to know each other, Wang Lingji brought everyone to the cabin and gave the order to the cultivators on the ship to start the ship. Soon, this exquisite 4th level treasure ship began to move quickly to the sea ahead under the control of many cultivators on the ship. Bijiang is located in the northern continent of the entire eastern Phoenix Fairyland. Although it is a place where monsters are entrenched and the climate is changeable, the richness of the spiritual energy in the northern frontier region is not inferior to the place occupied by human cultivators in the south. Moreover, compared with the many southern cultivation worlds where human cultivators are scattered, the northern frontier is rarely visited by cultivators, and the natural treasures in it are countless. This time, the reason why Xiaomo invited so many nascent soul cultivators to help was to go to the northern frontier to find an extremely valuable 4th level medium-grade spiritual object. The treasure ship went north along the coast. After more than 10 days, the surrounding islands were already deserted, and the footprints of human cultivators could no longer be seen. Just like the struggles among the major sects of human cultivators, the monsters also had their own territories, and they often fought each other for territory. The reason why they chose to take the treasure ship and go to the northern frontier near the sea was to pass through the border between the territories of the northern frontier monsters and the sea monsters. Although this would take a lot of detours than taking the land route to the floating cloud mountains, it would be relatively safer and they would not encounter those difficult monster kings. After traveling in the sea for more than a month, the treasure ship finally docked on a deserted island, and at this time Song Qingming and others had already passed through the floating cloud mountains and arrived at the eastern coastal area of the northern frontier. After arriving here, Song Qingming and the other 5 people directly abandoned the treasure ship and flew into the air. The next moment, Shenbingling cast a spell with one hand and threw out a green round lotus platform with a radius of 2 or 3 feet, and jumped on it with everyone. Under Shenbingling's spell control, bursts of white mist slowly sprayed out from the green lotus platform, and then the entire lotus platform was completely wrapped in white mist. At this time, after Song Qingming and others were covered by the white mist, they also showed a bit of transparency, all hidden in the void. Fellow Taoists, we will enter the northern border next. In order to prevent the monsters from discovering our traces, please try to hide your breath as much as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hearing Shen Bingling's reminder, Jin Zuanzi, who was wearing a Taoist robe, took out a white disc magic weapon first and held it directly above his head. As the white disc shone a spiritual light covering Jin Zuanzi below, Song Qingming clearly felt that the other party's breath had disappeared. Seeing this, Wang Lingji also cast a spell to throw out a green bronze mirror, and directly surrounded it around himself to cover his own breath. Song Qingming directly pasted a third-level invisibility talisman on himself, and his entire figure and breath immediately disappeared in front of everyone. Xiamo was simpler, and directly activated her life magic weapon to release a burst of white petals, forming a ring of restrictions in front of her and Shen Bingling, covering up the breath of both of them. After making these preparations, Shen Bingling began to cast a spell to activate the green lotus platform under her feet, and led everyone to quickly escape to the northwest. This was the first time Song Qingming came to the northern frontier since he started practicing. When the green lotus platform passed through the sea below and entered the land, Song Qingming couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, everyone has been far away from the territory of human cultivators, and there are extremely dangerous demon territories everywhere. Once something happens and exposes everyone in advance, it is likely to attract the siege of demon masters at any time. At that time, let alone helping Xiamo search for high-level spiritual objects, I am afraid that whether everyone can successfully escape from the northern frontier will be unknown. Fortunately, after the Blue Lotus platform carried everyone into the northern frontier, they encountered many monsters along the way. But after everyone cast spells to cover up their breath, these monsters were unable to sense the traces of Song Qingming and others in the air. However, compared with the floating cloud mountains near the border with the human race, the number and types of monsters in the northern frontier are indeed much more. After only walking more than 1,000 miles, Song Qingming and others encountered many monsters that even he could not recognize for a while. Among them was a strange demon king who had cultivated to the middle stage of the golden color. He flew not far from them, which really made Song Qingming nervous for a while, fearing that the demon king would discover the traces of everyone. Although they had so many nascent soul cultivators, facing a mere middle stage golden core demon king, they could easily kill it. But being in a very dangerous place like Northern Frontier, even if everyone has the ability, they dare not act casually unless it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, once the noise of the fight attracts other high-level monsters and reveals everyone's whereabouts, it will be a bit of a loss for them. Fortunately, there was no danger. Everyone had already concealed their own breath in advance, and Shen Bingling's Blue Lotus platform was also a high-level flying boat that could hide the body. Unless they encounter those monster kings with special perception abilities, or the more powerful unyielding monster king, it is still difficult for monsters below ordinary monster kings to find them. Everyone took the Blue Lotus platform all the way west. And after more than a month, they finally arrived above a huge valley. After arriving here, Shen Bingling immediately took the initiative to control the flying boat to land and stopped on a mountain next to the valley. Seeing the flying boat stopped, Wang Lingji, who was standing nearby, quickly jumped off the lotus platform, stepped forward and asked, "Fellow Taoist Xia, have we arrived at the place you mentioned?" "Yes. It's here. Everyone, the thing I want to take is in the valley ahead, but this thing is a little special. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to find its trace. We need to wait for the full moon before we can act together." "The full moon? What exactly is fellow Taoist Xia looking for, and why does it only appear when the moon is full?" "I have been practicing for many years and know a thing or two about high-level spiritual objects in the world, but I have never heard of such a thing. I wonder if you can help me solve this puzzle." Seeing that Wang Lingji and Song Qingming both cast curious eyes at her, Xiamo did not hide anything and explained directly to everyone, "Since we are already here, there is nothing to hide from you. The elixir I want to find is called Earth Blue Moon White. It is very good at camouflage. It is usually no different from the plants in the mountains, and it is difficult to find its trace. Only when the moon is full in winter will it change color to absorb the moonlight. Earth Blue Moon White is extremely rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Only the northern border of our Donghuang Xianzhao can find this thing. It is normal that fellow Taoist Wang has never heard of it." "Oh. So that's how it is. Today I have learned a lesson." After Wang Lingji bowed slightly, he looked at the valley in front of him and continued to ask, "Fellow Taoist Xia, I have another question. Since the grade of this elixir has reached the 4th level middle grade, there should be a demon king guard in the valley ahead." Hearing Wang Lingji's question, Shen Bingling, who was standing next to Xiamo, nodded immediately and said, "What fellow Taoist Wang said is correct. For a place like this where spiritual creatures above level 4 can be born, there must be a demon king nearby. However, fellow Taoists, don't worry. Most of the demon kings among the demon race are like the devil who cannot live with 2 tigers in one mountain. They will only occupy their own territories. There will be at most 1 demon king in this valley. There are 5 of us traveling together. As long as we don't encounter those demon race masters in the late nascent soul stage, it won't be difficult to get this spiritual medicine. Well, since we are here, we naturally have to help. When the time comes, fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Song and I will be responsible for restraining the demon king, and the 2 fellow Taoists can just go and get the spiritual medicine. However, the old Taoist has said in advance that if there really is a powerful demon race in the late nascent soul stage in the valley, it may be difficult for us to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth with just a few people. Please retreat when you see the difficulty and don't be greedy for spiritual creatures. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. If that's the case, we can only blame our bad luck in coming at the wrong time. Junior sister Xia and I will definitely not force it, after cultivating to the nascent soul stage. Basically the difficulty of each improvement in cultivation will increase exponentially, and the fighting ability will also be greatly different. The cultivators who can cultivate to the late stage of the nascent soul, whether they are human or demon, are basically the top talents among the nascent soul cultivators. It is okay between the early stage of the nascent soul and the middle stage of the nascent soul, and the difference in the growth of the cultivator's own cultivation and mana is not too big. But when the cultivation reaches the late stage of the nascent soul, the cultivator can cultivate an external incarnation and many other powerful magical powers, and the growth of mana will be far beyond that of the general middle stage of the nascent soul cultivator. Although there are 5 nascent soul cultivators this time, even if Song Qingming and the other 5 join forces, it is not an easy task to defeat a late stage of the nascent soul demon king. This is also the only worry that Jin Zuanzi expressed after hearing that there was a demon king guard in the valley. After getting the answer he wanted from Shen Bingling, Jin Zuanzi's face gradually relaxed, and everyone found a secluded place on the mountain together and began to sit down and wait patiently. After waiting for more than 10 days, it finally came to the middle of the moon. Seeing the bright moon that had sprung out from the black clouds above his head, Xiaomo's face suddenly showed a trace of joy. Dear Taoist friends, it's almost time. We can enter the valley in advance. Hearing Xiaomo's words of confirmation, everyone stood up and showed some excitement on their faces. Soon, with a flash of spiritual light, the 5 people left the place together and flew quietly to the valley ahead. When the moon is full, the bright moonlight in the sky is also very bright, shining in the valley. Even if Song Qingming stands in the air, he can see it clearly. After entering the valley, everyone soon encountered many monsters patrolling in the valley. At first, facing these low-level monsters, everyone could hide their bodies until they passed a hilltop, and suddenly a large ball of fire flew under their feet. Shen Bingling and Xiaomo, who were walking in front, were forced to cast spells to resist, and suddenly revealed their traces in the air. Seeing a winged giant and late-stage monster king below, which had already quickly flown towards everyone, Wang Lingji immediately swung a sword light in his hand and knocked it back directly. This attack immediately alarmed many monsters below, and soon the valley below suddenly became lively, with monsters shouting everywhere. 2 Taoist friends, go and search for the elixir, and leave the rest to us. Seeing that their tracks had been exposed, everyone simply revealed their figures from mid-air, no longer hiding their auras, and quickly fled deep into the valley. The 5 of them were all unyielding stage cultivators, and facing the siege of many low-level monsters in the valley, it was simply difficult to stop their progress. They walked forward for dozens of miles, and the screams of monsters continued to sound along the way, but there were still many monsters chasing after them in the moonlight. Just when Song Qingming and his companions came to the depths of the valley, a flash of light suddenly appeared in front of them. A silver-haired man with a half-naked upper body and silver scales on his shoulders suddenly flashed in front of them. Human cultivators, you dare to come to my demon territory to make trouble, don't you want to live? Seeing that the auras of the people were all human cultivators, the silver-haired man was also surprised. After frowning and questioning in a stern voice, he immediately roared, awakening many monsters still sleeping in the mountains. Fellow Taoist Xia, rest assured to do your business, leave this monster to us. Seeing that the silver-haired man led many monsters to surround him, Jin Zuanzi immediately flew out a golden whisk from his hand, and hundreds of golden spiritual lights shot out from it and turned into silk threads, which entangled dozens of monsters in the front in an instant. Song Qingming and Wang Lingji took out their magic weapons without waiting for everyone to speak, and stepped forward to stop the silver-haired man who led the way tacitly. This silver-haired man was only at the 4th level of the nascent soul, and had just advanced to the middle stage of the nascent soul. Facing the obstruction of Song Qingming and Wang Lingji, he could only barely cope with it, and was unable to stop Xiaomo and Shen Bingling, who had already gone to the valley to search for spiritual objects. The low-level monsters and many monster kings in the valley below were also unable to move forward in the face of Jin Zuanzi, a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator, and were firmly blocked in place. At this time, Xiaomo and Shen Bingling, who were deep in the valley, dealt with the monsters that occasionally attacked from below, while their eyes kept scanning the valley. As a result, after turning around in the depths of the valley for most of the time, although they found a lot of high-level spiritual medicines, they still could not find any traces of Earth Blue Moon White, and the two of them couldn't help but become a little anxious. Until passing by a mountain wall, Xiaomo suddenly saw a flash of white light in the stone wall below, and immediately stopped and fell from mid-air. Standing on the top of the stone wall and looking up, he saw a snow-white spiritual grass in the cave below, greedily absorbing the moonlight shining in. Finally I found you. Seeing that the spiritual object below was what he was looking for, Xiaomo's face suddenly lit up with joy, and he jumped into the cave in a flash. Chapter 902, Harvesting Spiritual Objects, Red Fire Spiritual Liquid. Xiaomo had just landed on the ground, and the Earth Blue Moon White that was absorbing the moonlight seemed to sense some danger. Suddenly, its color changed and it disappeared from the many green spiritual herbs. Seeing this, Xiaomo smiled slightly, and a crystal ball immediately appeared in her hand. The next moment, a white light shot out from the crystal ball, covering a patch of green grass in front. After doing all this, Xiaomo looked closely at the front, and soon found a trace of abnormality in the green grass. She saw a sword light flying out of her hand, aiming directly at an inconspicuous green spiritual grass hiding in the grass in front. But before the sword light approached, the green spiritual grass moved instantly, moved directly through the ground to the side, and then drilled into the ground below. But before it escaped from the cave, a burst of yellow spiritual light suddenly lit up around it, and several spiritual lights drilled into the ground, pulling the green spiritual grass that was just about to escape out of the ground. Seeing the Earth Blue Moon White locked tightly by the yellow spiritual light, Xiaomo's face suddenly showed a trace of satisfaction. She urged a talisman in her hand to wrap it up and threw it into the wooden box she had prepared long ago. In this cave, in addition to the Earth Blue Moon White in Xiaomo's hand, there are more than a dozen spiritual medicines of level 2 or above. Without exception, in just a moment, all these spiritual medicines fell into the storage bag on Xiaomo's waist. When she returned to the top of the cave, a familiar figure had flashed to her side. It was Shen Lingbing, who had killed dozens of monsters in front and then came to her. Seeing that Xiaomo had stayed in the cave for a long time, Shen Bingling flashed to her side with some curiosity, and asked with a bit of concern, "Junior sister Xia, how is it? Did you find the Earth Blue Moon White?" "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission, and this trip has been fulfilled." After replying softly, Xiaomo immediately opened the wooden box in her hand. Seeing the spiritual medicine in the wooden box, which was exactly what they were looking for, Shen Bingling's face suddenly showed joy and said, "Look at the aura of this Earth Green Moon White plant. It has surpassed the general spiritual medicine of the same level, and it seems to be about to advance to the 4th level upper grade. With the help of this spiritual medicine, Junior Sister will be able to successfully break through the middle stage of the nascent soul this time." Seeing Shen Bingling's happy face, Xiaomo nodded slightly and did not say much, and then put the wooden box in her hand back into the storage magic tool. "Senior Sister, we should not stay here for long. Since the spiritual object has been obtained, let's quickly inform fellow Taoist Wang and the others to leave here together, okay? It's been so long, it's estimated that other demon kings should be rushing here. Let's hurry out, so as not to be blocked by demon beasts in the valley." After the two finished speaking, they immediately flashed away from the place before the demon beasts besieged them not far away. Just as Xiaomo and the other two came out from the depths of the valley, the silver-armored man who was fighting with Song Qingming and Wang Lingji saw the other two surrounding him, and immediately changed his body into a silver-armored giant python. The silver-armored giant python spit out a gust of demonic wind from its mouth, immediately engulfing Song Qingming and the other two. and then turned around and fled to the side of the valley. Seeing this scene, Wang Lingji, who had just escaped, was about to chase after them, but was stopped by Xiaomo, who came one step ahead. Fellow Taoist Wang, don't chase after a disparate enemy. The spiritual objects we need this time have been successfully obtained. Let's leave here quickly. That's right. That guy has just sent a message out, and the nearby Demon King should be here soon. Even if we can catch up with it, it will be difficult for us to take it down in a short time. There is no need to cause more trouble. Jin Zuanzi, who came to meet not far away, heard that Xiaomo and the other two had already obtained the spiritual objects they needed, and immediately spoke up to express his agreement. Hearing this, Wang Lingji said nothing more. He nodded to everyone, and the five of them rushed out of the valley together, and soon left the valley where the monsters were lurking. Not long after everyone disappeared, a red spiritual light suddenly flew in from outside the valley and landed in the valley that had gradually calmed down. The silver-armored man who had just returned to the valley saw the red spiritual light and immediately stepped out with a look of grief and anger. Seeing the silver-armored man with a messy face and several scars on his body, the red-robed man standing in front immediately showed a bit of ugliness. Yin Kui, you just said that there are human cultivators coming to steal the treasure. What's going on? Where did the human cultivators come from? Where are they? Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the red-robed man, although he was also in the nascent soul stage, Yin Kui Demon King couldn't help but tremble a little, and then hurriedly replied, Your Highness Xianwei, I don't know where these people suddenly appeared from. These people are all masters of the nascent soul stage. I can't stop them alone when they join forces. Even the formation in the valley was directly broken by them. Your Highness, they not only killed many of my men, but also took away the high-level spiritual medicine that was originally intended for you. What? You said that the Earth Blue Moon White was taken away by them. Hearing Yin Kui Demon King mention that his spiritual medicine was taken away, the red-robed man standing in front of him suddenly showed a trace of anger on his face. These hateful human races really know how to pick a time to come. Tell me quickly, where did they escape to? Soon, a red light left the valley and chased in the direction where Song Qingming and others left. But what the red-robed man didn't expect was that even though he cast a spell and tried his best to catch up, he still couldn't find any trace of Song Qingming and others. It wasn't until dawn that he saw no one. The red-robed man showed a sense of helplessness on his face and returned to his cave in anger. At this time, the only other direction was a high mountain thousands of miles away from the valley. Song Qingming, Xiaomo and others were sitting on a blue stone, staring at the dozens of various spiritual medicines that Shen Bingling took out in the air. These dozens of spiritual medicines were basically of level 2 or 3, and one of them was of level 4. Most of them were searched by Xiaomo and Shen Bingling from the depths of the valley. According to the agreement when they came, except for the Earth Blue Moon White, all other spiritual objects obtained by everyone should be shared equally. After some discussion, everyone soon reached a consensus and took the spiritual medicine they deserved. The most precious level 4 spiritual medicine fell into the hands of Song Qingming, which was also the right that Xiaomo had promised him to choose a spiritual object first. However, as compensation for the price difference of the spiritual objects, Song Qingming also took out tens of thousands of spiritual stones from his own pocket and distributed them to the other people present. Xiaomo and Shen Bingling, almost everyone also received something worth 70,000 to 80,000 spiritual stones, and each of them showed a bit of satisfaction on their faces. This time, the main purpose of exploring the valley was to help Xiaomo get the Earth Green Moon White. Not only was the trip very smooth, but they also got so many spiritual objects in addition. Faced with this satisfactory result, everyone was naturally very happy. After putting away the spiritual objects in her hand, Xiaomo turned her head again, bowed slightly to Song Qingming beside her and said, Fellow Taoist Song, I was able to achieve my wish on this trip, and I would like to thank you for your help. Next, I will go to the north with senior sister and fellow Taoist Wang to see if I can get some more red fire spirit liquid back. If fellow Taoist Song is unwilling to go with us, you can return to the East China Sea with fellow Taoist Jin first. After hearing Xiaomo's suggestion, Song Qingming thought for a moment and immediately shook his head and said, Since I have finally come to the northern frontier, I would like to follow you fellow Taoists to gain more experience. If you don't mind, I am willing to go with you. This red fire spirit liquid is of some use to me. If you can find it, please share some with me. According to the original plan, Song Qingming had already fulfilled his promise to Xiaomo, and now he could choose to leave the northern frontier and return to the East China Sea directly. But when he heard Xiaomo say that what they were going to get was exactly the high-level spiritual object red fire spiritual liquid that he just needed, Song Qingming thought about it and changed his original plan. He planned to take this opportunity to go with Xiaomo and the others to see if he could get what he wanted. After experiencing the trip to the valley yesterday, Song Qingming's fear of the danger of northern frontier was slightly reduced, and he was not as nervous as before. And there were 3 nascent soul cultivators traveling together. Even if he couldn't find the spiritual object as he wished, the safety should still be good. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, Shen Bingling, who was standing beside him, immediately smiled and responded, "Haha. Taoist Song, you are too polite. Since we are traveling together, we should naturally share the gains equally. Taoist Wang and I are so happy if Taoist Song is willing to travel together, so how dare we say anything disgusting? Yes, Taoist Song's cultivation and magical powers were also seen by me yesterday. If Taoist Song is willing to travel together, I will not hesitate." When fighting against the Yin Kui Demon King in the valley last night, Wang Lingji and Song Qingming fought against it together and had already seen the other party's fighting skills. Hearing that Song Qingming wanted to travel with the 3 of them, Wang Lingji smiled and agreed without thinking. Seeing this, Jin Zuanzi, who was standing beside the group and wearing a Taoist robe, hurried forward and bowed to Shen Bingling, saying, "Fellow Taoist Shen, I have fulfilled my promise with you, so I will not stay here for long. I hope that all of you will be well and return soon. Take care, fellow Taoist." Seeing that Jin Zuanzi had turned into a beam of light and flew away, the 4 people who stayed in the original place rested for a while, and soon left the original place on the green lotus platform under Shen Bingling's feet. More than half a month later, above a mountain full of red in the northern border, 2 flying birds just flew across the sky. Their eyes were fixed on the ground below, trying to find the prey they wanted from the mountain full of red. Just as they crossed a ridge, a sword light suddenly flew out of the void not far away, and the sword directly cut the 2 low-level monsters that had not yet reacted into several pieces. Next, several figures flew out and landed directly on the mountain peak. They were Song Qingming and the other 4 who had just arrived here. "Fellow Taoist Wang, when I came here last time, I remember there were still many low-level monsters here. Why is it so quiet now? Could it be that there is another demon king lurking nearby?" Hearing the doubts from Shen Bingling's mouth, Wang Lingji, who was standing aside, immediately responded, "Fellow Taoist Shen, it was almost 200 years ago when we came here. How could I remember it so clearly? But fellow Taoists should know that this place is close to the territory of the Xianfang clan. Except for the feathered monsters under their command, how could ordinary demon kings dare to linger here? Well, there is some truth in what you said, but everyone should be careful after entering, and try not to attack those feathered monsters. Otherwise, once we attract the masters of the Xianfang clan, we will be in danger. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Shen, this is not the first time I have come here. Even if you don't remind me, I know about these things." Hearing Shen Bingling's reminder, Wang Lingji, who had just killed the 2 flying birds, smiled and nodded in response. Song Qingming and Xiaomo, who were standing by, nodded calmly. Then the 4 of them restrained their breath and walked forward into a red mountain range under the leadership of Shen Bingling. According to what Song Qingming learned along the way, this place is located in the territory of the Xianfang clan, one of the 10 major demon clans in the northern frontier. This time, the red fire spirit liquid that Shen Bingling and Wang Lingji wanted to find was hidden in a cave deep in the mountains ahead. About 200 years ago, Shen Bingling and Wang Lingji had come here with other masters of the same path. This was their second time here. Under the leadership of Shen and Wang, the 4 of them encountered many feathered demon beasts along the way, but they still found the cave they had been to last time in an instant. Walking into the cave, Shen Bingling patted the spirit beast bag on her waist, and soon a snow-white bird flew to her shoulder. Seeing the ordinary-looking white bird in front of him, Song Qingming's eyes couldn't help but shake, and stared at the other party closely. Unexpectedly, Shen Bingling summoned this seemingly small monster, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the golden core. She couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on her face. "Everyone, wait a moment. I'll check the situation in the cave first." Shen Bingling took out a magic pill and threw it into the mouth of the white bird. She immediately issued an order, and the white bird immediately spread its wings and flew into the air. Then, Under the gaze of everyone, the white bird suddenly disappeared into the void in a flash, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, although it disappeared in front of him, Song Qingming's consciousness, which was released outside, still clearly sensed a familiar breath coming from not far ahead. It was the white bird that had disappeared. After the aura of the white bird gradually faded away, Wang Lingji turned around and said to Shen Bingling beside him with a hint of envy, "I haven't seen fellow Taoist Shen's fairy dove for many years. I didn't expect that it could also cultivate to the peak realm of golden color. It seems that fellow Taoist has spent a lot of time and effort in cultivating spirit beasts over the years. I estimate that in another 100 or 200 years, fellow Taoist may really have an extra nascent soul spirit pet, haha." Fellow Taoist Wang, you are joking. It is extremely difficult for cultivators like me to form a nascent soul, let alone these spirit beasts. This fairy dove has followed me for many years. Although it has been able to cultivate to this level with some opportunities, it will take more than 100 or 200 years to further condense a nascent soul. Who knows, maybe, when I die in the future, I will not be able to see this day, Alice. Fellow Taoist Shen is a bit humble. I think fellow Taoist, time passed quickly as everyone was talking. Soon, Shen Bingling, who was standing in the same place, received a reply from the spirit beast Xian Lingju. She turned around and looked at the people around her with a happy face. There are no other monsters in the cave now, let's go in quickly. After saying that, Shen Bingling took the lead to walk into the cave. Song Qingming, Wang Lingji and Xiaomo immediately followed behind her and flew into the cave quickly. After the few people entered the cave, Song Qingming suddenly felt as if he had entered an underground cave, with various forks everywhere around him. Even though he had been here once, Shen Bingling still walked and stopped, constantly confirming the direction he was going, for fear of taking a few people on the wrong road. In this huge cave, except for the sound of the wind whistling past, which brought an echo from time to time, there was indeed no movement. About half a quarter of an hour later, a familiar breath suddenly flew in front of him and landed directly on Shen Bingling's shoulder. It was the spirit beast Xian Lingjiu who had gone to explore the way before. After receiving her spirit beast, Shen Bingling led everyone to walk forward for more than 100 feet, and finally arrived at a cave with red light. "You stay here first, and report to me immediately if there is any movement." After giving an order to her spirit beast, Shen Bingling immediately led Song Qingming and others into the cave in front, and soon a hot breath rushed directly towards them with a breeze. After urging a protective spiritual light to protect himself, Wang Lingji turned around and reminded Song Qingming beside him, "Fellow Taoist Song, there is a high-level fire vein inside, and there may be some high-level fire spirit objects appearing, so be careful. The so-called fire spirit object is a kind of spiritual object that will automatically be born in some high-level spirit veins in the world of immortal cultivation. Although this kind of thing is not weak in strength, it has no spiritual intelligence like low-level ghost cultivators, and is generally not a match for the same level monster beasts or human cultivators." "Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist Wang." Hearing Wang Lingji's kind reminder, Song Qingming hurriedly bowed and thanked him. However, after the four people walked into the cave, they felt a little hot, but did not see the fire spirits that Wang Lingji said, so they relaxed a little. Although the four of them were all nascent soul cultivators, they did not need to be afraid of the fire spirits of the nascent soul stage. However, the place where they were was not on their own home, but in the dangerous demon clan territory. Once there were too many high-level fire spirits in it, the commotion might attract the demon clan masters. After walking about a few hundred feet into the cave, a huge pit suddenly appeared in front of them, which was full of red magma with blazing flames. Before everyone could see the scene in front of them clearly, two red monsters like giant pythons suddenly flew out of the magma below and rushed directly towards the location of everyone. But before they could get close, a sword light flew out of Wang Lingji's hand and directly cut the two fire pythons into two pieces. The next moment, the bodies of the two fiery red giant pythons turned into flame and disappeared in the air. They were the fire spirits born in the fire veins. It seems that our luck is pretty good this time. We haven't seen many fire spirit beasts here. We shouldn't have any big troubles." After hearing what Wang Lingji said, Shen Bingling, who was already looking at a circular pool opposite the magma, nodded and said, "I hope it's true as you said, our luck won't be too bad this time." After saying that, Shen Bingling's footsteps sped up a bit, and she flew directly through the magma below to the side of the pool, and then a bit of joy appeared on her face. "Haha! There are so many red fire spirit liquids. This trip to the northern border is really lucky. Hearing Shen Bingling's excited words, Song Qingming and others hurriedly followed and flew directly to the opposite side. Seeing that the red liquid containing powerful spiritual energy in the pool was already half full, Wang Lingji couldn't help but show a bit of excitement on his face. Haha, I just came here to try my luck, but I didn't expect to see so much spirit liquid. Fortunately, thanks to the great blessing of Brother Xia, I came at the right time. Otherwise, if I really missed it, I'm afraid I wouldn't have such a good harvest even if I came a few more times. The last time Wang Lingji and Shen Bingling came here, although they also came here smoothly and found the pool where the red fire spirit liquid was born. But that time, I don't know if someone happened to get there first, resulting in them not getting much harvest and not getting much red fire spirit liquid. Unexpectedly, this time, several people came to Northern Frontier specifically to help Xiamo find Earth Blue Moon White, and came here to take a look. But they were so lucky that they got so many red fire spiritual liquids at once. No wonder Wang Lingji and Shen Bingling were so excited. Even Song Qingming and Xiamo, who were standing by and following, were also a little shocked to see so many red fire spiritual liquids. Song Qingming was secretly glad in his heart. If he hadn't suddenly changed his mind and followed Xiamo and the others here, he wouldn't have had a share of these high-level spiritual liquids in front of him. Red fire spiritual liquid can not only be used to refine high-level 4th-level spiritual pills that are useful for unyielding cultivators to improve their cultivation, but it also has another function of helping unyielding cultivators refine puppets and incarnations. This thing is one of the spiritual objects that Song Qingming wants to get the most urgently at present, but although he has been searching for it for so many years, he has never had the opportunity to get it. Standing by the pool at this moment, Song Qingming was also a little excited in his heart, looking forward to how to use these spiritual liquids in front of him after returning to the floating cloud mountains. Just as the 4 people in the depths of the cave were happily stepping forward to share the red fire spirit liquid in the pool, a figure suddenly flew over from the other side of the magma, stopped in front of the magma, and stared at the people not far away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 903, The Phoenix Clan, Cave Battle. At this time, Song Qingming, who had just filled a bottle of sky fire spirit liquid, suddenly felt something strange not far away, and turned around and raised his head. On the other side of the magma, a snow-white bird was standing on a blue stone, staring at everyone with a strange look. It was the fairy dove, the giant and peak spirit beast that Shen Bingling had arranged to guard the entrance of the cave. Song Qingming just raised his head, and Wang Lingji, Shen Bingling, and Xiamo, who were standing beside him, had also noticed the abnormal situation of the other party, and their faces showed some doubts. Especially Wang Lingji, there was obviously a hint of vigilance in his eyes when he looked at the 2 women on his body. Fellow Taoist Shen, what do you mean? Hearing Wang Lingji's strange tone, Shen Bingling's face was also puzzled. With a hint of anger, she cursed directly at the opposite side. What a thing you can't tame. Didn't I tell you to guard outside? Why did you come in for no reason? Get out of here. Facing the loud scolding of Shen Bingling, the master, the Xianling Jiu standing opposite remained motionless, just staring at everyone blankly, as if he didn't hear her at all. Seeing this very strange scene, everyone's face changed one after another, and they immediately put away the jade bottle containing the spiritual liquid. Normal spiritual beasts cultivated by monks will sign a life and death contract with their masters. Because the other party controls life and death, under normal circumstances, even if the spiritual beasts are a little unhappy with the orders of the master, they dare not ignore or resist in person. However, the spiritual beast Xianling Jiu of Shen Bingling in front of him was obviously in a bad state, as if it suddenly couldn't recognize her as its master. Shen Bingling, who discovered the abnormality of her spirit beast, immediately released a seal in her hand, wanting to actively cast a spell to control the fairy dove in front of her. But when she activated the seal, she suddenly found that the connection between her and the spirit beast was cut off in an instant, and a look of shock immediately appeared on her face. How is this possible? When did it break free from the beast spirit contract? What happened? Hearing Shen Bingling's shocking words, Wang Lingji, Song Qingming and others also showed surprise on their faces, and couldn't help but said with doubts, this fairy dove is only at the Jinden stage. How can it be able to take the initiative to break away from the control of Taoist friends? You are right, this little guy can't do it by himself. Anyway, it is also a kind of my feather tribe. Since I met it today, I naturally can't let you enslave it anymore. Just when everyone was full of doubts, a cold voice suddenly came from the entrance of the cave. The next moment, a purple-clothed woman with a somewhat charming face slowly walked in from outside the cave with a smile on her face and stopped in front of everyone. Seeing the purple-clothed woman not far away, the fairy dove that was originally standing on the bluestone suddenly flew towards her with a look of joy and stopped at her feet. Its eyes were full of respect, and it was no longer stunned, as if the purple-clothed woman in front of it was its real owner. When the purple-clothed woman appeared in front of them, Song Qingming and the other four standing on the other side of the magma immediately shifted their gaze from the fairy dove to the other side. Feeling the powerful breath coming from the person, everyone's faces showed a bit of surprise at this moment, and even the sound of their breathing seemed a little solemn. I was wondering why it suddenly cut off contact with me. It turned out that you were behind it. Everyone be careful, this person is the demon king of the late nascent soul stage. Seeing that the purple-clothed woman who looked like a human cultivator was emitting a pressure that far exceeded the late nascent soul stage of everyone present, Shen Bingling immediately frowned and reminded everyone. When Shen Bingling said the other party's cultivation, Song Qingming and others had a trace of ugly color on their faces. They all experienced a lot of ups and downs. At the beginning, they successfully found this place and discovered a lot of red fire spirit liquid in the pool. They thought that they could return with a full load this time. Unexpectedly, they were just happy for a moment, and they met a unyielding late demon king with a high cultivation. This really caught them off guard. Song Qingming and others present were all unyielding cultivators. Without Shen Bingling's reminder, everyone knew that the other party's appearance here at this time must be ill-intentioned. A flash of light flashed, and Song Qingming and others had already taken out their own magic weapons to deal with the enemy. However, the purple-clothed woman standing opposite, seeing the reaction of the people on the opposite side of the magma after seeing her, did not have the slightest surprise on her face, and she always kept a smile. As human cultivators, since you have come from afar to visit our Xianfang clan, I, as the host, should treat you well. Today is a rare opportunity to meet so many human cultivators at once. I hope you will not let me down too much. This monster is not easy to deal with. Please work together to repel the enemy. After hearing the other party's provocative words, Shen Bingling here uttered a word, and took the lead in activating a silver flying sword in his hand, and rushed straight to the purple-clothed woman not far away with a chill. Wherever the silver flying sword passed, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and even the flaming magma below was instantly frozen by the cold air. Seeing that Shen Bingling had already taken action, Song Qingming and the other two were also unwilling to lag behind, and each activated their magic weapons to kill the purple-clothed woman opposite the magma. Although there were 4 unyielding cultivators on their side, the purple-clothed woman they were facing at this moment was a great cultivator in the late unyielding period. Facing such a demon master, even if the 4 of them joined forces to fight the enemy, everyone did not dare to be careless. The latest silver flying sword to arrive at the opposite side had just approached the purple-clothed woman. The other party raised one hand lightly, and an invisible transparent barrier immediately appeared in front of her, easily blocking Shen Bingling's attack. Then Song Qingming's red heart sword of fire, Xiaomo's hundreds of petals magic weapons, and Wang Lingji's golden short knife all hit the barrier in front of the other party. What surprised everyone was that in the face of the joint attack of 4 people, the other party only used one hand to activate the transparent barrier in front of him, and blocked them all. Only one person on the other side had not yet used the magic weapon, but he could easily block everyone's attack. It was the first time that Song Qingming fought against a late-stage unyielding cultivator head-on, and his face was also extremely surprised when he saw this scene. They were all unyielding cultivators, but he didn't expect the gap in strength between the two sides to be so big. Seeing that the attack failed, Shen Bingling burst out with a powerful aura again, and the silver flying sword that was blocked in the air by the other party instantly increased its aura and burst out a dazzling white light. I saw icy air freezing the surroundings directly, passing through the space in front of the silver flying sword and heading straight for the purple-clothed woman's feet. The icy air covered a very large area, and even Song Qingming and others standing not far away felt a burst of cold air coming deep into their bones, and could not help but activate the shield to isolate the cold air from the body. On the way to Northern Frontier before, Song Qingming had heard a long time ago that Xiaomo's senior sister Shen Bingling was a cultivator with different spiritual roots who practiced ice-attributed skills. But seeing the other party display such a powerful ice-attributed magical power, Song Qingming still felt a little surprised in his heart, and he did not expect Shen Bingling's skills and magical powers to be so strong. The purple-clothed woman standing in front, facing the cold air that had passed through the transparent barrier in front of her, gradually put away the relaxed smile on her face, raised her other left hand and released a red flame to block her feet. As soon as the cold air came into contact with a red flame, it could no longer move forward, and the ice that had just formed around it was quickly melted. The entire cave was instantly filled with a white mist because of the ice-fire confrontation. If we can't repel it today, I'm afraid we will have a hard time getting out. Fellow Daoists, please don't hide your secrets. Hearing Shen Bingling's reminder, Wang Lingji's face darkened, and he immediately cast a spell to take out a golden longbow from his body, and said directly to Song Qingming and Xiaomo beside him, "Please help me buy some time. I will help fellow Taoist Shen break through that barrier." After Wang Lingji finished speaking, he immediately began to cast spells quickly with both hands, and saw that his whole body was soon covered with a layer of golden light, and his aura was strengthened a bit. Hearing Wang Lingji's reminder, Song Qingming and Xiaomo immediately used all their strength to activate the magic weapon in their hands, trying to contain the purple-clothed woman and not let her have the opportunity to disturb Wang Lingji's casting. Facing the purple-clothed woman, a powerful late-stage nascent soul cultivator, everyone knew very well that if they were blocked here by the other party, they would have no chance to leave until other demon clan masters arrived. For now, they had to find a way to break through the other party's blockade as soon as possible. As long as they could escape from this cave smoothly, with the four of them in the nascent soul stage, there was still a great hope of escaping from here smoothly. Here, Song Qingming and the other two struggled to contain the purple-clothed woman, and the momentum of Wang Lingji not far away was also rising steadily, and soon broke through the original cultivation to the middle stage of the nascent soul. At this time, not only was he covered with a layer of golden light, but his entire face, including his hair and eyebrows, had turned golden. Seeing that the aura of Wang Lingji not far away was getting stronger and stronger, the purple-clothed woman who was entangled with Song Qingming and the other two gradually showed a trace of solemnity on her face. At this time, she finally stopped defending with all her strength, and directly raised her hand to take out a half-foot-long golden feather from her body. The golden feather ignited a ball of flames in his hand, turned into a red color, and then turned into a fierce flame, heading straight for the position of Wang Lingji in the distance. Seeing that the opponent's target was Wang Lingji behind him, Xiaomo, who was standing next to Song Qingming, was the first to react, and directly activated the colorful petals in front of her to turn into a round shield to block the red flames. But what she didn't expect was that the defense she desperately cast to activate did not stop the opponent's golden feather for long, and was directly penetrated by the sword. Just when Xiaomo looked surprised, a formation seal appeared behind her, blocking the golden feather again. Although he had already used the power of the one-ling puppet array, Song Qingming still felt a strong pressure when facing this golden feather. Fortunately, Xiaomo had previously activated a magic weapon to consume part of the opponent's attack, and Song Qingming still blocked the opponent's attack without any danger and repelled the golden feather back. Seeing that the two opponents had blocked her attack together, the purple-clothed woman who was still fighting with Shen Bingling showed a little surprise on her face. However, before she could make the next response, Wang Lingji, who was hiding in the air behind, had finally accumulated strength at this moment, and reached out to pick up the golden longbow beside him. He drew the bow and arrow, and just as he pulled the golden longbow magic weapon in his hand, a golden spiritual arrow appeared on the longbow out of thin air. I saw a golden bow and arrow flying out, carrying a strong breath, and went straight to the transparent shield beside the purple-clothed woman not far away. At the same time, the silver flying sword in Shen Bingling's hand not far away was also vigorously urged, and the surrounding cold air once again passed through the shield and rushed straight to the opponent. Facing the two fierce attacks in front of her, the purple-clothed woman frowned slightly, and tried her best to cast a spell to activate the transparent shield in front of her, trying to stop it. But the power of the golden arrow shot by Wang Lingji was beyond her expectation. It not only directly penetrated the transparent shield in front of the purple-clothed woman, but also hit her shoulder and nailed her directly to the mountain wall next to her. Then the cold air controlled by Shen Bingling immediately followed, and before the purple-clothed woman could react, she and the entire mountain wall were frozen. Seeing that the other party was hit by the joint attack of the two of them, Shen Bingling and Wang Lingji's faces were instantly happy. After the four of them looked at each other, they did not stay in the same place for too long, and quickly used the escape light to escape from the cave. Although Shen Bingling and Wang Lingji had just trapped the opponent together, everyone knew very well that a late-stage nascent soul cultivator could not be defeated so easily by them. Now it is naturally important for them to save their lives, and they must escape from this place before the other party escapes. Even if they still feel a little reluctant about the majority of the red fire spirit liquid in the pool behind that they did not have time to take away. But knowing that the crisis was still there, everyone did not hesitate too much and made the most reasonable choice at the moment. Just as everyone was running away, a red light suddenly lit up at the entrance of the cave in front. A red flame quickly emerged from the mountain wall, instantly enveloping the entrance of the cave and blocking everyone's way. As the temperature around continued to rise rapidly, a purple-clothed woman walked out of the flames, staring at everyone with a glimmer of fire in her eyes. You all really have some skills, but if you want to leave here like this, you are thinking too simply. My Xianfang clan is not a place where you human cultivators can come and go as you please. Seeing that the other party escaped so quickly, Song Qingming and others were suddenly surprised, and the joy that had just appeared on their faces instantly became ugly again. Seeing that the opponent was really difficult to deal with, Shen Bingling did not rush to take action this time, but directly persuaded, Dao, we are just here to get some spiritual water, and we don't want to fight to the death with you. Dao, why do you have to force us so hard? If you really make us angry, the worst that can happen is that we will both lose. What good will it do to Dao? Both lose. Humph, you are really arrogant. You want to hurt me with just these people? It's just a fantasy. The purple-clothed woman standing in the flames snorted coldly, and the flames on her body suddenly surged, dyeing the entire cave in front of her a red color. Red flames burn the sky. Only a few words were heard from the purple-clothed woman, and the entire cave suddenly turned into a sea of red fire, trapping Song Qingming and the other four in the sea of fire. Feeling the strong high temperature emanating from all around, Song Qingming and the other four hurriedly used shields to resist the red flames coming from all around. Seeing that the other party was arrogant and didn't take the four of them seriously, Shen Bingling's face also showed some anger. The cold air under her feet instantly covered the surroundings of the few people, forcing all the red flames to retreat. Everyone, the Xianfang clan is naturally good at controlling fire, and can use the fire veins here to quickly restore spiritual energy. If we don't find a way to trap her, we will definitely not be able to outlast her. And there are many masters in the Xianfang clan. I'm afraid someone has already come here. If we drag it on, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave alive today. Hearing Shen Bingling's voice transmission, Wang Lingji, who is already a little anxious on his face, quickly replied to her, fellow Taoist Shen, it has come to this point. We have no choice. How do we need cooperation? Just tell us directly. Yes, what should we do? Just tell us. Seeing that Song Qingming and Wang Lingji had expressed their opinions, Shen Bingling and Xiaomo beside them looked at each other lightly, and immediately made up their minds and spoke directly. I have a high-level magic weapon on me. If I use it, I should have a chance to force her back. I hope you can lend me a hand and cover me as much as possible. As long as I can reach the cave entrance and use this magic weapon, I can directly lock the entire cave, and then everyone will have a chance to escape safely. After hearing the other party's suggestion, Song Qingming and Wang Lingji, who did not have many good ideas in their minds, did not think much about it and immediately agreed. Then Wang Lingji took the lead in raising the golden longbow in his hand and shot an arrow at the purple-clothed woman wrapped in flames in the distance. Song Qingming and Xiaomo on the side also urged the magic weapons in their hands and killed the opponent in front of the flames. Shen Bingling cast a spell to force the cold air under her feet to assist the three people in front to resist the red flames cast by the purple-clothed woman. Seeing this scene, the purple-clothed woman showed a bit of disdain on her face. Relying on the firewall formed by the flames in front of her, she easily blocked the attacks of Song Qingming and the others. She found Wang Lingji hiding nearby and began to prepare to accumulate mana. The purple-clothed woman waved her hand and released a red phoenix formed by the gathering of flames from the blazing flames. She controlled it to move forward and entangle Wang Lingji, who was still trying to accumulate mana to cast a spell. Seeing that the other party's attention was on Wang Lingji and the other two, Shen Bingling, who was still controlling the cold air on the spot, suddenly ignored Song Qingming and the other two and rushed directly into the blazing flames in front of her. She wanted to rush to the entrance of the cave while the other party was not in a hurry to react. However, just as she moved, the purple-clothed woman had already noticed Shen Bingling's movements and waved out a golden feather again and rushed straight to the other party. Song Qingming and Xiaomo, who were standing by, hurried forward and wanted to help block the other party's attack as before. But this time, the purple-clothed woman was obviously prepared. Before Song Qingming and the other two moved to approach the golden feather, she waved a wall of fire from the blazing flames to block their way. As the other party responded in advance, both Song Qingming and Xiaomo were unable to block the golden feather, and saw it fly directly behind Shen Bingling. Facing the golden feathers attacking from behind, Shen Bingling's reaction at this moment was beyond everyone's expectations. She didn't pay any attention to the danger that was already within reach, and continued to bite the bullet and quickly approached the cave entrance. Humph! You don't know how to live or die? The purple-clothed woman saw Shen Bingling ignoring her attack, and a slight smile suddenly appeared on her face. But the next moment, when she saw the golden feathers passing through Shen Bingling, a white light suddenly flashed on her body, and then the whole person disappeared in midair. When the purple-clothed woman turned her eyes to the cave entrance again, there was already a figure out of thin air. It was Shen Bingling who had just suddenly disappeared. At this time, not only was there a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, but her clothes were also a little charred. Obviously she had not completely avoided the opponent's attack just now. If you want to leave, it's not that easy. Seeing that Shen Bingling used the substitute method to deceive herself and escape to the cave entrance, the purple-clothed woman immediately cast a spell to release a red flame to chase after her, trying to stop her from leaving. But at the same time as she cast the spell, Shen Bingling had already released a blue jade ruler magic weapon in her hand, and her whole body's magic power was instantly sucked into it. The next moment, under her desperate spell, the blue jade ruler immediately shot out a burst of blue light, and then the surrounding space where the blue light shone was instantly frozen. The red flames that were chasing were also frozen in front of Shen Bingling, and there was no movement anymore. Soon the entire cave, including the purple-clothed woman, Song Qingming, Wang Lingji and Xiaomo, were all frozen and sealed in the cave. After doing this, Shen Bingling, who was standing outside, seemed to have exhausted all her magic power, and sat directly on the ground in a state of exhaustion. At this time, Song Qingming, who was directly frozen and sealed, was about to cast a spell to break the ice in front of him, but found that his hands were locked tightly by the ice and he could not move at all. These ice blocks were very hard, and even his nascent soul cultivator's body could not shake them at all. Just when he was at a loss, Xiaomo, who was not far from him, suddenly flashed with a flash of light, and then the ice next to her quickly melted, allowing her to escape from the ice. The next moment, Xiaomo began to move slowly in the ice and came to Song Qingming in front. Don't worry, Brother Song, I'll save you first. Sorry, I repeated a little bit of the content again. I have corrected it. Chapter 904, Chasing and Blocking, There is No Way Out. As the ice beside him slowly melted, Song Qingming, who was firmly sealed in the ice wall, was finally able to control his right hand. He quickly cast a spell to push the ice in front of him, which had been melted for most of the time. With the sound of ice falling to the ground, with the help of Xiaomo, Song Qingming soon broke free from the ice. Seeing that Xiaomo had a green spiritual light in her hand, which seemed to help melt the hard ice quickly, Song Qingming also saw the reason why she was able to escape so quickly, and hurriedly thanked her. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist Song. The Demon Emperor has a high level of cultivation, and it is unknown how long the seal can trap her. Now that my senior sister is injured again, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Let's quickly rescue fellow Taoist Wang and leave together. Facing Song Qingming's thanks, Xiaomo did not say much, and immediately turned around and began to look for Wang Lingji's location. Hearing this, Song Qingming's eyes swept again, and the purple-clothed woman who was not far from where they were. Seeing that the other party was also staring at their position with a bit of ferocity in his eyes, Song Qingming, who had already witnessed the other party's powerful strength, couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Fortunately, the purple-clothed woman was also trapped by the ice at this moment. Although there was still a trace of flames on her body, she couldn't move at all. She could only stare at Song Qingming and the other two who were trying to escape. After a slight sigh of relief on his face, Song Qingming hurried forward to help Xiaomo cut the ice in front, and the two slowly approached the position where Wang Lingji was. After about half a quarter of an hour, 3 figures finally came out of the frozen cave one after another. "Senior sister, how are you?" Seeing Shen Bingling sitting not far away, with a somewhat ugly face and still closing her eyes to heal her wounds, Xiaomo hurriedly stepped forward and came to her side. Hearing Xiaomo's concerned words, Shen Bingling gently opened her eyes. When she was about to speak, she frowned suddenly and spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. "Senior sister, fellow Taoist Shen." Seeing this, Song Qingming and Wang Lingji beside him also showed some surprise, and hurriedly came over. Xiaomo immediately took out a high-grade pill from her body and stuffed it directly into her mouth. In the previous battle, although everyone saw Shen Bingling injured, they did not notice that her injury would be so serious. Just as everyone looked at each other with concern, Shen Bingling, who had swallowed the elixir, soon looked better, and stood up from the ground with the help of Xiaomo junior sister. "I was just anxious and my mana was disordered, which caused the blood and qi in my body to flow backwards. It's not as serious as you think. But now my mana has been exhausted, and it's probably difficult to take action in a short time. Fellow Taoists, now that we have escaped, let's leave here first, okay? Please help me lead the way. I will take my sister with me." Seeing that Shen Bingling's mana was just overconsumed and her injury seemed to be no big deal, Xiaomo, Song Qingming and others were immediately happy and nodded in response. In order to escape, Song Qingming and others had wasted a lot of time in the cave. Now the enemy's reinforcements are probably about to arrive here. At this time, for everyone, staying here for a moment longer will invisibly increase the danger. The purple-clothed woman from the Xiangfang clan who was sealed in the cave has reached the 8th level of the nascent soul. In addition, she is in a place with strong fire veins and spiritual energy. Her strength is almost equivalent to that of a great cultivator of the 9th level of the nascent soul. In the battle in the cave just now, even if Song Qingming and his 4 men joined forces, they could only barely draw with the other party. If Shen Bingling had not carried a special sealing magic weapon, she would have found an opportunity to help everyone break the situation at risk, and I am afraid that they would still be blocked by the purple-clothed woman in the cave and unable to escape. Now Shen Bingling is injured and can hardly make a move. Even if the other party does not have reinforcements, Song Qingming and his 3 men are simply not our opponents. Once the other party escapes and catches up, Song Qingming and his men will also be doomed. They must hurry up and leave this place. The 4 made a decision and immediately set off to leave the cave quickly. Song Qingming and Wang Lingji walked in front, and Xiaomo supported Shen Bingling and followed behind. Although everyone had just escaped from danger, their faces were still extremely nervous and they released their spiritual senses to keep alert around. This time, they came to get the red fire spirit liquid, and everyone had a very smooth journey. They originally thought that the cave was located in a remote place of the Xiangfang clan, and there would only be some low-level monsters in the cave at most, and there would not be too much danger. They never expected that a late-stage unyielding master like the purple-clothed woman would appear in this cave, and they almost fell into her hands. If they had known that this place was so dangerous, even if there were good things in the cave, they would never dare to take such a risk to come here to steal spiritual objects. Just when everyone was cautious and hurried to the entrance of the cave, a young white figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave, casting a spell to release a wind wall to block their way forward. Seeing the White Demon King blocking the road not far in front of him, it seemed to be Shen Bingling's original spirit beast Xian Lingju. Wang Lingji, who was walking in front, was slightly angry, and he swung a sword light to directly cut a wind wall in front of him. Even the Demon King, Xian Lingji not far away was blown away by the resentful Wang Lingji's sword light. However, although Wang Lingji's sword was powerful, he did not kill the Xian Lingju directly. After getting up, seeing the dangerous Xian Lingju, he immediately dodged to another fork in the cave and fled. Seeing Wang Lingji beside him trying to chase him, Song Qingming hurriedly stopped him one step ahead. "Fellow Taoist Wang, forget it. We should get out of here as soon as possible. There is no need to waste time with this evil beast here." After hearing Song Qingming's persuasion, Wang Lingji thought about it and put down the flying sword in his hand. The 4 of them turned around and flew out of the cave again. Seeing that they finally got out of the cave, the nervous expressions on everyone's faces relaxed a little, and they hurriedly took out their flying magic weapons, turned into several escape lights and left the original place in the direction they came from. However, compared to when they came, because Shen Bingling was injured, everyone could not take her Blue Lotus platform, and in a hurry to get on the road, they could only simply set up a concealment spell on the flying boat, and could not completely cover up their own aura. Just after coming out of the cave and flying less than 10 miles, they saw a large group of bird monsters suddenly discovered their tracks in the sky not far away and surrounded them directly. At this moment, Song Qingming and Wang Lingji could not care about these things and hurriedly took out their magic weapons to fight the enemy. However, they had just killed these low-level monsters and broke through the siege, but because of the loud noise, more monsters were attracted to the surrounding area. Although most of the monsters besieging them were only at the Qi refining and foundation building stages, there were thousands of them. For a while, they tightly entangled everyone and slowed down their pace of escape. After flying forward for about hundreds of miles, seeing countless dense monsters not far ahead, led by several monster kings, surrounding them, Song Qingming hurriedly shouted to Xiamo beside him, "Fellow Taoist Xia, you take fellow Taoist Shen to go first, we will cover you first." Hearing Song Qingming's reminder, Xiamo hesitated for a moment, but still nodded slightly at the two of them, took out 2 talismans from her body and threw them to them. "Two fellow Daoists, I will go first, and after breaking through, I will communicate with you again." After saying that, Xiamo took Shen Bingling with him, turned into a spiritual light and changed direction to continue moving forward. Song Qingming and Wang Lingji, looking at the many low-level monsters besieging them from the front, were no longer in a hurry to escape, and took out their magic weapons to actively meet them. Although they had consumed a lot of mana in the previous cave battle, Song Qingming and Wang Lingji were both nascent soul cultivators after all. Facing the two people who were fighting with all their strength, even though there were many of these low-level monsters, it was difficult for them to cause too much trouble. In less than a quarter of an hour, most of them were killed by Song Qingming and Wang Lingji. After seeing the two people's great power, the remaining monsters in the vicinity finally felt a little scared and began to scatter. "Fellow Taoist Song, let's go." Seeing that these monsters finally took the initiative to make way, Wang Lingji immediately looked happy and shouted to Song Qingming, but before Song Qingming could respond, another powerful pressure suddenly came from a distance and chased after them. The two turned around and saw a light of escape that was no less fast than theirs. "Oh no, it's the Demon King chasing us." Hearing Wang Lingji's reminder, Song Qingming's face also became more solemn. After the two looked at each other, they quickly turned into a light of escape and left the place. Now that they are in the territory of the Demon Clan, even if they know that the Demon King who came is not very advanced and is only at the second level of the nascent soul, they don't have to be afraid of each other when they join forces. But Song Qingming and Wang Lingji, who were eager to get away, did not dare to stay and fight with the other party. Otherwise, once they were dragged by the other party, they would have to wait for other Demon Kings to arrive. At that time, it would be difficult for them to leave. The two of them had already cast the magic to the limit, but they did not expect that although the Demon King behind them was not as good as them, his speed was not much slower than Song Qingming and the others, and he was still following them closely. Moreover, while the Demon King was chasing them, he was still casting spells and transmitting sounds, and seemed to be summoning other helpers. "Fellow Taoist Song, most of these feather demon beasts are good at escaping. If we continue like this, we may not be able to get rid of it. After a long time, we will provoke other powerful opponents. Please buy me some time. I will try to use the mountain opening bow to see if I can directly repel it." Hearing Wang Lingji's suggestion, Song Qingming only thought for a moment, nodded and stopped his steps. When fighting with a purple-clothed woman in the cave before, Song Qingming had also seen the golden longbow in Wang Lingji's hand. Knowing that this is a special attack magic weapon that is even more powerful than the green jade bottle in his hand. At the beginning, even the purple-clothed woman, a master in the late Yuanying period, was still a little afraid of the golden longbow in Wang Lingji's hand. As long as he can buy some time for the other party to cast a spell, even if he can't kill the other party directly, it should not be difficult to repel him. After making up his mind, Song Qingming raised his hand lightly and summoned the 6 puppets on his body. Then he cast a spell to activate the One-Ling puppet array to form a white seal in front of him. At this time, the Demon King who was chasing saw Song Qingming's initiative to stop, and immediately cast a spell to release dozens of spiritual lights towards the location of the two. Seeing that the opponent's attack had arrived, the white seal in front of Song Qingming suddenly surged dozens of times, blocking him and Wang Lingji not far behind him. Dozens of attacks fell quickly, and although they splashed out dazzling sparks in front of Song Qingming, They did not penetrate the white seal in front of him. A beam of light fell not far away, and a handsome young man in a white robe walked out of it, staring at Song Qingming and the other two with disdain. You, the human cultivators, dare to break into this place today and want to escape. Do you really think that our Feather clan is so easy to bully? I advise you two to surrender obediently, or maybe you can die more easily later. You are the only one here, and you want to kill us too. It's a bit arrogant, humph. So what? After the white-robed man finished speaking, he moved and flew directly to Song Qingming and the other two. Halfway through, he opened his mouth and spit out more than a dozen golden balls at Song Qingming. Boom, there was a loud sound. After a loud noise sounded in front of Song Qingming, the figure of the white-robed demon king suddenly disappeared, and the next moment he appeared more than 10 feet away from the two of them, casting a spell and approaching from the side. Before the other party came to his side, Song Qingming's divine sense spread around, had already sensed the other party's existence in advance, and he flashed his body and flew in front of the other party with a flying sword in his hand. There was another fierce collision, and the white-robed man who came close to attack was directly repelled by Song Qingming, holding the Luo Red Heart sword. Seeing that the other party's cultivation was similar to his own, but he could not lose to him in such a close distance, the white-robed man's face suddenly showed a little more surprise. You must know that the physical body of the demon cultivators of the same level is much stronger than that of the human cultivators. If it is a long-distance battle, the demons may not have any advantage. But once the two sides fight in close combat, the demons often have a few advantages in the battle against the human cultivators. At this moment, the white-robed man looked at Song Qingming again, and his eyes turned from the previous disdain to a little more cautious. Seeing that the other party's previous attack was obviously aimed at Wang Lingji, who was casting a spell behind him, Song Qingming also knew that the newcomers had also seen their intentions. However, in this situation, there are not many choices between the two sides. No matter what the purpose is, everyone has to speak with their own strength. After one strike, Song Qingming sank the flying sword in his hand into the white seal in front of him. With a blessing of the One-Ling puppet array, Song Qingming's aura instantly climbed to the 4th level of the nascent soul realm, and then he turned from offense to defense and actively controlled the flying sword to swing a sword light at the position of the white-robed man. Seeing that Song Qingming's cultivation suddenly soared, the white-robed man's face showed a bit of surprise again. Before the opponent's sword light fell, he transformed into his own body, spread his wings and blocked Song Qingming's attack. The white-robed demon king, who had turned into a big snow-white bird, had just blocked Song Qingming's attack, and then opened his mouth and a powerful sound wave came directly forward with the wind. Song Qingming had just cast a spell to release a shield to block the opponent's sonic attack, and saw Wang Lingji standing behind him with an ugly look on his face, so he quickly threw out a 3rd-level high-quality talisman to block him. Seeing that his attack failed to stop Wang Lingji from continuing to cast spells, the white-robed demon king approached Song Qingming and the others again, spitting out a more powerful sonic attack. Seeing that the opponent was taking advantage of the sonic magic, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a trace of displeasure. Song Qingming cast spells quickly with both hands, and 5 huge bronze realms of different colors immediately appeared beside him, concave in a row and standing in front of the white-robed demon king. The 5 elements divine light mirror had just fallen, and the sonic waves from the mouth of the white-robed demon king, who was casting the spell, were immediately bounced back by the mirror. The next moment, his whole head and body trembled violently, and he almost fell from the sky. Seeing the white-robed demon king who had suffered the consequences of his own actions, Song Qingming couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face, and cast a spell to control the 5 elements divine light mirror to put him in a golden cage by surprise. Just after finishing the spell, Song Qingming felt a fierce attack from his life magic weapon, which made him frown slightly. Even though he felt a burst of pressure, Song Qingming still poured his magic power into the 5 elements divine light mirror desperately, and he didn't intend to let the other party out easily even if the magic weapon was damaged. In this way, he and the other party were deadlocked for a while, and finally Wang Lingji's voice came from behind Song Qingming. "Fellow Taoist Song, you can let him out." Song Qingming turned around and saw that Wang Lingji had turned into the golden color in the cave before. However, Wang Lingji, who cast the spell for the second time, had a more tired look on his face, and his aura was a little worse than the first time he cast the spell. Seeing that Wang Lingji had already drawn his bow and arrow, Song Qingming quickly cast a spell to take the 5 elements divine light mirror back directly. The white-robed demon king who had just escaped looked up and was about to counterattack Song Qingming, but suddenly felt a very dangerous breath from not far behind him. Not good. Seeing that the golden longbow in Wang Lingji's hand had locked onto him, the white-robed demon king couldn't help but tremble slightly in his heart, and hurriedly turned around and fled behind him. But just as he started, a golden bow and arrow flew out from Wang Lingji's hand and chased after the white-robed demon king. A golden light passed through the white-robed demon king, and a scream was heard in the distance, and the big white bird fell directly from mid-air to the ground. Fellow Taoist Song, hurry up! Wang Lingji, who had completed the spell, saw this scene, and his face suddenly relaxed, and the golden light on his body quickly disappeared. Seeing that Wang Lingji beside him was sweating profusely, as if he had already fainted, Song Qingming didn't care about the white-robed demon king falling in the distance, and took out the flying boat and took the other party away from the original place. Half an hour later, above a barren mountain in the west of the Xianfang clan's territory, a white cloud quickly floated in the sky, and then two beams of light flew out of the white cloud and landed directly on the top of the mountain. After glancing at the surroundings, Song Qingming quickly flew out several formation flags in his hand and landed directly on the open ground not far away. As he cast a spell quickly, a transparent shield immediately rose on the spot, quickly blending the surrounding scenery into one. After seeing that there was no problem with the restrictions he had arranged, Song Qingming took Wang Lingji into it. Wang Lingji, who was already very tired after entering the magic circle, immediately took out several medium-grade spirit stones from his body, sat on the spot and began to refine the spirit stones to restore his own mana. Song Qingming, with a solemn expression on his face, stood there and pondered. After the two defeated the white-robed demon king, the relatives thought they could quickly catch up with Xiaomo and the others and escape from the Xianfang clan territory together. Unexpectedly, not long after he and Wang Lingji escaped, they encountered a demon king in the middle stage of the nascent soul and thousands of demon beasts blocking their way. If it was just Song Qingming, he might try to find a way to fight and see if he could break through the opponent's blockade. But with Wang Lingji, who had exhausted his mana, Song Qingming was not sure that he could get out of there safely. The two could only use the phantom boat to hide their bodies and quietly return here to rest. Wang Lingji, who was recovering his magic power, saw a trace of worry on Song Qingming's face not far away, and immediately smiled and said to him, "Don't worry, brother Song. I have been in the world of immortal cultivation for so many years. I can cultivate to this level with the body of a casual cultivator. Such dangers are not the first time I have encountered. I believe that there is always a way out in this world. Since you and I can escape from such a dangerous place today, we will definitely be able to get out of here safely next time." Hearing Wang Lingji's words of comfort, Song Qingming, who seemed to have realized something in his heart, quickly put away the worry on his face, put on a smile, nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Wang is right. Since we were able to survive this catastrophe, we must have good fortune in the future. Now the road back to the south has been completely blocked by the demon cultivators. We certainly can't go back the same way for the time being. Let's rest here for one night. Tomorrow we will try to go west and see if we can go around from there, okay? Let's do as you say." After Wang Lingji finished speaking, he took out the jade token from his waist and handed it to Song Qingming. He continued to speak to him calmly, "There are some worthless spiritual objects in this storage bag. I hope you can help me collect them first. If something happens tomorrow and I can't go back, I hope you can help me go to Shenji Island in the Jinian Sea and give them to my descendants. Dear fellow Taoists, I have something to say. Recently, many people have come to the book club to add me to report the problem of disordered chapters. I took a look and found that they were from pirated websites. I would like to reiterate that this book is published on Kidian Chinese website. Please try to come here to support genuine reading. It is indeed not easy to write a book. Everyone's subscription is the greatest support for Xiaomen. Thank you all fellow Taoists." Chapter 905, Falling into a Trap, a Pot of Spiritual Tea. Seeing the jade token that Wang Lingji suddenly took out, Song Qingming was slightly stunned, but did not reach out to accept it. "Dao just said that there is always a way out. Why did you give me these things? Could it be that you have changed your mind and have no confidence in our escape from this place?" Hearing what Song Qingming said, Wang Lingji immediately smiled and shook his head. "Fellow Taoist Song, you have misunderstood. How could I be such a hypocritical person? But I am used to leaving some room for myself when doing things. As I said just now, The things in here are just some skills and cultivation experiences, not some precious spiritual objects. Whether we can escape successfully tomorrow, these are all things to be prepared for any eventuality for me. I am not telling you my last words." Song Qingming nodded slightly when he heard it. After taking the jade token from Wang Lingji, he said to him, "Since that's the case, fellow Taoist, please promise me a small favor. If I can't go back, please help me send a message to Uyghur Zioao sect and inform my people about this. Fellow Taoist Song now has her life and death friendship with me. If there is really such an opportunity, even if you don't say it, I will certainly do it." The two smiled at each other, and then hurried to meditate to restore their magic power. The next morning, just as the sky brightened, two spiritual lights left the mountain in front of them and merged into the white clouds in the sky. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles away, on another mountain full of phoenix trees, dozens of escape lights were quickly passing in front of the mountain top. On the top of the tallest phoenix tree on the mountain, a woman in red looked at the many figures flying in the distance, but a strange look appeared on her face. "Has anything happened recently? Why did the people from the law enforcement hall of Xianfeng City suddenly go out, reporting to your highness? I heard in the city yesterday that it seems that many outsiders have broken into the territory of Her Highness Zifeng in the south. It is said that the people who came this time are human cultivators. They not only stole Her Highness Zifeng's things, but also injured many of her men. Even Senior Bai Ling was seriously injured and has been sent back to Xianhuang City for treatment." Hearing the answer of a large green bird not far away, the red-clothed woman's face changed slightly, and she looked a little more puzzled. "The human cultivators also injured Bai Ling. It seems that these people are quite powerful." After the red-clothed woman finished speaking, she stood there in silence for a moment before turning around and leaving the treetop. In the sky tens of thousands of miles away, Song Qingming and Wang Lingji were using the phantom boat to hide their bodies and headed west. Although they had been through several battles before, both of them were injured. However, after a night of rest, Song Qingming's whole state has almost recovered. It's just that Wang Lingji's excessive consumption of mana yesterday injured his meridians. Even though he had taken healing pills, his face was still pale at the moment. Because they had to cast spells to hide their bodies and try to avoid the harassment of low-level monsters nearby, Song Qingming and the others were not very fast in controlling the flying boat. Fortunately, although the two encountered many monsters along the way, there was no demon king among them, nor did they encounter those monsters with particularly keen sense of smell. The two headed west for about 5,000 or 6,000 miles. Seeing that there were not many monsters around and the sky was gradually getting dark, Song Qingming finally changed the direction of the phantom boat. He began to move southward, wanting to bypass the territory of the Xianfeng clan from here and then meet up with Xiaomo and the others. The two of them walked smoothly until the night gradually fell and the front began to be pitch black, and Song Qingming's face became slightly nervous. In this pitch-black night, in order to control the direction just right and not go the wrong way, Song Qingming could only release his spiritual sense to explore the front of the flying boat. In this case, if a monster with a stronger spiritual sense suddenly appeared in front of him, Song Qingming and the others might be discovered by the other party before they could retract their own spiritual sense. After walking about 2,000 miles, Song Qingming's spiritual sense suddenly sensed a large group of monsters flying in front of him, and he quickly retracted his spiritual sense to control the flying boat to land directly on the high mountains below. After a while, there was a noisy sound of wings flapping above their heads, and those monsters quickly flew over their heads and went north. Song Qingming was nervous for a moment, and only when the breath of the monsters disappeared completely did he breathe a sigh of relief and continue on his way. Even monsters like the Feather Clan would not choose to travel at night on such a large scale. Seeing these monsters appear here, Song Qingming and Wang Lingji knew very well that they were most likely here to search for them. Now, the closer they get to the border of the Xianfeng clan territory, the more and more Feather Clan monsters they encounter, searching around them. At this time, if they don't find a way to escape in the dark, once it's delayed until dawn, the number of these patrolling monsters will probably increase exponentially, and it will be even more difficult to get away at that time. After bypassing several waves of patrolling monsters, Song Qingming and the others finally arrived at the southern border area. If they fly forward for more than 100 miles, they will almost be able to successfully leave the Xianfeng clan territory. However, the more time passed, the more nervous Song Qingming became, and his eyes were fixed on the darkness ahead. Just as the two of them passed a hill below, Song Qingming's consciousness covering the surroundings suddenly felt a strong breath coming from below that was not weaker than his own. His face suddenly changed and he stopped. Just as Song Qingming was about to turn around and leave the place, a flash of light suddenly came from below, and then a voice came into his ears. "Which stinky boy is running around here? I wonder if this area has been banned." After hearing this voice, Song Qingming and Wang Lingji beside him looked at each other, and in a blink of an eye, they made a decision together. Song Qingming put away the flying boat under his feet, and then his body shape changed, turning into a great giant bird more than 10 feet high. It was a late giant and demon beast they saw on the way here. This body shape changing technique was learned by Song Qingming from Long Feng. After so many years of careful research, Song Qingming has successfully cultivated this spell to a perfect state. Although it is not certain that this spell can completely conceal the consciousness of the cultivators of the same level, under the cover of the night, it should be difficult for the opponent to see the flaws in a short time. Wang Lingji, who was standing by, cast a spell to activate a green bronze mirror to conceal his own aura, and it directly under the feet of the great giant bird that Song Qingming had transformed. As soon as the two of them finished all this, they saw a flash of light below, and a middle-aged man in a long gown with gray hair appeared more than 10 feet in front of Song Qingming. The aura of the man was not much different from that of Wang Lingji, and he was also a third-level unyielding cultivator. Seeing the other party, Song Qingming hurriedly pretended to be a demon cultivator. Seeing a strong man, bowed his head and saluted the other party. "Greetings, ancestor. Just now someone reported that a human cultivator's formation was found on a mountain behind. I came here specially to report the news to the ancestor. The formation of the human cultivator must be the two who escaped. Take me over to have a look." Hearing Song Qingming's report, the man in the long gown smiled slightly, and moved closer to Song Qingming, ready to go with him to find the human cultivator's formation. But just when he was close to Song Qingming, the man in the long gown suddenly changed his face and looked at him with a strange look. At this moment, a sharp sword light flew out from under Song Qingming's feet and went straight to the chest of the man in the long gown. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. There was only a crisp sound, and the man in the long gown was instantly knocked away by the golden sword light. "Go!" Seeing Wang Lingji hit the opponent with a sword, Song Qingming did not hesitate, and immediately turned into two escape lights with the two of them and fled forward quickly. But just when they were less than a few dozen feet away, more than a dozen white spiritual lights suddenly flew from behind, and caught up with Song Qingming and the two in the blink of an eye. I saw that the more than a dozen white spiritual lights, under the control of the old man in the long gown behind them, were like white ropes entangled under the feet of Song Qingming and Wang Lingji, pulling them directly into the air. At this time, at the other end of the white rope, the old man in the long gown took out a ball that had been broken into two halves from his body, and turned his eyes to look at Song Qingming and the two coldly. "HMPH. Good boy, you actually know the shape-shifting technique of our demon clan. But relying on this little trick, you want to sneak attack me, a unyielding cultivator. You are underestimating me a little too much. I wanted to come here just to be lazy, but I didn't expect you to really fall into my trap. It seems that I am lucky today and can make another contribution." Seeing that the man in the long gown not far away only broke a magic weapon and was not injured at all, Song Qingming and Wang Lingji also showed a little more surprise on their faces. Sure enough, the demon king who has cultivated to the unyielding realm is not so easy to deal with. It is indeed underestimating the other party to want to take advantage of the situation. Seeing this, Song Qingming sighed slightly and cast a spell to take out the Liho Chixin sword on his body. "If you want to make a contribution, I'm afraid your ability is not enough." As soon as he finished speaking, several red sword lights lit up beside Song Qingming, cutting off all the white ropes on his body. At the same time, Wang Lingji also activated his magic weapon and escaped in a moment. However, just as the two of them cut a rope, the man in the long gown threw out another green cloth bag in his hand. A gust of wind blew out of the bag, and Song Qingming and the other two were directly swept into it. The wind was extremely fast, accompanied by a deafening whistling sound in the middle, and soon blew Song Qingming and the other two in the center. The two people were almost unable to stand, and Wang Lingji immediately took out a white spherical magic weapon and placed it on their heads. A white light covered the two people, and Song Qingming immediately felt that the wind around him weakened, and he exhaled slightly. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the man in the long gown not far away had another round porcelain bottle in his hand. A lightning bolt flew out of the bottle and instantly merged into the green cloth bag in front of him. The next moment, in the gust of wind that trapped Song Qingming and the other two, a flash of white light suddenly appeared, and there was a sound of lightning and thunder. In general, when demon cultivators fight, they mostly rely on their innate magical powers and strong physical bodies to fight the enemy. As for things like magic weapons, because demon cultivators are not good at refining, even ordinary demon kings only have one or two at most. Seeing that the man in the long gown took out so many high-level magic weapons one after another, Song Qingming and Wang Lingji were slightly surprised. It was the first time they saw a Yuanying master who was so good at controlling magic weapons among demon cultivators. Seeing that the other party trapped the two of them, the huge movement of this fight had attracted many low-level demon beasts in the distance. Song Qingming immediately said to Wang Lingji, who was still resisting the attack of lightning, "Friend Wang, I will deal with these lightnings, and you quickly find a way to break out of the restriction." After that, a black oil lamp suddenly appeared in Song Qingming's hand. Under his spell, he flew into the air and sucked in all the white lightning that attacked nearby. Seeing that Song Qingming had broken the thread of lightning in the wind, Wang Lingji's face suddenly lit up, and he took Song Qingming to the edge of the wind with the white ball on his head. Not long after, two figures directly passed through the wind wall and appeared outside. Seeing that Song Qingming and the other two had escaped so quickly, the man in the long gown suddenly looked a little surprised, and immediately controlled the wind to chase them again, and wanted to continue to block the two's way. But Song Qingming and Wang Lingji obviously didn't want to give him this chance again. Wang Lingji first cast a spell in his hand quickly, urging the white ball above his head to block the wind behind and prevent it from approaching the two. Then Song Qingming took advantage of the other party fighting with Wang Lingji, and directly cast a spell to absorb all the lightning collected in the 7-color lightning lamp that was shining in front of him into his right hand. The next moment, Song Qingming gathered a white spear flashing with lightning in his hand. The lightning was fierce and bursts of sizzling sounds continued to emerge. Go! After a light utterance, Song Qingming's white spear quickly rushed towards the opponent. Feeling the familiarity of the lightning on the white spear, the man in the long gown immediately changed his face, and hurriedly urged the green cloth bag beside him to blow out a wind wall to block himself. In the blink of an eye, the white spear had already arrived in front of the man in the long gown. With a loud boom, the white lightning instantly engulfed the man in the long gown. Go! Seeing that his attack hit the opponent firmly, Song Qingming and Wang Lingji immediately turned into two escape lights, bypassing the low-level monsters in front and escaping into the distance. Not long after they left the battlefield, the white lightning gradually disappeared. As for the man in the long gown, not only was there a big hole in the green cloth bag in his hand, but even his clothes had become charred, and a trace of black blood had overflowed from many places. Looking at the damaged green cloth bag in his hand, the man in the long gown suddenly showed a fierce look in his eyes. Regardless of his own injuries, he immediately dodged and chased after Song Qingming and the others. Song Qingming and the others had just left the man in the long gown behind them, and before they could be happy for long, another strong breath suddenly came quickly towards the battlefield. In the distance, the man in the long gown of the demon clan saw that there were reinforcements coming, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Friend Wang, let's go separately, don't forget what I entrusted you with. Feeling that the situation ahead was a little bad, Song Qingming decisively sent a voice transmission to Wang Lingji's ear, and then turned around and fled to the side before the other party responded. Seeing this scene, Wang Lingji immediately understood what the other party meant, and immediately changed his direction. They were able to escape the obstruction of the man in the long gown just now, but they relied on the fact that the other party was only one person, and the two of them barely repelled the man in the long gown with their joint efforts. But if there is another Yuanying master of the demon clan, and there are these annoying low-level demon beasts nearby to help, once they are blocked by the other party, the two sides will fight head-on, and Song Qingming and his team will definitely not have a chance to escape in a short time. At this moment, choosing to act separately depends on how the other party chooses. After all, there is only one Yuanying cultivator in front, and it is unlikely that he will have the opportunity to split up and stop both of them at the same time. At most, they can run out of the Xianfang clan territory in the front. As long as they are not blocked, there is still a great hope of escaping from here. If the other person is targeted, whether he can have a chance to escape smoothly depends on his own ability. Now that it has come to this point, it is better to choose to escape separately instead of choosing to be blocked head-on at the same time, which can also increase the hope of the two to escape. Seeing that Song Qingming and his team have already separated, the Demon King who was chasing them in front hesitated for a moment, and still chose to go and intercept one of them. The man in the long gown who was chasing behind them tacitly chased after the other person. Obviously, none of them wanted to let Song Qingming and his team go. Just after running out for less than 10 miles, he saw a figure on the south side blocking him. Song Qingming secretly sighed that his luck was a bit bad. In order to distance himself from the opponent, he had to turn around again and continue to go west. After running out for more than 10 miles in one breath, Song Qingming turned around and found that the figure on his body was still chasing him. Not far in front of him, a large group of monsters appeared and surrounded him. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming's face once again showed a bit of ugliness. He could only desperately cast a spell towards the flying boat under his feet to turn around and flee to the north again. Just as Song Qingming changed direction and passed by not far in front of him as expected. Not far behind him, a big man in black who was chasing him suddenly showed a bit of strange look in his eyes. Floating Cloud Mountain Range Xiuxin Realm, Qi Mountain. Wang Xian, who was meditating in a cave on the top of the mountain, suddenly felt uneasy and opened her eyes with a strange look. After sighing slightly, Wang Xian immediately cast a spell to take back the spiritual energy, ended her practice and stood up. After sitting down at the stone table next to her, Wang Xian's eyes were on a letter on the table again, and she gently raised her jade hand to take the letter into her hand. This letter was left by Song Qingming for Wang Xian, who was still in seclusion, when he left a few months ago. It did not say where he went, what he did, and when he would return. It was just a simple reminder that if anything happened in Qi Mountain, Wang Xian should go to his cave quickly and activate the sound transmission note that was in separate contact with his sect for help. In the past, every time Song Qingming left for something, he would actually leave a similar letter for Wang Xian. But for some reason, this time, when Wang Xian held the letter in her hand and saw the few lines of text on it, she always felt a little uneasy. After sitting at the stone table for a long time, Wang Xian put away the letter in her hand, stood up and walked out of her cave. Walking down from the top of the mountain, Wang Xian soon arrived at the Qi at the foot of the mountain. After following Song Qingming to move to Qi Mountain, Wang Xian rarely came to the market at the foot of the mountain because she had been in seclusion on the top of the mountain for a long time. She restrained her breath and walked alone in the market, which also attracted the attention of too many nearby monks. The monks and pedestrians coming and going on the street did not know that the person standing not far from them would be a high and mighty giant and ancestor who lived on the top of Qi Mountain. As she walked, Wang Xian came to a very ordinary tea house in the street alley and looked up inside. She saw an old man with a kind face in the store, making tea in front of a pile of fire. And a young waiter not far away was smiling and greeting the few tables of guests in the store. "Sir, do you want to come into the store to taste tea?" Just as Wang Xian was searching the store carefully, a voice suddenly appeared beside her and suddenly woke her up. Hearing this, Wang Xian turned around and found that it was the old man who was making tea in the store who was looking at her with a smile on his face. After nodding slightly, Wang Xian took the initiative to walk into the shop with the sign Lee's Tea House. Seeing a new customer coming in, the young waiter with a handsome face hurriedly greeted Wang Xian with a warm face and took her to a seat next to her separated by a screen. Then, the waiter began to clean up the already very clean tables and chairs with neat hands and feet, until they were spotless, and then smiled and asked Wang Xian to sit down. "Sir, what kind of tea would you like to taste? We have the best Qifan, Qinglongjing and Jinwu tea just picked from the mountains. Although our store is small, the tea is not worse than those restaurants on the street, and the price is much cheaper than theirs." Hearing the waiter's endless introduction, Wang Xian nodded slightly, and then pointed to one of the stoves that were boiling tea not far away. "I want the third pot of tea on the left. Just bring it over to me after it's cooked. I have the tea set right here. No need to bother." Hearing Wang Xian's direct request, the guy who was only in the Qi refining stage looked at the spiritual tea brewing on the fire not far away, and suddenly a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. "What's wrong? Isn't this tea for sale?" Chapter 906 White Porcelain Tea Bowl, Borrow a Person. Seeing the waiter in front of him looking embarrassed, Wang Xian, who had just taken out a set of ceramic tea sets from her body, also showed a little surprise on her face. The tea house in front of her was just an ordinary tea house in a remote alley in the market. Those who came here to drink tea and rest were all casual cultivators in the Qi refining stage. Logically, there shouldn't be any expensive spiritual tea here. However, the waiter's strange behavior made Wang Xian look a little puzzled, so she cast a spell with one hand and took out 7 or 8 spiritual stones from her body and placed them on the table. Upon seeing this scene, the young waiter who understood what was going on smiled and waved his hand at Wang Xian, saying, "Sir, you have misunderstood. I was not afraid that you could not afford the spirit stones. It's that the pot of tea was ordered by a customer a long time ago and it has been taken by someone already. We really dare not sell it to you casually. Sir, why don't you take a look at other spirit teas in our shop? I guarantee that the taste will satisfy you. Someone has reserved it, so can't you just make me a pot of the same one?" "Well, sir, you don't know. It's not that I want to spoil your fun, it's just that this is the only pot of tea left in this shop." When the waiter replied, his tone was very cautious and full of apology, for fear that Wang Xian would be angry with his answer. But what he didn't expect was that after learning that the spiritual tea was gone, Wang Xian just sat there in silence for a moment, and then said with a look of regret, "If that's the case, then I came at an inopportune time. Just give me a pot, okay, sir? Please wait a moment." Seeing that Wang Xian did not make trouble for him, but quickly accepted his proposal, the shop assistant suddenly showed a trace of joy on his face, and hurriedly turned around and walked out of the compartment. After a while, a pot of spiritual tea with a strange fragrance was brought up. However, the person who brought the tea was not the young man before, but the old man who was boiling tea by the fire. After the old man brought the spiritual tea to the table, Wang Xian, who was about to taste the tea, was surprised at this moment, and looked at the other party with some confusion. Did the waiter just say that someone had reserved this pot of tea? How come it was sent to me again? Could the store have made a mistake? Hearing Wang Xian's puzzled question, the gray-robed old man was well prepared. He smiled and nodded and replied, "Haha. Please don't blame me, sir. The kid just now didn't tell you the truth. There is indeed only this pot of tea, but it was not reserved by a customer. I prepared it for myself. The kid was afraid that I might not be able to drink this tea in the future, so he lied to you. I hope you don't blame him for this." After hearing the gray-robed old man's explanation, Wang Xian finally understood and nodded with a smile. "It's rare that he is filial to you, and it's understandable. You can take the tea back. I won't blame you for this." Faced with Wang Xi's forgiveness, the gray-robed old man shook his head and said, "I have tasted a lot of this tea before, so I don't mind this pot. You came to my shop today just for this tea, and it's fate. So I'll leave this last pot of spiritual tea to you. Oh. In that case, I'll be very polite." The reason why Wang Xian came here was that she was walking on the street and suddenly smelled a rather strange tea fragrance when she passed by this place, so she was attracted. Seeing the gray-robed old man directly stated that he came for this tea, she nodded and did not refuse. After taking the spiritual tea, Wang Xian immediately picked up the clean water prepared on the table next to her and began to wash the tea bowl she brought in the tea tray. At this moment, the gray-robed old man took out a white porcelain cup that had been prepared long ago and placed it in front of Wang Xian with enthusiasm. "Since you can choose this tea from so many teas in my hall, you must be a person who knows tea. However, this pot of spiritual tea in our store is quite unique. It will taste better when paired with a white porcelain tea bowl in our store. Why don't you try it later?" After saying that, the gray-robed old man took the initiative to leave the compartment with a smile on his face, leaving Wang Xian staring at the white porcelain tea bowl. As a giant cultivator who has practiced Taoism for many years, Wang Xian is not only proficient in alchemy, spiritual cooking and other skills, but also has some experience in the art of brewing tea. In terms of tea brewing skills, the outside world dare not say, but in Qi Mountain, Wang Xian is definitely the top cultivator. In recent years, as the Song family has gradually grown and developed, Song Yuanfeng and others, who know that their ancestor loves to taste tea, have also paid tribute to Wang Xian with excellent quality high-quality spiritual tea and tea brewing utensils. However, even if she feels that she is knowledgeable, Wang Xian couldn't help but exclaimed slightly when she saw the exquisite white porcelain tea bowl taken out by the gray-robed old man. "This tea bowl looks good." After washing the tea bowl, Wang Xian took the initiative to pour herself a cup of fragrant spiritual tea, then closed her eyes and put it to her mouth to smell it gently. After the fragrance entered her nose, although it was not particularly amazing, it made people feel inexplicably comfortable. After a cup of spiritual tea went into her mouth, Wang Xian's body suddenly filled with spiritual energy into her dantian, and the scene around her began to move suddenly, and the whole person seemed to fall into hallucination. Seeing this, Wang Xian immediately used her magic power to stabilize her mind, and the surroundings calmed down in an instant, and Wang Xian's face also had a few more blushes. This spiritual tea can actually intoxicate people, which is really strange. Although the grade seems not high, it has a unique flavor. I am really lucky to be able to taste this tea today. After closing her eyes and feeling it carefully, Wang Xian smiled slightly at the corners of her mouth, and forgot the worries in her heart for a while. Wang Xian sat in the compartment for half an hour before she finished tasting the whole pot of spiritual tea and got up and walked out. At this time, the other two guests in the tea house had already left, and the old man in gray robes was nowhere to be seen. Only the young waiter was left sitting alone at the door. Seeing Wang Xian coming out, the waiter turned around and looked at her with a smile, and walked over quickly. "Sir, are you going to pay the bill?" "Yes. I also want to take this tea bowl back. See how many spiritual stones it costs in total." Seeing the white porcelain tea bowl in Wang Xian's hand, the waiter was surprised, and then immediately shook his head at it. "Sir, this tea bowl is my master's favorite thing. I dare not give it to you casually. Please don't embarrass me." Before, when he came in to taste tea, the waiter deliberately made an excuse not to sell it. At this moment, facing the white porcelain tea bowl that she wanted, the other party was unwilling to give it to her, which really made Wang Xian feel a little unhappy with him. "Why didn't you ask your master and just rejected me directly? Maybe he's willing to sell it to me." "Sir, you don't know. My master just went out to eat at Xianfang Tower. I don't know when he will be back. If you really want this tea bowl, you might as well come back next time." "Oh. In this case, come back next time." Seeing Wang Xian return the white porcelain tea bowl with a disappointed look on her face, the waiter hurriedly put it in a wooden box and took it back to the counter at the back. Seeing that the young waiter cherished the white porcelain tea bowl so much, Wang Xian smiled slightly, then turned around and moved to the outside of the tea house. But before she walked out of the door, the waiter's voice rang again in the back. "Hey. That, sir." Wang Xian turned around and saw that the other party was staring at her, looking a little embarrassed, so she quickly asked, "You haven't changed your mind again, have you? You haven't paid for the tea yet?" After a long while, the young waiter who received a few spirit stones looked at Wang Xian who had left, and couldn't help muttering, "You were quite generous just now. Is it necessary for you to bargain with me for such a small amount of tea money?" After saying that, the young clerk sighed softly, then put the spirit stone in his hand into the counter, in the northern border, on a barren mountain thousands of miles away in the southeast direction of the Xianfang clan. At the top of the mountain, two birds had just flown up along the hillside when they saw a sword light flying below, and soon their bodies fell from the sky. A moment later, several petals flew out, accompanied by a beam of light that dragged the bodies of the two birds back to a cave below the top of the mountain. The woman in white who returned to the cave quickly put her hands on the bodies of the two birds, and after a while she turned to another woman in palace dress sitting in the cave and said, "Senior Sister Shen, no large-scale feathered monsters have been found nearby, so it should be safe here. It's just that 7 or 8 days have passed, and there's still no response to the contact with the spiritual creatures. I don't know how fellow Taoist Song is doing now." Hearing the worry in Xiaomo's tone, Shen Bingling, who was sitting next to her and still looked a little weak, hurriedly spoke to comfort her. "Fellow Taoist Wang and I have known each other for many years. I know his abilities well, and they are not much worse than yours. Fellow Taoist Song's magical powers are also quite good. I don't think they will get into trouble so easily. They were probably blocked along the way and took a detour to other directions, and they didn't have time to contact us for a while. Senior Sister, I always have a bad feeling this time." Or, Junior Sister Xia, no. Xiaomo was interrupted by Shen Bingling who was sitting next to her when she was halfway through her words. She stood up from the ground with a nervous look on her face, and then continued to speak to Xiaomo with concern. "Although this place is remote, it is still in the territory of the demon clan, and it cannot be covered by a formation. If Junior Sister uses her magical powers again, it will be troublesome if she is sensed by other demon clan masters hiding nearby. By then, let alone fellow Taoist Song and the others, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave here either." Since I'm here today, I will never let my junior sister take this risk no matter what. Seeing Shen Bingling staring at her nervously, Xiaomo was slightly stunned, and after a moment, she nodded. Don't worry, senior sister, I understand what you mean. I was a little impulsive just now. Seeing that Xiaomo had understood her persuasion, Shen Bingling breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the two were discussing in the cave, a silver talisman floating in the air not far away suddenly lit up and vibrated gently. It's a sound transmission talisman. Seeing that the silver talisman not far away suddenly responded, Xiaomo and Shen Bingling beside them suddenly showed a burst of joy on their faces. At this time, thousands of miles away from their location, a child who looked only 3 or 4 years old was holding a golden shield and rushing towards this side desperately. Behind him, there was a light chasing closely. Although there was a distance between the two, they were still not thrown off by their opponents, in the territory of the Xianfang clan in the north. Located in a mountain range in the west, it is surrounded by high mountains and forests. The vast mountains are like a giant beast lying on the ground, with layers of peaks and ridges undulating. The sun penetrates the clouds and sprinkles on the lush green of the mountains. The shadows of the phoenix trees are swaying, as if telling the vicissitudes of time. The breeze blows, and the leaves rustle, like a whisper in the mountains, and like the sound of nature, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. In this sparsely populated corner, each phoenix tree looks so solemn and ancient. Their branches are thick and powerful, as if they are pillars supporting the sky. The distant mountains are dark blue, shrouded in mist, like a fairyland. As the sun above the head gradually sinks to the west, the afterglow shines on the top of the mountain, and the golden light and the green of the phoenix trees are intertwined to form a moving picture. A beam of light suddenly flew over the originally peaceful sky and landed directly on one of the peaks on the southern side of the mountain range, then turned into a large green bird. The green bird raised its head and glanced below, then flapped its wings and flew directly to the top of the mountain, and soon arrived next to a tall phoenix tree. The giant tree in front of them, which was so big that 2 people could hardly hug it, had a small wooden house on the top of the tree, which was 10 feet long and wide, in addition to the lush branches and leaves. A young woman in red with a cold face was standing barefoot on the wooden board extending from the outside of the house, staring at the distant sky in a trance. Your Highness, this is a letter from Long Feng. It seems that he has something to ask you. Hearing the voice of the bluebird beside her, the red-clothed woman's phoenix eyes moved gently, and soon fell on a letter in front of the other party, and she raised her hand to take it directly. Seeing the red-clothed woman next to her looking at the letter in her hand, she did not respond for a long time. The bluebird standing aside couldn't help but ask again, Your Highness, but what happened? No big deal. He just knew that I was back and wanted to come here to see me. Hearing the answer of the red-clothed woman, the bluebird nodded slightly, then glanced at the other party, and asked carefully, Your Highness, didn't you say last time that we would go to Xianyao Valley in 2 days, so we have to wait for Long Feng to come before leaving? Well, now that he has joined the Guardian Hall, it is not easy for him to see me, so let's wait until Long Feng comes. You stay on the mountain. I'm going to Xianhong City to find Uncle Jin Liu. If someone comes to see me, just say you are going to see the patriarch. After saying something to the bluebird beside her, the woman in red immediately moved and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, a red light appeared in the sky and flew away to the distant horizon. After crossing countless mountains, a huge castle in the mountains suddenly appeared in the side of the woman in red. Seeing the castle below, the woman in red immediately fell from the sky, and her figure passed through the formation above the castle and fell into a market. This market in the mountain castle is no different from the large market of the human race outside. However, in addition to ordinary human cultivators, there are also many various winged monster cultivators walking in it. The lowest cultivation of these monsters is above the foundation building stage. Seeing the woman in red falling from the air, many monsters and humans nearby the monks, sensing the extremely powerful aura on her body, hurriedly knelt down to salute. The red-dressed woman, however, did not even glance at these kneeling monks and monsters, but walked directly into the city, and soon arrived in front of a tall stone palace. The 2 demon giant and monks guarding the doors saw the red-dressed woman, hurriedly stepped forward to salute her, and then took the initiative to bring her into the palace. After a while, the red-dressed woman was led into a tall palace. At this time, a big man in golden armor was talking to several demon monks beside him. Seeing the red-dressed woman coming in, his face suddenly changed slightly, and he hurriedly sent everyone around him out. After everyone else in the hall had left, the red-dressed woman walked up to the golden-armored man and bowed slightly to him. "Greetings, Uncle Jinyu. Now that you have broken through to the nascent soul realm, it is reasonable that I should salute you when we meet, so there is no need to be so polite to me. Come and sit down first." After waving his hand gently, the big man in golden armor immediately invited the woman in red to sit down next to him. "If it weren't for Uncle Jinyu's care, I might not be where I am today. You deserve this gift." Hearing the flattery of the woman in red, the big man in golden armor didn't change much on his face. He stared at her with a complicated look and asked directly, "I heard that you will leave the tribe and go to Xianyao Valley in a few days. You come to me at this time, not just to say goodbye to me." Facing the question of the big man in golden armor, the woman in red paused for a moment, and then immediately replied, "In addition to saying goodbye, I also want to ask Uncle Jinyu for a favor. Well, I know you will come to me sooner or later. Just tell me what help you need. It was indeed your contribution that I was able to return to the tribe, and it is only right that I repay you a favor." After the big man in golden armor finished speaking, he looked at the woman in red, and he was also thinking about what requests the other party would make to him. "This time, I want to trouble you to lend me 1%. Borrow people? You basically know all of my men. Just tell me who you want. I don't want your men, but I want you to help me pick a human cultivator to go to Xianyao Valley with me." Human cultivator? Hufen, did I hear it wrong? What's the use of those human cultivators? Hearing the request made by the red-clothed woman, she actually asked for a human cultivator from herself. The golden feather demon king sitting next to her couldn't help but be surprised and looked at the other party in a strange way. "You didn't hear it wrong. What I want is a human cultivator. Uncle Jinyu is now in charge of the Xianhulong city market. I think this matter should not be a difficult task for you. As for the reason, I hope you can forgive me. I can't tell anyone for the time being. Okay. Since you have already thought about it, I won't say much. I can give you the person, but I have to remind you that the human cultivator with the highest cultivation in the market is only at the 8th level of the golden collar. Whether in terms of cultivation or strength, they are far inferior to our demon cultivators." Hearing the patient reminder from the golden feather demon emperor beside him, Ho Feng's face did not change at all. "This trip to the Heavenly Demon Valley is of great importance to me. Please rest assured, Uncle Jinyu, I can distinguish the importance of things. The Heavenly Phoenix clan is in the southwest of the territory, on a cliff on the side of a valley. The cliff was extremely smooth. Apart from the rocks that looked like they had been cut by a sharp blade, there were only some sparse weeds. Waves of white mist drifted through the canyon, covering the cliff vaguely like a fairyland. The sun at noon had just reached the middle of the cliff when a bird suddenly sang outside the cliff. Then a giant black bird suddenly flew over and went directly into a hidden cave under the cliff. "Ancestor, there is a letter from the clan." Deep in the cave, a black-robed man sitting on a stone bench holding a bamboo slip heard the voice from the cave entrance, and quickly put away the bamboo slips in his hand and left the place. The next moment, the giant bird that was rushing over collided with a beam of light and then stopped. "Give me the letter." After dodging the letter in the other party's hand, the black-robed man turned around and walked back to the cave without paying attention to the giant bird that was knocked away by him. After opening the letter in his hand and taking a closer look, the black-robed man suddenly showed a bit of surprise on his face, and then paced around for a long time before putting away the letter and leaving. Not long after, the black-robed man came to another damp cave below the cliff. After walking about 100 feet quickly, a huge rock suddenly appeared in front of the black-robed man, blocking his way. He cast a spell with one hand and moved the rock directly to the ear hole on the other side, and then cast a spell to the mountain wall in front of him and released a sound transmission. A moment later, a circular vortex suddenly appeared out of thin air at the location of the mountain wall that had been blocked. Seeing this, the black-robed man immediately stepped forward quickly, stepped directly into the vortex, and soon the whole person passed through the vortex and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, the figure of the black-robed man appeared in a small stone cave with a radius of only about 10 feet. In the middle of the cave, a figure in green robe was sitting, looking at him with joy. Looking at the man in green robe not far away, the big man in black robe smiled at him and said, "You have been staying in this broken place for so many days. Brother Song must be a little aggrieved. Brother Longfeng, why are you here? Is it safe outside?" Chapter 907 Farewell Fire Phoenix, cannot be rejected. The man in green robe who was speaking, although still casting spells to treat his injuries, was in high spirits. It was Song Qingming, who had been fleeing around in the territory of the Xianfang clan not long ago. The big man in black robe standing in front of him was an old acquaintance that Song Qingming knew back then, the Dragon Wind Demon King. It was just that they had not seen each other for more than 100 years. Long Feng, who was still in the late Jiandin realm back then, has now successfully advanced to the unyielding realm like Song Qingming, and has become a unyielding demon king who dominates one side. After Song Qingming and Wang Lingji separated that day, he was unlucky and encountered many monsters blocking him, so he could only turn around and flee all the way north. Although he managed to escape from danger several times, Song Qingming was gradually driven to a large river by the endless stream of monsters. Seeing that a ray of dawn had emerged in the sky in the distance, Song Qingming, who could not hide in the dark, could only hide in the river temporarily to hide his body. But before long, the black-robed man who had been chasing him for a long time came to the vicinity of his hiding place with a group of monsters. Facing the monsters that were getting closer and closer in the sky, Song Qingming was at a loss in the river and didn't know how to get out. The black-robed man in the distance suddenly gave an order to disperse all the monsters under his command, leaving only him alone. Just when Song Qingming was puzzled, the black-robed man directly transformed into his original form in front of him, and then shouted a name loudly to the river below. This move once again shocked Song Qingming, who was hiding in the water. After many years of separation, although the memory was still very deep in his heart, Song Qingming never expected that he would meet his old acquaintance Monster King Longfeng at this critical moment. Seeing the very familiar figure in front of him, plus the names shouted by the other party, Song Qingming did not hesitate, and took the initiative to show his figure from the water. After 100 years of separation, neither Song Qingming nor Longfeng thought that the two would see each other again. When chasing Song Qingming all the way last night, Longfeng just felt that this person looked familiar at first because it was too dark, but he did not recognize him directly. It was only later that he saw Song Qingming cast a spell to use his life treasure 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror to get rid of the pursuers, and Longfeng behind him confirmed the identity of the other party. But Song Qingming did not recognize him at that time, and there were many other demon clan subordinates beside him, so Longfeng was a little inconvenient to recognize him. It was not until dawn that Song Qingming took the initiative to stop and hide in the water. Longfeng, who found an opportunity, dismissed the demon beasts that followed him and took the initiative to reveal his identity in front of Song Qingming. After some inquiries, Longfeng learned that Song Qingming and several others had joined forces to sneak into the territory of the Xianfang clan and stole the red fire spirit liquid and were chased by the demon clan. Afterwards, under Longfeng's intentional cover, Song Qingming followed to the nearby Lingshan where he temporarily lived. He had been hiding in this cave under the cliff for several days. Knowing that there were other experts of the demon clan everywhere outside, searching for their traces, Longfeng originally wanted Song Qingming to hide here for a while. When the storm passed, he would find a way to help him leave. But now, a letter from afar interrupted Longfeng's thoughts, forcing him to come to the cave in advance. Don't worry, Brother Song, it's not safe outside yet. The Dharma Protector Hall is still sending people to look for you. If you go out now and run into someone from the Dharma Protector Hall, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get away, and I can't save you then. I came to see you today because I received a message from Her Highness, who asked me to take you to Xianhong City to see her, Brother Longfeng. Do you mean that Her Highness Fire Phoenix wants to see me? Hearing that His Highness, who was addressed by Longfeng with a respectful face, wanted to see him, Song Qingming immediately thought of the red figure that kept appearing in his mind, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. After Ho Feng, Longfeng and others left, Song Qingming only knew that they left the floating cloud mountains for some reason, and he didn't know where they went. It wasn't until he met Longfeng again a few days ago that Song Qingming knew that he was a cultivator of the Sky Phoenix clan. Thinking that Ho Feng's original body was also Song Qingming of the Feather clan, he casually asked about her news. In the floating cloud mountains, Ho Feng was indeed good to Song Qingming. If she hadn't helped him a lot in secret, he wouldn't have been able to form a pill so smoothly and come to this point today. Now that he has come to Longfeng by chance, Song Qingming naturally wants to know about Ho Feng and wants to meet her to reminisce about the past. However, when Song Qingming asked you if he could meet Ho Feng, Longfeng's face showed a bit of embarrassment, and he didn't reply to him directly. He just promised to help Song Qingming pass a message to Ho Feng to tell him about what happened here. As for whether the other party has time to see him, It depends on Ho Feng's own wishes, and he can't decide this matter. Unexpectedly, after only a few days, Song Qingming got the news that Ho Feng wanted to see him. He was a little surprised, but also a little excited. Brother Song, the princess agreed to see you, but it is not convenient for her to come to my place, so I have to ask you to go with me to Xianhong City to see her. Brother Longfeng, where's Xianhong City and how far is it from here? Hearing Song Qingming's question, Longfeng quickly replied, Xianhong City is the holy land of our feather clan. It is not too far from here. If we set out now, we can get there in about 2 days, the holy land of your feather clan. Can I go there too? Hearing this, Song Qingming suddenly thought of something and paused for a moment. Seeing that Song Qingming looked at him with a little more doubt, Longfeng hurriedly smiled and nodded to him, saying, Don't worry, brother. Since His Highness asked me to take you to see her, everything has been arranged naturally, and you will definitely not be in any danger. However, in order to avoid exposing your identity, I need to inconvenience you a little. No problem, in another stone hall to the west of Xianhong City. Ho Feng, dressed in red, sat on a stone chair, and not far in front of him, there were 5 or 6 human cultivators standing in a row. These human cultivators were men and women, and they looked different. Although they had all reached the late giant realm, they stood there at this moment and did not dare to look directly at the 2 people sitting in front of them. After carefully scanning the crowd for a few times, Ho Feng's eyes moved to one of the young men with an ordinary appearance, and then raised his hand and gently pointed at the golden-armored man beside him. Uncle Jinyu, I want this person, and the others can be sent back. Seeing the young man chosen by Ho Feng, whose cultivation was not high, only at the 7th level of the golden core, the golden feather demon emperor sitting next to him looked a little surprised. However, the golden feather demon emperor did not say much, but nodded to him after a moment of silence, and waved his hand to let everyone leave the stone hall first. When only himself and Ho Feng were left in the hall, he took out a white jade card in front of him. You can take the person away, but I've made an agreement with you in advance. If he has any accident or dies outside, you must come to me to explain the matter and compensate the market with 2 high-level spiritual medicines. Don't worry, I understand these. Ho Feng took the white jade card handed over by the golden feather demon emperor, and her face did not change much. She nodded lightly and prepared to get up and leave. But before Ho Feng could move her feet, a voice suddenly came into her ears. Wait a minute. Seeing Ho Feng cast a doubtful look at her, the golden feather demon emperor had a flash of light in his hand and took out a purple cloth bag from his body. Your trip to the heavenly demon valley this time is not only related to your personal path, but also to the reputation of our feather clan. This thing has been with me for many years, you should accept it first, maybe you will need it at a critical moment. Seeing the purple cloth bag in front of him, Ho Feng did not take it, but asked directly to the other party, Is this thing for me by Uncle Jinyu, or did the clan leader ask you to do it? Hearing Ho Feng's serious inquiry, the golden feather demon emperor looked a little embarrassed, but he quickly calmed down, sighed, and said, You guessed right, the clan leader asked me to give it to you. But don't think too much about it, after all, you are not the only one who will go in the clan, and others will have what they should have. Compared with them, your cultivation is still a little insufficient, and the clan leader just hopes that you can come back safely. After hearing the explanation of the golden feather demon emperor, Ho Feng stood there in silence for a moment, and still took the purple cloth bag that the other party took out. Thank you. Looking at the back of the fire phoenix leaving, the golden feather demon king standing in place breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly turned around and left the hall from another direction. From the southwest of Xianhong City, several escape lights flew quickly and landed directly outside the castle. After Longfeng, who was dressed in a black robe, landed, he carefully glanced around, and then walked towards the city gate with several demon kings behind him. The demon beasts guarding the door saw Longfeng coming from afar, and immediately bowed to him. After taking out a token in his hand, the gatekeeper demon king who saw the black token did not say much, and immediately opened the city gate to let everyone in. Just when Longfeng and others had just arrived in front of a stone palace, a man in a green shirt suddenly walked over not far away. Hey! Isn't this Brother Longfeng? You are not on the south to help search for human cultivators. Why did you suddenly return to the Holy Land? What good things are hidden in this box? Could it be that you have caught the escaped human cultivator? The man in green said, staring at the huge wooden box carried by a demon king behind Longfeng, as if trying to see something from it. Seeing the man in green walking towards him, Long Feng exhaled lightly, and immediately turned around and looked at him with a somewhat unhappy expression. Lei Xiao, I don't seem to need to report to you where I am going or what I am doing. Today, Her Majesty Huifeng wants to find me for something. If you don't believe it, you might as well come with me and ask her in person, haha. What's wrong with it, Brother Long Feng? I was just curious and asked casually just now, but I didn't mean anything else. Why are you so angry? Seeing that Long Feng's tone was a little unfriendly, the man in green hurriedly explained with a smile. However, Long Feng paid no attention to him, and turned around and walked into the stone hall in front with several demon kings behind him. After the figures of Long Feng and the others disappeared, the man in green shirt who was standing there turned around, put away the smile on his face, and showed a bit of ugliness. HMPH. Don't think you are so powerful. If I hadn't flattered His Highness and looked up to you, how could you, a thing that has not been enlightened for 400 years, have the qualifications to talk to me like this? It's really strange. Why did he bring a box with such a bad smell here? Is the thing inside also for His Highness? After muttering to himself, the man in green shirt shook his head with a puzzled look and left the place. Long Feng walked into the stone hall and soon came to the gate of a courtyard behind the hall, and then waved his hand to let the demon kings behind him stop. I will talk to His Highness alone later. You just stay outside. No one is allowed to come in without the order of His Highness and me. After saying that, Long Feng took the huge wooden box handed over by the demon king beside him, and then turned and walked into the backyard. When he arrived in front of a wooden house, Long Feng knocked on the door gently. Come in. Hearing a crisp and pleasant voice coming from inside, Long Feng hurriedly pushed the door and walked in. He saw a woman in red standing in front of him with her hands behind her back. She slowly turned around and looked at him. Have you brought the things I want? Hearing the question of the woman in red, Long Feng hurriedly and carefully closed the door, then put the wooden box in his hand on the ground and cast a spell to break a seal on the box. Brother Song, we are already there. You can come out. As soon as Long Feng finished speaking, a flash of light flashed at the position of the wooden box in front of him, and then a green figure came out of the box. Song Qingming, who had just stood still, saw Long Feng and a familiar figure standing beside him. A wave of memories suddenly flooded into his mind, and he smiled and raised his hand to bow to Ho Feng in front of him. Your Highness. It's been many years since we last met. I am here to greet you. Looking at the polite Song Qingming in front of him, Ho Feng couldn't help but smile slightly on her originally cold face and nodded to him. It's been so many years, but it hasn't changed much. But I still didn't expect that the little foundation building cultivator back then could actually form a nascent soul. It seems that I really underestimated you back then. Seeing Ho Feng's surprise after seeing his cultivation, Song Qingming waved his hand modestly and said, if it weren't for your help and the many opportunities you gave me, I wouldn't have come this far so quickly today. To be honest, my achievements today are also inseparable from your kindness. It's rare that you can still remember these things, and it can be regarded as my opportunity was not in vain. After Ho Feng finished speaking, he gave a look to Long Feng on the side, and then took Song Qingming to sit aside. Seeing this, Long Feng hurriedly nodded, walked out directly, and carefully closed the door of the house. After Long Feng left, Ho Feng waved his hand and set up a soundproof barrier at the door, then picked up a cup of spiritual tea on the table and handed it to Song Qingming. I don't have anything good to treat you, so I'll just ask you to drink a cup of spiritual tea. Your Highness, you are joking. I came to visit you on purpose this time, so how dare I say I am wronged? After saying that, Song Qingming's hand moved with a flash of light, and he took out a large bag of spiritual objects he prepared from the storage magic tool, and presented it to Ho Feng with a respectful look. I came here in a hurry this time, so I only brought these with me. Please don't blame me, Your Highness, you are thoughtful. You brought so many good things with you when you went out. Seeing that the dozen bags of spiritual tea that Song Qingming took out one by one from the bag, as well as many of his favorite delicious spiritual objects that had already filled the stone table in front of him, Ho Feng's face showed a little surprise. If he hadn't known that Song Qingming came to the northern frontier with Xiaomo and others to steal spiritual objects and met Long Feng this time, Ho Feng might have thought that he had come all the way to give him a gift. Hearing Ho Feng praising himself, Song Qingming couldn't help but smile. The reason why he brought so many delicious spiritual objects with him was actually because Song Qingming himself was a foodie. Knowing that the journey to northern frontier was long, he brought more with him, and wanted to give some to Xiaomo and others on the way back. Unexpectedly, the situation suddenly changed later, and Song Qingming accidentally met Ho Feng in Northern Frontier, so he just took them out and put them to use. But what surprised him was that compared to every time he gave gifts in the past, Ho Feng always accepted them with a happy face. This time, seeing Song Qingming take out so many things he liked, although Ho Feng's face was a little happy, he was not in a hurry to accept these things. After glancing at the spiritual objects on the table, his eyes turned and fell on his face, and his expression immediately became a little serious. I heard that you came to Northern Frontier this time for the red fire spirit liquid. Hearing Ho Feng's question, Song Qingming naturally knew that the other party must have known about his affairs a long time ago, and nodded quickly and replied, "Your Highness is right. This time I came to Northern Frontier to find the red fire spirit liquid with a few friends. However, I did not know that your Highness was a cultivator of the Xianfang clan beforehand, so I came here by mistake. Please forgive me, your Highness." Facing Song Qingming's apology, Ho Feng shook his head slightly and said, "The red fire spirit liquid may be of great use to you human cultivators, but it is not of much use to us demon cultivators, otherwise we would not have waited for you to come here to steal it. But I still want to remind you that the reason why similar high-level spiritual objects in our demon territory occasionally spread is that they are actually released deliberately to lure you. You can meet Long Feng this time, but you may not be so lucky next time. Don't think too simply about everything." When Song Qingming was blocked by the purple-clothed woman in the cave that day, he always felt very strange in his heart. How could the other party appear there so quickly? Now that he heard the reminder of Ho Feng, he finally figured it out. The four of them might have fallen into a trap that the other party had already set up. Thinking of this, Song Qingming couldn't help but feel a little scared. Since the formation of the infant in these years, he has finally stood at the top of the world of cultivation, and no longer needs to be cautious and worried about the threats around him. At the same time, Song Qingming's mentality has gradually changed slightly with the improvement of his cultivation, and he has relaxed his vigilance against many things around him. Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. It is true that I have not considered it well this time. But the red fire spirit liquid is indeed important to me. Otherwise, I would not have come here to take the risk. Hearing Song Qingming's reply, Ho Feng's face changed slightly, and suddenly he smiled and said to him, "If you really need the red fire spirit liquid, it is not difficult for me." But, having dealt with Ho Feng for many years, Song Qingming naturally understood the character of this demon prince very well. Seeing that the other party's tone of voice was somewhat suggestive, he immediately understood it, stood up and bowed to him with a sincere face and said, "Your Highness, please tell me what you need. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. As long as you can help me, I will find a way to satisfy you no matter how much red fire spirit liquid you need. Help. May I ask, Your Highness, what do you want me to do for you?" Seeing that the other party did not want spiritual objects, but wanted to help himself, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a puzzled look. Although Song Qingming still did not know the specific identity of Ho Feng, from the respectful attitude of Long Feng, the demon king who had broken through the nascent soul realm, Song Qingming guessed that Ho Feng's identity and status would never be very low in the Xianfang clan of the 10 major demon clans. Logically speaking, with the powerful strength of the Xianfang clan, it would not be a difficult thing for Ho Feng to find a nascent soul cultivator who was stronger than himself to help. Moreover, this place is located in the northern frontier demon clan territory. It is difficult for him to protect himself here, let alone help others. Song Qingming really couldn't understand why the other party would take the risk of looking for him, a human cultivator, to make a move. Seeing the doubt in Song Qingming's eyes, Ho Feng also stared at his face, and after a while, he replied to him, "If you are willing to make a move, in addition to the red fire spirit liquid, I can also agree to another achievable condition for you. Even if it means I owe you a favor." Seeing that the other party did not answer his question, but instead increased the stakes, Song Qingming's doubts deepened a bit, but the next sentence from Ho Feng made him look a bit more surprised. "The favor I want to ask you for is naturally not that simple, but this matter is very important to me, so I can't tell you directly now. Otherwise, if you know the details, you can't refuse it. But don't worry, although this matter is a bit dangerous, I won't let you accompany me to die. As for whether to do this deal, you can think about it here first and give me an answer later." After saying that, Ho Feng got up and walked out of the room, leaving the still surprised Song Qingming alone in the room. Chapter 908, Heavenly Demon Valley, Huge Remains. As soon as Ho Feng walked out of the house, Long Feng, who was guarding the courtyard, immediately came up to him and asked respectfully, "Your Highness, I brought a few men with me this time. They have high cultivation bases and may be able to help. Do you want to meet them first?" "No need. It's enough for him to go to Xianyao Valley with me. No one else is needed." Hearing Ho Feng's answer, Long Feng was slightly stunned, and then smiled and said, "If Song Qingming is willing to go, that would be the best. I'm afraid that he might not dare to go, so I'm afraid of him. Don't worry, as long as the conditions I give are sufficient, he will agree to me." Before Long Feng finished speaking, Ho Feng immediately interrupted him, his eyes full of confidence. A few months later, in a valley deep in the northern frontier. This valley is tens of thousands of miles in radius, but it is bare all around. Except for some withered weeds, there is not a single tall tree in the valley. In the middle of the valley, there was a huge bottomless pit, with bursts of black fog coming out. A translucent golden spirit insect in the air had just approached the black fog when it was shocked by the powerful aura contained in it and fell from the air. Fortunately, the spirit insect was only stunned by it, and soon woke up after landing, and then left without looking back. The golden spirit insect flew out for about 10 miles, and when it was about to cross a hillside, a four-hoofed, one-horned white tiger with black wings suddenly flew in the air. The white tiger monster opened its mouth and swallowed a golden spirit insect that could not dodge directly into its stomach, and then spread its wings with a satisfied look and left the place. At the same time that the golden spirit insect was swallowed by the white tiger monster, a young man in the cave on the other side of the valley suddenly opened his eyes and sighed softly. "What's the situation outside now? Is there anyone around?" Hearing a red-dressed woman asking, the young man nodded slightly and quickly responded with a smile, "The black fog is still the same as before, and there is no big change. But I just went around a lot and only encountered a giant-level monster. I didn't see any other monster masters." Hearing the man's answer, the red-dressed woman stood up and thought for a moment before continuing, "Well, since there are not many people outside, we can almost leave. You prepare well, and come in with me in half an hour." After saying that, the red-dressed woman turned around and returned to the original place and closed her eyes and sat down. Not far away, a red figure immediately came to her feet with its tail up. Seeing the red figure, the young man just nodded slightly, then waved his hand, released a translucent golden spirit insect, and controlled it to fly out of the cave. The young man who controlled the golden spirit insect was Song Qingming, who was trapped in the territory of the Xianfang clan not long ago. Although he is still wearing a green robe, his appearance has changed. He is no longer the original Song Qingming. Moreover, his cultivation has fallen from the nascent soul stage to the 7th level of the golden core stage, disguising himself as an ordinary late golden core cultivator. When faced with a transaction request made by Ho Feng that day, Song Qingming did not surprise her. After thinking about it, he finally nodded and agreed to the transaction between the two. Later, Ho Feng took him to see someone and asked him to change into that person's appearance. Then he brought Song Qingming to this place called Heavenly Demon Valley. The reason why Ho Feng came here and paid a price to ask Song Qingming for help was to get a very important inheritance from Heavenly Demon Valley. According to Ho Feng, Heavenly Demon Valley is the place where the true spirit of the demon from the upper realm fell, and its corpse is hidden under the huge black fog pit that Song Qingming just tried to explore with a golden fantasy butterfly. Because of his great strength during his lifetime, after the death of the demon spirit of the upper realm, a huge forbidden space was formed near him. Many of the skills and treasures he left behind were left in the forbidden space. Even after 10,000 years, the area around the forbidden space is still full of strong pressure, preventing creatures from approaching. Only when the ban is weakened every 100 years, all the large demon tribes in the entire northern frontier will send elite monks from their tribes to the Heavenly Demon Valley to try to inherit the things left by the demon spirit of the predecessor. This time, Ho Feng brought Song Qingming to him just to ask him to help her get a piece of the inheritance she wanted from the valley. Although she knew that there would be a lot of dangers in this trip, when Ho Feng proposed to meet her needs for the red fire spirit liquid, Song Qingming hesitated for a while and agreed to it. Before, in that cave, because of the sudden attack of the purple-clothed woman, Song Qingming and others were anxious to escape and did not take much red fire spirit liquid. The spiritual liquid that was distributed to him was only a small bottle, which was barely enough to satisfy his current cultivation needs, not to mention that he would need to use it to refine puppets and avatars in the future. Since he wanted to obtain such a high-level spiritual object, he would have to take risks no matter where he went, so he might as well agree to make another deal with Ho Feng. Back then in the floating cloud mountains, Song Qingming had been through life and death with Ho Feng many times, so he naturally trusted her. Now Ho Feng just needed his help, so the two of them helped each other. After preparing in the cave for a while, Ho Feng took Song Qingming out of the cave where they had been hiding for a while and came to the cave not far away with black fog. After the two arrived, there was a sound in the distance, and then a white tiger with wings ran out from under the black fog and fled away. But before he could get far, a red flame flew out of the fire phoenix's hand, directly passed through the double-winged white tiger, and killed it in midair. Seeing the double-winged white tiger who had just reached the early stage of the golden core, fell straight from the air, Song Qingming raised his hand lightly, and urged the sword light to take out the demon pill in the opponent's body. But before he could put it away, the fire phoenix standing beside him immediately spoke to remind him, this guy is a collateral descendant of the Thunder Tiger clan. If you take its demon pill, you may be targeted by those guys. I advise you not to cause trouble. Although he was still a little reluctant, after hearing the reminder of the fire phoenix, Song Qingming still threw the demon pill of the double-winged white tiger in his hand back. Compared with the transaction between himself and the fire phoenix, the value of the demon pill in front of him, which was only at the early stage of the golden core, was really not worth mentioning. The restrictions in the Heavenly Demon Valley will suppress the cultivation of our nascent soul cultivators, but the impact on you human cultivators will be slightly smaller. After you go in, remember not to cast spells in front of people at will, so as not to affect the seal and let them see your identity. You are now just a human servant trained by the clan. As long as you follow me and don't mess around, they shouldn't pay special attention to you. As long as you can cooperate well, we will have a good chance of getting the thing. Regardless of success or failure, the things promised to you after the matter is completed will count, don't worry. I know that thing is very important to you. Since I agreed to cooperate with you, I will do my best. After Song Qingming agreed to the deal with Ho Feng, he also learned why the other party had to ask him for help. The restrictions in the Heavenly Demon Valley will suppress the cultivation of all demon cultivators who enter it, but it will not have much impact on human cultivators. The reason why Ho Feng took so much effort to bring Song Qingming here was actually because he was attracted by his identity as a human cultivator and wanted to get what he wanted unexpectedly with his help. In Xianhong City, Song Qingming also saw with his own eyes the human cultivator who was controlled by the Xianfang clan, and knew that there were also human cultivators living in the demon clan territory. However, although these people were born in the demon clan territory and lived with these monsters, they were controlled and enslaved by the demon clan all their lives. In order to prevent these human cultivators from breaking free from the seal control in their bodies due to their high cultivation, the demon clan did not allow them to have two powerful unyielding cultivators. Therefore, although there are many human cultivator servants in Xianhong City, even if they have good spiritual roots and talents, their highest cultivation can only reach the late Jinden realm. Although he had heard about this a long time ago from Ho Feng, Song Qingming, who saw them with his own eyes at that time, felt a little sad for the fate of these people. But now he himself is a little difficult to protect, let alone change the fate of these people, so he can only accept this reality with a silent face. After all, human cultivators can keep spirit beasts in captivity, and the demon clan trains human cultivators as servants. From the relationship between the two clans, it is not strange. After exhorting Song Qingming for a few words, Ho Feng took out a red gem from her body and cast a spell to release a shield beside her. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately flashed in, and soon the two of them turned into a red escape light and sank into the black fog in front. As soon as he broke into the black fog, Song Qingming felt a familiar pressure coming, and the whole person couldn't help but feel a strong pressure. Ho Feng, who was standing next to him, also had a trace of sweat on her face at this moment. Before entering the black fog, according to Song Qingming's spiritual sense, Ho Feng's cultivation should have reached the 5th level of the nascent soul. But at this moment, Song Qingming clearly felt that her aura was constantly decreasing, and soon she fell to the 4th level of the nascent soul. Seeing that Ho Feng's cultivation was suppressed so quickly, Song Qingming also understood in his heart that what the other party said was true, and the restrictions here were really powerful. This also made Song Qingming start to speculate in his heart, how powerful was the cultivation of this ancient demon spirit who fell here in his lifetime to leave such a powerful restricted space. The two walked through the black fog for about half a quarter of an hour, and finally their eyes lit up and fell into a somewhat dim space, standing in front of a cave built with a bluestone. "We're here, take this and go in with me." After Ho Feng finished speaking, he threw a mask with a golden phoenix painted on it to Song Qingming, and then took him to the cave in front. Not long after the two passed through the bluestone above their heads, they soon came to a very huge deep pit. The pit was thousands of feet in radius, and inside it lay an extremely huge monster skeleton. Because only bones were left, Song Qingming couldn't tell what kind of monster the other party was. But from the powerful pressure from the huge body, Song Qingming could still be sure that the cultivation of this monster in his lifetime was definitely above the nascent soul realm. As for the other party's true body, whether it is the true spirit of the upper world mentioned by Ho Feng, or the demon saint of the transformation of the spirit in this world, Song Qingming, who is currently only in the nascent soul stage, has no way to judge. The two had just walked out of the cave and were near the deep pit. Immediately, dozens of eyes were cast on them. They were all many demon masters who had arrived here earlier. Just a glance, Song Qingming saw at least 7 or 8 demon masters above the nascent soul stage, and beside them there were many great demon kings in the late Jinden stage who had not yet transformed. Because Ouigo was adjacent to the demon territory, it would be invaded by the northern frontier demons every 100 years. As early as when he was in the floating cloud mountains, Song Qingming had heard a lot of information about the northern frontier demons. These demon cultivators in front of him were of various categories, and almost all of them came from the nearby northern frontier 10 great demon tribes. And the fire phoenix that followed him was also from the Xianfang clan, one of the 10 great demon tribes. Although wearing the golden mask given by Ho Feng, Song Qingming couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he felt the many eyes on him from afar. Fortunately, those demon masters looked at him strangely, but soon moved to Ho Feng, and seemed not to see through the transformation behind his mask. Seeing this, Song Qingming gradually felt relieved. After following Ho Feng into this place, the two walked directly to an open place with few people and stopped. They did not choose to stand with other demons. It seemed that Ho Feng was intentionally distanced from others. But just when Song Qingming gradually let go of a trace of worry in his heart, a figure suddenly flashed to Ho Feng's side, which immediately made him extremely nervous again. The person who came was dressed in purple. And there was a bit of enchantment in her eyes. It was the purple-clothed woman who had fought with Song Qingming and Xiaomo in the cave. However, at this time, because of the influence of the special restriction of Yanyao Valley, her cultivation was far less powerful than before, and she had been suppressed to the middle stage of the nascent soul by the restriction. The fire phoenix, who also came here, also fell from the 5th level of the nascent soul to the 3rd level of the nascent soul, and his strength was weakened by more than half compared to before. Only Song Qingming did not change much, and he was still only at the 7th level of the golden core. In this place where many masters gathered, he could only be regarded as an insignificant existence. The reason why Song Qingming's cultivation was suppressed was not because of the breath-retaining technique he performed, but because the fire phoenix used a secret method to plant a seal on him, sealing most of the mana in his body. This seal's secret technique, as long as Song Qingming did not take the initiative to unseal it, even the nascent soul cultivators would find it difficult to see the abnormality in him at close range. The purple-clothed woman came to the side of the fire phoenix and was about to speak when she heard Song Qingming's breathing behind her seemed a little hurried, and her eyes immediately shifted to him. Seeing this, Song Qingming, who thought that the other party had noticed the abnormality in him, turned pale and hurriedly calmed his mind. According to the fire phoenix's reminder in advance, he nodded and saluted to the other party. "Have you brought me what I want?" Hearing the voice from Ho Feng's mouth, the purple-clothed woman immediately turned her eyes to her, and smiled at her with some surprise. "It's been so many years, and this is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to ask me for something. Is this thing very important to you?" After the purple-clothed woman finished speaking, a spiritual light moved in her hand, and a cloth bag immediately appeared. Seeing the cloth bag in the purple-clothed woman's hand, Ho Feng gently raised her hand and took it directly into her hand. Next, Ho Feng did not check the things inside, but took out another bag from her body and threw it to the purple-clothed woman not far away. "The purple gold leaves in here should be enough to exchange for these, haha. It's just a little red fire spirit liquid, and it's not a valuable thing. If you really want it, I'll give it to you. There's no need to be so polite to me. It's a pity that a few little mice from the human race came some time ago and stole some of it. That's all I have. The purple-clothed woman said this, but her eyes still carefully looked at the bag that Ho Feng gave her, and then she put it away with a satisfied look. Seeing the purple-clothed woman's actions, Ho Feng didn't care much on her face. Seeing that the other party accepted her things, she immediately threw the cloth bag in her hand into the storage magic weapon. Song Qingming, who was standing behind Ho Feng, heard the purple-clothed woman suddenly mention that she and Xiaomo and others had stolen the red fire spirit liquid, and he felt a little amused. She probably couldn't guess that the person standing next to her at this moment was one of the human little mice who stole her spiritual liquid. At first, I heard that you found a human servant from the market. And I thought someone was spreading rumors with me. I didn't expect you to really bring him here. Ho Feng, this is not the first time you have come to Xianyao Valley. Aren't you afraid of dying here this time? Or you can consider joining forces with me. Hearing the sarcasm in the purple-clothed woman's tone, Ho Feng's face was very calm and ignored her. After a while, he turned around and shook his head and said, if it's as you said, I wouldn't be alive now after all these years. Since I dare to come here, you don't have to worry about these things for me. Well, that's true. In the end, we underestimated you a little bit over the years. But no matter who it is, it's impossible to be so lucky every time. I still hope you can be careful, so as not to get into trouble. When you go back, my father and the elders will say that I'm not here to take care of you. Thank you. After seeing that he had finished speaking, Ho Feng still had a calm expression on his face, as if he didn't care. The purple-clothed woman also felt a little bored. After glancing at Song Qingming on the side, she quickly flashed away from the spot. Seeing the other party leave, Song Qingming slowly relaxed in his heart. But when he glanced at Ho Feng in front of him, he saw that one of her hands behind her back had been quietly clenched into a fist shape without knowing when. After the purple-clothed woman left, Ho Feng took Song Qingming to find a clean place to sit down. Taking this opportunity, Song Qingming also quietly observed the surrounding situation. He saw that there were at least 30 cultivators above the nascent soul stage, including the purple-clothed woman, and each of them had more or less a few golden core cultivators following them. Only the fire phoenix was followed by Song Qingming, standing alone, and seemed a little thin. Because of the suppression of the ban, there were basically no late nascent soul cultivators among these people, and the highest cultivation level was about the same as the purple-clothed woman, at the middle nascent soul stage. Most people, like Ho Feng, can only maintain their cultivation at the early stage of the nascent soul. What surprised Song Qingming was that he was not the only human cultivator who came here. There were at least 3 or 4 people with the same aura as him. It was just that these people's cultivation was obviously higher than his, and they seemed to have reached the 9th level of the golden core. It seemed that like Ho Feng, there were more than one person who wanted to ask for help from human cultivators. Everyone who came here basically locked their eyes on the huge remains in the deep pit in front of them. But everyone just stood there, and no one dared to take the initiative to walk down the deep pit to approach the remains, as if they were waiting for something. Just as Song Qingming was sitting aside and quietly observing the surrounding situation, a thunder suddenly came from the sky above everyone's heads, which was originally very quiet, and the people waiting around opened their eyes involuntarily. They are about to open the restriction. We will be dispersed after entering. Find a hiding place and send me a message immediately. There are many very dangerous places in the restricted space. Don't act without permission when I am not here. Just as Ho Feng finished his instructions, a thunderclap sounded in the sky again. Then, a flash of white light fell directly into the deep pit and hit the monster skeleton head-on. After the lightning strike, a layer of golden spiritual light suddenly appeared above the skeleton. Not long after, a powerful pressure wave suddenly came out from the deep pit. Just standing there, Song Qingming was shocked back several steps by the aftermath. When Song Qingming stabilized his body, many monster masters standing in front of him had turned into a beam of light and flew into the deep pit below. A white light circle appeared on the side of the skeleton. After many monks fell into the deep pit, they quickly disappeared in the white light circle. Let's go. Seeing that everyone around him had disappeared one by one, Ho Feng cast a spell and took Song Qingming with him. The two of them soon approached the white light circle. The next moment, Song Qingming felt that he was being sucked into it by a strong suction force. Soon the scenery in front of him changed, and the figure of Ho Feng beside him quickly disappeared. Chapter 909, Learning from a Master. the place of inheritance. Floating Cloud Mountain Range, in the Qingming Mountain Market. On the street, two Qi refining cultivators wearing Song family clothing were carefully carrying a huge wooden barrel more than 3 feet high, bypassing the crowd and coming to the back door of a store on the street. Just after putting down the wooden barrel in his hand, a shopkeeper in the late Qi refining stage next to him hurriedly directed several shop assistants who had been waiting here for a long time to open the lid of the wooden barrel. The wooden barrel was filled with a bucket of clear water, and there were dozens of green spirit fish more than half a foot long, swimming slowly in the water. Seeing that except for 5 or 6 that had turned their bellies upside down, most of the green spirit fish still looked lively, the shopkeeper's nervous expression was also relieved. Quickly pick out those in poor condition first, and send the rest to the pond at the back. I can tell you, these Qingming carp were transported from King River with great difficulty and time to offer to the ancestors on the mountain. Their lives are precious. If you don't take good care of them, the ancestors and elders will blame you, and you won't have a good life. You might even be sent to guard Yuping Mountain. Hearing the name Yuping Mountain, the men who were working couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, and they remembered the news they had just heard half a month ago. The Yuping Mountain mentioned by the shopkeeper is a second-level upper-grade spiritual mountain located in the northeast of Qingming Mountain, where they are. Since the human cultivators occupied the 4th-level spiritual vein Qingming Mountain 6 years ago, the low-level spiritual veins around Qingming Mountain have gradually been occupied by human cultivators in recent years. This Yuping Mountain is not far from here. Because a large red gold mine was discovered on the mountain, Qingming Mountain sent monks and mortals to mine the spiritual mine. It's just that because it is located at the frontier position of the border with the demon clan, there are often monsters harassing around Yuping Mountain. Half a month ago, a golden elixir demon king suddenly appeared in the east of Yuping Mountain and attacked, catching the garrison monks off guard, and even the mountain protection formation was broken by the monsters. Although Qingming Mountain immediately sent monks to support and drove away the invading monster army after receiving the message, the monks stationed on the Yuping mountainside still suffered heavy losses, and most of them were injured or killed. It can be seen that this place is really dangerous for these low-level monks, which made these guys show a bit of fear on their faces, fearing that they would be exiled to Yuping Mountain by their families. While the guys were processing the spirit fish, a woman in yellow in the kitchen of the shop picked up a plate of Qingming carve she had just made, put it to her lips and sniffed it gently, and then a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. I haven't done it myself for a while, fortunately I'm not too rusty, the woman in yellow smiled and said to herself, then put the Qingming carp in her hand into a red food box beside her, and then walked out with a box. Not long after, Wang Xian came to a tea house not far from the street of Fangxi with a food box, and walked in with a smile. At this time, the waiter who was greeting customers in the store saw Wang Xian striding in, and immediately turned around and smiled and asked, "Master has just finished his work and is resting in the backyard. How about I make a pot for you first?" "No, I made an appointment with Master Li last time. Today I came to learn how to make tea from him." "You can do your thing." Well, sir, I won't greet you then." Seeing Wang Xian walking to the compartment where she usually sat in a familiar manner, the waiter nodded thoughtfully and quickly turned around to greet other customers. After about a quarter of an hour, a kind-looking old man in a white robe came in from the backyard with a can of tea in his hand. "Master, that guest is here again, and he said he wanted to learn how to make tea from you." Seeing the waiter pointing at Wang Xian in the private room, the old man in the white robe nodded with some surprise on his face, then put down the tea in his hand and walked quickly into the compartment. "Master Li, I'm so sorry to bother you again, haha." "Sir, you are joking. I can't stand this." Seeing Wang Xian took the initiative to stand up and bow to him, the old man in white robe waved his hand and continued to ask, "Last time you said you would teach you how to make tea. I thought you didn't care about it, but I didn't expect you to come to my door in person for this matter today. The shop is simple, but there are only my master and my apprentice, and we don't have any high-quality spiritual tea to show. I'm afraid that the spiritual tea-making skills may not be as good as some places outside." "Sir, you have already made up your mind to stay and learn the skills. You didn't come here just because I was so shameless last time and you were afraid that I would lose face." Hearing what the other party said, Wang Xian smiled slightly and waved his hand and said, "Master Li, speaking of the skills of making spiritual tea, I have also studied it in addition to my cultivation, and I know a thing or two. Although I dare not say how good my tea brewing skills are, It is still difficult for me to look up to those in the general market. However, after tasting tea in your shop several times, I found that your method and skills of brewing tea are indeed different from those I have seen before, and the taste is also different from what I brew myself. Xian came here sincerely today, just to ask you for advice humbly, and it is by no means a spur of the moment. After saying this, Wang Xian stood up with a serious face, and then solemnly saluted the old man in yellow robe. Haha. I said last time that I have some fate with you in the tea ceremony. Since you are here sincerely, I will not refuse you. But I have to say that if you want to learn this skill from me, you can't give up halfway. You must make a cup of spiritual tea that satisfies me before you can leave me. You can do this, right? Seeing the old man in white robe suddenly put away the charitable smile on his face and became very serious at the end of his words, Wang Xian did not hesitate and bowed to him again. Master, I will remember what you said. After getting up, Wang Xian took out the red food box he had prepared from the chair beside him and put it on the table. I heard that you like to taste spiritual food. Here are some Qi and carve and some side dishes that I brought from Xianfang Tower today. They are my gift to you as a disciple for learning how to make tea. I hope you won't dislike them, haha. You are thoughtful. I dare not dislike such delicious food. The old man in yellow robe, who had a serious face just now, immediately regained his previous smile when he saw the spiritual food that Wang Xian brought out, and sat down generously. At this time, the young man outside saw the scene in the compartment, and a bit of envy appeared on his face. Northern frontier Xianyao Valley. In a gray valley, Qingming, who was hiding under a huge rock, was staring at two rays of light that were getting closer and closer in the sky not far away, and his face became a little nervous. Fortunately, the other party did not notice the valley below, and the rays of light flashed directly through the sky and soon disappeared in front of Qingming. Until this moment, Qingming exhaled lightly and stood up from under the huge rock. Looking at the many stars moving in the sky, Qingming cast a spell with one hand and released a colorful feather to look at it, then put it away with some disappointment. After entering the corpse space, Qingming landed directly in this valley. Because of the special instructions of the Fire Phoenix before, he did not act without authorization, and he has been hiding here since he came in. The space left by the true spirit skeleton is completely different from the forbidden space that Qingming has entered before. There is only night and no day inside, but the countless stars moving in the sky are particularly bright, adding countless dim lights to the entire space. The place where Qingming is located is relatively safe, and no one else has landed here except him. In addition to the need to avoid those other demon cultivators who occasionally fly from high in the sky, there are no powerful mechanisms and restrictions in the valley. Therefore, from the time Qingming came in to now, he has been hiding very smoothly by relying on the magic circle on his body, and has not encountered any danger. The only thing that makes him a little worried is the situation on the Fire Phoenix side. For some reason, several days had passed since Qingming sent her a message, but she still hadn't seen the Fire Phoenix come to join her. At this moment, Qingming, who was standing there doing nothing but looking at the stars in the distance, couldn't help but worry about her. Just as Qingming was patiently waiting, he suddenly felt something strange coming from his body, and hurriedly took out the 5 colored feathers he had just hidden. This time, seeing that there was finally a reaction from it, Qingming's face suddenly showed a little more joy. Finally it's here. After confirming that it was the Fire Phoenix's response, Qingming hurriedly cast a spell to activate the 5 colored feathers in his hand, and then sent a message of his location to the other party, and then turned and came to the highest point above the valley. Just as Qingming was patiently waiting for the Fire Phoenix to come and join him, he didn't expect that 2 escape lights suddenly flew from the horizon and headed straight for the high altitude of the valley. Qingming, who saw this scene from afar, suddenly became nervous. He had no time to move and hide, so he cast a spell and threw out a few flags, setting up a simple concealment magic array beside him, staring at the 2 dazzling rays of light in the sky. Fire Phoenix brought Qingming in alone this time, and it was obvious that the 2 rays of light were not from her, but from other demon cultivators passing by. Now that Qingming's mana was sealed and his cultivation level had dropped to the 7th level of the Golden Core, if he really ran into Demon Yuanying Master, he might not be able to hold on until Fire Phoenix arrived. Just when Qingming looked a little nervous, the 2 rays of light had already quickly passed over his head. The next moment, what he didn't expect was that the opponent's speed suddenly slowed down, and soon stopped not far in front of the valley. Did he get discovered? Seeing that the two suddenly stopped nearby, Song Qingming thought that the other party had discovered his position. He had already prepared his hands to cast a spell, and when he was about to take action, he didn't expect that another ray of light suddenly flew over from a distance and quickly joined the two. The three of them stood there and said hello, and soon they flew away together and disappeared in front of Song Qingming, which made him put down his nervousness again. The light in this restriction is relatively dim, which is indeed more conducive to the hiding of cultivators. Otherwise, if the other three found him, Song Qingming was really afraid that he would not be able to deal with it. Standing there and waiting patiently for a while, Song Qingming suddenly found a ray of light flying in the sky, and the 5 colored feathers in his hand also moved again. This time it should be right. Not long after, a red ray of light flew over and stopped above the valley, and then a woman in red fell from the sky. It was the fire phoenix who came to meet Song Qingming. However, when Song Qingming came up with a happy face, he saw his fire phoenix, but his face turned pale and he fell directly to the ground. Hide quickly. What's wrong with you? Seeing that Ho Feng's face was obviously a little wrong, Song Qingming hurried forward to help her up, only to find that Ho Feng's breath was very weak. She fainted after saying only one sentence. Song Qingming, who was originally very happy to see Ho Feng coming to join him, was very surprised when he saw this scene. He hurriedly took her to the bottom of the valley, where he had been hiding before in a magic circle. Not long after Song Qingming and Ho Feng had just hidden in the magic circle, a beam of light flew over again from a distance, landing not far in front of the valley, and turned into a white-haired man in armor. This white-haired man, whose cultivation had reached the middle stage of the nascent soul, looked around and showed a little doubt on his face. The next moment, the white-haired man's hand moved with a spiritual light, and he took out a golden animal skin from his body, and then cast a spell on the animal skin and shot a beam of spiritual light. What he didn't expect was that after casting the spell for a while, the animal skin in front of him did not show any other reaction except for being covered with a layer of spiritual light, which made him frown slightly. You still have the energy to seal my ban. It seems that I underestimated you, the white-haired man standing in the same place said to himself, and then turned into a beam of light and left the place again. At the same time as the white-haired man left, Song Qingming, who was in the magic array at the bottom of the valley, stared at the direction where the other party disappeared, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he sealed the ban in the body of the fire phoenix in time, otherwise, the two of them would have been discovered by the other party at this moment. When he turned his head to look at his side, he didn't expect that the fire phoenix lying on the ground had opened her eyes and was staring at him closely. Seeing that there was obviously a strange look in the fire phoenix's eyes, Song Qingming remembered that his right hand was still on the other party's shoulder when he just helped her cast the spell, and hurriedly prepared to withdraw his magic power. Don't move. Seeing Song Qingming looking at her with an embarrassed expression, Ho Feng quickly explained to him, they haven't gone far yet. If I open the seal in my body now, I guess he will find this place soon. Hearing this, Song Qingming nodded slightly, and continued to input the mana in his hand into Ho Feng's body. Through previous investigation, Song Qingming found that although Ho Feng had some injuries on her body, but the reason why she fainted was not because of the injuries on her body, but because there was a very powerful restriction in Ho Feng's body, which directly paralyzed her unyielding in her body, causing her to become so weak. Fortunately, although Song Qingming's mana was sealed, he was still able to cast a spell to help Ho Feng temporarily suppress the restriction with the help of the sealing talisman he brought with him. Although he couldn't help her recover for a while, he finally got rid of the other party's tracking temporarily, allowing the two of them to be safe. Fortunately, in the following time, although many people passed by this place, they did not find the white-haired man who was tracking Ho Feng. The two hid in the valley, watching each other quietly, and slowly cast a spell to break the restrictions in Ho Feng's body. It was not until about 2 days later that, with the help of Song Qingming, Ho Feng finally removed all the restrictions in her body and gradually recovered from her injuries. Your Highness, who is that man, and why is he chasing you here? Song Qingming was very anxious because he was anxious to help Ho Feng remove the seal in her body. Now that she has finally recovered, he remembered to ask about the origin of the white-haired man. You humans will attack each other, and our demon race is naturally not a monolithic entity. This person is a cultivator from the ancient Crane clan. Although they and my Xiang Fang clan belong to the same feather clan, the relationship between the two clans has never been very good. He is chasing me here, naturally, in order to eliminate his potential opponents in this restricted space, a cultivator from the ancient Crane clan. So that's it. The ancient Crane clan mentioned by Hou Feng, like the Xiangfang clan, is one of the 10 major demon clans in the northern border, and its strength is not much lower than that of the Xiangfang clan. The two tribes of the demon race would also fight each other for territory and interests, and the intensity of the fight would not be less than that of the internal fighting of the human clan. When the Fire Phoenix was teleported in, it was originally prepared to rush to join Song Qingming. But because it accidentally bumped into the master of the ancient Crane clan halfway, it was defeated in a fight and was chased all the way, delaying the time to join Song Qingming. Compared with the relief on Song Qingming's face, she finally escaped from danger at this moment, but she did not have too much joy of surviving the disaster, but her face looked very calm. After trying to cast a spell again and feeling that there were no restrictions left in her body, the Fire Phoenix turned around and said to Song Qingming on the side, "The restrictions in my body have been cleared almost. He should not be able to track my location. We can set off." After that, the Fire Phoenix took the initiative to walk out of the hiding place below. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately put away the magic circle beside him, followed the Fire Phoenix and turned into light to leave the valley where he had been hiding for a long time. Because it was the first time to come to this forbidden space, and there was no map in hand, Song Qingming had been in it for so many days, but he didn't know how big it was. It was not until he followed the Fire Phoenix out of the valley that Song Qingming gradually discovered that the forbidden space left by the remains of the demon clan's true spirit was much larger than he had imagined. In the secret realm that Song Qingming had been to, except for the Tower of Tongshan left by the powerful monk who had ascended to the upper realm, there was no other secret space that could compare with it. The two flew in it for 2 or 3 hours, and they didn't even encounter a demon clan monk. It was not until they passed near a high mountain that Song Qingming saw a fierce fighting sound not far ahead. After approaching, they found that it was 2 demon clan monks who were fighting for an unknown treasure that looked like a bone. The strength of the 2 monks seemed to be not much different. On one side, there were 2 demon beasts that were black pythons among the monks, which seemed to be the 10 snake clan among the 10 major demon clans in the northern frontier. On the other side, there were several greenback demon wolves, which were also the Kanglan clan among the 10 major demon clans. Seeing Hou Feng and Song Qingming passing by the battlefield from a distance, both sides stopped fighting and turned their attention to them. However, Hou Feng, seeing the bone magic weapon they were fighting for, did not seem to care, and only focused on hurrying on his own way and speeding up to leave the vicinity of the battlefield. Only after the 2 of them were far away did a new round of fierce fighting begin on the battlefield behind them. After following Hou Feng for several days, the 2 finally came to a high mountain surrounded by black fog and stopped. Just standing in the distance, before approaching the high mountain in front, Song Qingming already felt a strong pressure, which made him frown slightly. "Is the thing you are looking for here?" Hearing Song Qingming's question beside him, Hou Feng nodded directly to him and said, "This is the burial place of the bones of that predecessor. What I am looking for is inside. I came here once 100 years ago and found a place of inheritance left by that predecessor. But my cultivation was not enough at that time, and I couldn't open the restriction to get the treasure inside. With your help this time, there should be a great hope to get the treasure. But I want to remind you that I am not the only one who knows this place. You should be careful after entering and try to avoid those people before taking action." "Well, don't worry, I know what to do." Hearing Hou Feng's reminder, Song Qingming's face also turned to show a serious look. Although this forbidden space suppressed the cultivation of those demon cultivators, the strength of those unyielding masters who came here should not be underestimated. It was not easy for the 2 of them to come here smoothly this time. Next, if he could help Hou Feng get the treasure and escape smoothly, Song Qingming naturally didn't want to provoke other people. After Hou Feng finished speaking, he cast a spell in his hand to activate a shield, and then took Song Qingming beside him, flashed and turned into a spiritual light and directly sank into the black fog in front of him. As soon as the 2 entered the black fog, they saw a ball of white light suddenly appear in front of them, turning into a white monster head with wings, and swallow the 2 people in one gulp. Facing the attacking white head, Hou Feng directly shot out 2 red spiritual lights from his eyes, instantly passing through the huge head in front of him and smashing it. Seeing that the white light monster in front of him seemed to be vulnerable, Song Qingming just breathed a sigh of relief, but saw that the white light that had just dispersed in the black fog soon gathered again. Moreover, in the darkness around them, several similar white light monsters suddenly appeared and attacked the two people. Here they come again. Just when Song Qingming was about to help, Ho Feng on the side directly reached out to stop him. These are the spirits of monsters. You can't kill them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 910, Demon King Spirit, Restriction in the Pond. The so-called spirit of a demon beast is the spirit of the high-level demon beast that leaves the body after death. It is very similar to the spirit of the human cultivator. Once the body dies, the spirit will soon enter reincarnation and disappear between heaven and earth without attachment. However, these white light demon beasts in front of them are not ordinary spirits of demon beasts, but spirits that were trapped by the black fog after death and could not enter reincarnation. After countless years, these spirits of demon beasts have long been refined into the black fog, becoming an obstacle to nearby cultivators passing through this place. Because they are spirits, they can quickly regroup even if they are broken. It is difficult to kill these white light demon beasts using ordinary spells or magic weapons. Ho Feng could only cast a spell to activate the flames on her body, forming a barrier around the two people to prevent these white light demon beasts from approaching. When she consumed a lot of mana at all costs, the dozen or so white light demon beasts surrounding the two people were indeed difficult to approach, and were blocked by the red flames she released. Seeing that all the monsters outside were isolated by the fire phoenix and could only watch them anxiously, Song Qingming immediately felt relieved and followed the fire phoenix with confidence. The two of them walked through the black fog and soon arrived at the edge of the black fog in front of them. They could almost break out of the black fog a few dozen feet further. Just when Song Qingming thought that the two of them were about to pass this level safely, they did not expect that a white light suddenly lit up again in front of them, followed by a thunder, which forced the two people in the black fog back several steps. After stabilizing his body, the fire phoenix looked up and found that there was a tall white tiger in front of him, blocking them. This white tiger stepped on lightning and had wings on its back. The aura it exuded was much more powerful than other white monsters nearby. Nascent soul spirit. Strange, I didn't see such a powerful spirit last time I came here. How could such a spirit suddenly appear? Could it be a nascent soul cultivator who fell here before? Ho Feng muttered to herself, and just as she was about to cast a spell, the white tiger in front of her opened its mouth and spit out a fierce white lightning again. Seeing this, Ho Feng quickly cast a spell and took out a 5-colored feather fan. Just as she was about to take this blow, she didn't expect that another white light suddenly lit up beside her. I saw a white big hand flying out quickly, and the next moment it grabbed the fierce lightning spit out by the opponent, and then the white big hand in the air squeezed hard, and swallowed and refined the lightning directly. You are consuming too much mana now, it's better to let me deal with this guy. Hearing the confident words from Song Qingming who was casting a spell beside her, Ho Feng stood there for a moment, then nodded and handed the somewhat difficult nascent soul spirit to him. Seeing that the white hand controlled by Song Qingming swallowed up his lightning in an instant, the white tiger also seemed a little angry, and opened his mouth and spit out several lightnings. Although his cultivation was suppressed to the 7th level of the golden core, the power of Song Qingming's heaven-devouring thunder art that he had practiced for many years did not weaken much. Facing these surging white lightnings, Song Qingming's face did not change much. He smiled slightly, and the white hand in the air went forward and grabbed them hard, and refined all the lightnings directly. Although the nascent soul spirit body in front of him had reached the nascent soul realm, it was a spirit body without intelligence after all, and its magical power was still slightly worse than that of a real nascent soul cultivator. After blocking all the attacks of the opponent, Song Qingming's mana surged out, and the white light giant hand on his body more than doubled. Taking advantage of the gap when the opponent was casting a spell, he went forward and grabbed one of the wings of the white tiger. Being imprisoned suddenly, the white tiger was not too panicked. Lightning flashed on its body and tried to defeat the white giant hand on its wings. But no matter how the lightning flashed on the white tiger, it could not get rid of the giant hand of lightning controlled by Song Qingming. Instead, all the lightning released by itself was absorbed by the opponent. Seeing that it could not break free, the white tiger could only turn around and spit out lightning towards Song Qingming's position, and stepped forward to force the opponent to break free from control. However, Before the opponent's attack came in front of him, Song Qingming slapped his waist with one hand and directly summoned the nascent soul puppet he was carrying. Under his command, the nascent soul puppet beside him immediately flashed with a flash of inspiration, and jumped up to entangle the opponent, preventing the white tiger from approaching the flame shield in front of him and the fire phoenix. The humanoid nascent soul puppet on Song Qingming's body also reached the half-step nascent soul realm, and its strength was not much worse than the white tiger in front of him. With his help, Song Qingming, who controlled the white giant hand, tried his best to perform the heaven-devouring thunder control art, and soon absorbed and refined most of the lightning on the opponent. Seeing that his aura was getting weaker and weaker, and being entangled by the nascent soul puppet and unable to interrupt Song Qingming's casting, the white tiger gradually lost its previous ferocious look. After roaring hard, the white tiger suddenly flashed with white light, forcing the nascent soul puppet in front of it to retreat, and then turned into black mist to break free from the white giant hand and fled to the back. Just as the opponent showed his life spirit, a golden talisman had already flown out of Song Qingming's hand, and directly turned into a sword light and pierced into the black mist. The next moment, the life spirit of the monster was pulled out of the black mist by Song Qingming and thrown into a bowl in his hand. I didn't expect that the life spirit of this unyielding monster beast could be so powerful after staying here for such a long time. It's a bit of an unexpected gain. The life spirit of the unyielding monster beast is also one of the high-level materials required to refine the puppet of the same level. Feeling that the monster spirit in the bowl was still struggling, Song Qingming showed a bit of satisfaction on his face, and quickly cast a spell to seal it into his storage bag. The fire phoenix standing beside him and watching him fight with the white tiger quietly, looked at Song Qingming with a complicated look in his eyes. I remember that you seem to have a puppet in the Jiandin realm. I didn't expect that you could actually cultivate it to the unyielding realm. It seems that you have been able to cultivate to the unyielding realm in these years, not only because of good luck, but also because of many opportunities. Hearing Ho Feng's question, Song Qingming immediately realized that the other party was talking about Jin Feng, who had followed him for many years. He hurriedly shook his head and replied to her, "Your Highness misunderstood. It is not so easy to cultivate a puppet. This puppet is not the one I had at the beginning, but I borrowed it from someone on this trip." "Oh. Is that so?" Hearing Song Qingming's answer, Ho Feng, who was anxious to leave the black fog, nodded slightly, and did not say much, and continued to walk forward with the other party. Soon the two passed through the black fog and came to the bottom of a high mountain. Without the cover of the black fog, the white spiritual light following the two quickly disappeared, and Ho Feng also directly put away the flame shield beside him. After arriving here, Ho Feng looked around carefully again, and then continued to walk forward with Song Qingming. In order to conceal their whereabouts as much as possible, the two did not use their magic power to fly for the rest of the journey, but chose to restrain their breath and walk forward directly on foot. After walking for less than an instant of time, Ho Feng brought Song Qingming to a pond at the foot of the mountain and stopped on their own initiative. The pond was not big, only 2 or 3 feet in diameter, and there were some white bones and corpses left by some unknown monsters around. Just standing nearby, Song Qingming faintly felt a strong breath coming from it, and immediately guessed that what Ho Feng was looking for should be hidden under the pond in front of them. After arriving here, Ho Feng's hand moved with a flash of spiritual light, and a round bronze mirror appeared, and then cast a spell to fix it in the mountain wall not far ahead. Song Qingming quietly touched the spirit beast bag on his waist, summoned several translucent golden butterflies, and controlled these spirit insects to spread around the pond. "I'll go down first, you stay up there, I'll send you a message when it's safe." After Ho Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and jumped into the pool in front, while Song Qingming sat down by the pool, patiently looking at the 5-colored spirit feather in his hand for communication with the other party. After waiting for less than half a quarter of an hour, Song Qingming hurriedly stood up when he saw a burst of red spiritual light suddenly emanating from the 5-colored spirit feather in his hand. After casting a spell to cover his body with a layer of water avoiding spell, Song Qingming also jumped into the pool. Following the guidance of the breath coming from below, Song Qingming soon sank to the bottom of the pool. However, before he sank a few feet, Song Qingming felt a burning breath coming from below, and he couldn't help but stop for a moment. He found that the water mist beside him had begun to boil. So he hurriedly took out the fireproof clothes he had obtained from Chu Bai and put them directly on himself before turning around and continuing to sink. Soon, Song Qingming, who was already close to the bottom of the pool, suddenly felt a fight coming from below, and immediately accelerated his speed and fell down. A burst of flames rose up, and in front of him, there was a person wrapped in red flames. Although he couldn't see her face clearly through the flames, Song Qingming recognized Ho Feng at a glance through her familiar figure with bumps and curves. Opposite her, there were two giant pythons with black bodies, which kept spewing white cold air at her who was controlling the flames. "Hey! Didn't you ask me to come down after making sure it was safe? Why did you start fighting in advance?" Seeing this scene, Song Qingming's face was slightly surprised, but at this moment he didn't care to ask the other party. Seeing that Ho Feng was entangled by two black pythons and couldn't get any advantage for a while, Song Qingming immediately summoned his nascent soul puppet to help join the battle. With Song Qingming's help and entanglement of one of the black pythons, Ho Feng finally relieved some pressure. After a while, she found an opportunity and cast a spell towards the five-colored feather fan in her hand to fan out a burst of flames, which immediately knocked the black python in front of her away. Without waiting for the opponent to attack again, the fire phoenix ignited flames again. Then a sharp cry came from her mouth, and the fire phoenix's entire body changed into a red phoenix, and then she came forward with the flame and grabbed the black python that had just stabilized its body. The red flames carried by the two claws burned the entire black python directly, and soon it turned into black mist and disappeared under her feet. After solving an opponent, the fire phoenix ignored Song Qingming, who was still fighting with another black python behind her, and fell directly on top of a blue stone at the bottom of the pool, urging the flames under her feet to attack downwards. But before her attack fell on the blue stone, a transparent shield suddenly covered the blue stone, blocking all the flames she cast. Seeing this scene, the fire phoenix's face was slightly surprised. Before she had time to think, she saw that the white light shield suddenly shot out several red sword lights, forcing Ho Feng to temporarily dodge the opponent's attack. But what Ho Feng didn't expect was that the white sword light seemed to be endless and followed her endlessly, so she had no extra time to cast spells except for constantly dodging. Song Qingming, who was still fighting with a black python above, saw that Ho Feng was chased by the white sword light below, and his heart was also a little more anxious. Just when he was thinking about whether to unlock the seal in his body in advance to help, he heard another cry from below, and then a flame shot out directly in the water. The next moment, there was another loud boom from below, and Song Qingming was shocked and flew up several feet with the water. When Song Qingming stabilized his body, he found that the black python that had been fighting with him for a long time had disappeared, and the bottom of the pool gradually became quiet. Seeing this, Song Qingming quickly dodged and fell down. He saw a red-dressed figure sitting cross-legged on a huge blue stone at the bottom of the pool, and two damaged snake-shaped statues beside him. "Are you okay?" Seeing Ho Feng, whose face was slightly pale and who was closing her eyes to recover her mana, Song Qingming hurried forward to check on her. But before he could get close, Ho Feng immediately waved her hand calmly and said, "I'm fine. It's just that my mana was overconsumed for a while." After hearing what the other party said, Song Qingming's face was slightly relieved of a trace of worry, and he turned around and looked around the bottom of the pool. The entire bottom of the pool was the same as the top, with scattered bones everywhere. Although these monster bones have fallen here for who knows how many years, most of them have not been completely corrupted, and they still reveal a trace of their oppressive aura when they were alive. The surrounding mountain walls are covered with some vines and grass. Except for the traces left by individual battles, there are not many strange places. The only thing that was missing was the giant green rock where the fire phoenix was sitting cross-legged. It was obviously out of tune with the surrounding environment, and Song Qingming couldn't help but focus his attention on it. The giant green rock was square and about 3 feet high, like a sarcophagus. The two damaged snake-shaped statues on the side looked somewhat similar to the black python that Song Qingming had just fought. It seemed that the black python had just disappeared because the fire phoenix had destroyed it. However, because the fire phoenix was sitting on it to recover her state, Song Qingming couldn't disturb her at this time, so he patiently found a place to sit down. After waiting for a long time, the fire phoenix's complexion recovered a little, opened her eyes, and stood up. "How is it? Did you find what you wanted?" Hearing Song Qingming's question, the fire phoenix shook her head slightly, and then pointed to the green sarcophagus under her feet. "What I want should be in here. I have just broken the restriction on it, so I guess there will be no danger. But when I came down just now, the restriction was not triggered and it suddenly attacked me, which seems a bit strange. Just in case, You should stay away before I open the seal." Hearing the reminder of the fire phoenix, Song Qingming immediately turned around and took out a few golden flags from his body and inserted them on the surrounding mountain walls. As a golden shield covered Song Qingming, the fire phoenix saw that he was ready and turned away from the green sarcophagus and began to cast a spell to push the green coffin lid below. After a while, the whole sarcophagus was pushed open by the fire phoenix, revealing a pool of emerald green spiritual liquid. Seeing the green spiritual liquid in front of him, the fire phoenix immediately noticed an egg-sized golden sphere with spiritual light inside. Feeling the strong breath coming from the golden sphere, the fire phoenix immediately showed a bit of joy on his face, and the magic power in his hand moved and shot a spiritual light at it. As soon as the magic power touched the golden sphere, Ho Feng felt a strong spiritual power slowly merge into her body, and she immediately had a different aura. Seeing that Ho Feng was not in any danger and seemed to be casting a spell to refine the golden sphere in the green liquid, Song Qingming, who was not far away, also put down a trace of worry on his face. This time, although there were some twists and turns on the road, they found what she wanted without any danger. Next, as long as Ho Feng successfully refines this thing, they should be able to leave this place with peace of mind. Although before following Wang Feng to Xianhong City, Song Qingming had already inquired about the news that Xiaomo and the others had escaped from danger from him. However, he had been away for such a long time and had not passed on the news to them. He didn't know whether Xiaomo and the others were still waiting for him near northern frontier or had already returned to the East China Sea's Yuxin world. The news that I was in danger and missing should not be spread to Qingming Mountain so quickly. Just when Song Qingming was still thinking about how to get out quickly next, his face suddenly changed and revealed a bit of a strange look. The two golden illusion butterflies that had been left outside the pool to guard had always been connected to him, but at this moment Song Qingming suddenly could not feel their traces. Frowning slightly and casting a spell to control it, Song Qingming found that his consciousness could not contact the spirit insects outside at all, and he immediately restricted himself. At this time, the fire phoenix that was still absorbing and refining the golden sphere in front of the stone coffin below seemed to have also felt something wrong. With a single hand, he took out a bronze mirror from his body. But he found that there was a crack on it at some point. Not good, it seems that someone is coming up there. Hearing Song Qingming's reminder, the fire phoenix nodded slightly and said, "It will take some time for me to refine this thing. You try to see if you can help me block them for a while." Hearing the rare words of request in the fire phoenix's tone, Song Qingming did not hesitate too much. He immediately had a few more golden formation flags in his hand and cast a spell to insert them on the nearby mountain wall. A black spiritual light rose up quickly and instantly covered the bottom of the pool. Then Song Qingming, holding the formation flag, cast a spell to remove the seal in his body, and his aura instantly rose to the second level of the nascent soul. Although Ho Feng had reminded him before he came in, he should try not to remove the seal in his body unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, Song Qingming would most likely be discovered by other demon masters as a cultivator, and it would be difficult for him to leave. However, the fact that the other party could quietly eliminate the golden illusion butterfly that he had arranged outside showed that the person's cultivation should be at least above the nascent soul stage. If the person who came was a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, Song Qingming would hardly be able to stop him with a yin-yang 8 extremes formation in his hand. At this time, facing the critical moment when the fire phoenix was refining spiritual objects, Song Qingming did not dare to be careless. As soon as the formation was arranged, Song Qingming felt that 5 or 6 auras fell quickly from above, and the pressure from the two leading people had reached the nascent soul stage. 2 nascent soul cultivators, and 1 has reached the middle stage of the nascent soul. Song Qingming, whose consciousness sensed the powerful cultivation of the people coming, could not help but frown slightly on his forehead. These people came at the right time. Before Song Qingming could complain in his heart, a powerful aura suddenly came from above his head and fell directly on the black light shield above Song Qingming's head. Boom! With a loud noise, the water at the bottom of the pool kept rolling, and a middle-aged man in white armor with a very strong body landed on the black shield that shook a few times. Then another figure in a green robe fell, revealing the figure of a young woman with strange green eyes. Behind her were 5 late giant and demon kings who had not yet transformed. Was this formation set up by that person? Hearing the middle-aged man's question, the green-robed woman nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Lei Ming, when I came down before, There was no such restriction here. It should be their doing. I didn't expect that this person is also proficient in the art of formation. He is a rare genius in my demon clan. Humph. You want to block our way with this formation? I'm afraid you think it's too simple. Hearing the praise from the green-robed woman next to him, the middle-aged man with a higher cultivation level showed a bit of disdain on his face. He took a step forward, raised his hand and clenched it in the air, summoning a white hammer. Let me see how powerful he is. As the middle-aged man stood up and swung it vigorously, the white hammer in his hand, with a tremendous momentum, turned into powerful white aura and fell directly from the air. Chapter 911, Refining the True Spirit Blood, Heavenly Tail Demon King. Seeing the fierce attack from above, Qingming, who was hiding in the formation, could only desperately activate the formation plate in his hand, and push the power of the formation to the extreme. The white spiritual light fell, and immediately knocked the water below away, making it convenient for other people nearby to cast spells to stabilize their bodies. At the same time, a dazzling white spiritual light appeared on the black shield below, blocking the sight of the people above. After the white light dissipated, the black shield below was seen to be shaking, but it still did not change much. The middle-aged man holding the white silver hammer, and the many demon clan masters standing beside him, all showed some surprise in their eyes at this moment. Even though his cultivation was suppressed by the forbidden space, the middle-aged man's cultivation was still maintained at the middle stage of the nascent soul, the highest among the many cultivators present. Facing such a fierce attack, the black magic formation in front of them was able to deal with it safely, which was indeed beyond their expectations, and also made the middle-aged man's face more ugly. I really underestimated him. In that case, let's see how long he can hold on. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, a white light gathered in his hand again. Then, he suddenly moved his mind and urged the silver hammer in his hand again, swinging more than a dozen white lights at the black shield below. After the white light fell quickly, he could only hear the sound of boom, above his head one after another. Qingming, who was urging the array plate in the big array below, stared at the top through the big array at this moment, and his eyes were also full of solemnity. Lay Dao, this thing is a bit difficult to deal with. Let's do it together. Otherwise, the person below will get the inheritance of the predecessors. Then we will be busy here in vain. Seeing the middle-aged man cast several spells, although it seemed to be quite noisy, the surrounding water flow was shaken. But he still failed to successfully break through the black shield below. The green-robed woman standing next to him spoke out her opinion anxiously. Even though he still looked a little unhappy, when the green-robed woman mentioned the possible inheritance of the predecessors below, the middle-aged man's face changed slightly, but he chose to stop his actions and nodded slightly. Everyone, come together, break the formation quickly. After hearing the green-robed woman's order, several giant and demon kings standing behind her hurried forward and quickly cast spells to attack the formation below. What was unexpected was that 3 of the late giant and demon kings could actually attack together with a secret method. After casting a spell, they quickly condensed their own magic power on the demon king in the front. He was originally only at the peak of the giant realm, but he was directly promoted to the half-step unyielding realm. I saw the attacks from above fall one after another, and the black shield below shook violently. Compared with the previous attack by only the middle-aged man, now with everyone working together, the attack that the formation has endured has increased by more than double. Although after being repaired by Qingming, the power of the yin-yang Baji formation has long been strengthened a lot, becoming the only 4th-level lower-grade formation in his hands. However, this formation is not a high-level formation that is mainly defensive, like the Tiangang 5 Elements formation. Facing the joint attack of so many demon clan masters, Qingming still felt a huge pressure even if he cast a spell with all his strength to activate the formation. However, seeing that the fire phoenix below was still refining the golden sphere with all his heart and soul, Qingming could only grit his teeth and try to buy her more time. Although the opponent had a large number of people and 2 powerful unyielding cultivators, he and the fire phoenix were not much lower than the opponent. As long as they waited for the fire phoenix to successfully refine this thing and get out to help, with the help of the power of the yin-yang 8 extremes formation, they would not be too afraid of the opponent. Even if they could not fight the people above head-on, it would not be so easy for the opponent to keep them if they found a chance to rush out of the pool. Now it depends on whether time can stand on their side. Just when Qingming was alone, struggling to resist the many demon clan masters attacking from above, the fire phoenix, who was refining the golden sphere in the green stone coffin, gradually showed a bit of ugly color on his face. The golden sphere in front of him was the inheritance left by the demon elder from the upper realm. It not only contained a lot of spiritual power, but also a trace of blood essence from the demon spirit. Even if there was only a small drop of blood essence left by a true spirit from the upper realm, it could make the demons in this realm crazy. Just by refining a part of the golden sphere, the aura of the fire phoenix was significantly improved, and his cultivation level was restored from the suppressed 3rd level of the nascent soul to the 4th level of the nascent soul. After an instant of time, another boom of attack fell. Song Qingming, who was standing in the air, was directly shaken by the attack and almost lost his grip on the array plate in his hand. Seeing that the color of the black light shield below had dimmed a lot, and the figure inside could be faintly seen, the faces of the middle-aged men standing on it also showed a bit of pride. This restriction can't hold out for much longer. Everyone, step up your attacks. When we get the things below, you all will have a share. Hearing the generous words of the middle-aged man beside them, the other demon cultivators who were attacking the formation immediately cast spells with all their strength and stepped up their attacks. Regardless of whether their ancestors' words counted, as long as they helped find the good things, they would definitely get the credit. Seeing that the yin-yang 8 great formation above had reached a very weak point, Song Qingming waved his hand and threw out the last spare formation flag in his hand to replace the damaged position below. After a strenuous spell, the shaking black shield above was slightly stabilized. After doing all this, Song Qingming immediately turned around and shouted to the position of the fire phoenix below, "The formation can't hold out for much longer. How much time do you need?" At this time, the fire phoenix had already refined most of the golden sphere in its body. But because its own cultivation level was so different from that of the demon elder, the fire phoenix had already felt that the speed of refining the true spirit essence blood in its body had slowed down a lot. She wanted to completely refine the few remaining golden spheres in front of her, but it would probably take a long time. But now, the yin-yang 8 great array can no longer hold the opponent for much longer. Once the formation is broken by the opponent, Song Qingming alone will definitely not be able to hold off so many people. Looking at the remaining golden spheres in front of her with some reluctance in her eyes, Ho Feng thought quickly in her mind, and suddenly turned her eyes firmly to Song Qingming, who is not far away. "Lend me your ice and fire dragon." Before Song Qingming could respond, as Ho Feng cast a spell and called, the ice and fire dragon hiding in the spirit beast bag on his waist ran out on its own initiative. After the ice and fire dragon appeared, it did not care about its master, but immediately flashed and quickly came to Ho Feng. With just a look, the ice and fire dragon instantly understood what Ho Feng meant, and opened its mouth wide to swallow the few remaining golden spheres directly into its stomach. The ice fire dragon that had just swallowed a golden ball suddenly burst out with a powerful spiritual energy, and a big ball soon bulged on its belly. Feeling the strangeness on its body, the ice fire dragon suddenly showed a painful look on its face, and rolled directly in the air. "Ah! Master, save me!" Song Qingming, who saw this scene not far away, was surprised. Just when he wanted to ask the fire phoenix with a worried look, he saw that the other party had quickly formed a sealing rune with his hands and directly covered it on the ice fire dragon. The ice fire dragon that was in great pain just now suddenly became quiet the next moment. After being sealed by the fire phoenix, its belly was still round and it seemed not as uncomfortable as before. It hurriedly bowed to the fire phoenix in front of it to thank it. But at this moment, Fire Phoenix had no time to care about it. She said directly to Song Qingming, who is not far away, "Take it with you and prepare to fight with me." After saying that, Fire Phoenix moved her magic power and cast a spell to summon a 5-colored feather fan and flew directly to Song Qingming. Fire Phoenix's magic power quickly gathered, and a red flame suddenly emerged from her body, wrapping her whole body in it. At this moment, her aura was much stronger than before she came down to the pool, and her cultivation had recovered to the peak of the 4th level of the nascent soul. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately took the ice and fire dragon that was still in a daze back into the spirit beast bag on his waist. In order to prevent it from running out again, Song Qingming added another forbidden seal to the spiritual beast bag this time. When he prepared everything, Fire Phoenix's eyes were already fixed on the sky. Above the black light shield, the middle-aged man who was attacking the magic circle, the silver hammer in his hand, just cast a spell and blasted out a powerful white light. The next moment, a circular hole suddenly appeared in the middle of the black light shield below, which had already dimmed. Then the black spiritual light quickly dissipated and soon disappeared in front of everyone. The ban is finally broken. The people who saw this scene above just showed a trace of joy on their faces, and saw a sudden burst of red flames from below. Stop him! Seeing the red flames below, the people who were casting spells immediately released shields to block themselves. Among them, the middle-aged man with the highest cultivation level did not show much fear in the face of the incoming flames. He quickly danced the silver hammer in his hand and dodged to take the initiative to meet it. What he didn't expect was that there were two figures hidden in the red flames in front of him, and their cultivation was far more powerful than he expected. Just after the fight, he, a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, was hit by the two opponents and flew out directly from the front. The middle-aged man was forced to retreat, and the green-robed woman and the other giant and demon kings who were standing above him and taking action a step later hurried forward to try to stop him. There was another loud boom, and flames shot out from the water, immediately repelling the people who came to stop them. Before they could react, the two men who had stabilized their bodies had already ignored them and turned into a beam of light to quickly escape upwards. Because of their low cultivation, although these demon kings had tried their best to stop them, they still failed to stop them directly, and could only stare at them as they left the pool. Chase them quickly, and never let them run away. After giving orders to the demon kings beside her, the green-robed woman did not rush to chase them forward, but dodged and fell to the bottom of the pool below. At this time, the middle-aged man in the middle stage of the nascent soul had already arrived here first. Looking at the empty green stone coffin, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. The man just now should be a cultivator of the Xianfang clan. The things should have been taken away. We must not let them go. Don't worry, the area around this mountain has been completely shrouded in forbidden demon fog. Even if they can escape from here, they can't get away quickly. Since there is nothing here, let's chase them quickly. Gu Liang and the others are no match for those two. After scanning the spot, the two of them suddenly turned into a white light and quickly left the bottom of the pool. As soon as they rushed out of the pool, the middle-aged man saw many demon kings chasing the other party not far away, and immediately chased after them with the green-robed woman beside him. At this time, Ho Feng and Song Qingming, who had left the other party behind, had come to the black fog in front of the mountain and dived directly into it. Not long after the two of them entered the black fog, the middle-aged man and the green-robed woman who were chasing them behind also dived into the extremely dangerous black fog. At this time, the white spirit that sensed the breath of everyone in the black fog in the distance immediately surrounded everyone. Compared to the fire phoenix using the red flame to protect itself, the middle-aged man who was following behind directly took out a silver short ruler magic weapon, cast a spell to release a silver shield to protect all the people who came with him. Fierce lightning flashed above the silver light shield, and those white light monsters that approached were directly shattered by the lightning flashing inside as soon as they arrived nearby. Even if more than a dozen white light monsters attacked at the same time, they could not break through the barrier of the other side's shield. Soon, the white light surrounding them was shattered by the lightning and returned to the black fog. With this useful silver ruler magic weapon to protect themselves, the middle-aged man and others walked faster in the black fog than Song Qingming and the others. Not long after, they directly caught up with the two people not far behind them. Seeing Song Qingming and the others appearing in front, the green-robed woman standing in the crowd suddenly showed a trace of joy on her face, and cast a spell to condense several green spears in the air and pierce the backs of the two people. Just as the attack started, Song Qingming, who was standing behind Ho Feng, also noticed the opponent's movement, and hurriedly urged his life magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror to block the opponent's attack. Seeing that the opponent's attack had come behind him, Ho Feng immediately increased his magic power to force back the white monster blocking in front, and then rushed forward with Song Qingming. However, as they accelerated their pace, the opponent also increased their speed of advancement, and the distance between the two sides did not widen, but became closer and closer. As the distance continued to narrow, the attacks of the green-robed woman behind them became more and more fierce, and Song Qingming's pressure to control the magic weapon against the enemy also increased, and his face could not help but show a little more worry. Fortunately, at this time, Ho Feng in front finally saw the edge of the black fog, and said to Song Qingming behind him with a happy face, "It's not far from the outside, follow me." After Ho Feng finished speaking, the flames under his feet suddenly changed into a red phoenix, and he took the two of them and rushed out of the black fog quickly with a leap. The two had just escaped from danger, and the smiles on their faces had not yet dissipated. But the next moment, Ho Feng, who had just raised her head, saw several figures waiting in front of her, and her face instantly became a little ugly. Song Qingming, who was beside her, felt Ho Feng's abnormality and found that there were two people standing not far in front of them, one of whom he had seen before. It was the white-haired man who had chased Ho Feng all the way and almost forced her into a desperate situation when she had just entered the secret realm a few days ago. The other person standing not far from him was a red-robed man whose cultivation was not inferior to that of the white-haired man. Both of them were mid-nascent soul cultivators. It was not easy to get rid of the pursuit from behind and escape, but they did not expect to encounter two powerful enemies blocking the way so soon. At this moment, although Song Qingming was wearing a mask to cover his spiritual sense, his face was as ugly as Ho Feng's. Seeing Ho Feng and the other two not far away, the white-haired man's face suddenly overflowed with a bit of satisfaction, and he smiled at Ho Feng with a proud face. "I was wondering how you could still seal my band before. It turns out that you found a helper. But even if you were lucky, sometimes it is difficult to keep going. You shouldn't have thought that I would wait for you here." Facing the sarcasm of the white-haired man, Ho Feng's face was a bit ugly, but he was not panicked, but turned his eyes to the distance behind him. "These two are not easy to deal with, don't rush to do it later." Hearing the private voice transmission from Ho Feng, Song Qingming's eyelids moved slightly and gave the other party a reassuring reply. Before the white-haired man spoke again, there was a sudden movement in the black fog, and then the middle-aged man and the green-robed woman and others rushed out directly from it. "Ha!" Finally, the laughter of the green-robed woman here had not yet dissipated, and her eyes suddenly saw the two white-haired men standing not far away, and her face suddenly became a little more shocked. "Xianwei, Bei, how come you are here?" Seeing the two white-haired men not far away looking at her, the green-robed woman was extremely surprised at the moment, and her voice became heavy when she looked at the two. Although there were only two people on the other side, the pressure she brought to her at the moment was extraordinary. Including the middle-aged man who was traveling with him, his face was also extremely surprised at the moment, and there was also a bit of fear in his eyes when he looked at the other side. The white-haired man not far away did not pay attention to the green-robed woman's question. He just glanced at her lightly, and immediately turned his eyes to the middle-aged man who led the group and said directly, "Li Ming, her life belongs to us, take your people and go." "Humph! Bei, you are so arrogant. She stole my things, why should I give them to you? Do you really think that our Thunder Tiger clan is so easy to bully?" After the middle-aged man finished speaking, his momentum suddenly surged, and bursts of white light emerged from the silver hammer in his hand. Seeing that their ancestor had shown his might, several demon kings of the White Tiger clan beside him immediately formed a formation and looked at the other party with a fierce look. However, the green-robed woman who was also standing beside Li Ming did not dare to act rashly at this moment, but just stared at the two white-haired men in front of him. Just when he was slightly angry and ready to take action, the red-robed man standing next to him stretched out his hand to stop him, stepped forward calmly and said, "Haha. Brother Li Ming, don't be angry. I know they are trying to steal your things. But if you insist on fighting with us here, I'm afraid that in the end, you will get nothing. How about I make a deal with you, and use this thing in exchange for your leaving here?" After the red-robed man finished speaking, a piece of white jade appeared in his hand. The aura emanating from it was very strong. It was obviously a high-level spiritual object of the 4th grade. "It's just a 4th grade spiritual object. I'm afraid it's not easy for the two of us to share it. With just a few words, you want to let us leave here. You two are too calculating. Fellow Taoist Xianwei, your Sky Fox clan can cooperate with the Ancient Crane clan, and we can also fight side by side with them. If a real fight breaks out later, I'm afraid you two won't get any benefits." Facing the 4th grade spiritual object taken out by the red-robed man, the green-robed woman who was speaking suddenly turned her eyes to Ho Feng and the other person beside her. In their words, it was as if the mortal enemies who had just chased each other were suddenly about to shake hands and make peace. But in the face of the green-robed woman's eyes, Ho Feng did not respond at all and still stood quietly in the same place. The red-robed man not far away heard the other party's words and nodded as if thinking about something. "You are right, fellow Taoist. Since it is difficult to divide a spiritual object, I did not consider it well," the red-robed man said, and then he smiled and threw the spiritual object in his hand directly to Lei Ming, who was not far away. Just as the green-robed woman looked at him throwing the spiritual object, with a puzzled look on her face. The next moment, the figure of Sky-Tail Demon King suddenly disappeared from the spot, and came directly to the side of the green-robed woman. The green-robed woman, who felt the danger, immediately controlled a ball of green light to protect herself, and then two sharp sword lights shot out from her green eyes. However, she had just finished casting a spell when a red spiritual light wrapped her whole body in it. What shocked everyone next was that the green-robed woman's casting suddenly stopped, and her eyes looked forward with a dazed look. When she reacted and urged the magic power in her hand again, a red sharp blade had already quickly cut across her throat. In just a moment, blood splashed out, and a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the green-robed woman. Then, the Sky-Tail Demon King with a smile on his face shot out a red tail from behind, which quickly pierced through the opponent's head and pierced her nascent soul that had just escaped directly in midair. Fellow Taoist Lei Ming. Now you don't have to worry about how to divide the things. Chapter 912, No Way Out, Reversal of Situation. Sky-Tail Demon King finished speaking, the nascent soul of the green-robed woman pierced by his tail also screamed, and the whole person shattered in midair. From the time the Sky-Tail Demon King took action to the time the green-robed woman was killed by him, only a moment had passed. The several late giant and demon kings, standing not far behind the green-robed woman, could not even see what the other party did. The breath of their ancestors had disappeared in an instant, and they fell to the side without any movement. At this time, the eyes of the people standing around the battlefield were also full of shock. They never expected that the other party would act so decisively, and the strength they showed was beyond their expectations, so that many people have not yet reacted. Song Qingming, who has practiced for so many years and has cultivated all the way to the nascent soul realm, has naturally seen many cultivators of the same level fighting. But it is the first time he has seen a master who can kill a nascent soul cultivator of the same level in an instant, and he is even more surprised. You know, when a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, whether it is a human or a demon cultivator, they all have some means of saving their lives. Even though the green-robed woman's cultivation is only at the nascent soul level 1, her strength is far inferior to that of the Sky-Tail Demon King at the nascent soul level 6 who killed her. But Song Qingming still found it hard to believe that the other party could kill a nascent soul cultivator of the same level so easily, and there was a bit more fear in his eyes when he looked at the Sky-Tail Demon King. The Fire Phoenix standing next to Song Qingming, except that the expression on his face was still very solemn, there was not much surprise in his eyes. The middle-aged man from the Thunder Tiger clan, who joined forces with the green-robed woman, was named Lei Ming. When he saw the Sky-Tail Demon King attacking his companions before, he was about to flash forward to support them, but he didn't expect to be stopped by another white-haired man halfway. At this moment, the look in his eyes when he looked at the two of them was full of surprise and anger. Xian Wei, how dare you, Lei Ming? Don't think that just because you are a member of the White Tiger clan, we really dare not attack you. If you don't leave today, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. You have cultivated to this level, are you still as stupid as her, so ignorant of advance and retreat? Facing the warning of the white-haired man, Lei Ming stared at the other's face fiercely, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. The next moment, the white lightning that had already gathered in his hand suddenly rose rapidly. Just as the white-haired man's eyes were fixed on the other party, Lei Ming suddenly flashed with white light and disappeared directly on the spot. What was a little surprising was that the opponent he cast a spell to attack was not the white-haired man in front of him, but several giant and late demon kings who followed the green-robed woman not far away. Only a few screams were heard, and soon a giant and demon king died in Lei Ming's hands. These demon kings never thought that Lei Ming, who just wanted to avenge his ancestor, would suddenly attack them. Facing a sudden attack from a demon king in the middle stage of the nascent soul, they could not resist it even if they cast spells with all their might. Soon, the remaining two did not escape far and died in Lei Ming's hands one after another. After doing all this, Lei Ming turned around and came to the battlefield. The white-haired man standing opposite also showed a bit of satisfaction on his face. Don't worry, brother Lei Ming, we will definitely not publicize what happened today. Please take this thing. Seeing the white jade thrown by the other party, Lei Ming, who had just finished silencing the mouth, took it with disdain on his face. Humph. I just cut the grass and rooted out, and don't want to leave trouble for myself. If you are not afraid of the revenge of the Ten Snake Clan in the future, just tell this matter and see who will be unlucky then. Ancestor, let's go. Hearing the order of their own ancestor, the remaining few giant and demon kings of the Thunder Tiger clan who followed him did not dare to say much, and immediately followed behind Lei Ming. After the other party had all turned into several beams of light and left, the white-haired man turned around with relief and looked at Ho Feng and Song Qingming, who were still staying near the black fog not far away. At this time, the heavenly tail demon king who had just killed the green-robed woman had already put away the things on the other party and locked his eyes on Ho Feng. Just when Lei Ming had already led his men away from the battlefield not far away, the heavenly tail demon king took the initiative to speak to Ho Feng in front of him. You are quite knowledgeable. At this time, you can still stand here so calmly. No wonder you were able to escape from Bai He before, when the heavenly tail demon king just attacked the green-robed woman. Ho Feng and Song Qingming stood still and did not take the opportunity to turn around and escape. Seeing that the two were still so calm at this moment was somewhat beyond his expectation. At this moment, the heavenly tail demon king also looked at Ho Feng with a bit more complexity. The ancient Crane clan and my clan have always had bad relations. I can understand why he is here. But as the young master of the Sky Fox clan, you helped him come here to deal with me. This makes me a little confused. Are you here to kill me too? When did your Sky Fox clan join them? Facing the question of the Fire Phoenix, the Sky Tail Demon King smiled slightly and replied calmly, haha. I advise you to save some thoughts and not to provoke me with such words. Bai He is indeed here to kill you, but my purpose is different from his. In addition to your life, the things on you are also what I must get. If you are willing to hand over these things, maybe I can consider not taking action next. Do you want to make this deal with me? If that's the case, this deal is naturally not a loss for me. But how can you guarantee that if I hand over the things now, you can really stay out of it? Well, you are right, I really can't guarantee this to you now. But now you are all desperate, why not take a gamble with me? Maybe there is still a chance to survive. When the Sky Tail Demon Emperor spoke, the expression on his face was very real, and Song Qingming couldn't help but feel a little good about him out of thin air. Just when he heard that the other party wanted to give them a chance to survive, Song Qingming suddenly had the idea of opening his mouth to persuade Ho Feng beside him. But before he could speak, Song Qingming felt a trace of ice spirit suddenly appear in his chest, which made his whole face change instantly. It's actually the magic of charm sound. Thinking of the other party's ruthless and decisive attack just now, but suddenly changing his impression of him, Song Qingming was immediately afraid. Just as he looked at Ho Feng in front of him with a worried look, he saw that her eyes had already turned red, as if she was struggling to resist the other party's magic of charm sound. Seeing Song Qingming suddenly looking at her behind her, Ho Feng thought that he was also affected by the other party's charm sound, and immediately cast a spell to release a ball of flames to wrap him up. Be careful. This is the magical power of the Sky Fox clan, the soul-capturing magic sound. Try not to stare at his eyes. Hearing Ho Feng's reminder, Song Qingming also hurriedly turned his eyes to the side. At this time, the Sky Tail Demon King not far away noticed that the two of them were not affected by his secret method, and a slightly surprised look appeared on his face. At this time, the White Crane Demon King not far away had also sent Lei Ming and others away and walked towards them. If we had forced to escape just now, you might have had a chance to survive, but now you have no chance to escape at all. So, have you thought about it? Seeing Ho Feng and the other two who were completely blocked in front of him, Sky Tail Demon King asked again, but this time he did not use his soul-stealing magic sound when he spoke. Hearing this, Ho Feng shook his head calmly and said to the two in front of him, with your cultivation and magic power, even if we forced to escape just now, we would not have a chance to get rid of your pursuit. But as long as we stay here, there will be no such thing as desperate. The thing is on me. If you are really capable, come in and take it. After Ho Feng finished speaking, he suddenly turned around with Song Qingming beside him and jumped into the black fog behind again. This scene also made the faces of Sky Tail Demon King and the white-haired man not far away suddenly look a little ugly. Dao Yao Xianwei, the things are still on her, let's go after her. Hearing the reminder from the White Crane Demon King beside him, the Xianwei Demon King, who was still standing there with a look of surprise on his face, did not care to sigh at this moment, and hurriedly followed him to cast a spell and chase into the black fog. At this time, Ho Feng in the black fog saw that the other party followed in, and immediately took Song Qingming to speed up and walk deeper, wanting to lead them in. Before, Ho Feng asked Song Qingming to stay still and stand near the black fog. In fact, it was to make it easier for the two of them to hide here again. Although she and Song Qingming were both strong, if they faced Lei Ming and the green-robed woman who had chased them before, Ho Feng was still very confident that she could get rid of the opponent's pursuit. But the two Cheyenne Wei demon kings behind them could kill the green-robed woman in an instant, and their strength was far stronger than Lei Ming and the others. Facing such a powerful opponent, they would definitely not be able to run far if they ran away directly, and they could only hide in this black fog to temporarily get rid of the danger. Although the opponent had a high level of cultivation, it was difficult for him to exert his full strength in this black fog. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to wait outside and come in to surround him. The facts were similar to what Ho Feng had guessed. Although the Sky-Tail Demon King and the White Crane Demon King, who had just entered the black fog, each took out their magic weapons to resist the white light monster in the black fog, their speed of advancement was not much faster than Ho Feng and the others. Seeing that the two behind him could not catch up for the time being, Ho Feng, who was struggling to cast a spell, breathed a sigh of relief. The White Crane Demon King chasing them behind him, while urging the white wings growing on his back to deal with the invading white light monster, also stared at the two people in front. Dao Cheyenne Wei, don't worry. She just came out of here, and she had a fight with Lei Ming and the others before, and she has consumed a lot of mana. Even if she can hide here temporarily, she will definitely not be able to hold on for long. Hearing the words of comfort from the White Crane Demon King on the side, the Sky-Tail Demon King did not have much joy on his face, and directly increased his mana to increase his speed. Dao Bei, I came here for the things on her body this time. If I can't get them, you must remember to compensate me for my losses. Dao, don't worry. As long as we can kill this person, no matter how many spiritual objects you lose, I can compensate you at the price. After the two of them finished speaking, they increased their mana again and chased after him. After leading the other party into the middle of the black fog, as more and more white light monsters appeared nearby, the pressure on Ho Feng also increased. Seeing that the other party was chasing more and more closely, Ho Feng, who was struggling to cast a spell, suddenly heard Song Qingming's voice coming from beside him. Your mana consumption is too great. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on for long in here. Let me deal with these monster spirits. Facing Song Qingming's proposal, Ho Feng shook his head with a firm face. I know that the white lightning in your hand can restrain them, but now is not the time for you to take action. After speaking, Ho Feng quickened his pace and walked into the depths of the black fog ahead. This time, Ho Feng's goal was no longer the mountain on the other side of the black fog, but to go directly to the source of the black fog. Even though she saw more and more white light monsters surrounding her, which brought her great pressure, Ho Feng's eyes did not waver at all. However, the Sky-Tail Demon King who was chasing behind her had a little more doubt in his eyes when he saw this scene. What does she want to do? Is she not going to go out again? Humph. Cheyenne Wei Dao, don't worry. If this goes on, once the mana is exhausted here, I'm afraid they will die here without us doing anything. Just now I was worried that they would turn around and run away again, which might attract other people. Choosing to die here can save us a lot of trouble. Just as the two people in the back were talking, Ho Feng and Song Qingming had already arrived near the source of the black fog. At this time, there were more and more white light monsters besieging them, and many of them had reached the peak of the Golden Elixir realm, which was much stronger than the white light monsters they encountered when they went out before. Faced with so many white light monsters coming, Ho Feng's face gradually turned pale. It was obvious that she had little mana left at this time. But even so, she still insisted on moving forward without stopping. After walking a few dozen feet forward, a very dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the black fog in front of them, and a large white light monster was seen attacking them quickly. The aura of this white light monster was obviously much stronger than other monsters around, and it was about the same as the one Song Qingming had subdued when he came in before, and had reached the nascent soul stage. Seeing this white light monster in the nascent soul stage appear, Ho Feng stopped and quickly said to Song Qingming beside him, "It's your turn." Hearing this, Song Qingming, who had been prepared for a long time, suddenly surged with mana in his hands, and a dazzling white aura appeared. As soon as the unyielding stage white light monster approached the two, Song Qingming's hand immediately burst into powerful thunder, and the two people were suddenly surrounded by thunder and lightning. As the long accumulated thunder in Song Qingming's hand was released, The surrounding white light monsters that could not dodge in time screamed and turned into white light and disappeared in the black fog. The Yuanying stage white light monster and some of the stronger ones, although they saved their lives in time with their own strength. But they were also a little panicked by Song Qingming's fierce attack, and they dared not approach Song Qingming and the others casually. After practicing devouring the sky to control thunder art for many years, Song Qingming has long been very proficient in controlling the thunder method in his body. This attack just now brought the power of this skill to the extreme, and it was even more amazing than the magic weapon that Lei Ming had used before. High-level thunder method is one of the few effective magical powers to restrain these white light monsters in the black fog. Song Qingming and Hou Feng had seen this before when they were chased by Lei Ming and his men. Seeing Song Qingming's thunder magic successfully forcing back the white light monsters around them, Hou Feng, who was extremely nervous, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The white crane monster king chasing behind him suddenly showed a bit of joy on his face when he saw the sudden battle in front of him. It seems that they are about to collapse. Seeing that Hou Feng and Song Qingming had stopped, the two thought that they had been entangled by the white light monsters. They just paused for a moment and quickly chose to chase forward. On the battlefield ahead, although Song Qingming had just repelled those white light monsters, these monsters were all spiritual bodies. Even if they were shattered by the thunder, it was difficult to completely kill them for a while. Soon, many white light monsters appeared in the black fog and besieged the two from all directions. At the same time, a bronze oil lamp magic weapon appeared in front of Song Qingming. Song Qingming cast a spell with both hands quickly, and the 7-color lightning lamp immediately shot out a lightning that gathered in their hands. When the white light monsters around came to him again, the lightning in Song Qingming's hand burst out again. This time, there was another powerful boom that directly shook away the many white light monsters that were attacking nearby. After performing 2 powerful lightning attacks in succession, Song Qingming began to absorb the white lightning stored in a 7-color lightning lamp in front of him again, and soon he gathered a powerful thunder in his hands. After being repelled by several lightnings released by Song Qingming's spells, the white light monsters that gathered nearby, at this moment, felt the powerful thunder in Song Qingming's hand, and suddenly did not dare to move forward easily. At this time, 2 figures not far away had also come nearby with a light shield. Feeling that Song Qingming and the others were not easy to deal with, the white light monsters led by the leading Yuanying period monster suddenly turned around and surrounded them. "No, we've fallen into a trap. Retreat quickly." Previously, because Hou Feng and Song Qingming were walking in front and attracted most of the white light monsters, the number of monsters besieging the 2 sky-tailed demon kings was relatively small, and the pressure they faced was also smaller. But at this moment, suddenly, seeing so many powerful white light monsters attacking, the 2 people's faces suddenly changed, and they hurriedly turned around and retreated to the back. At this time, they were deep in the center of the black fog, and there were already many white light monsters entangled around them, and they couldn't run faster than those monsters in the black fog. But in a moment, they were surrounded by many white light monsters, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on their faces. Fortunately, the 2 of them had reached the middle stage of the nascent soul after all. Even when facing so many white light monsters besieging them, they were not broken through by the other side for a while, and they could cast spells to counterattack. But before they could get rid of the siege of these white light monsters, soon another flame attacked not far behind them, blocking their steps forward. Seeing that it was Hou Feng and Song Qingming who were blocking them from leaving, Xian Wei and Bei, who were entangled by the white light monsters, were surprised. Unexpectedly, they, who were besieged by the white light monsters and could not escape, still had the energy to attack them. What shocked them was that these white light monsters did not dare to approach Hou Feng and Song Qingming easily, and all surrounded them. If they had not seen the white lightning in Song Qingming's hand, which killed several invading white light monsters on the spot, they would have thought that these monsters had been controlled by the other party. This time, they chased Hou Feng and Song Qingming to the depths of the black fog, and thought that the other party was at the end of the road, and it would not take long to successfully take their lives. Unexpectedly, they were calculated by the other party and were directly trapped in this dangerous place, which also made their faces more ugly. Realizing that he was in a bad situation, the sky-tailed demon king immediately took out a golden round bead from his body and said to the white crane demon king beside him with a serious face, "Dao Bei, stop them with all your strength, I will take you out together." seeing the golden round bead activated by the Sky-Tail Demon King casting a spell. It instantly exuded a powerful pressure, and the White Crane Demon King calmed down slightly, and quickly focused his attention on dealing with the white light monster outside. Let's go! As a burst of golden spiritual light flashed, the white light monster that surrounded them was instantly shocked back by a powerful force. Ho Feng and Song Qingming, who were not far away, were also forcibly suppressed by the pressure of this golden spiritual light at this moment, and had to cast a spell to release a shield in front of them to resist. After the golden spiritual light dissipated, when Song Qingming looked up again, the figure of the Sky-Tail Demon King in the battlefield in front had already disappeared. The White Crane Demon King not far away stood there blankly, looking around, wondering why he was still here. Just now, when the Sky-Tail Demon King cast a spell, he clearly remembered that the other party took him forward, and the two had already broken through the siege and came out of the black fog. How come after a picture flashed, he suddenly returned to the same place, and the Sky-Tail Demon King beside him had already disappeared? Sky-Tail, you dare to do this to me? Chapter 913, Killing by Heat, Parting with Reluctance. Seeing his companion suddenly disappear beside him, the White Crane Demon King, who had reacted, immediately noticed a trace of abnormal spiritual energy on his body, and his face was immediately full of anger. When the Sky-Tail Demon King cast a spell just now, he did not really take him away with him, but took advantage of the White Crane Demon King's attention to deal with the white light monster outside, and quietly cast a secret spell on him. The White Crane Demon King has always stayed in the same place. The scene he saw of the other party taking him out of the black fog was just a false illusion deliberately made by the Sky-Tail Demon King. Seeing that the Sky-Tail Demon King abandoned him and fled alone, the White Crane Demon King, who was fooled, naturally could not hide his anger on his face at this moment. Just when he wanted to track the Sky-Tail Demon King who had already escaped in front, the white light monsters that had just been forced back by the golden spiritual light soon gathered again, and surrounded the White Crane Demon King. Seeing this, the White Crane Demon King quickly dodged the opponent's attack, but at this time, a red flame appeared in front of him and blocked his way. White Crane, you have been chasing me for so long, it's my turn this time, humph. You dare to block my way? Seeing the Fire Phoenix coming to block the way, the White Crane Demon King had a little panic on his face, but his tone still didn't take the person who blocked the way in front of him seriously. I saw several sharp white lights turned into swords and flew out of his body, rushing straight to the position of the Fire Phoenix in front of him, trying to force the other party to get out of the way. But as soon as the white light appeared, the Fire Phoenix also ignited with red flames, directly turning the surrounding area into a sea of fire. While the fierce battle was going on the battlefield here, a golden light suddenly flew from a distance in the black fog hundreds of feet away and fell to the ground. The person who came was the Sky-Tail Demon King, who had just escaped alone from the depths of the black fog. After landing, he just raised his right hand, and a ball of golden powder was scattered directly in the air. Seeing the magic weapon in his hand broken into powder and disappearing, the Sky-Tail Demon King showed a hint of reluctance in his eyes. I didn't expect them to be so difficult to deal with. I really miscalculated this time. Seeing the light of a battle flashing in the distance, the Sky-Tail Demon King who had just abandoned his companions was very calm at this moment, without a trace of guilt. Brother Bay, it's not that I don't want to save you in such a critical situation, but if I take you with me, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave the black fog in time, and we may be caught up by them. In this case, why don't you help me block them first, even if you fulfill your promise to me? After sighing slightly, the Sky-Tail Demon Emperor stood there and shook his head gently, then immediately turned around and walked quickly out of the black fog. Not long after the Sky-Tail Demon Emperor left, the White Crane Demon Emperor who was besieged by Ho Feng and others on the battlefield soon fell into a bitter battle. When they first entered the forbidden space, relying on their high cultivation level and bringing their subordinates to attack the opponent halfway, the White Crane Demon Emperor had always had the upper hands in the battle with Ho Feng. Not only did they successfully injure Ho Feng and plant the secret seal on her, but they almost tracked down Ho Feng's location and forced her into a desperate situation. If Ho Feng hadn't held on all the way and found Song Qingming in time to help hide her body with the help of a magic circle, I'm afraid she would have fallen in the forbidden secret realm by now. But it was only half a month later. What the White Crane Demon Emperor didn't expect was, when the two fought again this time, the Fire Phoenix, who had already refined most of the true spirit blood under the pool, had already made great progress in her cultivation and reached the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, she was not much worse than him. Moreover, there was not only Fire Phoenix by her side at this time, but also Song Qingming, a helper. With the help of his control of lighting, even the white light monsters in the black fog also chose to help Fire Phoenix besiege the White Crane Monster King. Faced with the help of so many white light monsters, the White Crane Monster King could not gain any advantage on the battlefield, but quickly fell behind. Seeing that he was besieged by many white light monsters and Fire Phoenix, he could not get away at all. If he continued to fight here, he might really die here. The White Crane Monster King was also a little anxious. After casting a spell to control a ring magic weapon in his hand and blocking the opponent's attack, the White Crane Monster King suddenly spoke to the Fire Phoenix in front of him and said loudly, "I admit defeat to being tricked by you today. However, there is one thing you may not know. The reason why I targeted you is not as simple as you think. If you can let me go today, I will tell you everything I know. What do you think?" "Sorry. I am not interested in the things you know." Hearing the other party's voice of seeking peace, Ho Feng's face changed slightly and she was stunned for a moment, but she quickly recovered and did not stop casting spells. Seeing that the other party had no intention of making peace with herself, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the White Crane Demon King, and suddenly transformed into his true form, opened his mouth and spit out a green ball. As soon as the green ball appeared, bursts of green light emerged from it, forcing back the white light monsters around him. "Be careful, this seems to be his natal poison pill." After reminding Song Qingming beside her, the red flames on the Fire Phoenix's body immediately burned fiercely, and the whole person turned into a red phoenix with flames. Seeing the Fire Phoenix urging the red flames to attack again, the White Crane Demon King, who had turned into a giant crane, quickly activated his own poison pill and went forward to meet it. After the red flame and green light came into contact in midair, the nearby black fog was immediately repelled with a bang, and even many nearby white light monsters were directly shattered by the explosion. Self-destructive demon pill. Before the spiritual light dissipated, the green light lit up again in front of the Fire Phoenix in midair. Feeling the danger, she frowned slightly, and hurriedly activated a shield to block in front of her, and quickly retreated to the back. Boom! There was another loud bang. And the explosion caused by the green spiritual light was even more powerful this time. With this desperate attack of the self-destructive demon pill, the White Crane Demon Emperor not only successfully repelled the Fire Phoenix that blocked his way, but also the remaining white light monsters nearby were all blown into white light. Only the leading Yuanying stage monster relied on its own cultivation to barely survive the explosion. At the moment, there were no white light monsters entangled around him, and the Fire Phoenix was temporarily forced back by him. At this moment, the White Crane Demon Emperor, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, did not care about his injuries, and quickly fled away. But before he could run far, a powerful sword light suddenly flew behind him. The White Crane Demon Emperor sensed a hint of danger, and immediately dodged and retreated to the side. He cast a spell again to release the white ring magic weapon on his body, which turned into a shield to block himself. "You are also a Yuanying cultivator, this is impossible." When the White Crane Demon King saw Song Qingming holding the magic weapon Luo Red Heart Sword and casting a spell to attack him not far away, a trace of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. In the previous battle, the White Crane Demon King focused his attention on the Fire Phoenix, and did not pay too much attention to Song Qingming, who was controlling the thunder magic to deal with the White Light Demon Beast. Because he knew the identity of the other party as a human cultivator, the White Crane Demon King always regarded Song Qingming as a human servant who followed a Fire Phoenix. In his eyes, Song Qingming's cultivation level could only be the peak of the Golden Core realm at most, and it was impossible for him to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. He thought that Song Qingming was brought to the secret forbidden space by the Fire Phoenix only because he had the special magical power of controlling the thunder magic, and did not realize that the person in front of him was actually a nascent soul cultivator who had hidden his cultivation level. Facing the White Crane Demon King's face was full of shock. Song Qingming ignored him, and cast a spell to summon all 6 puppets on his body in one breath, and cast a spell to cover them with a layer of white lightning. With a blessing of the 10,000 spirits puppet array, Song Qingming's cultivation level immediately climbed to the 4th level of the nascent soul realm, and then he cast a spell to attack the White Crane Demon King in front of him again. He had not taken action before, and originally wanted to save some energy and control those white light monsters to slowly wear down the opponent. But now, the White Crane Demon King suddenly broke out of the encirclement, and there was a Sky-Tail Demon King hiding in the dark in the distance who he didn't know if he had left. He was really a little uneasy. In this case, Qingming couldn't care about these, and he had to find a way to get rid of the opponent in front of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the escaped Sky-Tail Demon, even if he and Fire Phoenix joined forces, they might not be sure to keep them all. Once they let them all run away, he and Fire Phoenix would certainly not be able to escape danger. Qingming, who knew that the other party was ruthless, attacked without reservation at this moment, and directly demonstrated his full strength. Not only did he no longer save his own mana, he was also generous with his spiritual objects on his body. As soon as he fought with the opponent, he used a 4th level talisman that he had treasured for a long time. The White Crane Demon Emperor had already consumed a lot in the previous battle with Fire Phoenix. In addition, he had just exploded his own poison pill, which had injured him badly. At this moment, facing Qingming, who was casting spells with all his strength and even throwing out the 4th level talisman, he was forced to retreat again and again by the opponent for a while, and it was difficult to get rid of his opponent. The two fought for only a moment. At this time, the white light monsters that had regrouped nearby also surrounded them, and surrounded the White Crane Monster King again. As for Ho Feng, although she was accidentally poisoned by the opponent's pill when Gao Gao exploded his demon pill. However, after casting a spell to control the toxins in her body, she quickly recovered and got rid of the white light monsters surrounding her, and quickly joined the battlefield. With the addition of Ho Feng, a powerful fighter, the White Crane Monster King, who was still struggling to support, finally couldn't hold on at this moment. The battle in the black fog lasted for about half an instant of time. As the flames on Ho Feng's body killed the opponent's unyielding, the White Crane Monster King finally fell under the joint efforts of the two. Looking at the opponent's fallen body, Qingming immediately cast a spell to take out the previous bowl magic weapon, and collected the Monster King's spirit. Ho Feng stepped forward and put all the magic weapons and storage magic tools on the opponent into her bag. As for the materials on the White Crane Monster King, Ho Feng didn't want any of them and took the initiative to give them to Qingming. When the White Crane Demon King was alive, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the nascent soul. The materials on him were naturally priceless to Qingming, and the two of them took what they needed. After the battle, seeing that Ho Feng's injuries had not yet fully recovered, the two did not rush to leave this place, but went directly through the black fog and returned to the bottom of the mountain. Because they were worried that the enemies outside would attack at any time. This time, Qingming and Ho Feng did not choose to leave the black fog too far, but found a cave nearby to hide in. With Qingming's heaven-devouring thunder art that restrains spirit beasts, if they really encountered any danger, they would be safer hiding in the black fog than outside. Fortunately, things were not as bad as they thought. In the following time, although several demon cultivators passed by near the mountain, no one chose to rush in. And the Sky-Tail Demon King who chased them before did not return here after leaving. In this way, the two hid at the foot of the mountain for nearly a month. As a round white spiritual light suddenly appeared in the sky above their heads, the Fire Phoenix hiding in the cave opened its eyes. Half a day later, in a desert outside the Heavenly Demon Valley, as a spiritual light flashed in the air, the figures of several demon cultivators suddenly flashed out from the void. The leading woman in yellow looked around and suddenly felt a strong spiritual power fluctuation coming from behind. It seems that someone has come out again. This place is not safe. Let's retreat quickly and return to the tribe first. As the yellow-clothed woman gave an order, the several demon kings following her nodded repeatedly, and soon they turned into several escape lights and disappeared on the spot. Not long after the yellow-clothed woman and the others left, a white light appeared in the void again, and two figures, a man and a woman, flashed out from it. After coming out, the two people also glanced around. When they saw several rays of light appearing not far away, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Obviously, they did not expect that there were other people nearby. This place is not far from the valley. Someone will definitely come out later. Let's go. Hearing the reminder of the red-dressed woman next to him, another masked man in a green robe nodded immediately, and soon the two of them left quickly in another direction. Half a month later, on a barren mountain in the middle of northern frontier, two rays of light suddenly fell from the sky, which immediately alarmed many monsters on the top of the mountain and surrounded them. But before these low-level monsters could get close, a very powerful pressure suddenly came from the top of the mountain, which immediately scared all the monsters near the entire barren mountain away in a hurry. When the mountaintop became quiet, Ho Feng threw a map to Song Qingming beside him, and said calmly, "It's almost safe here, I won't go far." This map was specially drawn when I went to the floating cloud mountains. It has the territories of the major demon tribes along the way marked. With your cultivation, if nothing goes wrong, you should be able to return to the human territory smoothly. Thank you, Your Highness. Seeing the map given by Ho Feng, Song Qingming's face suddenly became more happy, and he smiled and bowed to him. Just as Song Qingming put away the map in his hand, Ho Feng took out a bag from his body and threw it to him. "These are the red fire spirit liquids I promised to give you before, take them first. If you have decided what you need for the remaining item, you can come to the northern border to find me at any time. But I still want to remind you that this is our demon clan's territory after all. There is nothing important here, so you'd better not take risks here." Song Qingming, who took the spirit object, showed a trace of helplessness at the corner of his mouth, and nodded with a smile and replied, "If I hadn't met Brother Longfeng this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand here. Don't worry, I finally saved my life and went back. How could I dare to take this risk again? Next time, even if Your Highness invites me, I have to consider it." After practicing for many years, Song Qingming's character has always been more cautious since he was a child. At this moment, hearing his sincere answer, Ho Feng seemed to remember the timid look when he first met him, and a rare smile flashed across his face. After looking around, Ho Feng suddenly turned around and said to Song Qingming calmly, "I want to ask you for something else, Your Highness, please tell me what you want." Hearing that Ho Feng suddenly wanted something from him, Song Qingming was slightly stunned, and a trace of doubt suddenly appeared on his face. The next moment, Ho Feng had a white ring magic weapon in his hand, and handed it to Song Qingming, who was full of doubts. "I will use this thing to exchange for his spirit with you. This is not taking advantage of you, right, Your Highness? You mean the spirit of the white crane? What do you want this thing for?" Seeing the white ring magic weapon that Ho Feng took out, Song Qingming recognized it as something from the White Crane Demon King. This also made him immediately guess that what Ho Feng asked him for was the White Crane Demon King's spirit he had received before, and he quickly opened his mouth to confirm it. Things like demon beast spirits can be used by human cultivators to refine puppets, but they are basically useless for demon cultivators. At this moment, Song Qingming was also somewhat curious about what the Fire Phoenix wanted the other party's demon beast spirit for. But in the face of Song Qingming's inquiry, the Fire Phoenix nodded slightly, but did not directly answer his question. "Yes, what I want is his spirit. As for what it is useful for, it has little to do with you, so there is no need to ask more." Seeing that the Fire Phoenix was unwilling to speak directly, Song Qingming was slightly surprised, but did not say much, and took out the bull magic weapon that carried this thing on his body. Seeing the magic weapon that Song Qingming took out, seeing that the Fire Phoenix's face showed a bit of satisfaction, he raised his hand and took it into his own hand. The next moment, Song Qingming, who had the white ring magic weapon in his hand, also showed a bit of smile on his face. Although the Demon King's spirit can be used to refine the nascent soul puppet, it is of great use to oneself. However, compared with the white ring magic weapon in his hand, which has reached the 4th level middle grade quality, its value is a bit far away. Song Qingming felt that Ho Feng had taken advantage of him in this deal, so he quickly took out a 4th level spiritual medicine he had obtained before, wanting to compensate the other party. Seeing this, Ho Feng suddenly looked unhappy and waved his hand at him and said, "This thing is of no use to me, you should keep it for now. Although we are not close friends, we don't have to worry about this. If you come to Bijiang to find me next time, remember not to come empty-handed. Don't worry, Your Highness. Even if you don't tell me, I still know this courtesy." Seeing that Ho Feng was unwilling to accept the things in his hand, Song Qingming did not force it too much. He nodded slightly and took the spiritual medicine back. After that, the two stood there in silence for a moment. Just when Song Qingming felt that the situation seemed a little awkward and was about to find some topics to talk about, the voice of Fire Phoenix reached his ears again. "I'm leaving, take care of yourself." After the voice fell, Fire Phoenix's magic power moved, and it left the place in an instant. Not long after, a red spiritual light flashed in the air, and soon the Fire Phoenix turned directly into a light and quickly fled to the northeast. Looking at the light that slowly disappeared in the distant sky, Song Qingming, who was standing in the same place, could not retract his gaze for a long time. For some reason, there seemed to be a sense of loss in his heart. After this separation, I don't know when we will meet next time. This time when he came to the northern frontier to search for treasures, Song Qingming didn't expect that he would meet Fire Phoenix at first, and the two met in a hurry. In less than a few months, they soon left again. For Song Qingming, this time seemed to pass a little too fast. After a moment of silence, Song Qingming quickly put away his somewhat lost mood and moved his eyes to the white ring magic weapon he had just obtained in his hand. Anyway, in addition to the unexpected encounter with the Fire Phoenix, this trip to the northern frontier was also quite rewarding. He obtained a lot of high-level spiritual objects and gained a lot of knowledge. After putting away the circle magic treasure in his hand, Song Qingming took out the spiritual beast bag on his body and summoned the spiritual beast sleeping in the bag. Soon, a blue dragon with 2 horns and more than 10 feet long appeared directly in front of Song Qingming. This huge blue dragon was the spiritual beast Ice and Fire Dragon that Song Qingming had cultivated for many years. However, although the Ice and Fire Dragon was summoned by Song Qingming at this time, it kept its eyes closed, and there were bursts of golden light on its body, as if it was still sleeping. Compared with a month ago, the current Ice and Fire Dragon has undergone great changes. Not only is its body several times larger, but even the 2 horns on its head are much longer than before. In addition, although the Ice and Fire Dragon is still in a deep sleep, the aura it exudes is also much stronger than before. He has already jumped over several levels from the original 4th level of Golden Core and broken through to the peak level of Golden Core. Chapter 914, Ice and Fire Dragon Breakthrough, Opportunity on the Path. Under normal circumstances, whether it is a human cultivator or a demon beast, the path of cultivation needs to be gradual and step by step before there is a chance to break through to the next realm. After so many years of cultivation, Song Qingming himself is also the same. Even though he has had many adventures and consumed many natural treasures, he has never experienced a special situation in which his cultivation has broken through several levels in a short period of time. The reason why the Ice and Fire Dragon in front of him suddenly changed so much has to be told from a month ago. At that time, when Song Qingming and the Fire Phoenix were still fighting with Lei Ming and others at the bottom of the pond, the Ice and Fire Dragon obeyed the Fire Phoenix's instructions and swallowed the remaining golden sphere in the pool at the bottom of the pond. Originally, with its cultivation at the Golden Core realm, it would have swallowed the true spirit essence blood, a high-level spiritual object containing powerful spiritual power. Even if there was only a trace, the result would inevitably be a direct explosion in death. Fortunately, after passing through the seal of the Fire Phoenix, the Ice and Fire Dragon successfully suppressed the true spirit essence blood hidden in its body and was taken out by Song Qingming. Originally, Ho Feng only wanted to use the Ice and Fire Dragon to temporarily help seal the true spirit blood, and wait for a suitable place outside to take out the golden sphere in its body and refine it again. But unexpectedly, after the two escaped from the black fog, they were intercepted by 2 masters, White Crane Demon King and Sky Tail Demon King. After a fight, although Ho Feng and Song Qingming successfully killed the White Crane Demon King and got rid of the crisis, but she was also injured by the other party's self-explosion of the life poison pill in the battle, and the two were forced to hide back, which wasted a lot of time. It was not until several days later that Ho Feng recovered from the injuries on her body and took out the remaining golden spheres sealed in the body of the Ice and Fire Dragon. What the two did not expect was that when Song Qingming summoned the Ice and Fire Dragon out of the Spirit Beast bag again, it had already changed a lot. It was only a delay of a few days, but I didn't expect that the Ice and Fire Dragon would accidentally absorb part of the true spirit blood in the golden sphere through the seal arranged by Ho Feng in its body. In just a few days, his cultivation level had suddenly broken through from the original 4th level of Jinden to the 7th level of Jinden. The huge spiritual power absorbed in his body also made him fall into coma. You know, the spiritual power contained in the true spirit essence blood is very huge. As a unyielding cultivator, Ho Feng only absorbed most of the golden sphere. When she left the restricted space, her cultivation level had already risen from the 5th level of unyielding to the peak of the 6th level of unyielding. The Ice and Fire Dragon was just a Jinden spirit beast. It was difficult to refine such a huge spiritual power. If it continued, it would inevitably explode and die. Fortunately, after Ho Feng discovered the abnormality, She took out the golden sphere sealed in its body in time. Otherwise, if it continued to absorb, it would probably only have one demon pill left. However, even so, in the following time, the ice and fire dragon, which absorbed part of the true spirit essence blood in its body, continued to rise in cultivation. It was not until it reached the peak of the 9th level of Jinden that its aura gradually began to stabilize. According to the Fire Phoenix, the reason why the ice and fire dragon is still sleeping is because the true spirit essence blood suddenly merged into its body, and its bloodline has undergone a slight mutation. After a period of time, it should be able to wake up after completely refining the true spirit essence blood in its body. Although with a reminder of the Fire Phoenix, the ice and fire dragon should not have any worries about its life. However, Song Qingming, who has always been cautious, has summoned it every day in recent days to check the changes in its body. After all, it is a spiritual beast that he has cultivated for many years and spent so many spiritual objects to cultivate. Naturally, Song Qingming has some feelings for the ice and fire dragon. This time, the accidental swallowing and refining of the true spirit essence blood has made rapid progress in cultivation. Although it is a good thing for it, it is also a great opportunity. However, Song Qingming's greatest hope in his heart is that the ice and fire dragon can survive safely, but don't let anything go wrong again. If the cultivation is lower, there is still a chance to slowly improve. If the life is lost, it will be more than worth the loss. With the help of the divine sense, he probed into the body of the ice and fire dragon and carefully sensed it. Seeing that its aura was relatively stable, Song Qingming slowly put his mind at ease and put the ice fire dragon back into the spirit beast bag again. After recovering his mana for a while, Song Qingming took out the northern frontier map given to him by Ho Feng, and then found a direction to leave the barren mountain. There are two ways to return to the human territory of the floating cloud mountain range from the northern frontier. One is to enter the Thunder Yuan Sea from the east as Song Qingming did when he came, bypass the East China Sea and return to the floating cloud mountain range cultivation world. The other is to go straight south, pass through the floating cloud mountain range controlled by the demon race, and then return directly to the human territory. Song Qingming has already taken the first road once, which is relatively safer. However, this direction is much farther than the second road. It will take at least 2 months for Song Qingming to return to the Qi Mountain. If you take the second road, the journey will be directly saved by half, and he will be able to leave the demon race territory in about a month. After thinking for a while, Song Qingming decided to follow the way he came and go east. Although it would be closer to go south, he also had the map given by Ho Feng. But Song Qingming had never walked this road himself, so he was still a little unsure. Although it would take more time to go east, it would at least be safer for him. Moreover, the map given to him by Ho Feng not only recorded the Demon King Spirit Mountain along the floating cloud mountains, but also marked the powerful demon territories on the northern frontier. As long as he could avoid these places as much as possible, he should not encounter too much danger. Although Song Qingming gained a lot of precious spiritual objects during this trip to the northern frontier, he also experienced the dangers of the northern frontier. When stealing the red fire spirit liquid, powerful demon tribes like the Xianfang clan could easily send out more than a dozen unyielding masters to chase and intercept Song Qingming and others. During this trip to the Heavenly Demon Valley, Song Qingming, who followed a fire phoenix, saw many powerful people from various demon tribes. Not to mention the purple-clothed woman and the sky-tailed demon king, who were powerful late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Even the white crane demon king and Lei Ming, who were weaker than them, had already reached the peak of the middle stage nascent soul. There were at least dozens of demon masters who entered the forbidden space, and their cultivation strength was higher than Song Qingming. Among them, even if you pick one at random, it is not something Song Qingming can handle alone now. In this place where many demon tribes are rampant, even a human unyielding cultivator with a high cultivation level like him has to hide his body as much as possible and act low-key when he comes here. Otherwise, once he provokes the nearby demon tribes and alarms the demon kings to chase and intercept him again, Song Qingming may not be as lucky as before to get away. Carefully, Song Qingming walked eastward for tens of thousands of miles and soon came to the sky above a green grassland. Just as he was staring at the front, suddenly several rays of light flew quickly from a distance, heading straight for Song Qingming's direction. Seeing this, Song Qingming was shocked and quickly cast a spell to control the phantom boat to quietly fall down. Soon, several rays of light flew quickly above his head, gradually disappearing in front of him. Song Qingming, who was hiding in an open space below, also saw that the cultivation of these rays of light was almost at the Jiandan realm, as if they were the Jiandan demon kings entrenched nearby. When they passed by, they looked anxious and hurried, as if something big had happened nearby, which made Song Qingming's face slightly confused. However, he was eager to get away and didn't want to get involved in other people's affairs. After the figures of these demon cultivators disappeared, Song Qingming controlled the phantom boat to fly into the air and continued to head east. But what he didn't expect was that he had just started and hadn't walked far when dozens of rays of light flew quickly towards him. The leading demon cultivator was escaping at an extremely fast speed, gradually leaving behind the others behind. He was obviously a unyielding cultivator with the same cultivation level as Song Qingming. Since parting with Ho Feng, Song Qingming had been carefully hiding his body for several days on the road, and tried to bypass the territories of those powerful demons. Therefore, along the way, except for occasionally needing to avoid some demon kings with higher cultivation, Song Qingming had not revealed his identity in front of the demons. This time, he suddenly encountered a unyielding demon king head-on, which really surprised Song Qingming and made him feel a little dangerous. Seeing that the other party was getting closer and closer to his position, Song Qingming did not hesitate and hurriedly controlled the flying boat to turn around and go south. Before, when he encountered those demon kings with only the cultivation level of the Golden Core realm, Song Qingming was confident that he could rely on the phantom boat to hide his body shape and breath, so he chose to hide directly below. But now he encountered a unyielding demon king whose cultivation level was not lower than his own. Without the cover of the magic circle, it would be impossible for him to avoid the other party's spiritual sense detection with only the phantom boat under his feet. In order to hide his aura as much as possible, Song Qingming controlled the flying boat to travel at a slow speed, wanting to stay as far away from the demon king in front as possible. However, he had just set off for a while, but he didn't expect that the demon king who was on the road had noticed the fluctuation of spiritual energy near the front, and his eyes could not help but lock on the phantom boat. Seeing that the other party had discovered his hiding place and rushed over here, Song Qingming no longer hid his figure, and directly cast a spell with all his strength to control the phantom boat to escape quickly. Who dares to hide here secretly? Seeing the flying boat under Song Qingming's feet, the demon king's face changed, and without hesitation, he shouted loudly, speeding up the escape and leading people to chase after him. This demon king's cultivation is not high, just like Song Qingming. He is only at the second level of the nascent soul. If the two fought alone, Song Qingming, who now has the 10,000 spirits puppet array and many high-level magic weapons, would not be afraid of the other party. But now he was in a very dangerous demon territory. Even if Song Qingming was sure to defeat the other party, he should not expose his identity here and fight with him. If he was entangled by the other party and his demon king, and provoked other demon masters, it would be even more difficult for Song Qingming to get away. Regardless of whether the other party had seen through his identity or not, he had to leave this place quickly. This time, Song Qingming did not leave himself any room. He directly cast a spell at full speed to escape, and continued to use the 9 Palace Meteor escape to accelerate his flight on the way. Soon he opened up the distance between him and the many demon beasts behind him. In less than a quarter of an hour, Song Qingming escaped hundreds of miles away, from the endless grasslands to the sky above a mountain forest. At this time, the demon kings chasing behind him had already disappeared, leaving only the highest cultivation level of the second-level unyielding demon king, who was still a distance behind him, maintaining his speed and trying to catch up with him. Away from the unobstructed grasslands behind him, Song Qingming felt a little relieved at this moment. While speeding up his escape speed, he quickly scanned the surroundings. He wanted to use the mountains to see if he could find a suitable hiding place to get rid of the opponent's pursuit. Just as Song Qingming was staring at his feet, a white escape light with a strong aura suddenly appeared in front of him and headed straight for Song Qingming's position. Song Qingming, who saw this scene from afar, suddenly changed his face. Just as he was about to turn around and escape from this place, a voice transmission suddenly flew from the front, causing Song Qingming, who was running away, to suddenly have a bit of shock on his face. Half a quarter of an hour later, a red escape light suddenly flew over a lush green mountain. A man in a red robe was seen in the air, and his eyes kept scanning the surroundings as he passed by. After seeing that he didn't find anything around, The man in the red robe quickly left the vicinity in a flash, and fled into the distance and disappeared near the mountain. After the red-robed man's figure completely disappeared in the distant sky, Song Qingming, who was hiding in a magic circle on the top of the mountain, showed a trace of relief and retracted his gaze. Then Song Qingming immediately turned to the white figure behind him, and with gratitude, he directly bowed his hands and thanked him. "Fellow Taoist Xia, I didn't expect to meet you here. This time it's really thanks to your help. If you hadn't set up a hiding magic circle here in advance, I'm afraid we don't know how long we would have been chased by it." The person who stood in front of Song Qingming and saved him was none other than Xiamo, who had invited Song Qingming to come to the northern frontier to search for spiritual objects. Seeing Song Qingming bowing to thank her, Xiamo smiled and waved her hand, saying, "You and I are good friends in the same industry. Brother Song, please don't be so polite. I have actually been waiting for you here for almost half a month. I lost contact with Brother Song before, and my sister and I have been worried about your safety. I didn't expect to see Brother Song return safely this time, which makes my efforts not in vain. Brother Xia stayed here to wait for me. How did you know I would pass by nearby?" Before breaking up with Ho Feng, Song Qingming had tried to use the contact item Xiamo gave him. But because the distance was too far, the contact talisman could not contact Xiamo and others at all. Song Qingming guessed in his heart that after they couldn't wait for him, they might have left the northern frontier and returned to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm. After all, it had been several months since he and Wang Lingji separated. In that case, Xiamo and others could not contact him, and they would most likely think that he had fallen into the hands of the demon clan. Even if it was Song Qingming himself, he would not choose to stay in this dangerous place and wait for him. So after making sure that Xiamo and the others were not nearby, Song Qingming did not care too much about their departure, and he would not have thought that he would have the opportunity to meet her here. Just now, when Song Qingming met Xiamo halfway, he thought he had seen the wrong person. If he had not received a voice transmission from Xiamo in time, he would not have believed that he would suddenly meet her here. Later, in order to avoid the pursuit of the red-robed man behind, Song Qingming had no chance to ask about it. It was not until he got rid of the danger at this moment that he suddenly remembered this question in his heart. Faced with the doubts in Song Qingming's mouth, Xiamo did not think too much, and directly told Song Qingming everything that happened later. After Xiamo and Shen Bingling escaped from the territory of the Xianfang clan that day, they came to the meeting place agreed by several people and waited for Song Qingming and Wang Lingji. But after waiting for several days in a row, there was still no trace of the two. It was not until a few days later that Xiamo, who was extremely anxious, received the news that someone was coming to join them and saw Wang Lingji, who was seriously injured and only had the body of the nascent soul left. According to Wang Lingji, Song Qingming was not able to escape with him. When he separated from him, he was chased and intercepted by the nascent soul masters of the Xianfang clan. Even though they knew that Song Qingming might be in danger and had fallen into the hands of the demon clan, Xiamo and his friends stayed there and waited patiently for a few days. Seeing that the other party was slow to join them, Wang Lingji and Shen Bingling were seriously injured, and they did not dare to stay in that dangerous place for a long time, so the three of them discussed together and returned to the East China Sea's Yuxin world first. In fact, only Xiamo came back to pick up Song Qingming this time. The reason why she guessed that Song Qingming would pass by here and stayed nearby to wait for him was that she relied on a special secret method to successfully guess this matter. In the Yuxin world, there are some special magical powers that are good at deduction and calculation. Song Qingming has naturally heard of some of them after practicing for many years. However, this kind of magical power to predict future events is mostly against the will of heaven, and the accuracy rate is generally not very high. There are also very few people in the world of immortal cultivation who choose to practice this way. After hearing Xiamo's explanation, Song Qingming suddenly remembered that he met the other party on the Black Cloud Island. Now that he thinks about it, it seems that it is not a coincidence. Although he was slightly surprised, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Fellow Taoist Song, I didn't have much confidence that I would come here this time, but I was a little unwilling, so I decided to stay and try my luck. I didn't expect to meet you. It seems that my luck is not bad this time. However, I still have some doubts. How did you escape in the first place? Why didn't you go and meet us? After explaining to Song Qingming, seeing that the other party remained silent, Xiamo changed the topic and asked about his experience during this period, with a curious look in her eyes. She didn't seem too surprised that Song Qingming would escape from the demon clan alive, as she had already calculated this matter. What puzzled her was why Song Qingming did not choose to join them after escaping, and only came here now. On the way back, Song Qingming knew that he would definitely meet Xiaomo and the others sooner or later, so he had naturally thought about this question in his heart. But he did not expect that he would meet Xiaomo halfway so soon, and his face looked a little unprepared. However, after all, he was a unyielding cultivator who had practiced for many years. Song Qingming was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately stabilized his expression and explained to Xiaomo about his recent experience. Of course, Song Qingming would not tell the other party about his encounter with Longfeng and Hofeng. According to his explanation, after parting with Wang Lingji that day, Song Qingming was chased by the Xianfang clan and hid in the water, but he still managed to get rid of the other party's pursuit. But later, after Song Qingming left the territory of the Xianfang clan, he accidentally encountered another group of demon monks chasing him on the way to the reunion. After running away, Song Qingming could only hide in a passing restriction. Although he hid in the restriction and luckily escaped the pursuit of the demon monks, he also stayed in it for several months before he successfully escaped from the restriction. After escaping, Song Qingming chose to return alone because he could not contact Xiaomo and the others. He did not want to be chased by the demons halfway and ran into Xiaomo here. Although Song Qingming's words were half true and half false, there were basically no major loopholes in his logic. After listening to his story, Xiaomo did not show too many strange expressions on her face, and did not seem to doubt Song Qingming's explanation too much. I specially invited fellow Taoist Song to come to Northern Frontier before, and I feel a little guilty. If something really happened to you, I don't know how to explain this to Funiu. Your safe return this time is a blessing in disguise for me. Hearing Xiaomo's slightly apologetic tone, Song Qingming hurriedly smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Fellow Taoist Xia, you are too polite. I promise to come here this time. Even if something really happened, it is not your fault. But we were lucky to get away safely this time. If we encounter such a situation again, I am afraid I will not be so lucky." Yes. Fellow Taoist Song is right. We were calculated by the Demon King this time, and we were lucky to get away safely. But everyone has his own destiny, otherwise you and I would not have the chance to meet here. After experiencing a life and death crisis, Song Qingming and Xiaomo met again. While they were grateful, they couldn't help but feel a little emotional. For nascent soul cultivators like them, choosing to come to the northern frontier to risk their lives searching for spiritual objects is indeed a very dangerous thing. But if they don't take this risk, hiding at home, they won't be able to find the spiritual objects they want, let alone the opportunities in the future. Hearing Xiaomo's comfort, Song Qingming could only nod slightly. The two did not stay there for too long, and soon put away the magic circle and left the top of the mountain together. Chapter 915 Returning to Qi Mountain, the master behind the scenes. Floating Cloud Mountains, Qi Mountain Market. In Li's tea house, Wang Xian, dressed in simple clothes, was carefully brewing a pot of spiritual tea with a focused look. Wang Xian's face slowly showed a few smiles as she smelled the fragrance of the tea gradually wafting out. She stood up and took the spiritual tea in front of her from the stove. Although she had been in the damp stage for many years and was an elder of a family with a high status. But when Wang Xian was brewing tea in the tea house, her movements and expressions were very natural, and people did not see much strangeness. This was also due to her experience of working in the market shop for many years when she was in Qinghofang. "Brother Liu, the spiritual tea is ready, hurry up and serve it to the guests." After handing the brewed tea in her hand to the waiter beside her with a smile, Wang Xian came to the front of the store with a cup of spiritual tea that she had just left for her. "Master Li, this time I followed your instructions and used well water to purify the tea leaves before I started to cook it over a slow fire. Do you think the taste of this tea has improved?" Wang Xian had just put the tea on the wooden table when an old man in white clothes, who was lying on a chair next to him to bask in the sun, opened his eyes. He glanced at the tea on the table, nodded slightly, and immediately stood up and picked up the tea. What was a little surprising was that in the face of the tea that Wang Xian had brewed so carefully, the old man just put it in front of him and smelled it, then immediately shook his head and put it down again. "The color of the tea is indeed better, but you probably weren't in a stable state of mind when you brewed it, and the taste of the tea is a little old. In the art of tea, the temperature of brewing tea is very important. If your mood is unstable, The temperature will be a little off and it will easily affect the aroma of the tea. People who don't understand tea can't feel the difference. But if you really meet those tea masters, they only need to smell it with their noses to see the abnormality. After patiently instructing, the white-haired old man looked at Wang Xian, who was silent, and smiled and continued to speak to her. Girl, I think you should have something on your mind recently. It's difficult to master the temperature of brewing tea in this state of mind. Why don't you go back early today, rest for a while, and come to the store when your mood is stable? After hearing the words of the white-haired old man, Wang Xian was a little surprised and thought for a moment, then nodded gently, and replied with a hint of apology. Some time ago, my family went on a long trip and has not returned yet. These days, Xian has been worried, and is indeed a little uneasy. I am sorry to disappoint you. Good luck will come to you, so you don't have to worry too much. Go back quickly. Maybe when you get home, you can see the person you are worried about. Faced with the comfort of the white-haired old man, Wang Xian smiled and nodded, then turned around and said hello to the waiter next to her, and left the tea house. After Wang Xian's figure disappeared at the busy street corner, the white-haired old man stood up and looked up at the sky in the distance outside the house. Seeing that his master was focused, the young waiter did not interrupt him, but went forward to clean up the table next to him. Just as he picked up the cup of spiritual tea cooked by Wang Xian, the white-haired old man suddenly turned around and waved to him. Put down the tea. Although the fire is not hot enough, it would be a waste if it is poured out. Hearing this, the young waiter nodded, put down the teacup in his hand, and turned around to do his own things. After leaving the tea house, Wang Xian crossed the streets of Fangxi and soon came to a bluestone trail leading to the top of the mountain. After humbly learning in the Fangxi tea house for several months, Wang Xian felt that her tea ceremony skills had improved. But what surprised her was that during this period, she made a lot of spiritual tea, but she still couldn't satisfy Master Li, and she was really disappointed. I didn't expect that she, a giant and cultivator, who had learned the tea-making skills for so long, still couldn't get the recognition of a low-level cultivator. Fortunately, she went to the tea house to conceal her identity, otherwise if other acquaintances around her knew about this, she might be laughed at behind her back. Just when Wang Xian's face was a little unhappy, a figure that she was very familiar with suddenly appeared in her sight. She actually hit the nail on the head. Wang Xian, who originally had a trace of sadness on her face, saw Qingming smiling at her in front of her, and a burst of joy suddenly appeared on her face. She flashed and came to him quickly. Husband, when did you come back? It's been less than half an incense stick since I came back. Seeing that there was no one in the cave, I wanted to go down the mountain to look for you. I didn't expect such a coincidence that you just came back. Since Qingming left, the two have only been separated for more than half a year. For Jinden and Yuanying cultivators like them who often retreat for several years, this time is actually not that long. But this time, the two who reunited again couldn't help but hug each other tightly. It seemed that they were afraid that the other party would suddenly disappear in front of them the next moment. In the afternoon, the sun set in the west, and the warm sunlight scattered on the top of Qi Mountain, making Qingming and Wang Xian, who were standing there, feel a little warm in their hearts. It was unknown how long it had been before Qingming, who found that the sunlight on his body was gradually disappearing, let go of his hands and pulled Wang Xian to walk towards his cave. It had only been half a year since he left, and there had been no changes in the cave. After entering the door, Qingming simply checked the surroundings and put away all the forbidden magic arrays set up at the door. Wang Xian immediately took out the prepared tea-making utensils from her body and made a cup of fragrant and delicious spiritual tea for Qingming, who had just returned. This time, it might be because there was no worry in her heart. Wang Xian, who made tea again, did the whole action in one go, and soon made a cup of spiritual tea that made her feel very satisfied. Qingming had been running around outside for days, so he was naturally a little tired. At this moment, when he drank a cup of fragrant spiritual tea, he instantly felt a little warmth at home, and his face showed a rare look of relaxation and enjoyment. I've been on the road these days. I haven't tasted such delicious spiritual tea for a long time. Looking at Qingming, who was drinking tea beside him, Wang Xian put down the tea bowl in his hand with a satisfied look. Wang Xian hurriedly smiled and filled him with another cup. Husband, where have you been in the past 6 months? Can you tell me? Since the two of them got together, as long as Qingming didn't take the initiative to ask, Wang Xian has always rarely asked about his whereabouts. Hearing the other party's question at this moment, Song Qingming also felt a trace of worry in Wang Xian's tone. He smiled and directly told her in detail about his trip to the northern frontier with Xiaomo and others. Including the time when several people were in danger in the cave, Song Qingming did not choose to hide it from Wang Xian, but he also omitted the fact that he encountered Long Feng and Ho Feng later. After hearing that her husband had been in danger repeatedly in the northern frontier, Wang Xian's worried expression has been tied on her face. Only after Song Qingming finished speaking did the worry on her face slowly relax and regain some calmness. My husband, I know that it is not easy for you to practice, and you will definitely need to go out to seek opportunities in the future. However, I still hope that you will not go to such a dangerous place again. After all, you have just advanced to the nascent soul stage not long ago. Even if you must go treasure hunting, you can wait until your cultivation level is higher in the future, so that it will be safer. Well, don't worry. In this trip to the northern frontier, in addition to getting some spiritual objects, I also gained a lot of knowledge. You are right, that kind of dangerous place is indeed not something we can go to casually now. In the future, even if there are better things, I will not rashly go to the northern frontier to take risks. Anyway, I have just advanced to the nascent soul stage not long ago, and I am far from the point where I need to rush to improve my cultivation and worry about my own lifespan. The purpose of Song Qingming's trip to the northern frontier was actually to fulfill the agreement with Xiaomo and to broaden his own horizons. However, what happened later was completely beyond Song Qingming's expectations, and he also deeply felt the danger outside and his lack of cultivation strength. Song Qingming's cultivation level is at the peak of the second level of the nascent soul, and with the help of the One Ling puppet array, his true strength is almost close to the fourth level of the nascent soul. With Song Qingming's cultivation level, there are not many people who can bring him danger in the floating cloud mountain range cultivation world. But if he goes further, to a dangerous place like northern frontier, Song Qingming's cultivation level is really not enough. After practicing for so many years, Song Qingming can step by step to where he is today, which is naturally inseparable from the hump of his cautious character. Perhaps after breaking through the nascent soul in these years, he has been suppressed for a long time and suddenly relaxed his vigilance. But after experiencing this trip to the northern frontier, his mentality has already been corrected at this moment. It will not be wrong to act more cautiously. Even without Wang Xian's reminder, he will not easily go out to take risks in a short time. After getting Song Qingming's reply, Wang Xian completely put down the worry in her heart at this moment, and asked Song Qingming about his gains, this time with some curiosity. During this northern frontier trip, Song Qingming obtained a total of 1 4th level lower grade spiritual medicine, a 4th level middle grade magic weapon, and a demon beast material from the Demon King in the middle stage of the nascent soul. In addition, Song Qingming also obtained a lot of red fire spiritual liquid from the fire phoenix, and even the ice fire dragon that followed him got a chance to defy the heavens because it accidentally swallowed a true spirit blood. Speaking of spiritual objects, this is the biggest gain for Song Qingming since he broke through the nascent soul realm. However, because of the matter of the fire phoenix, it was really inconvenient to tell Wang Xian, so Song Qingming did not dare to take out all the spiritual objects he had obtained. He just took out the spiritual medicine he obtained on this trip, as well as some demon beast materials and red fire spiritual liquid, and placed them in front of Wang Xian. But these things alone were enough to make Wang Xian, a giant and cultivator, feel a little shocked. In the world of cultivating immortals, opportunities always coexist with risks. For people like them, although the northern frontier is a dangerous place, it is also a place where many opportunities are hidden. The things that Song Qingming brought back alone were not something that could be found casually in the floating cloud mountain range cultivation world. Even for a nascent soul cultivator, it might take a long time to accumulate them. Especially for a rare high-level spiritual object like red fire spiritual liquid, it was something that you might not be able to buy even with spiritual stones, and its value was inestimable. Because red fire spiritual liquid could help cultivators improve their physical strength, Song Qingming gave some to Wang Xian on the spot. Compared to a nascent soul cultivator like him, Wang Xian's cultivation was only at the late giant stage, and her current cultivation was insufficient to refine too much red fire spiritual liquid. Anyway, he brought back a lot of this thing this time, and even if he gave some to Wang Xian and Song Qingming, it would not have much impact on Song Qingming. Song Qingming also temporarily gave the 4th level spiritual medicine he got to Wang Xian for safekeeping. After all, she still had a relationship with the Heavenly Dan League, and occasionally she would have the opportunity to exchange some spiritual objects useful to nascent soul cultivators through them. After distributing some things to Wang Xian, Song Qingming put away the spiritual objects in his hand, changed the subject and asked, "During the days when I was away, has anyone from the sect sent a message to look for me? Is there any information about Qingming and senior sister Li? In the past 6 months, I have also inquired about it, but I haven't found out about Qingming and senior sister Li. However, someone from the sect has come to find you." This time it was junior sister Yun who came in person, and she wanted the law enforcement hall to release the descendant of senior sister Zhao from here. Since you were not here, I took the initiative to agree to her. After all, it's not a big deal. Junior sister Yun came in person, and it would be a bit unreasonable if I didn't give her this face. The descendant of senior sister Zhao that Wang Xian mentioned was Chen Deding, who made a scene in Zhao Mengling's funeral hall last time in Qingming Mountain. Because he offended Song Qingming, the Yuanying ancestor, on the spot, Chen Deding not only failed to share Zhao Mengling's relics, but was imprisoned in the sect's law enforcement hall. In order to satisfy Song Qingming, the sect's law enforcement hall later sent Chen Deding directly to Qingming Mountain and specially arranged him to guard the very dangerous Yuping Mountain front line. Although he was a foundation-building cultivator, Chen Deding had practiced for many years and had always been under the care of the family's ancestors, so he had not experienced too many dangers. Not long after, Chen Deding was injured in the battle against the monster and almost lost his life. Chen Deding, who was well aware of the danger and was frightened, could no longer sit still, and hurriedly wrote a letter to Yu Nisheng and others to cry for mercy. Seeing that Chen Deding's letter was full of repentance, it seemed that he really knew he was wrong, considering that he was one of the few descendants of his master. As an elder of the sect, Yu Nisheng was soft-hearted after all, and personally sent a letter to Qingming Mountain to plead for Song Qingming, the sect's nascent soul ancestor. But at that time, Song Qingming did not believe that Chen Deding had truly repented, so he did not agree to Yu Nisheng's request. A year had passed by now. When Song Qingming heard Wang Xian mention this matter again, he didn't say much, but nodded slightly. After all, he is the descendant of senior sister Zhao. I just wanted to punish him at the beginning, but I didn't want to do it too harshly. Since junior sister Yun can put aside the past and come to plead for him in person, let's just let it go and don't pursue it in the future. Well, although junior sister Yun is devoted to cultivation, she is still a kind person. In recent years, when the family's spiritual plants encountered any problems, Yuanzu went to the sect to ask for help, and she also helped and said a lot of good things in front of senior sister Zhao. After the two reunited, they drank tea and chatted, and temporarily put aside other troubles in their hearts. It was not until the next morning that Song Qingming took Wang Xian, whose face was still a little rosy, out of his cave together. It was rare that both of them had time, so they went out together to stroll on the mountain path. Compared to the ancestral land of Funiu Mountain that the family has run for many years, although the spiritual veins on the Qingming Mountain are of a higher grade, the scenery on the mountain is slightly inferior. After the two walked for a long time, looking at the Qingming Mountain market at the foot of the mountain, Wang Xian seemed to have thought of something in her mind, turned around and smiled and said to Song Qingming beside her, "Husband, remember you said yesterday that my tea-making skills have improved a lot. In fact, I got some advice from a master in the market at the foot of the mountain not long ago, and learned some skills from him. Anyway, I'm a little tired after walking around for so long. How about I take you to taste the master's spiritual tea now?" Hearing Wang Xian's suggestion, Song Qingming's face was slightly stunned, and then a bit of surprise appeared on his face. "Oh. Yesterday I felt a little strange, so I just said it casually. It turns out that you really have a master behind you. I want to see what kind of master is hidden in the market of Qingming Mountain, who can actually have such ability to teach you the tea ceremony skills." Having been with Wang Xian for many years, Song Qingming naturally knew that she had been learning the tea ceremony for many years. As for Wang Xian's tea-making skills, although he dare not say how profound they are outside, Song Qingming has not heard of many people who can be said to be better than Wang Xian in this aspect in Weiguo near Qingming Mountain. When Wang Xian was still in the market and got guidance from others on the tea-making skills, Song Qingming suddenly became interested. Seeing this, Wang Xian nodded slightly, then smiled and said, "Husband, I secretly worshipped you this time to hide my identity. When we get there, you are not allowed to expose my identity, otherwise if people know the truth, they will definitely not dare to instruct me in the future, haha. Don't worry about this. I haven't been out for a long time, and there are not many people who know me in the market at the foot of the mountain. As long as I don't reveal my identity and scare them, no one should recognize me. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he exerted force on his body and moved slightly, and immediately restrained all his aura, turning into an ordinary Qi refining cultivator in the market. Seeing this, Wang Xian smiled slightly, and hurriedly cast a spell to cover up her original cultivation. Not long after, the two walked down from the top of the high Qi Mountain and came to the already very prosperous market at the foot of the mountain. As the largest market in the east of the floating cloud mountain range closest to the Demon Clan territory, the Qi Mountain market, although it was established not long ago, the market has developed very rapidly. Because the market was built by the surrounding forces, the Qi Mountain market is not dominated by one party, and almost all the major forces in the surrounding areas have a little share in the market. With the joint efforts of Xiaoyao sect, Xianji sect, and many small sects in the surrounding areas, the Qi Mountain market not only has many sect monks stationed here, but also attracts many casual cultivators to come here to seek opportunities. Since he was stationed in Qi Mountain, Song Qingming has been practicing in seclusion on the top of the mountain for many years, and basically has not come to the market below to hang out. He also handed over the management of the market to the people below. At this moment, Song Qingming, who came to the market with Wang Xian, was a little surprised to see the extremely lively scene in the entire Qi Mountain market. He has been a hands-off shopkeeper for many years, and he didn't expect that the market can develop so smoothly. It seems that those who are responsible for managing the market have put a lot of effort here. Just as Song Qingming secretly praised the monk who managed the market, the two soon arrived at an alley on the corner of the market. When he first heard Wang Xian say that she had received tea art instruction from a master in the market, Song Qingming thought that this person should be one of the foreign monks who ran large restaurants on the streets of the market. To be recognized by Wang Xian, the other party should be at least at the foundation building stage. Seeing that she brought him to a very ordinary tea house, Song Qingming's face gradually showed some doubts. Song Qingming, who had practiced for many years and had been in many markets since he was a child, only took a look at the wooden signboard with Li's Tea House on the shop. He knew that this place should be a small tea house that entertained some Qi refining monks. The boss who could run a shop here, no matter how you look at it, doesn't seem to be a foundation building monk. Could it be that the master she mentioned is just a cultivator in the Qi refining stage? Just as Song Qingming looked up at the shop with a puzzled look on his face, a shop assistant in gray clothes wearing ordinary coarse cloth also saw Song Qingming and the other two standing outside. After greeting the customer next to him, he hurried out with a smile on his face. Seeing the two people standing at the door, the gray-clothed shop assistant was slightly stunned at first, and actually stayed where he was, forgetting to greet Song Qingming and the other two. Seeing the gray-clothed clerk in front of him staring blankly at Song Qingming beside him, Wang Xian hurriedly smiled and introduced him. "Senior brother Liu, this is a good friend of mine, his last name is Song. I brought him here today to taste tea. I wonder if Master Li is in the store now." "Oh, Master is in the backyard. You go find a place to sit first and wait for a moment. I'll call him over right away." "Well, thank you, senior brother. I'll come to help in a while." After the gray-clothed clerk responded, he hurriedly smiled and nodded to the two of them, then turned around and walked quickly into the store. At the same time, Wang Xian had just taken 2 steps into the store, but found that Song Qingming behind him had not moved, and turned around again with some confusion. "I say, Brother Song, you're already here, why don't you come in?" Chapter 916, Li's Tea House, 3 Sword Intentions. After arriving at the tea house, Song Qingming's eyes have been constantly scanning this inconspicuous tea house in the market. In addition to the look of surprise on his face, his whole behavior is also a bit abnormal. In the face of the waiter's active greeting, he did not say a word. It was not until he heard Wang Xian's reminder in front of him that Song Qingming came back to his senses and retracted his gaze. He nodded slightly, immediately restored the calmness on his face, and then followed the other party into the store. After taking Song Qingming to the familiar compartment, Wang Xian, who saw that he looked a little strange, asked him quietly with a calm face, "Husband, what happened to you just now? We agreed that we are just here to taste tea today and not to reveal our identities. If we are like this, people will definitely see the clues later. Don't look at Master Li's low cultivation. His knowledge is not better than that of ordinary people. Hearing Wang Xian's reminder, Song Qingming, who was standing aside, immediately squeezed out a smile and nodded to her. Well, I just suddenly remembered something and lost my composure. Don't worry. I won't let them know your identity easily. By the way, Xian, the Master Li you mentioned, where is he from? Can I go and see him first? Facing the anxious expression on Song Qingming's face, Wang Xian smiled slightly, waved her hand and said, Don't worry, my husband. Master Li is in the store. You will see him soon after the tea is made. However, I have to tell you in advance. Master Li has a strange temper and sometimes his words may not be very pleasant. If he offends you by mistake, you have to give me face and don't bother with him. Haha, don't worry, I'm here to taste tea with you today, so of course you have the final say. Okay, my husband, sit here for a while, I'll go to the store to help first, and bring you tea later. Seeing that Song Qingming agreed to her request, Wang Xian's face showed a little satisfaction, and then turned and left the compartment. After Wang Xian left, Song Qingming, who had just sat on the chair, immediately stood up. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his expression became very serious. Just as Song Qingming looked through the gap in the partition screen and looked into the store, the clerk who had just left had returned to the store hall from the backyard with a kind-looking old man in white. When Song Qingming saw the old man in white, he suddenly looked a little unbelievable. How could this be them? Seeing a familiar figure in front of him, Song Qingming was shocked and was about to walk out. But when he just moved his steps for a moment, Song Qingming, who was standing in the same place, suddenly stopped again. After a moment of silence, Song Qingming chose to turn around and return to the partition, and then calmed down his still excited expression. In the hall, Wang Xian, who was preparing to make tea, saw the old man in white walking towards her, and quickly stood up and bowed to him. Master Li, thank you for your good words yesterday. The person I was worried about has returned safely. Today I specially brought him to the store to taste tea. Hearing what Wang Xian said, the white-haired old man glanced at the compartment not far away, then smiled and nodded to her. Yesterday I was a little worried about you, but today I didn't expect that everything will be fine. It seems that my words are sometimes really effective. Once you enter the store, you are a guest. I won't bother you today. Go inside and accompany him first. I will personally make a pot of good tea for you. Today I said I would help him welcome him. Master, please let me stay and help. It just so happened that I got rid of my worries yesterday, and I also had some feelings. I want to try again to see if I can meet your standards. Oh. If so, then stay. Facing Wang Xian's request, the old man in white smiled and did not refuse, but nodded directly. After that, the two came to the fire together. Just as Wang Xian was about to wash the tea, the white-haired old man took out a bag of obviously better quality spiritual tea from his body and placed it in front of her. Since this is a guest you brought here specially, I think his taste must be a bit picky. I just kept some good tea in my hand. Don't neglect him. Use this tea to entertain the distinguished guest inside. Oh. Master Li, you haven't even seen him. How did you know that his taste is picky? Seeing the spiritual tea that the white-haired old man took out, Wang Xian was slightly surprised. After taking the spiritual tea, she asked curiously. Hearing this, the white-haired old man shook his head gently. You can guess who you can bring to taste tea in person without seeing. Wang Xian, who got the answer, still had a hint of doubt in her eyes, but she didn't continue to ask, but concentrated on washing the spiritual tea in her hand. Although she had only studied here for a few months, Wang Xian's movements of making tea were already very skilled. The white-haired old man beside her nodded slightly, obviously recognizing her skills. As the fragrance slowly filled the tea house, Wang Xian soon took the spiritual tea she had brewed off the fire. After smelling the fragrance, Wang Xian poured out a cup of spiritual tea as usual and handed it to the white-haired old man. However, this time, the white-haired old man did not take the spiritual tea handed over by Wang Xian, but directly said to him, since this spiritual tea is not brewed for me, it is better to send it in for the guests to taste. Otherwise, it will be cold and the taste will change, which will waste your hard work. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he picked up the spiritual tea placed aside and took the initiative to walk to the compartment not far away. Seeing this, Wang Xian could only put down the tea bowl and immediately followed. "Hello, Master Li." In the compartment, seeing the two people coming in, Song Qingming, who was standing aside, hurriedly stepped forward and took the initiative to salute. At this time, his face was no longer surprised as before, and became very calm. Facing Song Qingming's initiative to salute, the white-haired old man waved his hand with a smile, just like he did to other guests in the store. Although the store is a little simple, everyone who comes is a guest. You don't have to be restrained. Please take a seat first. Hearing what the white-haired old man said, Song Qingming immediately smiled and put down his hands, and sat down on a chair beside him. The white-haired old man, together with Wang Xian, began to move the tea sets on the table seriously, and soon brought a cup of steaming hot spiritual tea to Song Qingming. "I heard that you are Xian's good friend, and you came to the store today to taste tea. This is the unique fragrant wood tea of the store, which is not available in ordinary places outside. You taste it first to see how it tastes." Facing the patient recommendation of the white-haired old man, Song Qingming nodded slightly without saying much, and immediately picked up the spiritual tea on the table and tasted it. After the spiritual tea entered his mouth, Song Qingming immediately felt a strong spiritual energy, which was directly poured into his body. Suddenly, a large amount of spiritual energy entered, and Song Qingming's Danshan became very agitated, causing him to instinctively start to use his magic power to protect his meridians. After a while, when his Danshan gradually stabilized, Song Qingming slowly opened his eyes. Only at this moment did he realize that he was already in a void. Wang Xian beside him and the other people in the tea house had already disappeared. Only the white-haired old man stood alone not far away, looking at Song Qingming, who had woken up in front of him, smiling and showing a bit of satisfaction. After seeing this scene, Song Qingming's face did not show any panic. He stood up and walked forward to bow respectfully again. "Disciple, meet the master." The white-haired old man in front of him was none other than Song Qingming's master Lingyuan Taoist, whom he had not seen for many years. Since the last farewell in Donghuangxian's Hao, Song Qingming has not returned to take Sugate because of his busy affairs. The two have not seen each other for decades. If he had not seen it with his own eyes at this moment, Song Qingming would never have thought that he would have the opportunity to run into his master Lingyuan Taoist in the small tea house in the Funiu Mountain market today. Before, he followed Wang Xian to Li's tea house. Song Qingming originally just wanted to meet the master who taught her tea art behind her and taste the spiritual tea by the way. When he saw his senior brother Liu Yang dressed as a waiter at the door of the tea house, he almost thought he had recognized the wrong person at first. It was not until he entered the hall and saw the white-haired old man in front of him that Song Qingming confirmed that the master who taught her tea art in Wang Xian's mouth was his master Lingyuan Taoist. Because he knew that his master liked to travel around, Song Qingming did not rush to recognize him after recognizing his master's identity. Until this moment, when there were no other people around, he felt relieved to step forward and pay his respects. Looking at Song Qingming, whose cultivation had already broken through to the nascent soul realm, Lingyuan Taoist nodded slightly, and then said to him, "This fragrant wood tea was obtained by me from a good friend in the northern frontier hundreds of years ago. This is the first time a nascent soul cultivator has refined this tea, and it should be able to add a few more years of cultivation to your nascent soul. Consider it a gift from your master for your nascent soul formation. I hope you don't despise it, disciple dare not. Thank you for the reward, master." After bowing to express his gratitude, Song Qingming remembered that Wang Xian and others had suddenly disappeared beside him. Just when he wanted to release his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings, he found that his spiritual sense could not be used at all. Noticing the abnormality on Song Qingming's face, the Lingyuan Taoist standing beside him hurriedly continued to explain, "This is a special space created by my life treasure. Except for me, no one else can enter or leave at will. Don't worry, the girl and the others are outside. You will see them after you go out." Hearing this, Song Qingming nodded immediately, hesitated for a moment, and then asked carefully, "Master, did you come to the floating cloud mountains this time to travel around?" Facing Song Qingming's question, Lingyuan Taoist first nodded slightly, and then asked Song Qingming seriously, "Has your senior sister Xuanai come to you after leaving home?" Senior sister Xuanai, seeing that the master Lingyuan Taoist mentioned his senior sister Li Xuanai who had been hiding here for many years, Song Qingming's face was slightly stunned. After thinking for a moment, he immediately nodded and admitted it. "Master, senior sister did come to the floating cloud mountain range to find me. It has been several decades since senior sister Lizuanai escaped from her marriage and came to the floating cloud mountain range to cultivate immortals. In the past few decades, although Song Qingming has tried his best to conceal Lizuanai's identity and keep this incident secret, there is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable, and there will always be a loophole. Hearing that Lingyuan suddenly came here to ask about senior sister Lizuanai, Song Qingming guessed in his heart that his master probably knew about this matter. At this moment, there was no need to hide anything for him, so Song Qingming told the whole story openly, including senior sister Lizuanai's improvement in cultivation over the years, and the fact that she had gone to the Thunder Yuanhe cultivation world for training. He did not hide it from his master. Master, senior sister Zuanai was indeed with me before. It's just that she went out to travel with others a few years ago and has not returned yet. I don't know where senior sister is now. If you are anxious to find her, I can send a message to see if I can contact senior sister Zuanai. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation and learning the details about Li Zuanai, Taoist Lingyuan nodded with some relief, then sighed and said, I have always known about your senior sister's affairs, and I also persuaded her to return to the sect, but Zuanai is a person with her own opinions, and it is difficult for others to change her mind. I have a few things to bring to her. Since she is not here, you can help keep them first. When she comes back, help me pass them to her. Tell Zuanai, I still say the same thing, as long as she is willing to go back, the door Lartaxa sect will always be open to her. After speaking, a light flashed in the hand of Taoist Lingyuan, and a storage bag appeared, which he handed directly to Song Qingming on the side. Song Qingming, who took the storage bag, nodded quickly, and then carefully put it away. Master, don't worry. When senior sister Zuanai comes back, I will give the things to her immediately. Seeing that Song Qingming agreed, Lingyuan Taoist nodded slightly with some satisfaction, and then continued to say to him, this time I came to Floating Cloud Mountain to find you. In addition to wanting to see Zuanai, I also have something to ask you. After saying that, Lingyuan Taoist's hand moved with a flash of light, and took out another sealed golden scroll and threw it directly to Song Qingming in front of him. Looking at the golden scroll in his hand, Song Qingming, who couldn't recognize it for a while, looked at the other party with a little confusion on his face. At this time, the voice of his master Lingyuan Taoist had reached his ears again. The thing in your hand is a secret seal left by our ancestor. It contains 3 sword intentions that I have practiced for many years. These 3 sword intentions can only be used by cultivators above the nascent soul stage. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the power that can be exerted. Now, you should be able to kill cultivators below the late nascent soul stage when you use it. When your cultivation level is improved in the future, if you use it properly, you may be able to use it to deter your opponent, even if you encounter a master in the spiritualization stage. But after each use, you must wait at least 10 years before using it again. You must remember this, master. I don't understand why you want to entrust such an important thing to me. After hearing the explanation of his master Lingyuan Taoist, Song Qingming, who was holding the golden scroll in his hand, knew how valuable the thing in his hand was. At this moment, the doubts on his face did not subside, but deepened a bit more than before. Although the Taoist sect is a top sect with spiritualization cultivators, it has always been unknown to the outside world because it needs to guard the true demon seal on the island. As an ordinary outer sect disciple of the sect, Song Qingming has not received much care from the sect for so many years since he joined the Taoist sect. Every time he can gain something in the sect, it is basically because he has made some contributions, so he can get the reward from the sect at this moment. The 3 sword intentions given to him by his master Lingyuan Taoist are a threat to even the divine transformation cultivators. Song Qingming really can't figure out why his master would entrust such a precious thing to him. All of a sudden, Song Qingming was extremely excited to receive such a precious reward from his master Lingyuan Taoist, but he couldn't figure out what his master's intention was. Hearing Song Qingming's question, Lingyuan Taoist hurriedly explained to him, don't worry. The reason why I entrust this thing to you is naturally because I have something to tell you. After a pause, Lingyuan Taoist continued to speak to Song Qingming. Master has practiced Taoism for thousands of years. Although he has accepted so many disciples, among all of you, only Zuanai has inherited my Taoist sword art most successfully. Even though she has temporarily left the sect, in my heart, Zuanai is still my last disciple. But she is not in the sect now, so it is difficult for us to take care of her. Besides, she is about to form a baby, and I am a little worried about her safety. Today, I entrust these 3 sword intentions to you, hoping that you can help me take care of her in the future. Do you understand what I mean now?" Hearing that the entrustment of his master Lingyuan Taoist was for his senior sister Li Zuanyi, Song Qingming was a little surprised and understood a little more. When he was still in the sect, Song Qingming already knew the position of Li Zuanyi in his heart. Hearing this reason at this moment, he was not too surprised. He just felt that the responsibility on his shoulders seemed to have increased a little. After thinking about it, Song Qingming still bit the bullet and asked, "Senior sister Zuanyi, you have been kind to me in the past. Even if master doesn't tell me, I will try my best. But it's really dangerous for me to be here, and I'm afraid that I will fail master's trust. Since you have the intention, why don't you persuade senior sister to return to the sect with you and the other brothers here? Senior sister Zuanyi's future baby conception will definitely be safer than with me. Sorry, something suddenly happened today, and I didn't have time to update. I will make up for it tomorrow." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 917, Breaking Through the Boundaries and Ascending to the Heavens, Entrusting the Inheritance. Facing the 3 sword intentions entrusted by his master Lingyuan Taoist. It must be said that Song Qingming was indeed somewhat moved. But when he heard that this matter involved senior sister Li Zuanyi, Song Qingming suddenly realized that he had a heavy responsibility in his heart, and he couldn't help but lose some confidence. Although now he has broken through to the nascent soul realm, he has certain abilities and can protect senior sister Li Zuanyi in the future. But compared with the more powerful strength, even the gods and demons dare not easily attack the Taixu sect. Song Qingming's confidence is really insignificant. From the perspective of the safety of senior sister Li Zuanyi, Song Qingming certainly hopes that when she returns to the sect to retreat in the future, it will be safer and more secure. But as soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, Lingyuan Taoist, who was standing not far away, immediately shook his head and rejected his proposal. "I have just told you that Zuanyi is not someone who will easily waver in her own ideas. If she can be persuaded, the master will not have to put this matter on your head. You have been with her for such a long time, don't you understand this?" Facing the sharp eyes of his master Lingyuan Taoist, Song Qingming suddenly fell silent, and didn't know how to answer for a while. After a light sigh, Lingyuan Taoist continued to speak, "Take this thing first, it will definitely be useful in the future. There is actually another reason why the master wants to give Zuanyi to you now. Soon, I may have to leave this world. If I am not here, the sect may not be peaceful in the future. Let her stay with you, maybe it will be safer. Leave this world, master, are you going to?" The cultivator seeks the Tao, nothing more than to obtain Taoism and longevity. But because the spiritual energy in the human world is thin, the cultivator can only cultivate to the level of transformation at most. If you want to obtain Taoism and longevity, you need to break through the realm and ascend to the upper realm, so that you can have the hope of further cultivation, so that you can eventually cultivate to the realm of Taoism and longevity. And breaking the boundary and ascending is the ultimate goal of all cultivators in the entire human world. Suddenly, he heard his master Lingyuan Taoist say that he was going to leave this world. This was like a thunderbolt in Song Qingming's mind, and he couldn't help but look at the other party with a shocked face. Seeing this, Lingyuan Taoist, who had already cultivated to the realm of transformation for many years, also nodded slightly to him with a calm face. People who seek the Tao, we have practiced for a lifetime, and we will eventually reach this step. Even if the road ahead is difficult, the great road of this life will not allow us to take a step back. The master has practiced for thousands of years, and his lifespan is not much left. Even if he wants to stay in this world, there is not much time left. Once I leave here, those demon cultivators hiding in the dark will definitely come out to make trouble. Whether Taixu sect and the entire Donghuangxianzhao can be peaceful in the future is an unknown. Although you got some opportunities from me back then, you can reach this step with the qualifications of 4 spiritual roots to form a baby, which shows that you are also a person with a firm mind and a clear understanding of the Tao. Zuanyi followed you. With the 3 sword intentions I left behind, it should not be difficult for her to form a baby in the future. As long as you can protect her and help her form a baby successfully in the future, you will have lived up to my trust. As for how far she can go in the future, it all depends on her personal chance. I don't have many descendants in this world, and I don't have many inheritances left. The only thing I am worried about now is Xuan Yi and my Taixia sword technique. I entrust her to you today, and I hope you can take care of her for me, and help Xuan Yi in the future to pass on the Taixia sword technique smoothly. Hearing the explanation of Lingyuan Taoist, Song Qingming finally understood his master's painstaking efforts at this moment. This time, he came thousands of miles to find him to entrust. In fact, it was not just his senior sister Li Xuanyi, but also the inheritance of the skills created by Lingyuan Taoist after a lifetime of hard work. Facing his master's sincere entrustment, Song Qingming did not hesitate too much this time. He put away the golden scroll in his hand with a firm look, and then bowed to him. Master, I understand. Please rest assured that I will do my best to help Sister Xuanyi form a baby and pass on Master's Taixia sword art in the future. Seeing this, Lingyuan Taoist finally showed some satisfaction on his face, and hurriedly nodded to Song Qingming with a smile. Well, as for the subsequent exercises of Taixia sword art, I have put them in the storage bag I gave you before. This exercise has been exhausted by my life, and has been deduced to the late stage of the nascent soul, and it is not far from the God transformation stage. But now I am facing the matter of breaking through the realm and ascending, and it is still unknown whether it is a blessing or a curse. I don't have much time and energy to spend on this. Whether this exercise can be perfected and passed on in the future depends on Xuanyi and you. The Taixia sword art that Li Xuanyi practiced was an exercise that Master Lingyuan Taoist had comprehended and deduced from the Yuxuan Sutra. However, this exercise has only been deduced to the late stage of the nascent soul, and the subsequent exercises of the God transformation stage have not yet been successfully deduced by Lingyuan Taoist. When Song Qingming went to the Taixu gate for the first time, Lingyuan Taoist had mentioned this to him and asked Song Qingming to help him deduce the subsequent exercises. However, after so many years, although Lingyuan Taoist spent a lot of energy here, this exercise still could not be deduced to the realm of transformation. Now that his lifespan is insufficient and he can no longer stay in this world for too long, Lingyuan Taoist can only pin his hope of deducing the subsequent exercises on his disciple Li Xuanyi. Now that you have broken through the nascent soul realm, according to the rules, you don't need to go to Funiu Mountain for your training in the future. What I said today is of great importance. Remember, don't mention it to outsiders at will. Even if Xuanyi asks you, it's best not to tell her now. Disciple understands. Seeing Song Qingming in front of him bowed and accepted his instructions, Lingyuan Taoist smiled slightly, and then waved his hand gently. After a moment, Song Qingming's eyes changed and he returned to the tea house in an instant. Except for him, the whole tea house was unusually quiet. Wang Xian stood there with a smile on her face, her eyes were a little empty, and the surrounding space seemed to be in an illusion of time stopping. At this time, the Lingyuan Taoist standing not far away with a teapot in his hand smiled and nodded to Song Qingming. Then, a wave of spiritual energy suddenly came from the Lingyuan Taoist, and the whole tea house immediately returned to normal. Song Qingming heard a familiar voice again. Sir, how does this tea taste? Looking at the empty tea bowl in his hand and the Lingyuan Taoist who was looking at him expectantly not far away, Song Qingming immediately reacted, and hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, good tea. Well, sir, taste the tea first. We are outside. If you have any instructions, just let Xian come to greet you. Thank you, Master Li. Looking at Song Qingming who stood up again and wanted to salute, Lingyuan Taoist smiled and shook his head without saying anything, and soon turned around and left the compartment. After the Lingyuan Taoist beside him left, Wang Xian had come back to her senses at this moment, and seeing Song Qingming who was still respectful in front of her, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha. When I came here just now, I was worried that Master Li's bad temper would offend my husband. I didn't expect that this cup of spiritual tea would convince you. It seems that my husband's visit this time was not in vain. Hearing this, Song Qingming smiled, turned around and sat down immediately, nodded to Wang Xian and said, Master Li's tea-making skills are really amazing. Today's visit is indeed not in vain. Seeing Song Qingming's satisfied look, Wang Xian was also very happy in her heart, and hurriedly stepped forward and took the initiative to add another cup of spiritual tea for him. Hey! This tea was just brewed just now, how come it's a little cold so quickly? It doesn't matter, I think the taste is quite suitable. Although what happened just now was only in a flash, Song Qingming already felt that half a quarter of an hour had passed in the tea house outside. It was just because his master Link's Taoist banned the space here that they did not feel it, and even Wang Xian, a giant and cultivator, did not notice anything unusual. The two continued to taste tea in the compartment, while in the hall outside, Link's Taoist and the senior brother Liu Yang, who was disguised as a waiter, continued to entertain the customers in the store. It was not until Song Qingming finished tasting the spiritual tea that Wang Xian took him out of the compartment on her own initiative. Master Li, I may be in seclusion for cultivation recently, so I won't come to the store to help for a while. Wait until I come out. I will definitely make a pot of spiritual tea that will satisfy you. Facing Wang Xian's request for leave, Link's Taoist lying on the chair quickly stood up and nodded to her with a smile. Although I didn't taste the spiritual tea brewed just now, I can smell it. The taste is indeed satisfactory to me. You have been here for so long, and you have learned almost everything you should learn. In terms of tea art, I am afraid I can't give you any advice. After saying that, Link's Taoist turned around and took out a very delicate white tea bowl from behind the counter and placed it in front of Wang Xian. We agreed that I would give you something when your tea art can satisfy me. This teacup was given to me by an old friend of mine in the past. It is also a good tea tasting utensil. I heard from Liu Yang that you like it very much and wanted to buy it at the beginning. This time, I will just give it to you as a gift. This, Master Li, is your favorite tea bowl. How can Xian take away someone's love? Please take it back quickly. This white tea bowl was the one that Link's Taoist took out for Wang Xian to taste tea when he first met her. It was also his most cherished tea bowl. As someone who also loves the art of tea, Wang Xian naturally knows very well how much Link's Taoist cherishes this thing. Wang Xian was very happy to hear Link's Taoist recognize her progress in tea art. But when she saw the white tea bowl that the other party took out, Wang Xian hurriedly waved her hand and refused to accept the precious gift that Link's Taoist took out. However, in the face of her refusal, Taoist Linksu still did not take back the tea bowl in his hand, and continued to shake his head and said, "This tea bowl was also a coincidence. It was given by a good friend. Now it is in my hands. Passing it on to you is also a kind of fate between us. Don't refuse it anymore. This good friend of mine is also a person who loves tea ceremony skills, and his skills are even higher than mine. If you can meet each other in the future, maybe I can really bring you another opportunity. Xian, when you are away from home, fate is hard to come by. Since Master Li has kindly given this to you, I think you should stop refusing." Seeing that Wang Xian next to him was still trying to refuse, Song Qingming, who was standing aside, interrupted her hurriedly, and then he took out a small bag of spiritual tea from his pocket and placed it on the table. "These spiritual teas were given to me by a good friend in the East China Sea. They can just be given to Master Li as a thank you gift. Well, this thing is really liked by me. Thank you very much." Seeing that Link's Taoist beside him happily took the spiritual tea from Song Qingming's hand, Wang Xian could not refuse and could only carefully put away the white tea bowl on the table. Then Xian thanks Master Li. "I will come to see you another day." After the two left, Link's Taoist just lay down, and Liu Yang, who had cleaned up the tea in the compartment not far away, came over again. "Master, this cup has been with you for so many years. I remember that senior sister Li was reluctant to give it to you at the beginning. Why are you willing to give it away now?" Hearing his apprentice's puzzled question, Link's Taoist immediately smiled and shook his head slightly. "For those of us who practice Taoism, we all care about fate. This cup fell into her hands, so it was destined for her. Why do you have to ask so much?" After leaving Li's tea house, Song Qingming accompanied Wang Xian to stroll in the streets of Fangxi for a while before returning to the top of the mountain together. After returning to the mountain, Song Qingming said hello to Wang Xian and took the initiative to start the retreat cultivation because the spiritual power of fragrant wood tea accumulated in his body during the day had not been completely refined. However, he did not expect that this retreat would last for 2 full years. When Song Qingming came out of retreat again, the outside world had already gone from spring flowers to the season of fallen leaves in late autumn. Although the retreat time was long this time, it was not all used to refine the spiritual power of fragrant wood tea in the body. The retreat took less than a month, and Song Qingming had actually completely refined the spiritual power contained in the fragrant wood tea in his body. At this time, he also felt that his cultivation had increased by about 20% of his mana. If converted into the usual hard practice, the fragrant wood tea given to him by his master Lingyuan Taoist helped Song Qingming save at least 5 or 6 years of practice time. For him, the effect of this spiritual tea after refining is not much worse than taking an ordinary 4th-level spiritual pill. Originally, after spending a month to refine the spiritual power of the fragrant wood tea in his body, Song Qingming planned to come out of retreat directly. But just when he completely refined the spiritual power in his body, Song Qingming suddenly felt some strange movements in his body, as if he had touched the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the nascent soul. Seeing that he had just refined the fragrant wood tea in his body, it was a rare opportunity for the mana to be full, and Song Qingming naturally did not want to miss this good opportunity to impact his own bottleneck. He continued to practice in retreat, intending to use this spiritual power in his body to try to directly impact the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the nascent soul. However, after 2 years of hard work, although his mana was very full, he still failed to successfully break through the bottleneck and break through to the 3rd level of the nascent soul. Although he failed to break through the realm and wasted a lot of his time in seclusion, Song Qingming, who walked out of the cave at this moment, did not seem too depressed. After reaching the nascent soul realm, it is very difficult to upgrade to a higher realm, and Song Qingming is naturally very clear about this. Even with the help of spiritual objects such as Yang tea, it is not an easy thing to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the nascent soul so easily. After all, it has only been a few decades since Song Qingming successfully formed the nascent soul, and he has already cultivated to the peak of the 2nd level of the nascent soul. The reason why he can cultivate so fast is that he has obtained a lot of opportunities in these years and refined many high-level spiritual objects. Now, most of the mana in Song Qingming's body is obtained by refining the spiritual objects of heaven and earth, and there is not much from his own hard work. This also caused him to cultivate too fast, and the foundation of mana seemed a little insufficient. Although cultivators can increase their cultivation faster by refining spiritual power with external objects, these mana are not obtained by their own step-by-step cultivation after all, and it still takes some time to slowly become familiar with the control and integrate into the flesh. Therefore, in the world of immortal cultivation, no matter how high or low the cultivation level is, any cultivator who takes too many external objects to improve his cultivation level will encounter greater obstacles when breaking through the realm because of his insufficient foundation. On the contrary, those who have come up step by step through their own hard practice have already polished their own mana to perfection, and it will be a little easier to break through the bottleneck of cultivation. This time Song Qingming failed to break through successfully, and this is also related to this. Next, you need to spend more time patiently to slowly polish the mana in your body. When you break through your cultivation next time, it should be smoother. After standing at the door of the cave and feeling the long-lost sunshine, Song Qingming was about to leave for the cave, and he saw a familiar figure from a distance, walking towards him quickly. Seeing this, Song Qingming smiled and went straight to meet him. I just came out of retreat and was about to pack up and go find you. I didn't expect you to come so soon. I just came back from refining pills at the foot of the mountain. I found that my husband had some movement here, so I came to see him. My husband has been in retreat for such a long time this time, and he didn't tell me. I was a little worried, afraid that something went wrong with your cultivation. When Song Qingming was in retreat, he told Wang Xian that he would come out in 1 or 2 months at most. Unexpectedly, what happened later made his retreat time suddenly extend by more than 10 times. Wang Xian, who didn't know the details, saw that Song Qingming had been in retreat for a long time, and she was naturally a little worried. No wonder she had a little more complaining in her words at this moment. Seeing this, Song Qingming nodded to him quickly and explained with apology. Hearing that her husband had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and failed to break through, he had been in retreat for such a long time, the complaints on Wang Xian's face immediately turned into surprise, and finally slowly turned into worry. It turns out that my husband failed to break through the bottleneck, which delayed his retreat for such a long time. I didn't expect this and said the wrong thing in a hurry. My husband's cultivation has been very smooth since he formed his infant. To be honest, I didn't expect that my husband would hit the bottleneck of his cultivation so soon. Considering my husband's fast cultivation speed, his failure this time is reasonable. Otherwise, let alone others, I would have doubted whether you had swallowed some powerful spiritual creature from heaven and earth again. Before Song Qingming finished speaking, Wang Xian immediately took the initiative to apologize to him, and then praised and comforted him. Hearing this, Song Qingming, who was already in a good mood, waved his hand quickly, and then changed the subject and asked, Xian, is there any news about Qingming and senior sister Li? Nothing big has happened at the foot of the mountain recently, don't worry, my husband. After contacting Qingming and the others last time, senior sister Li sent me a message. They are still near the state of Wu. According to senior sister, Qingming seems to have been in seclusion recently to break through. After she comes out, they should be back. The past 2 years at the foot of the mountain are still the same. Occasionally there are monster attacks everywhere, but no monster king has appeared, and nothing big has happened. After saying this, seeing the worry on Song Qingming's face slowly dissipate, Wang Xian turned around and continued with a somewhat mysterious look. There is one thing that I have always found very strange. Do you want to hear it? What's strange? Tell me. Seeing that Wang Xian's expression suddenly changed, Song Qingming's eyes flashed with curiosity, and he quickly asked. But when Wang Xian finished telling the story, the curiosity on Song Qingming's face soon calmed down. After Song Qingming returned to the cave on the mountain to retreat that day, Wang Xian, who had nothing to do, stayed in the cave for a few days and then went down the mountain to the market. She planned to take advantage of Song Qingming's retreat to find another opportunity to improve her team-making skills. But what Wang Xian didn't expect was that when she came to Li's tea house again, the original shop suddenly changed its signboard and became an ordinary grocery store that had just moved in. Not only did the shop change its signboard, but even Master Li and his apprentice had disappeared. Seeing this, Wang Xian, who was worried that something had happened to the two of them, asked about Master Li and his apprentice in the market. Finally, Wang Xian accidentally learned that on the second day when she and Song Qingming tasted tea in the store, Master Li suddenly transferred the store to others at a low price and left Qingming Mountain with his apprentice Liu Yang. Because the two were outsiders, other people in the market were not familiar with them, and no one knew where they went after leaving the market. Even though Wang Xian secretly dispatched some Qingming Mountain garrison monks to investigate the matter, they could not find any trace of the master and apprentice. Faced with the sudden disappearance of the master and apprentice, Wang Xian, as a giant and monk who had practiced for many years, naturally felt a little strange. However, when she told Song Qingming the whole story, the other party did not say much, but just shook his head slightly. Husband, we left on the same day, and Master Li and his men disappeared the next day. I always feel that this matter is a bit unusual. Tell me, is it because they saw through my identity that they suddenly left without saying goodbye? Xian, there are many strange things like this in the world of immortal cultivation. I also encountered it in the past. Maybe the other party is really a senior master who has hidden his cultivation. It is not strange that he can see through identities. Since he has no ill intentions, it is not a bad thing for us, and you don't have to think too much. Just like when Song Qingming met Nguyen that year, Link Sutaoist always goes out to experience as he pleases. How long he stays in a place or when he leaves is never fixed. Hearing that his master has left Qingming Mountain, Song Qingming was not too surprised, but he was a little disappointed that he could not say goodbye to them in person. After hearing Song Qingming's comfort, Wang Xian did not say much, but nodded slightly in response. After talking for a few words, the two returned to the cave together. After such a long period of seclusion, Song Qingming and Wang Xian finally got together again. They temporarily put aside their cultivation and affairs and had a good time at the foot of the mountain and around Qingming Mountain. In recent years, because he has been living on the top of the mountain, Song Qingming has not been out often, and he is not too familiar with the situation around Qingming Mountain. Taking advantage of the opportunity to go out and play, Song Qingming took Wang Xian to walk around Qingming Mountain and also learned about the surrounding situation. Compared with the rapidly developing Qingming Mountain, the situation of other nearby spiritual mountains is far worse than this one. Wherever Song Qingming and Wang Xian went, except for some high-level spiritual veins guarded by cultivators, most of the places around the entire Qingming Mountain are still uninhabited. Some remote secondary spiritual veins are also under the control of monsters, and there are no human cultivators nearby. However, apart from being relatively desolate and uninhabited, the scenery around Qingming Mountain is indeed not bad. Because they are located in the floating cloud mountains, the spiritual energy and spiritual resources nearby are relatively richer than those in Zheng State and other places in the south. However, the number of human cultivators near Qingming Mountain is limited, and they can only focus their main forces on guarding the main high-level spiritual veins. Other places cannot be taken care of for the time being. But as long as the human cultivators can gain a foothold here and develop slowly, the area around Qi Mountain will definitely not be worse than Zheng State in the south in the future. Just when Song Qingming and Wang Xian were out for fun, a letter from Guiyang Mountain looking for them suddenly arrived at Qi Mountain. After receiving the news, Song Qingming and Wang Xian had to temporarily give up their plans to play and set off directly back to the sect. Chapter 918, Sect Meeting, Honest Person. Uyghur, Guiyang Mountain. Since the first generation of the sect's founder, who established the sect in Uyghur, the Xiaoyao sect has occupied the fourth-level middle-grade spiritual vein of Guiyang Mountain for more than 4,000 years. During this period, the sect has experienced the development of several generations of cultivators, and has experienced ups and downs. It was not until the hands of the previous ancestor Daoxun's Henren that the sect gradually stabilized and took charge of the entire Uyghur cultivation world. After the death of Daoxun's Henren, the sect was only supported by Li Mufeng, a Yuanying cultivator who had just formed a baby. Therefore, the overall strength of the Xiaoyao sect also rapidly declined from the top ranking among the major Yuanying sects in the cultivation world of the Floating Cloud Mountains. It was surpassed one by other surrounding Yuanying sects, such as Xianji sect, Hunun sect, Huayang sect, etc., and even some of the surrounding small countries that were originally affiliated with them began to change their sects due to the situation. After Li Mufeng took over, the entire Xiaoyao sect can be said to be in a difficult situation. At one time, under the dominance of the Demon Clan, it lost a lot of territory in the north. Fortunately, the sect worked together and managed to stabilize in these dangerous worlds of immortal cultivation, preserving its own strength and defending the country. It was not until the last few decades that Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming successfully formed infants, and the sect began to restore its former glory. Gradually began to expand outward, taking back the lost territory from the northern monsters. Now, the Xiaoyao sect, which already has tens of thousands of disciples and 3 Yuanying cultivators, has gradually surpassed other surrounding sects. At present, the only one who can suppress them is the Qinwanling sect, which is recognized as the first in the immortal cultivation world of the Floating Cloud Mountains. After the last northern frontier monster turmoil ended, the entire Uyghur cultivators lived a peaceful life for more than 10 years under the protection of the Xiaoyao sect. At the beginning, in the White Dragon Valley, Jianfeng and Xian Mountain, there were several battles with the monsters. Although the Xiaoyao sect lost a lot of cultivators. But after defeating the monster army, the overall strength of the sect was not reduced too much. Not only did they not lose any territory in the Wei Kingdom, but they also severely damaged the Golden Feather Mountain Demon Clan headed by the Black Dragon Demon King, and joined forces with the Xianji sect in the east to seize the Qian Mountain Spirit Vein. After more than 10 years of stable development, the Xiaoyao sect has recruited many new disciples, and soon the number of monks in the sect has quickly returned to the level before the monster beast turmoil. As the Floating Cloud Mountain range can now rank among the top 3 Yuanying major sects, the Xiaoyao sect has more than 40,000 monks. With so many monks and disciples, the entire Guiyang Mountain is naturally bustling everywhere, and there are endless monks and disciples coming and going at the mountain gate. One day, a beam of light suddenly flew from the northwest of Guiyang Mountain and landed at the mountain gate. Several Xiaoyao sect disciples guarding the door saw that the person looked very familiar, and hurriedly cast a spell to send a message. Soon, 2 foundation building disciples from the general affairs hall of the sect came out of the mountain gate with people. Disciple greets Uncle Zhang. Zhang Tianyang glanced at the 2 people in front of him, but he didn't say anything. He just nodded slightly, as a greeting to them. Then he took the 2 people beside him and walked towards the mountain gate together. Just as they were about to pass through the Guiyang Mountain Gate formation, 2 more escape lights suddenly flew in the sky not far away. The speed of the people was no slower than Zhang Tianyang, who had just arrived. After seeing this scene, Zhang Tianyang, who had already walked to the door, immediately stopped his steps, turned around and stared at the air. Not long after, 2 figures fell from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Seeing the 2 people walking quickly, the faces of many disciples guarding the door suddenly changed slightly. They hurriedly left Zhang Tianyang and others aside and walked quickly to meet them. Seeing these gatekeepers suddenly abandoning a few of them halfway, they went to greet other cultivators with a flattering face. A young foundation building man standing next to Zhang Tianyang suddenly showed some displeasure on his face, and asked in a strange voice, "Hey, ancestor, who are they? Are they from the Song family?" But when his own ancestor Zhang Tianyang heard this, he immediately looked angry and turned around to scold him. "Shut up, what are you talking about? Come with me to see the Grand Elder." "Is it the Grand Elder?" Hearing Zhang Tianyang's identity, the younger generation of the Zhang family suddenly changed his face, and quickly shrank his neck and followed behind his own ancestor. "Meet, Grand Elder." Half an hour later, in the Xiaoyao Hall of Qingming Mountain, Li Mufeng, Bai Yuxin, and Song Qingming, the three unyielding ancestors of the sect, sat at the top. In the hall below, Chen Zuixin, Li Wutuang, Chu Fangping, Su Ziyan, Wang Xian, Fang Baixuan, Zhang Tianyang, Yu Nishan, Zhang Zongxin, Luo Qingyan, Song Yuanhao, and Zhao Xingying stood in order. Except for Song Qingyan, who was traveling outside, Shen Jianzhou and Li Junayan, who were unable to get away and come, the remaining 12 Jinden elders of the sect have gathered in the Xiaoyao Hall at this moment. The reason why the sect's Common Affairs Hall sent a letter to summon Song Qingming and so many sect elders to come here was to discuss an important matter concerning the future development of the sect. Just when Song Qingming and Wang Xian were traveling around Qi Mountain some time ago, a major event suddenly happened in Lu State, which was located in the south of the sect and was controlled by the Yuanying sect Lingyuan sect. 100 years ago, when fighting with the monks of Xianhe League, Lingyuan sect was supported by many sects in the cultivation world of Funiu Mountain range, and was able to stop the invasion of Xianhe League from the north. At that time, Song Qingming had just formed a pill not long ago, and he personally led the Uyghur monks to the south to support and participate in that war on behalf of the sect. Finally, after a battle in Qingming Mountain, the coalition of monks in Funiu Mountain successfully blocked the attack of Xianhe League. And the two sides signed a contract in exchange for 100 years of peace. Now 100 years have passed, and the contract signed by the two sides has expired. The border of Lu State in the south has suddenly ignited the war again. But what people didn't expect was that this time it was not the Xianhe League in the south that took the lead in launching an attack to the north. Instead, it was the Lingyuan sect of Lu State that sent troops first and attacked the Yuxiao sect that was originally affiliated with them 100 years ago, and then betrayed and surrendered to the enemy on the battlefield. Originally, with the strength of the Lingyuan sect Yuanying sect, dealing with a Jinden sect Yuxiao sect was just a matter of hand-on-hand. But what people didn't expect was, after betraying and surrendering to the enemy 100 years ago, Chen Yongxiao, the great elder of the Yuxiao sect, received full support from the Xianhe League and had already secretly formed a nascent soul. Without investigating, the Lingyuan sect rashly sent troops to attack the Yuxiao sect, but ended up in a disastrous defeat. Not only did the sect lose a large number of monks, but even the nascent soul Grand Elder Sitian of the Lingyuan sect was seriously injured by Chen Yongxiao's sneak attack. Now, with the secret support of the Xianhe League, Chen Yongxiao has led the Yuxiao sect to launch a counterattack and occupied a large area of Lu State. The Lingyuan sect monks, who are surrounded in the sect's spiritual land Qingming Mountain, faced this crisis of life and death and could only seek help everywhere. The nearby Wei State Xiaoyao sect, Shangyang State Xianji sect and Wu State Xingchen Gate have all received letters of help from the Lingyuan sect. This is also the reason why Li Mufeng and others specially summoned Song Qingming and many sects Jinden elders to Qingming Mountain for discussion. Located in the east of the floating cloud mountain range Xiuxin realm, the Lingyuan sect and Xiaoyao sect, Xianji sect, Xingchen sect and other Yuanying sects have always had a very good relationship. When the Xianhe League invaded Lu State in the north, when the Lingyuan sect was weak and could not defeat the other party, other sects such as Xiaoyao sect immediately lent a hand to it and helped the Lingyuan sect to block the other party's repeated attacks. In the face of foreign invasions, even other sects with bad relations, such as the Unyielding sect, would choose to temporarily put aside their grievances and unite against the outside world, not to mention the Xiaoyao sect, which already had a good relationship. If the enemy this time was the Xianhe League attacking Lu State, the people in the hall would naturally not need to discuss too much about this matter, and just arrange people to rush south to help. But at the moment, the people of Xianhe League did not directly enter Lu State, but secretly supported Yuxiao sect, and it was Sitian and others of Lingyuan sect who took the initiative. The nature of this matter is a little different. Because of this, Li Mufeng, who is a little undecided, summoned Song Qingming and many elders of the sect back to Qingming Mountain to discuss the matter together. Bai Yuxin had just taken out the letter of request for help from Lingyuan sect and told everyone, and Shu Fangping, who had already known about this, spoke first. Reporting to the Grand Elder, when the 100 Years Covenant was signed, Lingyuan sect had promised that as long as Xianhe Alliance did not go north, they would never take the initiative to provoke a war. The covenant has just expired, and Lingyuan sect can't sit still and attacked Yuxiao sect, and didn't even say hello to us. Now that they have been defeated and beaten to the door, they only thought of asking for help. They really don't take us seriously. Junior brother Chu is right. If the people of Xianhe Alliance go north to resist the invasion of foreign enemies into the immortal world of Funiu Mountain, then we will go to support them. There is nothing to say. But now the one dealing with Lingyuan sect is Yuxiao sect, which was originally affiliated with Lu state, so this matter is not a joint attack. Although Yuxiao sect was forced to surrender to Xianhe League, we all know the reason, which is that Lingyuan sect forced them too much. If we intervene in this matter rashly, we will not get any benefits, and we may leave some handles for others in the future. Well, Senior Brother Li is right. I also think that we can't send troops rashly now. It's better to wait and see the attitudes of other sects. The hall is full of cultivators. If it does not involve their own interests and the interests of the sect, everyone will naturally not like to go out and meddle in other people's affairs. Even if it can help Lingyuan sect to repel Yuxiao sect, this matter will not be of any benefit to Xiaoao sect on the surface. On the contrary, it will lose the lives of its own cultivators and a large number of spiritual materials because of the war. As long as the Xianhe League does not take action, even if Yuxiao sect replaces Lingyuan sect in the future, it will not have much impact on Wei state in the north in a short period of time. After all, the northern frontier monster turmoil had just ended not long ago, and the sect's monks had finally stabilized for more than 10 years. At this moment, everyone was more inclined to the stable development of the sect. Hearing that, several people stood up one after another to oppose this matter. Bai Yuxin, who was sitting at the top, was slightly moved, but she did not speak directly, but quietly turned her head and gave a wink to Su Ziyan, who was standing beside her. Seeing this, Su Ziyan hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to the top seat, and directly expressed her opinion. My fellow uncles and fellow disciples, why don't you listen to me first? Lingyuan sect acted rashly against Yuxiao sect without even saying hello, which led to their misfortune today. But now, Lingyuan sect's Grand Elder Situyan has been severely injured by the enemy. If none of our sects care about this matter, it will probably take less than half a year for Qingming Mountain to change hands. Half a year. Sister Su, aren't you looking down on Lingyuan sect? After all, they are a nascent soul sect that has been passed down for thousands of years, so they have some foundation. No matter how strong Yuxiao sect is, it is only a force that has just advanced to the nascent soul stage. How could they take over Qingming Mountain in half a year? As soon as Su Ziyan finished speaking, someone asked in confusion. Hearing this, Su Ziyan shook her head slightly and continued, Brother Luo, you may not know that Lingyuan sect's Grand Elder Situyan's lifespan is already short, and he has suffered a heavy blow this time. It is estimated that it will be difficult for him to fight against the enemy again. Otherwise, they would not be so anxious to seek help everywhere just to deal with Yuxiao sect. Lingyuan sect is indeed a sect that has been passed down for thousands of years, but the battles with Xianhe League in the past few years have almost consumed their sect's foundation. Although there have been no major wars in Lingyuan sect in the past 100 years. However, the two nascent soul seeds they have supported in succession have failed to successfully form a nascent soul, and they have consumed the last bit of foundation accumulated by Lingyuan sect over the years. Otherwise, they would not choose to take the risk and forcefully attack Yuxiao sect at this time. With the current situation of Lingyuan sect, even with the support of the Qingming Mountain Level 4 formation, they may not be able to hold on for long without reinforcements. Moreover, everyone knows that behind Yuxiao sect, there is also Xianhe League secretly supporting it. With the rise and fall of the half year I mentioned is by no means alarmist. Could it be that Situyan can no longer make a move? After hearing Su Ziyan's well-reasoned analysis, Luo Qingyan and others who had just spoken suddenly fell silent with some surprise on their faces. It seemed that they also felt some abnormalities in the Lingyuan sect. Seeing this, Bai Yuxin, who was sitting at the top, spoke to everyone. Ziyan has been in charge of the sect's general affairs for many years, and has had a lot of dealings with the Lingyuan sect in recent years. What she said does make some sense. Whether it is the Lingyuan sect or the Yuxiao sect that will be in charge of Lu in the future, it will not have much impact on us. But if the Xianhe League extends its claws through Lu into the floating cloud mountains, the sect will inevitably establish a great enemy in the south in the future. We must consider these things clearly before making a decision. Although Bai Yuxin did not point it out directly, everyone present clearly heard that her tone was on Su Ziyan's side and agreed to support the Lingyuan sect. Seeing that Bai Yuxin, who was sitting next to him, had directly expressed her attitude, Li Mufang turned his gaze to Song Qingming, who had not spoken yet, and asked him softly, "Junior brother Song, what do you think about whether the sect should intervene in this matter or not?" Hearing this, Song Qingming immediately nodded, then turned his gaze and said, "I think senior sister Bai's concern is reasonable. No matter what the current situation of Lingyuan sect is, we can't just let Yuxiao sect occupy Qingming Mountain. Otherwise, once Lingyuan sect is destroyed and the power of Xianhe League infiltrates into Lu state, the southern part of the sect will inevitably be unstable in the future, which is not conducive to our stable development. However, this matter is not something that affects our family after all. Even if we want to send troops to support, we still have to communicate with Xingqian sect and Xianji sect first. Lest they say that we forcibly interfere in the affairs of Lu state without saying hello." Seeing that Song Qingming also agreed to support Lingyuan sect, Li Mufang was silent for a moment, and immediately nodded and made up his mind to send troops to support. "I will immediately send a letter to Xianji sect and Xingqian sect to inform them that they will send troops to support Lingyuan sect. As long as they have no objection, we will send troops to the south immediately. Zongxin, you go and make arrangements immediately, and prepare 2 flying boats and supplies needed for the battlefield." Ziyan, pass the order down. All disciples in Guiyang Mountain are not allowed to go out recently, and wait for conscription at any time. Disciples obey. After receiving the order, Su Ziyan and Zhang Zongxin immediately turned around and left the Xiaoyao hall, while Li Mufang turned his attention to the other people in the hall. "This expedition, we still need to trouble everyone to contribute to the sect and lead troops to support Lu state. If any one of you is not convenient to go, you can say it now. Who to send to the expedition, I will discuss with junior sister Bai and junior brother Song, and then make a decision. We are willing to serve the sect." Although there were differences of opinion at the beginning, when the sect ancestors sat down and made a decision, the many giant and elders present did not retreat at this moment, and all took the initiative to step forward and ask for battle. Seeing this, Li Mufang nodded with a very satisfied look. After the meeting, Song Qingming was about to get up and leave the hall, but Li Mufang kept him and Bai Yuxin aside. "Junior brother Song, the situation in Lu state is indeed a bit complicated. I am afraid that it will be difficult to help Lingyuan sect by sending them to support. I have been friends with Situyan for so many years. At this time, it is really inconvenient for me to go to Qingming Mountain. I am afraid that I will need to trouble you to go to Lu state at that time." Li Mufang and Situyan have been in charge of Xiaoyao sect and Lingyuan sect for many years. They can be regarded as unyielding cultivators of almost the same generation. They have supported each other for many years, and their relationship is naturally no better than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. At present, Lingyuan sect is in trouble. As good friends, Li Mufang naturally wants to help Situyan. But from the perspective of the sect, some things are indeed beyond their ability. Now that Situyan's lifespan is not long, and the Lingyuan sect has been slow to cultivate new nascent soul cultivators, the decline of the sect is only a matter of time. At this time, if Li Mufang went directly to the Lingyuan sect, he would be embarrassed to face his friend's entrustment face to face. If he replaced someone who was not familiar with him, things would naturally be easier to handle, which is why he had to trouble Song Qingming. Song Qingming, who was still thinking about this matter, immediately understood what he meant when he heard Li Mufang speak, and nodded in agreement with a smile. "Brother, don't worry, I will definitely do my best in this matter. With your words, I feel relieved." After nodding slightly, Li Mufang said nothing more, and took out a 4th-level talisman from his body and handed it to Song Qingming for him to use for self-defense. After the Xiaoyao sect sent a message to express its support for the state of Lu, the Xingqian sect and Xianji sect immediately followed suit and claimed that they would also send troops to support. However, compared with the Xiaoyao sect's united attitude, the Xingqian sect and Xianji sect were not as active as the Xiaoyao sect in supporting the state of Lu. Although they said they would send troops, they did not believe that the situation of the Lingyuan sect would be so critical, So the speed of organizing reinforcements was far slower than that of the Wei state. After seeing the two sects express their attitude, the Xiaoyao sect quickly sent thousands of cultivators to reinforce, and under the personal leadership of Song Qingming, they headed straight to the state of Lu in the south. In addition to Song Qingming, the Yuanying ancestor, the other cultivators who traveled with him included Chen Zuixin, Wang Xian, Yu Nishan, and Luo Qingyan. The two large flying boats moved forward quickly, and it took less than a month to rush all the way to the territory of the state of Lu. At this time, the foot of the Beimeng Mountain was already surrounded by a dense army of tens of thousands of cultivators. Presumably, the Lingyuan sect monks in the formation, although wearing various costumes, seem to come from many different sects, but they have been dispatched in a unified manner, and are using various siege magic tools to attack the mountain protection formation not far away. At the top of Beimeng Mountain, a white-haired old man with an ugly face looked at the continuous magic attacks outside the mountain protection formation and couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. Just as the white-haired old man was standing on the top of the mountain in a daze, a beam of light suddenly flew over and landed beside the old man, and turned into a man in a yellow robe. "Greetings, ancestor." Seeing the newcomer, the white-haired old man immediately came to his senses, nodded slightly and asked, "Jingde, has the eastern part of the formation been repaired? How many spirit stones are left in the treasury at the foot of the mountain? Have all the spirit talismans I asked you to send to them been distributed?" Faced with a series of questions from the white-haired old man, the man in yellow robe did not answer directly, but said excitedly, "Ancestor, I just received a message from Xiaoyao sect. They are less than 300 miles away from Beimeng Mountain." "Xiaoyao sect, you came so quickly." Hearing this, the white-haired old man was slightly stunned, and then a smile slowly appeared on his face. "I didn't expect that Li Mufang is still a kind person." Chapter 919, The Enemy at the Gates. The two women return. Lu State, outside the Beimeng Mountain. Above the sky, the morning sun had just emerged, and tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered at the foot of the mountain, surrounding the Lingyuan sect mountain protection formation in front of them. At this time, on a high mountain not far away, more than a dozen Jindan cultivators dressed in different clothes were surrounding a temporary tent. Standing at the head of the tent was an old man with gray hair. The clothes he wore were embroidered with a few white clouds. He was Chen Wuxi, the Jindan elder of the Yuxiao sect. Standing next to him, in addition to several elders of the Yuxiao sect, there were also many Jindan cultivators from other sects around Lu State. They gathered together to discuss how to break through the Beimeng mountain protection formation in front of them. As a Yuanying sect that has ruled the Lu State's cultivation world for thousands of years, the Lingyuan sect has suffered great losses in the previous years of war with the Tianhai League, and its ability to rule the surrounding affiliated sects is no longer as good as before. In addition, the Yuanying ancestor Sitian in the sect gradually aged, but he was unable to cultivate new Yuanying monks to inherit the sect. These Jindan forces that were originally vassalized by the Lingyuan sect gradually felt the decline of the main family, which was inevitable, and had to start planning their future in advance. After learning that the Lingyuan sect attacked the Yuxiao sect and suffered a great defeat, these vassal forces that had been secretly connected with the Yuxiao sect for a long time changed their attitudes and chose to turn against the Yuxiao sect and stand on the side of the Yuxiao sect. It was also for this reason that the Lingyuan sect was defeated so quickly, and was directly invaded by the Yuxiao sect monks, and even the Lingshan ancestral land Beimeng Mountain was in danger. The law of the world of immortal cultivation is still dominated by the law of the jungle. When the Lingyuan sect was strong, even if it oppressed the forces under its command, these people did not dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction. But when the Lingyuan sect declined and was defeated by the rising star Yuxiao sect, they saw the changes that were about to happen in Lu. These forces, which were originally subordinate to the Lingyuan sect, naturally immediately remembered the bullying they had suffered from their master, and the emotions that had been pent up for many years now completely erupted. Therefore, in the recent siege of Beimeng Mountain, these people also performed particularly well in front of the Yuxiao sect. In addition, they gathered here to tear off a piece of meat from the already declining Lingyuan sect. After all, a centipede is not dead, and as a large Yuanying sect with thousands of years of history, Lingyuan sect must have accumulated a lot of wealth on Beimeng Mountain. As long as they can successfully break through the mountain protection formation, these people who follow behind the Yuxiao sect can get a share of the pie. Chen Wuxi, The great elder of the Yuxiao sect standing at the top, was also oppressed by the Lingyuan sect and forced to resist and switch to the Xianhe League. His heart was full of hatred for the Lingyuan sect. At this moment, standing under the Qingming Mountain, he was extremely happy when he thought about breaking through the enemy's sect. In his mind, he had already begun to imagine how he would take revenge after he went up to Qingming Mountain. Fellow Taoist Chen, Situ Laoga cannot take action now. Qingming Mountain has been surrounded by us. Our strength is far superior to that of the other side. Not to mention the people of Lingyuan sect, not even a sparrow can fly out of the mountain. Don't worry, by then, none of them will be able to escape. Yes, Senior Chen had already opened a gap in the east yesterday. If it weren't for Situ Laoga's backup, we would have already broken through Qingming Mountain. Although Lingyuan sect has repaired the formation, they must have consumed a lot of spiritual stones this time. As long as we continue to attack the formation, it won't take long to successfully break through Qingming Mountain. Everyone has already made a lot of efforts yesterday. Today, we should show our strength. Next, our sect is willing to take the lead. Hearing that many sects nearby were in high spirits and were asking for battle, Chen Wuxi, the great elder of Yuxiao sect who was standing at the top, was also full of joy on his face. Well, with all the fellow Taoists working together like this, we will be able to take down Qingming Mountain sooner or later. Don't worry, after we destroy a Lingyuan sect, we will fulfill all the promises we made to you. But the most urgent task now is to find a way to break through the formation as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Lingyuan sect waits for reinforcements, things may change. Today, fellow Taoist Bai will lead the way and continue to attack from the east. The others will feign attacks in the other three directions and wait for a fellow Taoist Bai to come. Just as many giant and cultivators in the room were discussing how to attack Qingming Mountain, a foundation-building cultivator with a nervous face suddenly broke into the door. Great Elder, an urgent sound transmission note from the north. After taking the letter from the person and taking a look at it, Chen Wuxi, who was originally a little excited, suddenly fell silent. After a while, he spoke to the people in front of him with some surprise. Fellow Taoists, this is the message we just received from the north. There are already flying boats flying here under the banner of Xiaoao sect. I guess this should be the reinforcements invited by Lingyuan sect. I wonder what you think about this, people from Xiaoao sect. How could they come so quickly? Is Xiaoao sect really here to support Lingyuan sect? This is our own business in Lu State. Do they have to wade into this muddy water? It's hard to say. Xiaoao sect and Lingyuan sect have always had a good relationship. They must be here to support Qingming Mountain. When they heard the news brought by Chen Wuxi, the faces of the people present changed one after another. After the soldiers surrounded Qingming Mountain, they naturally knew that Lingyuan sect would definitely ask for help from the outside world. But this time it was not an invasion by foreign enemies like Xianhe League, but the grievances between their sects and Lingyuan sect. Logically speaking, it is not convenient for other unyielding sects in the surrounding area to intervene directly. Even if they have a good relationship with the Lingyuan sect, they will certainly not be too active in coming to support. After all, the mountains are high and the roads are long. Given the current situation of Qingming Mountain, it is difficult to wait for reinforcements to arrive. As long as they can seize the time to attack the formation and destroy the Lingyuan sect before that, even if other sects want to intervene, it will be too late. I thought that this time it was a sure thing and they would conquer Qingming Mountain, but I didn't expect such a big change to happen at this critical juncture. At the same time, the Yuanying sect of the floating cloud mountain range Xiuxin world, Xiaoao sect, has greatly increased its strength in recent years, which is not comparable to the current Lingyuan sect. With the Xiaoao sect intervening in this matter, it is hard to say whether they can successfully break through Qingming Mountain next. While everyone was talking, Chen Wuxi, who was standing at the top, did not speak in a hurry, but stared at the people below. Fellow Taoist Chen, no matter what the Xiaoao sect is here for, it has come to this point now. We have no way out. Just give us some ideas on what to do. Well, fellow Taoist Bai is right. I hope you can help Senior Chen to come up with an idea. We will follow you to the death. Seeing that everyone present was looking at him, Chen Wuxi's face changed slightly, and then he smiled and bowed to everyone. Haha. You are too kind, fellow Taoists. What fellow Taoist Bai said just now is true. At this point, we are already at the gates of the city, and there is no way out. If the power of the Lingyuan sect is restored, they will certainly not let us go easily with their means, and will come to settle accounts later. At that time, even if you are willing to bow your heads and continue to be their dogs, I am afraid that they will despise you. There is only one way before us. Only one of us and the Lingyuan sect can exist in the future in loose state. After Chen Wuxi finished speaking, a trace of fierceness and determination flashed in his eyes, and the other cultivators on the scene also responded one after another. After redistributing the tasks to everyone, Chen Wuxi immediately got up and left the tent and came to a remote cave on the top of the mountain. Just after releasing a talisman in his hand, a voice came from the depths of the cave a moment later. "Brother, come in quickly." Hearing this, Chen Wuxi hurriedly walked into the cave and saw the sect's supreme elder Chen Yongxiao, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation. "Big brother, are the reinforcements from Xiaoyao sect coming soon?" "This. Junior brother, I just received the news." "How did you know about this?" Hearing what Chen Yongxiao said in front of him, Chen Wuxi's face suddenly showed a puzzled look. Hearing the other party's question, Chen Yongxiao smiled slightly, stood up immediately, and answered in a mysterious way, "Big brother, of course someone provided me with the news. However, this matter is of great importance. As for who told me, I can't tell you directly now. Don't worry, the destruction of Lingyuan sect is an inevitable trend, and no one can save them." After speaking, Chen Yongxiao, with a confident look, took Chen Wuxi to the outside of the cave. An hour later, to the north of Qingming Mountain, Luo Qingyan, who was standing in front of the flying boat, looked at the high mountain in front of him that was already visible to the naked eye, and quickly conveyed the news to other cultivators on the flying boat. "Qingming Mountain is coming, everyone be prepared to meet the enemy." The news soon spread throughout the two flying boats. Song Qingming, Wang Xian and others who were resting in the cabin also stood up and walked out of the house. When Song Qingming came to the bow of the flying boat, the high mountain battlefield in the distance was clearly visible. Looking at the battlefield not far ahead, which had already surrounded the entire Qingming Mountain with dense crowds, Song Qingming and others suddenly showed a bit of ugliness on their faces. Although they knew before coming that the situation faced by the Lingyuan sect was somewhat critical. But when they saw so many monks from other sects appearing near the Qingming Mountain, Song Qingming and others were still a little surprised. "Husband, there are so many people here, and they seem to be all monks from other nearby sects. Lingyuan sect is really in big trouble this time. Well, everyone, prepare to fight, and see if you can rush over from the north and join the monks of Lingyuan sect." Hearing the reminder from Wang Xian beside him, Song Qingming nodded slightly and immediately began to issue orders to command the battle. Just as the Xiaoyao sect flying boat was about to approach the battlefield, a horn sounded not far away. Then, thousands of monks who had been ambushed nearby suddenly surrounded the Xiaoyao sect from both sides of the battlefield. "Fight!" With an order, many Xiaoyao sect disciples jumped down from the flying boat and rushed towards the Qingming Mountain. Seeing several powerful escape lights from the enemy monks quickly rushing towards the battlefield, Wang Xian and others standing on the flying boat also took out their magic weapons to join the battle. At this time, Song Qingming, who was standing in front of the flying boat, also felt a strong breath appearing in the high altitude in front. As the spiritual light on his body moved, Song Qingming disappeared from the spot. The next moment, his figure flashed with a spiritual light and stood directly in the sky thousands of feet above the battlefield, his eyes fixed on another figure in front of him. "I am Chen Yongxiao from Yuxiao sect. May I ask your name?" Song Qingming from Xiaoyao sect, Chen Yongxiao in front of him. His cultivation level is not lower than Song Qingming at all, and he is also a peak cultivator of the second level of the nascent soul. It can be seen that the other party should have formed a nascent soul much earlier than him. "I have heard of the name of fellow Taoist Song for a long time. You have only practiced for less than 300 years, but you have already broken through to the nascent soul realm. Fellow Taoist is indeed a role model for cultivators of our generation. I am honored to have your teachings today. Your nascent soul realm was not later than mine. I am not worthy of your teachings. But I came here today to relieve the siege of Qingming Mountain. If you want to block my way, it is inevitable to ask for your advice." After Song Qingming finished speaking, a flash of light appeared beside him, and 5 golden bronze mirrors appeared immediately. The 5 elements divine light mirror merged into one, and shot a golden light directly at the position where Chen Yongxiao was. Seeing this, Chen Yongxiao, who was not far away, immediately took out a white flying sword and directly transformed it into several sword lights to block himself. In an instant, the two of them were entangled in a fight. Half a month later, in the north of the floating cloud mountains, in Qing County in the northeast of Wei State. On this day, in the south of Qing County, two beams of light flew quickly and stopped beside a high mountain, transforming into two somewhat graceful figures. Senior Sister Li, you are finally back. Let's go to Funiu Mountain to rest first, and visit Yuan Fang and the others. How about we set off together to Qingming Mountain tomorrow? Hearing Song Qingyu's suggestion, Li Zuanyi thought for a moment, but still shook his head and said, the last time junior brother Song sent us a message, I guess he had something urgent to find you. Why don't we go to Qingming Mountain to meet them first? Lest junior brother Song worry about us again, haha. Brother Qi won't worry about me like this. The main purpose of his message is probably to worry about your safety, Senior Sister Li. Since Senior Sister Li is so anxious to see Brother Qi, let's go directly to Qingming Mountain. Li Zuanyi, who was standing aside, seemed to hear something meaningful in Song Qingyu's words. His face couldn't help but blush slightly, and he quickly opened his mouth to explain, you silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? You've been talking about junior brother Song all the way. If you're not in a hurry, let's just turn around and go to Funiu Mountain. Don't. Senior sister, you misunderstood. I'm in a hurry to see Brother Qi. It has nothing to do with you. Is that okay? Seeing Song Qingyu's surrender, Li Zuanyi smiled slightly and said nothing more. The two of them turned around and headed northeast. Qingming Mountain is located in the north of Zhang State. If you go there from Qing County, the fastest way is to go to Qianfeng and teleport to Beishifeng in the north. Then turn to the northeast and bypass Yanwu Mountain, and continue to go north to reach the vicinity of Qingming Mountain. Both of them are giant cultivators. With the blessing of Li Zuanyi's flying boat, it took only half an incense stick of time to cross hundreds of miles and arrive at Qianfeng in the northeast of Qing County. The Song family cultivators guarding the gate were startled when they suddenly saw their own giant ancestor, whom they had not seen for more than 10 years. They hurriedly informed the family elders stationed in the market of the news. Soon, two Song family foundation building elders of the Sea generation came to the gate of the market to pay respects to the family ancestors. After the monster turmoil, after more than 10 years of stable development, the number of Song family cultivators has also returned to the pre-war level. Even if the many affiliated families in the territory are not counted, the number of Song family foundation building elders alone is more than 40. Compared with 100 years ago, the number of family cultivators was limited. Now, there are enough cultivators stationed in various industries of the Song family, and the management of various markets is much better than before. Under the leadership of the two family foundation building elders, Song Qingyu and Li Zuanyi walked quickly on the street and headed straight for the teleportation array north of Qianfeng. Just when everyone walked to a corner, a blue-clothed woman who looked about 16 or 17 years old suddenly ran over from the side and blocked Song Qingyu and others. Sister. Someone asked me to deliver a letter to you. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the blue-clothed woman took out a white letter from her body and handed it to Song Qingyu in front of her. But the next moment, before she could get close, Song Xiaoyu, who was standing next to Song Qingyu, immediately scolded loudly and stepped forward to block the blue-clothed woman. Stop. Who are you? Over the years, because several ancestors of the family have moved to Qingming Mountain one after another, Song Xiaoyu and other elders of the Song family have not seen Song Qingyu for a long time. Now that they have the chance to meet the ancestors of the family, they naturally want to show themselves well in front of Song Qingyu. Seeing this blue-clothed woman who appeared inexplicably and blocked the way, she was afraid that the other party would anger Song Qingyu next to her, and she didn't care about understanding the details, so she stepped forward and wanted to pull her aside. What Song Xiaoyu didn't expect was that as a foundation-building cultivator, she faced a blue-clothed woman who seemed to have no cultivation. She grabbed her shoulders with both hands, but could not shake her at all. This also made Song Xiaoyu's face suddenly show an unbelievable look. I'm just delivering a letter. Can you please not block my way? After the blue-clothed woman finished speaking, her innocent smile suddenly turned cold, and then her shoulders moved slightly. The next moment, Song Xiaoyu, who had not yet reacted, felt a huge force suddenly attacking her hands, and the whole person flew backwards involuntarily. After a cry of surprise, Song Xiaoyu in mid-air was stopped by a softer magic power and slowly fell from a high altitude. When she stood firm, she found that it was Li Zuanyi who was standing next to Song Qingyu, who cast a spell to save her. You retreat first." Hearing the solemn voice of Song Qingyu in front of them, Song Xiaoyu and others who were still a little shocked standing aside turned around and quickly retreated. At the same time, the woman in green saw that no one was stopping her, so she successfully delivered the letter in her hand to Song Qingyu. Facing the letter handed over by the other party, Song Qingyu's face was very cautious, and he did not take the thing from her hand. "Who are you?" The little girl in front of him, who was not very old and still looked innocent, had already reached the giant realm, not much lower than Song Qingyu. A person with such a high level of cultivation was hiding in the small market of Qianfang, which made Song Qingyu wonder for a while what the other party's purpose was. "I've already said that I'm just a messenger. Sister, you'll know who I am after reading the letter," the little girl said, and the letter in her hand automatically flew to Song Qingyu, and then she took a few steps back. At this time, Song Qingyu, who was holding the letter, was about to open it, and Li Zuanai's voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Qingyu, be careful." As soon as the voice fell, Li Zuanai, who was worried about the problem in the letter, came to Song Qingyu's side, but the other party took the initiative to reach out and stop her. "Senior Sister Li, I may know who she is, it's okay." After Song Qingyu finished speaking, she opened the letter in her hand with a firm face, and soon a piece of white paper fell out of it. What surprised Li Zuanai on the side was that the white paper was empty. Without a single word, and only a small flying sword pattern was drawn. What does this mean? Hearing the doubts from senior sister Li Zuanai, Song Qingyu couldn't help but move his face slightly at this moment, and looked up again at the woman in green not far away. "Where is she? Come with me." After saying that, the woman in green turned around and walked aside. After Song Qingyu pondered for a moment, she suddenly put on a smile and explained to Li Zuanai with a relaxed look, "Senior Sister Li, a friend is here to see me. Please wait for me here." "Qingyu, who is she?" "It's okay. She's an old friend. I'll be back soon. Remember to wait for me. Don't rush to find Brother Qi and the others," Song Qingyu said, and before Li Zuanai could speak again, he hurriedly followed. Soon, Song Qingyu followed a woman in green and disappeared at the corner of the street. Li Zuanai, who saw this scene, stood there and thought about it, but still felt a little strange, so he hurried forward, trying to catch up with the two people who had just left. But when she turned the corner, what Li Zuanai didn't expect was that Song Qingyu and the mysterious woman in green had already disappeared. Even the divine consciousness she cast, even though it had covered the entire street in front of her, could not sense the breath of the two people at all. Song Qingyu and the woman in green seemed to have suddenly disappeared out of thin air in the market. Chapter 920, Heavenly Sword Pavilion, 10-Year Agreement. Qianfang, outside a cave in the back mountain. Although it is only a small market, Qianfang is close to Funiu Mountain, and there are still many casual cultivators who go to the mountains to hunt monsters nearby. They like to come here to rent a cave to rest. Following the two women in green, Song Qingyu was soon brought to the door of the cave, and saw a woman in red who was very familiar to her. "Master is waiting for you inside, go in by yourself." After the woman in red finished speaking, she pointed to the cave behind Song Qingyu, with a bit of surprise in her eyes. Although she was a little nervous on the way here, Song Qingyu quickly calmed down when he stood at the door at this moment, and stepped into it with a firm look. In the cave, a woman in white sat in front of a stone table. There was a pot of spiritual tea and 2 tea bowls on the table. Seeing Song Qingyu coming in, the woman in white raised her head slightly, and her eyes immediately turned to her. Feeling that Song Qingyu's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the golden core, the white-clothed woman was slightly surprised, then smiled knowingly, stood up and waved to her. "I thought Zizan and the others couldn't invite you, so I had to go and invite you in person. I didn't expect that your personality hasn't changed at all, and you still have the courage to come here to see me. Senior Liu is here in person. Even if I don't want to, I'm afraid I can't help it. In this case, why should I bother you?" The white-clothed woman in front of her was none other than the sword cultivator named Liu who Song Qingyu met in Funiu Mountain and tortured her for a long time and almost took away her opportunity. If Wang Xian hadn't brought Bai Yuxin and others to help in time, Song Qingyu might have been refined into ashes in the damp furnace by her, and now she wouldn't be able to stand here. Seeing the white-clothed woman who had tortured him before appear in front of him again, Song Qingyu was naturally a little angry. But at this moment, she stood in front of the woman in white, still forcibly controlling her emotions, and did not show too much dissatisfaction in front of the other party. It's not that Song Qinggai was generous and had already forgiven the other party. It's just that the cultivation of this woman surnamed Liu had reached the peak of the middle stage of the nascent soul back then. Even Bai Yuxin couldn't get the slightest advantage when fighting with her after she was injured, let alone Song Qinggai now. As she said herself, since the other party came here specifically to find her, she had naturally arranged everything long ago. Even if Song Qinggai didn't want to come in her heart, facing a nascent soul master like the woman in white, she was already helpless at the moment and didn't have too many choices. And the cold methods of the woman in white, Song Qinggai had seen it a long time ago, and the other party was not a kind person. If she really chose to resist her and angered her, I'm afraid it wouldn't be her own business at that time. Sister Li Zuanai, who was following beside her, and even all the cultivators in the entire Qianfang, might lose their lives because of this. Because of this, after guessing the other party's identity, Song Qinggai did not hesitate too much in his heart, and chose to come here on his own initiative. Facing the unfathomable white-clothed woman, Song Qinggai, who knew that it was difficult to fight against her, was much calmer at the moment. After bowing his hands, he took the initiative to sit down at the stone table in front of the other party. Anyway, his life was already in the hands of the other party, so there was really no need to continue to worry. Seeing Song Qinggai's somewhat casual behavior, the white-clothed woman did not look too angry, but took the initiative to pour her a cup of spiritual tea. Seeing Song Qinggai tasting the spiritual tea very generously, the woman in white continued to speak to him calmly. After decades of separation, it's just as I expected that you are not far from forming a nascent soul. With your aptitude of only 3 spiritual roots, you are lucky to be able to cultivate to the golden core realm in an ordinary nascent soul sect like the Xiaoyao sect even with someone's support. But you can successfully break through from the middle golden core realm to the 9th level of the golden core realm in just less than 60 years. This is not something that an ordinary cultivator with 3 spiritual roots can do. You can't tell me that these are all the result of your hard work and there is no other reason. Hearing the white-clothed woman's somewhat cold question, Song Qinggai was silent for a moment, still shaking his head calmly. I am just a small giant and cultivator. My cultivation is nothing but a firefly in front of you. I really don't deserve such praise. Senior, why did you come to me this time? You may as well tell me. If I really have the opportunity to serve you, I will not refuse you. But if you still think that I have something you need, I really can't answer you. Whether it is going up the knife mountain or down the oil pot, I can only accept this fate. Seeing that Song Qinggai's answer was still the same as before, a trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the woman in white. The momentum on her body suddenly moved, and a very strong pressure instantly covered Song Qinggai. Compared with that year, the woman in white not only had her injuries healed long ago, but her cultivation was also better and broke through the 7th level of the nascent soul. The strong pressure that suddenly erupted at this moment immediately shattered the tea bowl in Song Qinggai's hand into powder, and the whole person was firmly imprisoned on the stone bench. Facing the sudden pressure from the woman in white, Song Qinggai was pressed on the stone bench and could not move. However, at this moment, she still forced herself to look up at the other party, with a determined look in her eyes. Even though she knew that her cultivation level could not resist, Song Qinggai still did not want to bow her head for this, showing a stubborn character in her heart. If she really had the opportunity to fight to the death with the other party, even if there was little hope and she was on the verge of death, Song Qinggai would never surrender like this. But in the world of immortal cultivation, the gap in strength between the giant and cultivator and the unyielding cultivator was too huge. The current situation was not something that Song Qinggai could have the chance to reverse at all, and even if she was unwilling, she didn't have much to do. Just as a trace of despair and unwillingness gradually appeared in Song Qinggai's heart, the strong pressure on her body suddenly dissipated in an instant, causing her to stumble and almost fall to the ground. Seeing that Song Qinggai had stabilized her body, the woman in white in front of her took out another tea bowl and placed it on the table. I know what's in your body. You don't have to hide it from me anymore. I'm not here for that thing this time. Seeing that Song Qinggai's eyes were still fixed on her, with a look of disbelief on her face, the woman in white picked up the teapot and poured a cup of spiritual tea, and brought it to her again. Her face changed from cold at the beginning to a smile. It was indeed a mistake to be tricked by you last time. But don't worry, if I really wanted that thing, I would have come here to find you a long time ago, and I would not have waited until today to see you. Now that I have broken through the bottleneck of my cultivation, the thing in your body is not so important to me now. The main reason I came to see you this time is that there is something I want to talk to you in person." Seeing that the woman in white suddenly changed her attitude towards him, Song Qingyu's face was also very confused, and he did not take the spiritual tea she took the initiative to bring to him. "Senior, please tell me what you want to say." Hearing this, the woman in white smiled and nodded gently, and then said softly, "I told you last time that you are the descendant of my senior brother. Logically, you should call me uncle, so you should also be considered a disciple of my Sword Palace lineage. This time, I came mainly to give you an opportunity. I wonder if you dare to accept it." Seeing the woman in white looking at him with a smile, Song Qingyu also felt in his heart that her next words might not be so simple. So he didn't say anything more, and continued to wait for the other party's next words in silence. Seeing that Song Qingyu was still a little wary, the white-clothed woman smiled slightly, without paying too much attention, and continued after a pause. "You know that senior brother Ling and I belong to the same sect. Now I can tell you that the sect we belong to is the Xianjian Pavilion, one of the top 10 sects in Zihuazhao. This time I came to you, I want you to return to the sect with me, replace our Sword Palace disciples, and participate in the sect's next Xianjian trial. If you can successfully pass the trial, you can help our Sword Palace lineage to gain more sect resources. I can promise here that after the matter is done, I will reward you with a spiritual object for forming a baby. This can be regarded as an opportunity for you to form a baby." Xianjian Pavilion, the senior is actually a cultivator from Zihuazhao. "Why do I hear that your accent is the same as ours?" Although they had been with each other for some time before, the white-clothed woman and others had never revealed their identities to Song Qingyu. Suddenly, Song Qingyu heard the other party talking about his origins. He turned out to be from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, one of the 10 major sects in Zihuazhao. Although he was prepared in his heart, he couldn't help showing a bit of shock on his face at this moment. The Zihuazhao Xiuxin realm, like Donghuangzhao and Liyuanhe, is also one of the 5 continents and 4 seas in Huaiyang realm. The size of its territory and the number of cultivators are not much worse than Donghuangzhao. As one of the 10 major sects in Zihuazhao, Song Qingyu didn't know much, but he still heard some of the names of Heavenly Sword Pavilion and knew that it was a top-level unyielding sect that was good at sword cultivation. However, Zihuazhao and Donghuangzhao are not directly connected. There are several Xiuxin realms such as Liyuanhe in the middle, and there are very few exchanges between the cultivators of the 2 continents. Song Qingyu has been practicing for so many years. Although he has heard of the reputation of some major sects in Zihuazhao, it is the first time he has seen a cultivator from Zihuazhao in person. He was a little surprised. He had never realized that they were cultivators from the outside world. He thought that the woman in white and others might be from the eastern Phoenix country to the west of the Fantasy Sea Desert, or from other places on the continent. Facing the trace of doubt on Song Qingyu's face, the woman in white smiled and nodded, saying, "Before I met you, I had been staying nearby for more than 10 years, and this is not the first time I have come to Donghuangzhao. How can you judge our identities just by our accents? Although the 5 continents and 4 seas of Huaiyang realm are different, it is not difficult to go anywhere as long as your cultivation reaches the nascent soul realm. When you go out more in the future, you will naturally know all these. Rather than this, you might as well answer my question first. Are you willing to take this opportunity?" Hearing the reminder of the woman in white, Song Qingyu's face quickly fell silent, and after a while he opened his mouth again and asked her, "It is indeed beyond my expectation that the senior can come from afar to give me this opportunity. But I still have some doubts in my heart. I wonder if the senior can answer them for me first, and then let me consider whether I can agree to your request. If you have anything to ask, just say it directly. As long as I can answer it, I will naturally tell you." As soon as the woman in white finished speaking, Song Qingyu continued to ask, "Senior, you have many disciples, some of whom are far superior to me in cultivation. Even if you want to send someone to participate in the sect trial, there should be more suitable candidates. And although I have practiced senior Lingzuanming sword art, I have not been accepted by your sect and cannot be considered a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. You have come all the way to find me to participate in the trial, which seems a bit far-fetched. Could it be that this trial is so dangerous that even a unyielding cultivator can't pass it?" Although the woman in white suddenly changed her attitude towards him and revealed her origins, Song Qingming also knew that it must not be that simple for the other party to come to him on purpose. Not to mention the distant ones, Yang Zixin, whom Song Qingming met at the entrance of the cave just now, has now formed a unyielding, and her cultivation is far superior to his. The other party left his own disciples unused, but instead came all the way to Donghuang Xian's how to find her, an outsider, to participate in the sect's heavenly sword trial. No matter how you listen to it, it feels a bit strange. Hearing this, the corners of the woman in white's mouth twitched slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she still spoke softly to answer Song Qingming's question. The so-called trial is naturally dangerous. Even if I don't say it, you should know it in your heart. The reason why I invite you is that only disciples below the Jinden level can participate in the Xianjian trial of our sect. Although there are many disciples in my Sword Palace lineage who can participate in the trial, most of them are still slightly inferior to you in cultivation. However, don't think that I am here to beg you for this matter. I just said that this is an opportunity for you. Whether you are willing to participate in the Xianjian trial depends on your decision. Senior brother Ling and I are fellow brothers and sisters, but after he disappeared that year, he never returned to the sect, and now I don't know where he is. Senior brother Ling did not accept any disciples in the sect as his only successor outside. As long as you are willing to participate, I can give you a place. As for whether you can pass the trial and get the reward of the infant spirit object, it depends on your own ability. After hearing the explanation of the woman in white, Song Qingming immediately understood the reason why the other party came to him, and his face fell silent again. According to what the other party said, if only Jinden disciples can participate in the trial, this explanation does make sense. After all, her cultivation has reached the 9th level of Jinden, and with the practice of sword cultivation, there are not many Jinden cultivators who can beat her. It is not strange that the other party would look up to her and specially invite her to join the heavenly sword trial. After thinking for a while, Song Qingming raised her head and looked at the other party calmly. Uncle Liu, what you just said means that I can refuse this, right? Yes. What I said is naturally counted. The heavenly sword trial will be held in 10 years. If you are willing to participate, you can take the letter in your hand and go directly to Zhua's how to find me. If you don't want to, even if I force you to go, you will definitely not be able to pass the trial. This matter is naturally up to you to decide. Hearing the other party's confirmed answer, Song Qingming's somewhat nervous expression on his face relaxed a little, and he quickly bowed to the woman in white in front of him. I would like to think about this matter for a while before making a decision. Thank you for your understanding. In the world of cultivating immortals, there will be no opportunities that fall from the sky. You have been cultivating for so many years, so you don't need me to remind you too much? Okay, the Heaven Sword trial will take another 10 years. I have said everything I should say, and you can think about the rest slowly. I have other things to do, and it's time to leave here. After the woman in white finished speaking, she took the initiative to push the cup of spiritual tea she had just poured in front of Song Qingming. This tea is still warm. Smiling at the person in front of her, the woman in white turned around and left the cave directly. Song Qingming, who was standing by the stone table, was still a little nervous when she saw the other person leaving. It was not until she confirmed that the breath of the woman in white and the others had all left the market that she breathed a sigh of relief and sat directly on the stone bench, looking at the spiritual tea that was still emitting a trace of warmth on the table. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qingming picked it up and drank it all, in the southern part of the floating cloud mountains, at the foot of the Qingming Mountain in Lu State. Since the reinforcements from the Xiaoyao sector arrived, the battlefield below has been fighting for more than half a month, but the entire Qingming Mountain is still trapped in the siege of many cultivators. While the battlefield below the mountain was constantly fighting, Song Qingming and Chen Yongxiao, who were standing high in the sky above, just stood quietly by the side facing each other, and did not directly fight. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is common for sects to attack each other, as long as it is not a life and death battle between the two sides. Even if the general Yuanying cultivators participate in the war, they will not fight directly on the battlefield. The winners and losers of the battles are often the Jinden below and the many foundation building and Qi refining cultivators. It has been half a month since he led the army of sect cultivators to come to Lu State for support. Except for the first day, because Song Qingming wanted to test the strength of the other party, he had a fight with Chen Yongxiao. Since then, the two have been sitting in the air, looking at the battlefield below, and have not fought again. Before, when they decided to send troops to support, although Song Qingming and others knew that the situation in Lu State was somewhat critical, they still underestimated the situation of Qingming Mountain. They did not expect that Uzio sect could unite so many sects to besiege Qingming Mountain in a short period of time. Faced with so many monks at the foot of the mountain, the thousands of reinforcements brought by Zhao sect attacked from the north for half a month. Although they tried their best, they still failed to break through the blockade of many sects such as Uzio sect and join the monks of Lingyuan sect on Qingming Mountain. They could only stop in the north and confront the monks who came to intercept. Seeing that there was no progress in their attack, they could not help Qingming Mountain. The reinforcements from the two major sects Xingqian sect and Xianji sect were delayed, and Song Qingming, who was a little alone, was also a little helpless in his heart. Fortunately, they arrived in time and finally attracted some of the monks who were attacking Qingming Mountain to intercept them, which relieved a lot of pressure on the Lingyuan sect on the mountain. Otherwise, the current Qingming Mountain might have collapsed long ago. Looking at Song Qingming, who was sitting cross-legged not far away, Chen Yongxiao, who had not spoken for several days, could not help but bow to him. "Fellow Taoist Song, I have something to say today. I wonder if you are willing to listen." Chen Yongxiao had just finished speaking when Song Qingming, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and looked at him calmly. "Fellow Taoist, you came to support Lingyuan sect because you were asked to do so. I understand this very well. However, since you have lived in Wei State for a long time, I am afraid you may not have heard much about it. Lingyuan sect has ruled the immortal cultivation world of Lu State for many years. Its methods are brutal, cruel, treacherous, and sometimes even less tolerant than those of ordinary demon cultivators. All the sects or immortal cultivation families under its command have been oppressed by it. Its actions have long been hated by the gods and the people in the immortal cultivation world of Lu State. Back then, my master had a natural spiritual root and cultivated to the 9th level of the golden core before he was 200 years old. He should have become a talent like us. As a result, because he had the qualifications to form a nascent soul, he was secretly killed by Situ Laogang and died silently outside. I know that fellow Taoist Song also came from a family of cultivators and succeeded in forming a baby. It is indeed not easy to get to this point. But what I want to tell you is, if fellow Taoist was in the immortal world of Lu, I am afraid that your fate would be the same as my master's in the past. Lingyuan sect would never give you the opportunity to successfully form a baby. Dare to ask, what is worthy of our loyalty to such a master? Fellow Taoist Song, the Lingyuan sect can be in trouble today because of their own actions. Fellow Taoist insisted on being an enemy of us to rescue Lingyuan sect, but he didn't think about the billions of lives in the immortal world of Lu. Ask yourself, what are you doing, and how is it different from being an accomplice to Tiger? Faced with Chen Yongxiao's righteous words of persuasion, Song Qingming's face was very calm and he was not moved. Fellow Taoist Chen, I really don't know what you said. I'm here not to interfere directly in the feud between Lingyuan sect and you, but to restore peace to the immortal world of Lu. Lingyuan sect is the barrier of floating cloud mountain range to resist Xianhe League. Our sect had an agreement with it in the early years. Today we are here to fulfill the agreement. Facing Song Qingming's unmoved reply, Chen Yongxiao's face moved slightly, and he gritted his teeth and continued to speak. Fellow Taoist Song, as long as you are willing to withdraw your troops and not interfere in the affairs of Lu, I can assure you that in the future, our sect will guard Lu on behalf of Lingyuan sect and prevent Xianhe League from entering Floating Cloud Mountain Range. You should be able to accept this. Chapter 921, Entrusted by Others, Revenge. Half a day later, as the sunset gradually set in the sky, many monks under Qingming Mountain began to retreat after receiving the order from above. The battlefield, which was originally very lively, gradually began to quiet down as many monks left. Those monks who had stayed in the rear to supervise the battle and enforce the law quickly rushed into the battlefield and carried away all the bodies lying on the ground. Soon, the entire Qingming Mountain became much cleaner, leaving only a scarlet atmosphere with a strong smell of blood. On a low mountain in the north of Qingming Mountain, Wang Xian, who was commanding his own monks, saw a beam of light falling from the sky and hurriedly stepped forward to meet it. How are the casualties today? Seeing Wang Xian coming over on his own initiative, Song Qingming, who had just returned from the sky, glanced at the army of monks who were retreating in an orderly manner around him, and hurriedly asked. Hearing this, Wang Xiu nodded slightly and said, "The specific battle report has not been fully counted yet. However, I just took a rough look at the situation. It is similar to the previous few days. We are fine, and the casualties of the monks below are not large. However, the other side is outnumbered, and the people of Lingyuan sect still cannot come out, and we can't break through the defense line. It seems that this time, Qingming sect is also determined to destroy Lingyuan sect. As reinforcements, Qingming and his men arrived at Funiu Mountain and fought several battles with many sects such as Qingming sect that were besieged at the foot of the mountain. However, both sides are human sects in the floating cloud mountain range cultivation world, and there is not much hatred. The intensity of the several battles was far less intense than when the Xiaoyao sect faced the attack of monsters before. When Qingming and Wang Xiu and other giant monks faced the monks of the same level who came to stop them, the fighting between the two sides was basically mainly sparring, and there was no life and death fight. As for the army of foundation building and Qi refining cultivators below, even if the swords are blind, casualties are inevitable in such a large battlefield. However, the cultivators of both sides were still somewhat restrained when they faced each other. Although there were many cultivators from the coalition forces of the Qingming sect and other sects, they basically defended the front line with all their strength these days and did not take the initiative to counterattack the Xiaoyao sect. After all, the main purpose of the Qingming sect was to destroy the Lingyuan sect, and they did not want to make a deadly feud with the Xiaoyao sect that came to support them. Therefore, after several battles, although the battlefield was very lively, the losses of the cultivators on Qingming's side were not great, with only less than 200 casualties. Since the Qingming sect has chosen to turn against them, they will naturally not give up easily. It is estimated that they will have to wait until the reinforcements from the Xingqian sect and the Xianji sect arrive before these people will retreat. At this point, we can only wait slowly. After hearing Wang Xiu's simple report, Qingming smiled and nodded in response, and then took Wang Xiu to the top of the mountain. It has only been 2 years since I came back from the northern frontier. I didn't expect that I would encounter civil unrest in Lu and have to lead people to help. Since the formation of the infant, Qingming feels that as his cultivation has increased, the responsibilities on his shoulders seem to have increased a lot. In the past, when he was still in the Golden Core realm, he didn't need to look too far, as long as he looked at his own territory near King County. But after reaching the nascent soul stage, whether it was the invasion of monsters, the trouble caused by demons, or the disputes between nearby sects, not only Uyghur, but it seems that the entire floating cloud mountain range cultivation world has been related to him. Facing the sunset, Qingming and Wang Xiu's figures below were gradually stretched and printed on the mountain path. After nightfall, in the ancestral hall on the top of Funiu Mountain, a woman in white was sitting on a cushion with her eyes closed in meditation. The woman in white was named Jing. She was not only the Golden Core elder of the Lingyuan sect, but also a direct descendant of Yan, the supreme elder of the sect. As a descendant of Yan, Jing naturally won the trust of the unyielding ancestor of the sect. At this critical moment of the sect, the reason why she was in the ancestral hall was to take care of the very important eye of the sect's formation. Just when Jing was meditating in seclusion, she suddenly felt that a special spiritual power fluctuation suddenly appeared in the hall. Jing, who found the abnormality, opened her eyes quickly, and then flashed to a secret room behind the hall. Seeing the eye of the formation not far in front of her, constantly flashing spiritual power fluctuations, Jing's face suddenly became a little more puzzled. Strange, how could anyone touch the mountain protection formation at this time? Could it be an enemy attack? These days, the besieged monks under Funiu Mountain have been attacking the formation every day, but they basically attack during the day and retreat to the camp to rest at night. Logically speaking, at this time, no one except their own monks would touch the formation at will. Jing, who found something was wrong, immediately cast a spell to send out a voice transmission, then stood up and went to the hall outside. After standing there anxiously waiting for a while, Jing saw a foundation building disciple running in quickly. What's going on? What happened? Reporting to the elder, people from the Qingming sect suddenly appeared in the east of the mountain to attack the formation. The guarding monks were caught off guard and the other party seemed to have rushed in. What? How is this possible? Where is senior brother Luo? Jing had just finished speaking when a figure in a green robe with an anxious face suddenly appeared at the door and ran straight to where she was. Brother Luo, What's wrong with you, Sister Situ? The people of Yuxio sect have used high-level formation breaking beads and have opened a gap from the east side of the formation to kill their way up the mountain. Brother Li has just died in battle, and we are about to be unable to resist. Sister, please go to the back mountain to ask uncle to come out of retreat, otherwise it will be too late. Okay, I'll go to the back mountain right away. Brother Luo, you stay here and help me guard the eye of the formation. I'll be back soon. At this time, my ancestor Situ Yan should still be in retreat in the cave to heal his wounds, and he may not know what is happening outside. Facing the extremely anxious look on Brother Luo's face, Situ Jing did not think much, and took the initiative to leave the ancestral hall and went straight to the top of the back mountain. After Situ Jing left, Brother Luo, who was standing aside, suddenly calmed down from his anxious face, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. As for Situ Jing, he just went out and found the sound of fierce fighting coming from the east of the mountain, and immediately quickened his pace to the top of the mountain. But when she was halfway there, she saw the mountain protection formation that was still lit in the sky suddenly flashed, and then shattered directly from the sky. This is not good. Seeing the mountain protection formation suddenly disappear, Situ Jing in midair was shocked and looked at the place where she left. Just as she was about to hurry back, a huge explosion suddenly came from the ancestor hall of the sect, which was originally very quiet. This violent movement immediately alarmed the entire Baimeng Mountain, on a low mountain to the north of Baimeng Mountain. Wang Xian, who is meditating in the cave, suddenly felt a fluctuation in the restriction at the entrance of the cave, and then a red sound transmission note flew in immediately. Wang Xian, who was disturbed from practicing, had a slight flash of displeasure on her face, and immediately opened the sound transmission note in her hand. The next moment, her face, which was originally somewhat calm, suddenly flashed with surprise, and she quickly got up and walked to the other side of the cave. A moment later, two figures walked out of the cave and met Chen Zuingsen and his companions who had been waiting outside. Uncle Song, something happened on Baimeng Mountain. I just looked closer and saw that the protective formation of Baimeng Mountain has been broken. There are flames everywhere on the mountain. It seems that the people of Yuxio sect have already attacked. What should we do now? After hearing Chen Zuingsen's report, Song Qingming, who was standing still, had a look of surprise on his face. It was obvious that the development of the matter was somewhat beyond his expectations. Hearing this, Wang Xian, who knew the situation was urgent, immediately said, "Husband, even the mountain protection formation has been breached. It is estimated that Lingyuan sect will soon be unable to hold on. No matter what the situation is, since we are here, we must go and take a look. Let's go to support them quickly. Otherwise, once the Yuxio sect captures Baimeng Mountain, there will be no room for recovery. Well, but since they have taken action, they will definitely be on guard against us. You gather all the cultivators in the northwest direction, bypass there and raid to see if you can rush to Baimeng Mountain. I will go ahead and go to the mountain to see the situation. Everyone remember, you must pay attention to your own safety. If you encounter any danger, try to protect yourself first." After a few words of advice, Song Qingming took out the phantom boat, hid himself in the night, and hurried to the direction of Baimeng Mountain. At the beginning, the journey was smooth. Song Qingming soon came to a place not far from Baimeng Mountain and saw the flames of fighting all over the mountain. Just as Song Qingming was about to bypass the monks below and approach Baimeng Mountain from high above, a voice suddenly blocked his way. "Fellow Taoist Song, why don't you rest in the cave at such a dark night? Why do you have to come out to join in the fun?" As soon as the voice faded, a white light suddenly lit up in the dark void beside Song Qingming. After the white light flashed in place, it immediately flashed from the side and landed in front of Song Qingming. It was a strange figure he had never seen before. Seeing that the person wearing a hat deliberately hid his face, and the voice was not the familiar Chen Yongxiao, Song Qingming's face flashed a little surprise. Knowing that the other party was well prepared and was waiting for him here, Song Qingming did not choose to continue hiding his figure, and appeared from the void very generously. "May I ask who you are and why you are blocking my way? Haha. I have the same purpose as fellow Taoist Song. I am here to help. We have no quarrels and we are both here to help. How about saving some energy and stopping here?" The man in the bamboo hat has a higher aura than Chen Yongxiao and has reached the third level of the nascent soul. At this moment, facing Song Qingming, who is not as good as him, the man in the bamboo hat speaks with a very confident tone, and obviously does not take the opponent in front of him too seriously. After hearing what the other party said, Song Qingming's face gradually showed a bit of solemnity, and he asked him again in a stern voice, "Are you from the Xianhe League?" Facing Song Qingming's stern questioning, the man in the bamboo hat shook his head and said, "Fellow Daoist Song, this is a bit filtered. I have nothing to do with the Xianhe League. I am indeed entrusted to help. Don't worry about this." After saying that, the man in the bamboo hat suddenly moved his magic power, and then a green giant sword with a unique aura appeared in front of him out of thin air. It was the other party's life magic weapon that he deliberately cast a spell to prove his identity. In the past, the floating cloud mountain range Zeuxin world fought several battles with the Xianhe League to resist the northward invasion, and naturally they all knew about the nascent soul cultivators on their side. The person in front of him has reached the peak of the third level of the nascent soul, and it must have been more than 100 years since he formed his nascent soul. If it is really a nascent soul cultivator of the Xianhe League, Song Qingming will not be able to fail to recognize the other party's identity, and he also believes his words in his heart. Fellow Daoist Song, the Qingming Mountain protection formation has been breached, and today is the day when the Lingyuan sect will be destroyed. The rise and fall of sects in the world of immortal cultivation is a common occurrence, and these are things that you and I cannot change. Since the Lingyuan sect has run out of luck, I advise fellow Daoists not to move forward. Why not give me a favor and stay here, and we can each serve our own masters, and that can be considered an explanation. Since we cultivators have been entrusted by others, we should do our best. No matter who you are or why you came. If you want to block my way, it is not enough to just talk, you have to show some skills. Humph. You don't know what is good for you. Since you insist on fighting, let me see what you are capable of. Seeing that Song Qingming's spiritual light moved, he cast a spell to release his life-saving magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror, and the man in the bamboo hat also began to activate the magic weapon to prepare to fight him. A white sword light suddenly lit up in the void, and 2 unyielding cultivators with high cultivation in the air started fighting directly. At this time, other monks who were fighting on Qingming Mountain could still see the fierce fighting scene in the sky from more than 10 miles away, and they couldn't help showing some surprise on their faces. Song Qingming had just fought with a man in the bamboo hat. At this time, a very fierce fight was also going on the top of Qingming Mountain. Facing the surging enemies from the bottom of the mountain, Sita Jing and some other disciples of Lingyuan sect had been gradually besieged to the top of the mountain. They could only rely on a 3-level formation arranged on the top of the mountain to barely deal with the enemies in front of them. Although it is a unyielding sect that has been passed down for thousands of years, after several major battles, most of the disciples of Lingyuan sect have been lost. Now there are only a few thousand people left on the mountain to barely support the mountain protection formation. Facing the encirclement and suppression of many sects such as Yuxiao sect, if Song Qingming had not brought the monks of Xiaoyao sect to support, Lingyuan sect would not have been able to hold on until now. Originally, with the support of the mountain protection formation, they could still hold on for a while. But this time, because some of the disciples suddenly turned against their own side, the mountain protection formation of Qingming Mountain was directly broken by the other side without any soldiers. Looking at the crowd below, those fellow disciples who had fought side by side for a long time in the past were now helping the other side to besiege the formation. Sita Jing and others hiding in the formation found it hard to accept and could only look at each other viciously. Brother Luo, the sect has treated you well over the years, and Master has valued you so much that he has given you the position of the head of the sect. It is understandable that others betrayed the sect, but I really can't understand why even you have to collude with Yuxiao sect. Have you pretended to have the friendship between our fellow disciples for hundreds of years? Hearing Sita Jing's unwilling questioning in the formation, the monk named Luo standing in the crowd immediately shook his head. Junior sister, you have misunderstood what I said. The ancestors and the sect have treated me well. How can the friendship of hundreds of years be fake? Why did I betray the sect? Don't you understand at all? The sect has come to this point. It is already a fish on the chopping board and can only be slaughtered. Even if you and I fight to the death, we can't change the fate of the sect's decline. If we don't die today, when the master passes away in the future, we can't defend Lingyuan sect by relying on a few of us. Qingming Mountain will have this day sooner or later, so what's the difference? Junior sister, you are the direct descendant of the master, and you have no choice no matter what. But I am different. In addition to being with this sect, I have other options. It doesn't matter if I leave Lu and become a casual cultivator in the future. There's no need to accompany all of you and die together on this Qingming Mountain. Junior sister, everyone has their own aspirations. Now that things have come to this, you and I have our own paths. There's no need to resent us so much. Blame it on the fact that this world of immortal cultivation is the law of the jungle. Humph. You betrayed the sect, you are disloyal and unjust, and you can still talk about yourself so carelessly. I haven't seen Brother Luo so thick-skinned in all these years. Blame it on the sect and the master for misjudging you, a coward who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Facing the explanation of the cultivator surnamed Luo, Sita Jing's face was full of disdain, and then he angrily scolded the other party. However, facing the other party's scolding, the cultivator surnamed Luo did not look too angry. He just shook his head slightly and led his men to attack the front formation again. When the fight here was fierce, there was also a loud rumble in the sky above the top of the mountain, and the two figures quickly separated and stood in the air. Situyan, the Grand Elder of the Lingyuan sect, had been in the nascent soul stage for more than 1,000 years. Although he had cultivated to the third level of the nascent soul, he had a short lifespan and his qi and blood were already declining. His strength was already inferior to that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. In addition, he was seriously injured by a sneak attack before. At this moment, Situyan's face was already very ugly after a short battle with his opponent, and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Situyan, who was already unable to support himself, Chen Yongxiao, who was standing on the void, had a smug look on his face and said happily, "Old Ghost Situ, don't expect anyone to save you. You will be punished for your evil deeds. Today is the day for me, Chen Yongxiao, to avenge my master." Looking at Chen Yongxiao, who was mocking him from the opposite side, Situyan's face gradually showed some despair, and his eyes looked towards the north with some reluctance. "Since I can't leave today, I might as well tell you. The death of your master was indeed not an accident, it was arranged by me personally. I just didn't expect that I would miss a wolf cub like you. Your kindness led to today's disaster, Chen Yongxiao. Now that things have come to this, you can take my head, and Qingming Mountain can also belong to your Yuxiao sect. But there is one thing I hope you can promise me, let these disciples on the mountain go, and let them go down the mountain by themselves. Destroying people's Taoist sects will eventually be punished by heaven, if you really want to do this too drastically. You are not afraid of cause and effect. What happened to my Lingyuan sect today will also be what happened to your Yuxiao sect tomorrow, haha. Old Ghost Situ, the reason you are in this situation today is the result of cutting the grass without uprooting it. Do I have to make the same mistake as you? If you let them go, there will be retribution. Today, no one can escape here." Hearing the cruel words from the other party, Situyan's face became ugly again. After a light sigh, he took out a golden talisman from his body. Level 4 talisman. Seeing the talisman in Situyan's hand, which exuded a very powerful aura, Chen Yongxiao, who sensed a hint of danger, immediately cast a spell to release a shield. After all, the Lingyuan sect is a nascent soul sect that has been passed down for thousands of years, and it must have some sect background. Facing Situyan's sudden taking out of the high-level talisman, Chen Yongxiao's face did not show the slightest surprise. After casting the spell to release the shield, he took out another shield magic weapon to protect himself, and took the initiative to retreat dozens of feet. Chen Yongxiao had just finished all this when the talisman in Situyan's hand flashed a ray of spiritual light and stuck directly on his forehead. The next moment, Situyan's whole body was covered with a layer of golden light, and his figure grew a lot taller. From an old man who was just seriously ill, he turned into a sturdy man covered in golden light, and his momentum suddenly soared by 30% to 40%. Chen Yongxiao, today I will show you how powerful the golden light blood curse is. After a roar, Situyan's figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he had broken through the air and came in front of Chen Yongxiao. Bang! After a punch was thrown, Chen Yongxiao, who was standing in the original place, flew out together with a shield magic weapon in front of him. Until the whole person was knocked back hundreds of feet away, Chen Yongxiao stabilized his body, and looked at Situyan, who was covered in golden light not far away, with some fear. Obviously, some people did not expect that the other party had such a powerful talisman hidden on him, which allowed Situyan to recover to the level of his heyday in an instant. Humph! But you are just a spent force. Let's see how much more you can do. However, as a nascent soul cultivator, Chen Yongxiao naturally knew that this kind of talisman was usually time-limited, and Situ Yan could not hold on for too long. No matter how strong the opponent's strength is now, as long as the effect of the talisman disappears, Situ Yan will inevitably be a fish on the chopping board, and you can only let him slaughter him. Just when Chen Yongxiao took out the defensive magic weapon on his body again, preparing to deal with Situ Yan's next wave of attacks with all his strength, unexpectedly, the opponent knocked him back with a punch, and suddenly disappeared again. Chapter 922, The Sect is Destroyed, we will accompany you to the end. Although he was confident and prepared for the opponent's attack. However, the counterattack of a Yuanying cultivator before his death still forced Chen Yongxiao to be very cautious. He defended with all his strength while sending out his spiritual sense to search around. Just as he was nervously searching for Situ Yan's trace, a golden light suddenly flashed below the two people's fight and quickly fell to the top of the mountain. HMPH. Old man, you are pretending and want to run away. Seeing this scene, Chen Yongxiao, who knew that he had been deceived by the other party, did not look too panicked on his face, but instead showed a little sarcasm. With Situ Yan's current condition, he had no chance to escape. The reason why he made this desperate attitude now was nothing more than a dying struggle, trying to seek a glimmer of life for the remaining Lingyuan sect disciples on the top of the mountain. However, now Mount Mountain has been surrounded by many sects at the foot of the mountain. These people have hatred for the Lingyuan sect, and they wish to tear all the people on the mountain to pieces. There is no way they will let them go. Even if Situ Yan was not injured, he would not have the chance to rescue the people down the mountain today, not to mention that he himself was already in danger. After standing there and snorting coldly, Chen Yongxiao immediately cast a spell to put away the magic weapon beside him, turned around and chased up to the top of the mountain below. At this time, Situ Yan, who turned into golden light, had already arrived above the mountaintop formation. Get out! After a roar, Situ Yan quickly threw a punch at the bottom, and directly knocked away dozens of monks who were besieging the formation. The next moment, he didn't care whether these people were dead or alive, and he flashed into the formation. Ancestor, seeing Situ Yan covered with the golden light, the Lingyuan sect disciples who were left in the formation hurriedly surrounded him with a happy face. However, Situ Yan, who was a little sad at the moment, looked at the few remaining disciples in his sect, but he didn't have time to explain too much to them, and directly took out a black token. Bo Yan, take people to the back to activate the teleportation array and evacuate here immediately. As a Yuanying sect that has been passed down for thousands of years, the Lingyuan sect naturally also arranged some backup plans on Mount Mountain to prevent the sect from encountering accidents. After the Mount Mountain protection array was broken by the enemy, the reason why Situ Jing and others all gathered at the top of the mountain to hold the last line of defense. It is precisely because there is a special teleportation array leading to the bottom of the mountain hidden under this array. The existence of this escape array is not known to ordinary disciples of the Lingyuan sect. Only Situ Yan and a few giant and elders in the sect know about it. Now that it has reached such a critical situation, it is impossible to repel the enemy and defend Mount Mountain. For now, the Lingyuan sect can only choose the last retreat in front of it. Seeing that Situ Yan had already ordered to evacuate, Li Boyan, the giant and elder of the Lingyuan sect who took over the token, did not accept the order, and hurried forward to persuade him, Ancestor, the sect cannot do without you. You should go first. And I and everyone will hold the formation. You can't stop Chen Yongxiao by yourself. I must stay to buy time for everyone. There is no time to talk about this. Everyone can't leave without being fussy. Take them to the formation platform and quickly activate the formation and leave here. Remember, after leaving here, stay away from Lu's state. Don't think about revenge, and don't come back in the future. Faced with the persuasion of the disciples beside him, Situ Yan immediately scolded him with an anxious look on his face. Seeing this, Li Boyan could only turn around and walk quickly towards the cave behind him. After Li Boyan left, Situ Yan took out a storage magic weapon from his body and handed it to Situ Jing beside him, and earnestly admonished the descendant beside him, the things in here are related to the sect's inheritance. Take them with you, and after you leave, go north to Uyghur Zioao sect to find Li Mufin. He and I had a lot of friendship in the past. When we get there, it should not be too difficult to ask him to help find a place to settle down. The sect has come to this day because I, the ancestor, have not done well enough, which is why you have followed me to this point. I am speechless in front of my ancestors. Although I have lived enough, you are still young and must live well. I hope that in the future you will have the opportunity to rebuild Lingyuan sect and continue the sect's Taoist lineage. In this way, even if I die here today, I can be comforted. Ancestor, okay, let's go. Seeing that the Lingyuan sect people in the formation began to retreat in an orderly manner into a stone cave in the back, the Lingyuan sect giant and cultivator named Luo, who was still besieging the formation with everyone, instantly saw what they were thinking. Fellow Taoist Chen, this is bad. There is a teleportation array hidden in the cave. They are about to run away. Everyone, follow me and break the array with all your strength. We must not let them go easily. Hearing the anxious reminder of the monk surnamed Luo, Chen Siwu, the great elder of the Yuxiao sect standing in the air, hurriedly commanded the monks to attack the array below with all their strength. But just as they approached, Situyan in the array immediately punched out of the array, directly forcing everyone to retreat. Just when Situyan was about to pursue the victory, a sword light suddenly fell from the sky and directly blocked Situyan's attack. Old Ghost Situ, do you really think they can run away? To tell you the truth, I have been preparing for more than 200 years to take revenge today. No one can walk out of here today. Chen Yongxiao, who landed, shouted angrily and threw a black ball directly. This is a high-level shock pulse speed. You actually still have it with you. Even though he knew that he was doomed today, he couldn't help but flash a trace of shock on his face when he saw Chen Yongxiao throw out a high-level shocking pulse speed that he didn't know where he found. Unexpectedly, the other party would use such a high-level rare thing for revenge this time. In Situyan's surprised look, the ball just fell on the big formation below, and suddenly a loud boom sounded, and the entire top of the mountain began to shake violently. At this time, the Lingyuan sect monks who were preparing to activate the formation in the cave were unable to activate the teleportation formation in front of them, normally in the face of the sudden spiritual disorder. Seeing the violent vibration, the surrounding rocks fell down, and the faces of the Lingyuan sect disciples in the cave gradually showed a bit of despair. Not good. Everyone quickly cast a spell to stabilize the cave, and must keep the teleportation formation. Seeing this situation, Sita Jing, a third-level formation master, hurried forward to cast a spell and release a formation plate. As several formation flags were shot out under her command, a golden light shield immediately appeared in the cave, blocking the falling debris from above everyone's heads. Everyone, follow me. After breaking the formation, no one will be left alive. After using the high-level shock vein bead to destroy the nearby ground veins, Chen Yongxiao snorted coldly and immediately commanded his monks to attack a large formation in front of him. Although by destroying the ground veins at the top of the mountain, the other party can be prevented from activating the teleportation formation in the cave. But as long as the teleportation formation is not completely destroyed, the other party will still have the chance to repair the formation and teleport away. At this time, Chen Yongxiao will naturally not give the Lingyuan sect monks this opportunity again. Today, they must cut the grass and root it out before they can be completely at ease. Seeing Chen Yongxiao's sword light fall again, Situyan, who was standing in the air, gritted his teeth and rushed up again to stop the other party. Chen Yongxiao, since it's either you die or I die today, then I will accompany you to the end. This time, after the fight, Situyan's momentum suddenly changed, and he no longer defended at all. He attacked desperately when he met Chen Yongxiao and 4 or 5 giant monks around him. The aftermath of the battle made the surrounding people dare not approach easily. However, the other party was outnumbered. There were more than a dozen giant monks on the top of the mountain. It was impossible for Situyan to stop so many monks. Seeing that Situyan had been entangled by his own monks, the others immediately stepped up their attack on the formation in front of them. The power of this formation, which had been destroyed, had already been lost by more than half. At this moment, it was suddenly besieged by so many monks and was in danger. After a while, there was a loud boom, and the formation below was directly broken by the coalition of monks around. Kill! Don't leave any. Seeing that the formation had been broken, Chen Wuxi, the great elder of the Yuxiao sect, immediately led everyone to rush to the cave. At this time, hundreds of figures in the cave flew out and blocked everyone. Stop them! Sita Jing and others in the cave were still trying their best to repair the teleportation array, but the large array outside had been broken by the enemy, and Li Boyan and others could only bite the bullet and kill their way out. The strength gap between the two sides in this battle was huge. The battle had just started, and the monks on the Lingyuan sect side were constantly being knocked away, and bursts of screams were heard. But even though they knew that they were outnumbered and had no chance of winning, Li Boyan and many other Lingyuan sect monks still did not choose to retreat. For them, if they wanted to escape from Qingming Mountain and get a glimmer of life, they could only rely on the teleportation array behind them. They had to stop these people anyway to buy time for Sita Jing and others, otherwise no one would be able to leave here alive. Just as Li Boyan and others were fighting hard against the enemy, Sita Yan, who was alone in the air facing the siege of many monks, finally ran out of the golden spiritual light on his body after he fought hard to repel the enemies beside him. Seeing the golden aura on his body gradually fading, Sita Yan also felt the mana in his body draining away rapidly, and he turned from a middle-aged strong man into a white-haired old man again. He was already very weak, and he was trembling when he wanted to raise his hand. He could only cast a spell to activate the magic weapon and protect himself. Not far away, Chen Yongxiao, who saw this scene, finally had a cold look on his face. Old Ghost Situ, die, with a loud bang. Li Boyan, who was besieged by 3 giant monks, was caught off guard by the magic weapon in Chen Wuxi's hand and flew backwards and fell to the ground. Even if he fought hard and relied on the lives of many fellow disciples to delay time, the gap in strength between the two sides was still too big. After less than half an instant stick of time, hundreds of bodies of Lingyuan sect monks were lying outside the cave. But even so, the people of Lingyuan sect still did not give up. But the next moment, before Li Boyan could get up, a figure suddenly fell from the air and hid him directly in front of him. Old ancestor, seeing Sita Yan, who was already dying, Li Boyan exclaimed and went forward to help him up. But before he could get close, a sword light fell from the sky and landed directly on Sita Yan, piercing him through. Ah! Go away! After a scream, Sita Yan stared at something not far away, but soon it dimmed. As a nascent soul cultivator, even if his physical body was killed, Sita Yan's aura did not completely disappear. Not long after, a nascent soul the size of a baby emerged from his head. Old Ghost, where are you going? Before Sita Yan's nascent soul could escape, a talisman fell from the sky and turned directly into a giant net to trap the other party's nascent soul in place. Seeing that the other party's nascent soul was trapped by him, Chen Yongxiao fell from the sky with a somewhat happy look on his face. Just as he was about to step forward and grab the other party's nascent soul, a red spiritual light suddenly appeared on Sita Yan's nascent soul, causing him to stop in his tracks. Chen Yongxiao, even if I die today, you can't humiliate me. A red spiritual light flashed, and Sita Yan's nascent soul was instantly wrapped in the spiritual light, and a very powerful aura covered his surroundings again. Bang! After a sound. The next moment, Sita Yan's nascent soul turned into a ball of blood mist and disappeared on the battlefield. Old thing, you actually blew up your nascent soul. I didn't torture you properly, it's really a bargain for you. Seeing Sita Yan's nascent soul, which had dissipated in the air not far away, his entire body had been blown into pieces. Chen Yongxiao, who was standing in place, had a slight flash of disappointment on his face, and stepped forward to collect a magic weapon that the other party had dropped on the ground. After doing all this, Chen Yongxiao suddenly heard a wail behind him, and his eyes turned to look not far away, falling on Li Boyan and others who were already covered in injuries. Ancestor, I will fight you. Facing Li Boyan, who took the initiative to cast a spell and released a sword light, Chen Yongxiao's eyes slightly showed a trace of disdain. HMPH. Overestimate your own ability. Just a light sword swing, Li Boyan and dozens of other cultivators were instantly knocked away. In the cave, Sita Jing and others who had repaired the teleportation array had not had time to activate the array before they saw a powerful sword energy suddenly attacking from above their heads. The mountain peak shifted, and the entire top of the cave was directly cut open by Chen Yongxiao's sword, revealing the teleportation array that had just been repaired inside. Seeing Chen Yongxiao standing in the air from a distance, Sita Jing and others standing next to the teleportation array once again showed a look of despair on their faces. It was just a little bit short, but it was still a step too late. Seeing Li Boyan and others lying on the ground outside, whose life and death were unknown, Sita Yan moved his magic power and took out a magic weapon to prepare for the enemy. But before she could do anything, a figure not far away rushed towards Chen Yongxiao in the air again. Junior sister Situ, hurry up, senior brother Li. Seeing Li Boyan, who was covered in wounds but still chose to take the initiative to try to stop Chen Yongxiao, Sita Jing and others couldn't help shouting with some sadness on their faces. But before she finished her words, she saw a sharp sword flash in front of her. The next moment, a body without breath flew from a distance and smashed directly not far in front of her. For a giant cultivator to face a unyielding cultivator, the gap in strength is an insurmountable gap. Even if Li Boyan risked his life this time and tried to entangle the other party, he still couldn't stop Chen Yongxiao for a moment. Old Ghost Sit was dead. After today, there will be no Lingyuan sect in the Lu Kingdom's cultivation world. The outside had already been surrounded by the coalition of cultivators such as the Yuxiao sect. At this moment, hearing the fact that Chen Yongxiao said not far away, which was enough to make them feel desperate, Sita Jing and others' faces were also full of paleness. Even though Sita Yan, Li Boyan and others tried their best to help them escape, the huge gap in strength ultimately prevented them from getting a chance to survive. Sita Jing, who had no choice left, took out his own magic weapons with the last 100 monks of the Lingyuan sect. Everyone, follow me to kill the enemy. Facing the remaining Sita Jing and others who were still resisting, Chen Yongxiao, who was standing in place, said again with a cold face. Cut the grass and root it out, send them on their way. With an order from here, the monks' coalition, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at the remaining Lingyuan sect disciples who had already been eaten by fish, and their eyes showed greed like hungry wolves. Just as everyone rushed forward and besieged the remaining Sita Jing and others, a flash of light suddenly flashed in the air not far away. I saw a green-robed figure suddenly flash out from the void, and then fell from the sky and landed on the battlefield, directly shocking away several nearby Yuxiao sect monks who were in the front. The allied monks who reacted on the battlefield were stunned when they saw the green-robed figure that suddenly appeared in front of them. This is a nascent soul monk, everyone. There is no need to kill everyone in the sect dispute. How about we stop now? As a strong pressure came out, the people around them retreated involuntarily, and soon a piece of empty space appeared on the battlefield. Song Qingming, how could it be you? Seeing Song Qingming suddenly appear in front of him, Li Yongxiao in midair was also a little surprised, and his eyes turned to the other side of the void. I saw a figure in a bamboo hat, who had come not far from him at this time. And then a voice transmission quickly entered Li Yongxiao's ears. Fellow Taoist Li, I'm a little sorry, this person is indeed not easy to deal with. I have tried my best. Hearing this, Li Yongxiao's face also flashed a bit of ugly color. It took a lot of effort to invite a helper, and I thought the other party's strength was enough to help him successfully hold Song Qingming. Unexpectedly, he still managed to break through the barrier and successfully arrived at Funiu Mountain. However, even though it was an accident, there were so many people on his side at this moment, and Song Qingming was the only one here. Li Yongxiao did not look too worried. Then he turned his eyes to Song Qingming, who was staring at him closely, and asked calmly, Fellow Taoist Song, now that Sita Yan is dead and Lingyuan sect has been destroyed, Taoist fellow is not a cultivator from Lu state, so why do you have to stay and wade into this muddy water? As long as you are willing to leave today and not interfere in this matter, Chen will personally send someone to send a gift to your sect one day, as an apology to Taoist fellow. What do you think? Faced with Chen Yongxiao's proactive attitude of lowering himself, Song Qingming did not pay too much attention, and still shook his head calmly. Song has never been a person who likes to meddle in other people's business, and there is nothing for you to apologize for. This time, Song came here just to support Lingyuan sect for the agreement between the sects, not to interfere in your affairs. Today, Lingyuan sect was destroyed. I have done my best and can't say much, but there are some things that I have encountered, so I can't pretend not to see them. When I came here, I was entrusted by my senior brothers to take care of Lingyuan sect. I can't let you kill them all and destroy the Taoist lineage. Please let them go. I can promise that I will not interfere in the affairs of Qingming Mountain in the future. This. Fellow Taoist Song, Lingyuan sect oppressed us so much back then. The cultivators present all have a blood feud with them, so they came here to take revenge today. Let us let them go like this. Isn't it a bit too much for you to ask? Hearing that Song Qingming wanted to save Sita Jing and others in front of him, Li Yongxiao and many surrounding sects flashed a trace of ugly color on their faces. Seeing this, Song Qingming could only speak again. There are thousands of sects in the world of cultivation, and fighting each other is everywhere. These days, I have also heard some grievances between fellow Taoist Chen and Lingyuan sect. and I have not commented too much on this. But there is one thing that Song wants to ask fellow Taoist Chen. In the past, Lingyuan sect was powerful and oppressed you a lot. So fellow Taoist Chen came here today to take revenge. But in the future, your Yuxiao sect will lead the immortal cultivation world of Lu State. Can your sect stop oppressing your vassals and let them develop on their own? In the world of immortal cultivation, strength is everything. Powerful sects will occupy the sacred mountain. In order to obtain more cultivation resources, they will inevitably exploit their subordinate forces. The weak often cannot resist and can only accept reality, carefully trying to survive in the cracks. As a nascent soul cultivator who has worked his way up from the bottom of the world of immortal cultivation, Song Qingming naturally has a long-standing understanding of this. These days, when the two of them confronted each other in the air, Chen Yongxiao always mentioned the hatred between the two sects and the oppression of the Lingyuan sect in the past. Song Qingming has always kept silent about it. But at this moment, facing the ruthless killing of Chen Yongxiao and others, he finally couldn't help but ask the other party back. Seeing that Chen Yongxiao's face fell silent when facing his question, Song Qingming continued to speak to the people in front of him. These people, whether you like it or not, as long as I am still here, no one can touch them. If you still want to fight again, then you all come together. Today Song will definitely accompany you to the end. Chapter 923, Fighting Against All the Heroes, the War is Over. When Song Qingming finished the last word, his magic power moved at the same time, and his life treasure 5 elements divine light mirror appeared out of thin air, turning into several huge bronze mirrors standing beside him. As a nascent soul cultivator, Song Qingming's cultivation was much higher than the many cultivators who came to besiege him. With just a shout, the people surrounding the top of the mountain were frightened by the powerful pressure from Song Qingming and dared not move forward. They could only turn their eyes to Chen Yongxiao who was in the air not far away. This time, these sects followed the Yuxiao sect cultivators to besiege Qingming Mountain. In addition to the banner of revenge, they were actually more for the spiritual objects on the mountain. When the target of the siege was changed from the Lingyuan sect cultivators to Song Qingming who came to support on behalf of the Xiaoyao sect, these people's faces obviously showed a hint of hesitation. Facing the declining Lingyuan sect, they naturally had no way out when they came here. Even if they had to pay a lot of price, they had to flatten the entire Qingming Mountain. Otherwise, if today's matter failed, once the Lingyuan sect recovered in the future, they would sooner or later settle accounts with them. But Song Qingming and the Xiaoyao sect behind him were already the top 3 sects in the floating cloud mountain range in the world of immortal cultivation. Their strength was far from that of the Lingyuan sect, which was at the bottom of many unyielding sects. This was also the reason why, even though they knew that the Xiaoyao sect monks were coming to support them, they still did not dare to counterattack Song Qingming and others head-on when they had the advantage. After all, except for the Yuxiao sect, these sects were just ordinary giant forces. Blocking the other party's support was just to successfully capture Qingming Mountain and share the many spiritual objects on the Lingyuan sect on the mountain. Without any benefit, they didn't want to easily make a feud with a powerful unyielding sect like Xiaoyao sect. Seeing that other sects around them didn't dare to step forward and looked at him, Chen Yongxiao didn't hesitate too much. After looking at the man in the bamboo hat beside him, he immediately stepped forward to Song Qingming. Fellow Taoist Song, I just advised you kindly. It's also because we are all the righteous sects of the Funiu Mountain range, and I give your Xiaoyao sect some face, so I advise you not to interfere in this matter. You are only here today, and you dare to say so arrogantly to save these remnants of the Lingyuan sect. What fellow Taoist Song said just now is too disrespectful to so many of us. After Chen Yongxiao finished speaking, he moved the magic power in his hand, and began to urge the 3-inch-long golden short knife in front of him to gather spiritual energy. The man in the bamboo hat, who was invited to help him, also cast a spell to take out a green giant sword, and the two of them directly surrounded Song Qingming. Although the words he just said intimidated the other sects that followed him, Song Qingming was also very clear in his heart that facing Chen Yongxiao and others who were determined to wipe out the roots, it would be difficult to stop them with just a threat. If he wanted to save Sita Jing and others from them, he still needed to show enough strength to buy them a little time to escape. Seeing that the other party was ready to take action, Song Qingming immediately cast a spell and flew into the air, controlling his own life magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror to turn into 5 giant shields, and took the initiative to step forward to hold back Chen Yongxiao and the other two. This time, facing two cultivators of the same level, Song Qingming, who was determined to contain the two, did not retain too much strength. After casting a spell and using the 5 elements divine light mirror to stop the man in the bamboo hat, Song Qingming took out a white light jade ring from his body. Under his spell, the white light jade ring turned into a huge white light circle and threw it directly at Chen Yongxiao not far away. This white jade ring was a magic weapon that Fire Phoenix had given to him from the White Crane Demon King. It was already a 4th grade medium grade magic weapon, and it was a very powerful attack magic weapon. In the previous battle with Song Qingming, Chen Yongxiao had never seen him use it. Seeing the white jade ring suddenly flying over, Chen Yongxiao was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Song Qingming had such a powerful 4th grade medium grade magic weapon hidden on him. In a hurry, he was a little slow to respond, and soon the white jade ring came directly above Chen Yongxiao's head. A burst of white spiritual light covered the surroundings around him, and Chen Yongxiao felt that the temperature around him dropped rapidly. The next moment, the white jade ring above his head suddenly disappeared. Chen Yongxiao, who sensed the hint of danger, had just cast a shield to block himself, and suddenly a white halo appeared around him, directly encircling him in the white light. Chen Yongxiao, who was trapped by the white light, felt a strong pressure covering him, which made him unable to move for a while, and he could only cast a spell to activate the shield to resist. Chen Yongxiao, who had been somewhat disdainful of Song Qingming's bold words before, felt the power of this 4th level medium grade magic weapon at this moment, and instantly understood the other party's determination to stop him. However, at this point, no matter how much strength Song Qingming has hidden, they will not easily give up the idea of cutting the grass and eradicating it. Seeing that the white halo was getting closer and closer, Chen Yongxiao suddenly burst into golden light. The next moment, a golden token appeared above his head and pushed the white halo back again. At the same time, Chen Wuxi, the great elder of the Yuxiao sect who was standing below and watching the battle, saw that Song Qingming had been entangled by Chen Yongxiao and the others. He took several giant monks beside him and quickly went around from the side of the battlefield, wanting to raid Sita Jing and others who were hiding in the teleportation array behind. But before they could get close, a dark figure had already fallen from midair and blocked them. This is the nascent soul puppet. Seeing the black shadow suddenly appearing in front of them and feeling the strong aura coming from the other party, Chen Wuxi and others were surprised. They never expected that Song Qingming actually had a nascent soul-level humanoid puppet on him, and they couldn't help but frown. Seeing that Chen Wuxi and others who were attacking had been stopped by Song Qingming's humanoid puppet, Sita Jing, who was originally full of despair in the back, suddenly rekindled a glimmer of hope in his heart. Quickly fill up the spirit stones and start the teleportation array. After a night of fighting, except for a small number of monks who followed a Luo surname to rebel, most of the monks and the Lingyuan sect had died in the battle on Qi Mountain. Now, there are only a few dozen disciples such as Sita Jing who are still left near the teleportation array, and most of them are young monks with lower cultivation in the sect. These people don't have much experience in fighting, and have never experienced such a bloody battle as tonight. Most of them have been scared out of their wits at this moment. It was not until he heard Sita Jing's loud reminder that he quickly reacted and hurriedly filled the surroundings of the formation with spirit stones. Sita Jing, on the other hand, took out a formation plate by himself and cast a spell again to prop up a shield above the teleportation formation. Although there were 5 or 6 giant and cultivators who came to besiege them, facing a human puppet at the unyielding level, Chen Wuxi and others could not get through the obstruction for a while. Seeing that Sita Jing and others were already preparing to activate the teleportation formation, Chen Wuxi, who looked a little anxious, hurriedly shouted to the many cultivators who were still watching on the side, "Fellow Daoists, what are you waiting for? If you don't do it yet, do you really want to betray the covenant?" Before facing the deterrence of Song Qingming, a unyielding cultivator, the other sects standing next to them did not dare to step forward for a while, because they were afraid of offending the unyielding senior of the Xiaoyao sect. But at this moment, Song Qingming had been entangled by Chen Yongxiao and others, and only Sita Jing and others were left in front of them. To them, they were like lambs to be slaughtered. Hearing Chen Wuxi's loud reminder, they suddenly showed some fierceness in their eyes, and they all set out to quickly come to the teleportation array. Just as they were approaching the teleportation array, Sita Jing, who was in the shield at this time, also quickly flashed a trace of determination on her face, and tried her best to pour all her magic power into the array plate in her hand. At this point, Sita Jing and others have already reached a desperate situation. Even if Song Qingming, a Yuanying senior, is willing to help, the power of one person is limited after all. Being able to help stop so many people from the Yuxiao sect is already trying to win them the last chance to escape. Next, it depends on whether she, the only remaining Jinden elder of the sect, can give the last sect disciples on the Qingming Mountain behind her time to activate the teleportation array and leave. While Sita Jing was casting spells, 5 or 6 Jinden monks came over first. Facing the magic array that Sita Jing had just set up, these people were not too surprised, and they directly activated their magic weapons to attack the shield in front of them. Boom! The sound of fierce collision of magic weapons rang out. After several fierce attacks, the shield that had just been set up was soon shaken to the point of collapse. Even Sita Jing, who was holding the array plate below, was almost shaken and fell from the air. Even if she cast spells with all her heart and soul, her power alone was limited. Facing the siege of many Jinden and foundation-building monks outside, the shield was soon broken by the opponent, revealing a huge hole, and Sita Jing was knocked out. Just as everyone was about to rush into the shield, Sita Jing, who was inside, also had a look of determination on her face. Although she was definitely unable to escape, she had to try her best to cover the disciples behind her to escape. Even if she had to fight with her last breath, she had to leave a trace of blood inheritance for the sect. Only in this way can we live up to the trust of the ancestors of the sect and let the sacrifices of the many fellow disciples who died in the battle on the Qingming Mountain in front of us leave a little value. Looking at the many cultivators who surrounded her, Sita Jing did not show any fear on her face. Instead, she looked at everyone present with a fierce look, and a layer of golden light gradually flashed on her body. Just when she was calm and ready to self-destruct the golden elixir in her body to stop her opponent and greet the last moment of her life, unexpectedly, several golden bronze mirrors fell from the sky at this time, directly repelling the people who came to besiege, and protecting Sita Jing behind. This is Senior Song. Seeing the powerful magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror in front of her, Sita Jing was stunned for a moment, and immediately recognized that it was Song Qingming's life magic weapon, and her eyes couldn't help but look up at the air. I saw a flash of green light, and Song Qingming's figure disappeared from the air and instantly landed near the teleportation array. After landing, he ignored the people in front of him, but cast a spell to summon the nascent soul puppet that was fighting with the enemy nearby back to his side. After glaring at the people around him, Song Qingming directly said to Sita Jing behind him, "Go. I'll stop them, senior." Hearing what Song Qingming said, Sita Jing showed a trace of gratitude, and without much hesitation, he turned around and moved closer to the teleportation array. At the same time, Chen Yongxiao and the man in the bamboo hat also flashed and caught up, and came to Song Qingming. Looking at Sita Jing and others not far away, who were already installing spirit stones to start the teleportation array, Chen Yongxiao's face suddenly flashed a bit of ugly color. "Fellow Daoist Song, it has come to this point. Facing so many of us, do you really want to protect them?" Facing Chen Yongxiao's repeated threats, Song Qingming ignored the other party, but in front of everyone, he poured his own mana into the life magic weapon in front of him. Soon, the 5 elements divine light mirror suddenly expanded several times, surrounding the entire teleportation array. Seeing this scene, knowing that the other party had no regard for his words, Chen Yongxiao, with an angry face, immediately threatened everyone around him, "Everyone, come together, we must not let them leave today." After that, Chen Yongxiao and the man in the bamboo hat took out a magic weapon first and launched a fierce attack on Song Qingming in front. The many Jinden monks not far away were still a little hesitant, but at this moment, hearing Chen Yongxiao's urging, they also launched attacks on the 5 elements divine light mirror not far away. After the 5 elements divine light mirror was strengthened by the mana in the body, although its defense ability was already outstanding. But at this moment, facing so many high-level monks besieging at the same time, Song Qingming still felt a strong pressure in an instant. Glancing at Sita Jing and others who were still activating the magic array behind him, Song Qingming gritted his teeth and waved his hand to summon 5 figures again, and quickly formed a magic array with a black figure next to him. These are Jinden puppets. How can he have so many puppets? Seeing Song Qingming suddenly summon out golden wind, silver armor and many other puppets, The faces of many giant and monks who were besieging around were suddenly shocked, and they looked at the many puppets in the formation again with some surprise. Not far away, Chen Yongxiao and the man in the bamboo hat who were casting spells also felt a strong breath coming from the formation after Song Qingming activated a one-ling puppet formation behind him, and they all frowned. Before, the two of them joined forces to deal with Song Qingming, facing the many magic weapons he used, they did not gain any advantage in a short time. Unexpectedly, Song Qingming not only had many magic weapons, but also could summon such a powerful puppet formation at this moment, which also shocked them again at Song Qingming's strength. Before Chen Yongxiao and others were surprised for a moment, Song Qingming's aura began to rise rapidly, and instantly reached the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. At this time, a green spiritual light quickly merged into the 5 elements divine light mirror in front of him, making this life magic weapon that had been shaking constantly under the attack of the opponent stabilize again. Although they were stunned for a moment by the sudden burst of breath from Song Qingming, Chen Yongxiao and others did not give up the attack, and the magic weapons and spells in their hands continued to attack. However, facing the 5 elements divine light mirror that was defending with all their strength at this moment, these attacks could shake it a little, but there was no way to break through this defense. Seeing that time was passing quickly, Sita Jing and others were about to start the teleportation array. Chen Yongxiao, who was full of anger, also became ruthless and threw a golden talisman directly at the location where Song Qingming was. Before the talisman approached, Song Qingming felt a powerful breath coming from it, and his heart was slightly startled. Unexpectedly, in order to force him to stop and cut the grass and root it out, Chen Yongxiao was willing to use a 4th level talisman. Facing the level 4 talisman that was almost within reach, Song Qingming did not have much time to hesitate. He cast a spell again and took out a red jade plate to block himself. This red jade plate was a high-level magic weapon that Song Qingming got from the Fantasy Sea Desert when he was besieging the Blood Demon Ancestor. However, after getting this magic weapon, Song Qingming tried for a long time. In addition to being able to control it to release a shield, he did not find too many uses for this magic weapon. Now facing Li Yongxiao's sudden and difficult attack, the level 4 talisman thrown out, only using his life magic weapon to resist, even if he could block the opponent's attack, Song Qingming would inevitably be injured. Song Qingming, who could not think of too many ways to deal with it at the moment, could only throw out this defensive magic weapon on his body. Soon, the red jade plate thrown by Song Qingming directly hit the opponent's level 4 talisman, and a powerful roar sounded in front, which frightened the nearby monks back several steps. After the spiritual light faded, the golden talisman attack had disappeared, and the red jade plate thrown by Song Qingming was also knocked away and returned to his own hands. Fortunately, the red jade plate helped to resist most of the power of the talisman. Although the attack from the 5 elements divine light mirror shook this magic weapon, Song Qingming still relied on his own magic power to forcibly block these impact aftershocks. Without paying attention to whether his magic weapon was damaged, Song Qingming took out the white jade ring on his body while the opponent was casting spells and attacking, and turned it into a white light circle, which directly scared away many monks who attacked him nearby. Just now, several people were fighting in the air, and Chen Yongxiao suffered a lot in secret when facing the white jade ring magic weapon in Song Qingming's hand. At this moment, seeing that the opponent threw out this magic weapon again, a bit of fear flashed across his face, and he quickly dodged the opponent's attack. The nearby giant and cultivators, facing this powerful 4th level medium grade magic weapon, did not dare to deal with it and retreated directly to distance. It was during their retreat that the teleportation array behind Song Qingming finally lit up with a spiritual light, and Sita Jing and others had successfully activated the array. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away, Chen Yongxiao and others looked at the direction of the teleportation array unwillingly and launched the last wave of attacks. However, before these attacks fell on the 5 elements divine light mirror, the spiritual light above the teleportation array had already lit up, and then Sita Jing and others disappeared in the white light. No, seeing that Sita Jing and others had all disappeared in front of him, Chen Yongxiao shouted out unwillingly. At this time, Song Qingming had already taken the initiative to put away his life magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror, and then stepped forward and separated his fist in front of the people around him, and smashed a corner of the teleportation array directly. Fellow Taoist Chen, everyone has left, you should stop now, Chen Yongxiao, who knew that the disciples of Lingyuan's sect had already teleported away from here, looked at Song Qingming with anger in his eyes. At this time, Chen Wuxi and others standing on the surrounding battlefields, facing this result that could not be changed, all lowered their heads helplessly. Whether they were willing to admit it or not, it was a fact that the remaining disciples of Lingyuan's sect fled from Qingming Mountain, and the so-called rooting out was impossible. Song Qingming, if you don't hand over these people, you can't leave here today. Hearing Chen Yongxiao's threat in front of him, Song Qingming's face was very firm, and a white halo suddenly appeared in front of him, scaring everyone around him and making them step back. If you still don't want to stop and must continue to fight, Song doesn't mind accompanying you to the end. Humph! You are going too far. Seeing that Song Qingming's attitude was still very tough, Chen Yongxiao's face suddenly darkened, and he immediately began towards the magic weapon in front of him. But just as he was about to move, the man in the bamboo hat standing next to him suddenly interrupted him. Fellow Taoist Chen, at this point, I think there is no need for you to fight anymore. The Lingyuan sect has been destroyed, and the blood feud between you and me has been avenged. As for the remaining people who escaped, I don't think they will be anything great, so you don't have to worry about it. It's better to just give fellow Taoist Song a convenience. People like us who practice cultivation should make more good connections so that we can have a smoother path. There is no blood feud between you and fellow Taoist Song, so why do you have to fight for his life and death here? Isn't it asking for trouble? Just now, the two sides were on the verge of a big fight. What was unexpected was that after the man in the bamboo hat finished speaking, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly eased a bit. Seeing that Chen Yongxiao did not continue to attack, Song Qingming also took back some of the white jade ring magic weapon in front of him, and then slowly said, I came to Lu because of the alliance between the two sects to support Lingyuan sect, not to make trouble with you. Now that Lingyuan sect has been destroyed, this matter is irreversible, and I will naturally take people away from Lu. Facing the persuasion of the man in the bamboo hat, Chen Yongxiao, who was standing aside, looked at Song Qingming and hesitated for a while, and finally put down the magic weapon in his hand. The strength that Song Qingming just showed was far above Chen Yongxiao. If the man in the bamboo had helped him with all his strength, plus so many people around him, he would still be able to keep the other party. But now the man in the bamboo hat started to persuade him. Obviously he didn't really want to make an enemy with Song Qingming. Even if Chen Yongxiao was unwilling in his heart, he didn't have much confidence to keep Song Qingming at this moment, so he could only look at him helplessly and chose to take a step back. The other cultivators who came with him also didn't dare to say much, and they all made way. Seeing this, Song Qingming bowed slightly to the man in the bamboo hat in front of him, and then immediately left Qingming Mountain. After a night of fighting, the sky has gradually brightened. As the flames of war on the mountain slowly died out, the air around Qingming Mountain was filled with a solemn bloody atmosphere, and the corpses of monks could be seen everywhere. In order to capture Qingming Mountain, Chen Yongxiao was very well prepared. Not only did he invite a unyielding monk to help contain Song Qingming, but he also sent a large number of monks in advance to guard against the support of Xiaoyao sect. Last night, the monk army led by Wang Xian and others encountered the monk army that had been ambushed here before approaching Qingming Mountain. After a fierce battle between the two sides, the result was still similar to the previous one. The Xiaoyao sect suffered little loss, but it also failed to break through the opponent's defense line. After dawn, seeing that there was no movement on the mountain, the overall situation was settled. Wang Xian and others ordered to stop the battle, and the two sides retreated a certain distance. Wang Xian, who was still confronting the other giant and cultivator, saw Song Qingming approaching on the phantom boat from afar, and quickly stepped forward to greet him. Husband, what's the situation in Lingyuan sect? Hearing this, Song Qingming shook his head slightly, and without saying anything more, he directly gave orders to Wang Xian and others. Withdraw. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 924, The Rising Generation, Slaying the Demon King with a Sword. Fellow Taoists, I feel that I didn't write the plot after chapter 922 well, so I stayed up late to revise it. You can choose to go back and read it, thousands of miles northeast of Qingming Mountain, on a high mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. One day, A beam of spiritual light suddenly flew from the north and sank directly into the mountain. Soon, this urgent letter from outside was delivered to the hands of several foundation-building monks stationed here, and soon an urgent horn sounded on the Lingyuan mountain. The monster is attacking, everyone prepare to defend against the enemy, hurry up and start the formation. As the commands were quickly transmitted, the entire Qingming Mountain instantly became lively, and countless monks gathered at the mountain protection formation at the foot of the mountain. The leading several foundation-building monks stepped directly on the flying sword and came to the air, their eyes fixed on the distant north. At this time, near a hill in the north of Qingming Mountain, hundreds of monster armies were rushing over quickly. The demon beast army was extremely powerful, with at least thousands of them. There was also a huge black armored beast among them, which was constantly driving the demon beast army around it. The several foundation-building monks who saw this scene suddenly had an ugly look on their faces. Fellow Taoist Song, it's not good. The silver-armored demon king is here again. We must quickly send a message to Qingming Mountain for help. It's only been less than 3 years, and I didn't expect this guy to come again. He really doesn't let people live in peace at all. Hearing the reminder from a foundation-building monk next to him, Song Linru, who was standing in the middle, nodded helplessly and immediately took out a message-transmitting talisman from his body. After the talisman in his hand turned into a beam of light and flew away, Song Linru's originally calm expression immediately changed. He turned around and said to everyone with a serious face, "Fellow Taoist Jin, fellow Taoist Chen, please go down to command and guard the mountain protection formation. Fellow Taoist Wu, help me to contain the silver-armored demon king. We must not let them break through the formation. Follow your orders." Fellow Taoist, Song Linru is the only double spiritual root cultivator in the Lin generation of the Song family. Now his cultivation has reached the 8th level of foundation building, and he is also the one with the highest cultivation among the 4 foundation building cultivators present. Hearing the arrangement of Song Linru, a late foundation building cultivator, several foundation building cultivators who were also responsible for guarding Qingming Mountain did not have any objections and immediately started to act separately. Qingming Mountain is thousands of miles away from Qingming Mountain. It was originally just an ordinary second-level medium-grade spiritual vein. However, because a valuable Genjin ore vein was discovered on the mountain, Qingming Mountain sent Song Linru and hundreds of other monks to guard this place and mine the ore veins in the mountain. Because it was controlled by monsters all around, Qingming Mountain was often harassed by monsters. A few years ago, a monster king attacked and directly broke through the mountain protection array, causing hundreds of monks to die tragically on the mountain. And even the foundation-building monks fell here. Song Linru and others were transferred to Qingming Mountain to guard after that turmoil. Facing the silver-armored monster king who broke through Qingming Mountain a few years ago, Song Linru and others quickly asked for help from Qingming Mountain and immediately began to organize defense. Not long after, with a sound of vibrations, the silver-armored monster king soon came to the foot of the mountain with a monster army. Just as the monster army began to attack the mountain protection array not far away, dozens of sharp sword lights quickly flew out of Qingming Mountain and rushed directly to the monster army not far away. Only screams were heard, and soon more than a dozen monsters died tragically on the spot, and the low-level monsters that were preparing to attack the formation were frightened and took a few steps back. However, this level of attack only delayed their attack a little, and did not scare off the monster army. Under the command of the roars of the high-level monsters around, the entire monster army soon stabilized and continued to attack the front formation. The monster army had just arrived here, and the hundreds of monks guarding this place in the mountain protection formation were all ready. Aim the Funiu crossbow at those foundation-building monsters. The first team is ready to attack, and we must stop the monsters. With an order, hundreds of monks immediately took the initiative to kill out of the mountain protection formation and instantly block the monsters that rushed to the front. The several second-level Funiu crossbows standing on the mountain were all aimed at the stronger foundation-building monsters at this moment, preventing them from easily approaching and attacking the mountain protection formation in the rear. After the human defenders here broke out of the formation, they saw that the attack in front was blocked and they could not shake the mountain protection formation on the mountain for a while. The demon king who was hiding behind and driving the demon beast army finally started to move. I saw a 2-horned bison with a body of 5 or 6 feet tall, rushing out of the demon beast army with a huge anger and directly coming to the air. The next moment, 2 spiritual lights shot out from the horns of the silver-armored demon king, and then gathered together and went straight to the mountain protection formation not far away. At this time, on the battlefield, those monks who were fighting and guarding in the formation suddenly became nervous when they saw this scene. Just when the silver armor demon king was about to attack, a white spiritual light suddenly flashed in the formation, and then a snow-white wolf-shaped puppet beast flew out of it. As soon as this white wolf puppet beast arrived in the air, it immediately spit out a wind blade from its mouth and directly blocked the attack of the silver armor demon king not far away. It can actually take on the attack of the demon king head-on. Could it be that this is a level 3 puppet beast? I never expected that Senior Song actually has such a powerful puppet beast. Seeing Song Linru controlling the white wolf puppet beast not far away, many human cultivators below suddenly looked happy, and their momentum instantly increased. A few years ago, the Silver Armor Demon King once led the demon army to attack Qingming Mountain. Although they spent a lot of time to break through the mountain protection formation of Qingming Mountain at that time, they did not encounter any strong resistance during the entire battle. This time, suddenly seeing that the white wolf puppet beast controlled by Song Linru could actually block his attack, the Silver Armor Demon King who had just launched the attack not far away was also surprised. Song Linru, who was standing on the white wolf puppet beast, looked at the other party with a serious look, and he was still a little nervous. This third-level inferior white wolf puppet beast was refined by the family ancestor Song Qingming a few years ago. When Song Linru and Song Sijiang were transferred to Qingming Mountain to guard, in order to prevent the Demon King from attacking again, Song Qingming assigned him the temporarily unused third-grade low-grade puppet beast. Facing the Silver Armor Demon King in front of him, it was also the first time that Song Linru controlled a puppet beast to defend against the enemy, so he was naturally a little nervous. Fortunately, the white wolf puppet beast in his hand was indeed quite powerful, and it did not lose much in the face of the Demon King's attack, which gave Song Linru more confidence to fight the enemy. After a short pause, the cautious Silver Armor Demon King saw that Song Linru did not launch a counterattack, so he turned into a beam of light again and rushed to his position. In just a moment, the Silver Armor Demon King came in front of the white wolf puppet beast and pushed his horns against the other's body. Even though he had been prepared, the white wolf puppet beast controlled by Song Linru was only a third-grade low-grade, and its strength was only equivalent to half a giant in cultivator. Facing the Silver Armor Demon King of the 4th level of the Golden Core, there was still some gap in strength. In addition, it was the first time that Song Linru controlled a puppet beast to fight the enemy. This time, facing the sudden attack of the Silver Armor Demon King, his reaction was a little slow, and he was unable to completely defend against the opponent's attack. There was a loud bang in the sky above the battlefield, and the white wolf puppet beast was instantly knocked away by the Demon King and fell in the air not far away. Fellow Taoist Song, I'll help you. Just as the white wolf puppet beast controlled by Song Linru was repelled, another foundation-building cultivator named Wu in the formation came to the air. He was seen holding a formation plate, urging the formation behind him to transform into a giant sword, blocking the Demon King who came to attack. Although this attack did not cause much damage to the Silver Armor Demon King, it also slightly delayed the opponent's attack, giving Song Linru more time to react. Seeing that the Demon King turned around and attacked again, this time Song Linru immediately controlled the white wolf puppet beast to dodge and approach the front of the formation. If you want to stop the opponent, you can't last too long just by passively taking a beating. After avoiding the opponent's attack, Song Linru once again controlled the white wolf puppet beast to face the Demon King in front, and actively cast a spell to launch several wind blades, forcing it to stop attacking. With the assistance of another array master named Wu, Song Linru controlled the white wolf puppet beast to fight the Demon King this time, although he was still slightly inferior in strength. But the two did not lose because of this, and they barely entangled their opponents, relieving a lot of pressure on the mountain protection array behind them. Otherwise, if no one could stand up to stop the Demon King like a few years ago, the hundreds of people on Qingming Mountain would inevitably be like last time, and they would be broken by the Demon King before the reinforcements arrived. Once the situation is like this, then the monks on the mountain will face the brutal Demon King army, and I am afraid that few people will survive. Knowing that there are not many ways to retreat behind them, the monks on the mountain did not dare to have any luck at this critical moment, and everyone fought hard against the enemy. Under the cover of the mountain protection formation, although Song Linru and his companions were fewer in number and less powerful than the monsters, they fought to the death and barely stopped the monsters' attack. However, the gap in strength between the two sides on the battlefield was still very obvious. Even with the help of the mountain protection formation, The casualties of the cultivators on the human side were still very fast. After only a quarter of an hour of fighting, dozens of cultivators on the Qingming Mountain side were killed. Seeing that the cultivators in front were gradually losing their strength, the foundation-building cultivators guarding in the rear formation could only lead the remaining cultivators to join the battlefield again. Everyone, no matter who has made contributions today, as long as they fight bravely, they will be rewarded with merit in the future. Those who dare to fear the enemy and not move forward will be executed on the spot by the law enforcement team. The second wave of cultivators who joined the battlefield, except for some of the garrison cultivators, were mostly like Chen Deding in the past, who came to the dangerous place of Qingming Mountain because of punishment. At this moment, hearing that there was an opportunity to make merit, these people were naturally a little excited, and they all joined the battlefield with fierce shouts. With a second wave of monks joining, the monks outside the formation gradually stabilized the battle line. Compared with the battlefield below, Song Linru and his companions, who were fighting the Demon King in midair, also felt more and more pressure at this moment. With the help of high-level puppet beasts and formations, the two could barely contain the silver-armored Demon King, but their strength was still inferior to that of the other party. At the beginning, the two sides could still fight back and forth, and the silver-armored Demon King did not gain much advantage. But as time went on, the experienced silver-armored Demon King quickly gained the upper hand with his own strength and fighting experience, and Song Linru and his companions could only passively defend and had no power to fight back. If the two could not rely on the third-level mountain protection formation behind them to resist the attacks of some Demon Kings, Song Linru and his companions would probably have been defeated at this moment. However, in this case, Song Linru and his companions still gritted their teeth and persevered, not daring to let the silver-armored Demon King attack the mountain protection formation behind them at will. Just when the two sides were fighting, a beam of light finally flew from the distant horizon and headed straight for the battlefield. The silver-armored Demon King who was fighting with Song Linru and firmly suppressing his opponent thought that he had already won and was about to defeat his opponent. At this critical moment, a sword light suddenly attacked from behind. Feeling a hint of danger, the silver-armored Demon King quickly turned around and raised a silver shield to block the attack. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as the shield in his hand met the sword light, the silver-armored Demon King immediately felt a strong, strange force attacking him, and the whole person flew backwards in an instant. The next moment, as the spiritual light disappeared, a huge green flying sword appeared above the battlefield, and a heroic woman in green stood on it. Grandma, seeing Song Qingming standing on the giant sword, Song Linru, who was standing on the white wolf puppet beast, immediately recognized the other party and couldn't help but shouting. Not far from the battlefield, the silver-armored Demon King who had just been knocked away by Song Qingming's sword also felt the powerful aura of the other party at this moment, and couldn't help showing a bit of panic. Knowing that the newcomer was powerful and that he might not be his opponent, the silver-armored Demon King turned around without much hesitation and wanted to flee the battlefield. But just as he started to move, Song Qingming, who was standing in the same place, also disappeared in the same place, turning into a sword light and catching up. Although the silver-armored Demon King has reached the 4th level of the Golden Core, he does not have many powerful magical powers except for his hard body and brute force, and is not good at escaping secrets. Facing Song Qingming, a 9th level Golden Core cultivator, the silver-armored Demon King was caught up and stopped by Song Qingming again halfway after escaping a short distance. Song Linru, who had just been suppressed by the opponent for a whole game, had consumed too much mana in the fight just now, and was still injured, but he still did not choose to withdraw from the battle. Seeing Song Qingming coming to help, the silver-armored Demon King was at a disadvantage, and naturally did not want to miss this good opportunity to surround and kill the opponent. He immediately followed Song Qingming and joined the battle, restraining the silver-armored Demon King from the side. Just facing Song Qingming, a 9th level giant and master, the silver-armored Demon King was already in a difficult position to escape. With Song Linru still holding him back, he felt like he had no way to escape. He tried to escape several times, but was stopped by the two men. He could only rely on his own thick skin to resist their attacks. Knowing that he could not hold on for long, the silver-armored Demon King suddenly roared and wanted to summon a low-level monster beasts to rescue him. But before those low-level monster beasts approached, Song Qingming's Qingming golden light sword suddenly turned into several sword shadows and attacked from all sides. Sword shadow splitting light, facing Song Qingming's rapid attack, the shield in the hand of the silver-armored Demon King was torn apart. and several more wounds appeared on his body. Before he could react, Song Qingming waved his hand, and the Qingming golden light sword slashed down again, knocking the silver-armored Demon King directly down from mid-air. The next moment, with a scream from the Demon King, Song Qingyu's giant sword directly cut off the huge bullhead of the silver-armored Demon King. Bang! With a loud bang, as the Demon King's head fell, the demon beast army that had just arrived was frightened and scattered, turning to flee to the north. With a knife in his hand, Song Qingyu took out a golden elixir from the Demon King's body in an instant, and then he turned and came to Song Linru, who had just landed, and put away the white wolf puppet beast. "Linru, meet my great aunt. I haven't heard that you are back here. When I saw my great aunt just now, I almost thought I was seeing things. If you hadn't come today, we would be in danger." When facing the Demon King's attack before, Song Linru and others were doing their best to contain the opponent, and they were a little unsure whether they could hold on until the reinforcements arrived. Unexpectedly, they were lucky this time. It was Song Qingyu, a golden elixir master, who came to support them. Not only did he help them quickly get out of trouble, but he also directly killed the silver-armored Demon King. Seeing Song Linru looking at her with respect and gratitude, Song Qingyu smiled and waved her hand. "I just came back too. I heard something happened here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to get rid of this disaster by accident. But you guys also contributed a lot this time. You can arrange to give the flesh of the Demon King to everyone as a reward later." "Thank you, great aunt." Hearing the reward arranged by Song Qingyu, Song Linru smiled slightly and hurried forward to nod his head to thank her. Song Qingyu looked at the younger generation of the family in front of him. He hadn't seen him for several years, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of foundation building. He couldn't help but praise him. "I haven't seen you for so long. I didn't expect that you, Linru, not only learned to control high-level puppets, but also could fight against a Demon King with him. It really surprised me. Now your cultivation is not far from forming a pill. This is a spiritual fruit I got when I traveled outside. I will give it to you today. I hope you can practice hard and succeed in forming a pill as soon as possible. With a rising generation like you in the family, the burden on us can be lighter." He took out a second-level spiritual fruit and gave it to Song Linru in front of him. Then Song Qingyu turned around and left Qingming Mountain. Song Linru, who was standing in the same place, looked at the spiritual fruit in his hand, and Song Qingyu, who had already stepped into the void and left not far away. At this moment, he was also a little excited. After practicing for so many years, Song Linru had excellent spiritual roots, and his cultivation speed was far beyond his peers. Naturally, he received a lot of praise from the elders of the family over the years. However, most of these praises were due to his outstanding spiritual roots. In addition, Song Linru, who had always had a smooth path, spent most of his time practicing in the clan, and did not make many contributions to the family. Even the sudden transfer to Qingming Mountain to guard it this time was an opportunity he got after asking Song Yuanfeng several times. For this reason, the ancestor Song Qingming was still a little worried, so he specially gave him a third-level puppet beast to drive and help guard Qingming Mountain. This time, Song Linru successfully controlled the puppet beast to contain a Demon King. After the battle, he not only received rewards from Song Qingyu, but also received praise from the ancestor of the family. It was the first time that he was recognized by the ancestor, and he was indeed a little excited. After standing there for a long time, Song Linru turned around and began to command the nearby monks to clean up the battlefield and began to count the gains and merits of this battle. While Song Linru and others were busy, the news of the fall of the silver-armored Demon King on a high mountain thousands of miles away had also reached here. At this time, a beam of light suddenly flew over and landed on the top of the mountain, revealing a figure with a whole body of snow white. "Dao Black Wolf, there's news from the ancestor." Hearing the voice outside, the Black Wolf Demon King, who was a little sad in the cave, hurriedly flashed to the outside of the cave and saw a white Wind Demon King with a whole body of snow white standing at the door. "Dao Beifen, may I ask if the old ancestor Boyan has come out of retreat?" "Dao Hilang, the old ancestor has not come out of retreat yet, but he already knows about the matter of Qingming Mountain. This is a message he asked me to bring to you." After a moment, after hearing the news, the Black Wolf Demon King looked a little more puzzled and looked at the other party. "Let us go to the Black Dragon Demon King. Haha. Dao Hilang, don't worry, the old ancestor has already said hello to Funiu Mountain. You can rest assured to take them there." Now the old ancestor is still in retreat at a critical moment, and there is no way to go south to cause trouble for the human cultivators. You still have to preserve your strength first. When he comes out of retreat, it won't take long for our demon clan to take down Qi Mountain. And the revenge of Fingling, sooner or later we will have to settle this account with them. Well, Dao Beifeng is right, sooner or later we will come back. After the Black Wolf Demon King finished speaking, his eyes stared at the direction of Qi Mountain in the south and looked far away, with a bit of greed in his eyes. Wei State, Guiyang Mountain. As the two flying boats in the sky approached from afar, Song Qingming and his companions, who had traveled a long distance for a month, finally returned to the sect smoothly with the army of cultivators. As soon as he arrived in front of the sect, Song Qingming, who was standing in front of the flying boat, saw Li Mufen, Su Ziyan and others waiting to greet him from afar. Seeing this, he was a little surprised, and hurriedly took Wang Xian and others to leave the flying boat first, stepped forward and bowed. I am really ashamed that I have not done my best in this expedition, and I have to trouble my senior brother to come out to greet me in person. I already know about the affairs of the state of Lu. Junior brother Song, please don't be like this. You all should get up too. Chapter 925 Returning to the Sect, Forming a Baby. There's a lucky draw this month. I hope all book friends can actively participate. Xiao Meng would like to thank you in advance. Song Qingming and others returned from Lu State. Although it took more than a month to take the sect's large flying boat, the news of the Qingming Mountain battle had already spread to neighboring countries through various sound transmission notes. Li Mufen and others in Wei State naturally received the letters sent back by Song Qingming and others on the road. After the people in front of him stood up, Li Mufen, who came to greet him, turned sad and continued to speak to the distance. Lingyuan sect has been passed down for thousands of years, but I didn't expect that there would be such a disaster of extermination in one day. Most of the ups and downs of the sects in the world of immortal cultivation cannot escape this day. I have been friends with Situ Laoga for nearly 1,000 years. I have lost another old friend in this life. It is really a pity. Li Mufang and Sitian of Lingyuan sect have been friends for many years. When talking about the other's death, they naturally felt a little more sad. Many cultivators present fell silent upon hearing this. After a while, Li Mufang adjusted his emotions, turned around and said to Song Qingming with a smile, I also heard that junior brother fought against many opponents on Qingming Mountain alone, not only shocked Yuxiao sect and others, but also saved some disciples of Lingyuan sect. This time junior brother Song was able to take action and stop Chen Yongxiao and others from being killed, which brought a lot of prestige to our Xiao sect. As a senior brother, I naturally have to go out to welcome him. It's a pity that junior sister Bai hasn't come out of retreat yet, otherwise if she knew about this, she would definitely come to welcome junior brother Song and everyone else in person. In the previous Qingming Mountain battle, Song Qingming stopped many sects such as Yuxiao sect and killed Sita Jing and others. He didn't actually talk much about this matter with others, nor did he mention it much in the letter to Li Mufang. Just after returning, he heard Li Mufang directly tell the story. Not only was Song Qingming a little surprised, but even Wang Xian and others beside him also showed some surprise. However, as Li Mufang is a unyielding cultivator and has been in charge of the Xiao sect for so many years, it is not surprising that he can get some special information. Song Qingming did not think much about this, and hurriedly bowed his hands and responded with a bit of humility. That day, I just couldn't stand what they did, so I tried my best to help. How dare you praise me so much, brother, Alice? I have heard about this. You are too modest. I have been supporting the sect for so many years, and I am already a person who is close to success. But with you and junior sister Bai, the sect will be able to prosper sooner or later. Uncle Lee, it must be hard for Uncle Song and the brothers to go to Lu State this time. I have arranged for junior brother Zhang and others to prepare a welcoming banquet in Xiao Palace. Why don't you invite Uncle and the brothers to take a seat first, and then talk slowly? Yes. Ziyan is right. It seems that I have lived too long, and some people talk too much. Junior brother Song, let's go to Xiao Palace first and talk slowly. Just follow your instructions. Hearing the reminder from Su Ziyan beside him, Li Mufang suddenly realized and nodded, and took Song Qingming and others to the Xiao Palace together. After months of hard work, they finally had the chance to sit down and have a chat. Everyone was naturally happy. Even Li Mufang, the nascent soul ancestor, was not too upset by the death of his friend. He frequently took the initiative to toast Song Qingming, His junior brother, Li Mufeng, who had supported the sect alone for many years, cultivated two nascent soul monks, Bai Yuxin and Song Qingming, for Xiaoyao sect. Not only did he help the Xiaoyao sect to survive the most critical moment, but he also gradually restored the glory of the sect. At this moment, he was very pleased to see Song Qingming and many sect monks in the hall. Song Qingming, who had experienced the tragedy of the Lingyuan sect, could not help but feel a little more emotional when he faced the welcoming banquet specially arranged by the sect after his return. In the world of cultivating immortals, no sect or family power can last forever. Even a large unyielding sect like the Lingyuan sect that has been passed down for thousands of years was destroyed overnight. I don't know what the Song family will be like after the Xiaoyao sect declines in the future. When the sect is destroyed, will those descendants be so lucky to meet someone who can stand up for them and preserve the last trace of blood? In addition to the high-level cultivators of the sect in the Xiaoyao hall, the entire Qingming Mountain was rarely lively all day today. It was not until the morning of the second day that Song Qingming bid farewell to Li Mufeng and others, and prepared to leave with Wang Xian to return to Qingming Mountain. Before leaving, Song Qingming took Wang Xian to Mu'ayan Peak to pay homage to many of his old friends in the sect, as well as his third brother Song Kings and Song Zinayu. In addition to Wang Xian, there were also several descendants of the Song family from the same sect, such as Song Lingyuan. More than 10 years ago, when the monster rebellion occurred, Song Lingyuan's cultivation had reached the 9th level of foundation building. At that time, there was a turmoil. In order to prevent her from following the footsteps of her master Song Zinayu, Song Qingming decided to transfer her to White Lion Ridge to help garrison. Fortunately, Song Lingyuan was luckier than Song Zinayu this time. Although she experienced several major battles, she did not encounter too many dangers. Not long after the war, with the support of several people from the Song family, Song Lingyuan quickly gathered merits to exchange for Dan-forming spiritual objects and went into seclusion. Unfortunately, Song Lingyuan did not pass this level easily in the first retreat to form Dan. Fortunately, Song Lingyuan was not seriously injured after the failure of Dan forming. After several years of retreat and healing, she has now fully recovered behind Song Qingming. On the Qingming Mountain Song family branch, with the care of 2 generations of monks, Song Zinayu and Song Lingyuan, the number of monks in the sect has now increased to more than 30 people. A few years ago, there was also a monk of the Zhuan generation who successfully built a foundation. Song Yuanfang and others also came to Qingming Mountain on behalf of the family to congratulate him. After walking down from the Mu'ayan Peak, looking at the calm Song Lingyuan, Song Qingming took out another bag of spirit stones from his body and handed it to her. It seems that your injuries have almost recovered. Take these spirit stones first. It is a little gift from the family and me. Facing the spirit stone bag that Song Qingming took out, Song Lingyuan looked a little excited, but did not take the bag in front of him, but waved his hand directly at Song Qingming. Ancestor, Lingyuan has suffered a lot of grievances from the family when he formed a pill last time. How can I have the nerve to ask you and the family for money? I still have enough lifespan now, and there is still a great hope that I can accumulate spirit objects for forming a pill. Please take these spirit stones back, ancestor. Compared with Song Zinayu, who is unfortunately injured on the battlefield and recovered for many years. After embarking on the path of cultivation, Song Lingyuan, who has the support of his master and his own ancestors all the way, will undoubtedly have a much smoother journey. Even if she fails to form a pill now, Song Lingyuan still has enough lifespan. If nothing unexpected happens, it will not be difficult for her to accumulate enough spiritual objects for forming a second pill. Seeing Song Lingyuan, who had a personality similar to Song Qingming, Song Qingming smiled and shook his head slightly and said, after Zinayu left, you have been basically the one taking care of Qingming Mountain. I am very clear about these things. No matter what, you are all family blood. Now that the family is better than before, you should not be stingy in taking care of the things that need to be taken care of. The reason why I give you these spirit stones is to reward you for your contribution to Qingming Mountain over the years. In the future, they will still need your care. If even you have a hard life, others will laugh at them in the future, and it will be embarrassing for the family. Well, what my husband said is right. Although there are not many of you now, you are also the face of the family in the sect. Don't refuse this little spirit stone. The earlier you go into seclusion, the earlier you can successfully form the elixir. These will affect your personal path in the future, So you can't be careless about this. After hearing the persuasion of Song Qingming and Wang Xian, Song Lingxi hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly and took the spirit stone. Even though he has a stubborn personality, Song Lingxi obviously knows the importance of the key choices for his long-term path. After saying goodbye to the clan members on Qi Mountain, Song Qingming and Wang Xian went straight back to Qi Mountain. Just like Song Qingming and Wang Xian, in order to save some mana on the road, Song Qingming and Wang Xian also chose to go to Qianfang to take the teleportation array. However, when they just arrived at White Lion Square, they didn't expect that they had just walked out of the teleportation array and accidentally bumped into Song Yuanfang and Song Linyu, who were walking towards them with a somewhat ugly look. Ancestor, Yuanfang greets the two ancestors, seeing Song Qingming and the two who suddenly appeared in front of him. Song Yuanfang was also shocked, and hurriedly took Linyu beside him to salute the two. You are not healing in the clan, why are you here suddenly? But is there something wrong with Baoxiling, as the eldest elder of the family? Song Yuanfang has basically been in charge of the family's Funiu Mountain since he took charge of the family's trivial matters, and rarely goes out in person. A few years ago, Song Yuanfang, who had already cultivated to the 9th level of foundation building, finally exchanged the family's elixir spirit objects to break through the golden elixir realm. As a result, just like Song Lingxi who was far away in the sect, Song Yuanfang's first retreat to break through the golden elixir realm also ended with failure. Moreover, compared with others, Song Yuanfang had only been in retreat for less than 2 years, and he fell at the stage of condensing the elixir, and his failure was more thorough. At this moment, hearing Song Qingming's question in the market, Song Yuanfang's face was slightly stunned, and he immediately smiled and responded to the two people in front of him, "Don't worry, 7th uncle, nothing happened in Baoxiling, and my injuries are basically healed. There is nothing to do in Baoxifang this time. The main thing is that Yuking missed Linyu, the girl, and asked me to take her back to live for a while. It was obviously you who insisted on pulling me home and not letting me go out, and you insisted that grandma missed me." Song Yuanfang had just finished speaking here, and Song Linyu, who was standing next to him, immediately muttered something, which immediately attracted the attention of Song Qingming and the others. "The ancestor is here, what are you talking about?" Hearing some complaints from Song Linyu, Song Yuanfang hurriedly said something to him, and then turned his eyes to Song Qingming in front of him with some embarrassment. Hearing this, Song Qingming also heard some of the reasons, and couldn't help but sighed slightly. The predecessors planted trees and the descendants enjoyed the shade. We should worry about the affairs of the younger generation, but we can't worry too much. Yuanfang, people of our generation who practice cultivation should still focus more on our own practice, and you should not miss your own path because of this. 7th uncle taught me right. Yuanfang understands. Seeing Song Yuanfang in front of him nodding slightly with a serious face, Song Qingming didn't say anything more, and left the White Lion Square with Wang Xian, who was smiling beside him. "Come back with me quickly. I told you to come here to guard the market, but you haven't been seen for 3 days. Don't think I don't know where you've been, humph. It's not like I wasn't in the market, so why didn't I see you? Just now, the ancestor told you not to mind your own business, and he said it was clear. I don't know what you understood. Do you need to explain to me what the ancestor said?" After the two ancestors left, seeing that his grandfather was glaring at him again, Song Linyu glared back without showing any weakness this time. After the grandfather and grandson argued for a few words in this bustling market, they soon left the place at the urging of Song Yuanfang. After leaving the White Lion Square, they headed north. Soon, Song Qingming and the others standing on the phantom boat saw the Qi Mountain gradually becoming clear in front of them, but they couldn't help but show some puzzled expressions. Strange, who suddenly activated the formation on the top of the mountain, as the flying boat got closer and closer to the sky above the Qi Mountain protection formation. Song Qingming also saw that there was suddenly a lot of white fog on the top of the mountain. This formation was a high-level concealing formation that Song Qingming had specially arranged on the top of the mountain when he had just moved to Qi Mountain. The main purpose was to cover up the strange phenomena around him and Wang Xian when he and others were in seclusion to break through their cultivation. To prevent someone from discovering the abnormality on the top of the mountain and attracting the attention of those interested people or high-level cultivators of the demon race. This is also a kind of restriction that many high-level cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation will arrange in their caves. It's just that usually, only he and Wang Xian live on the top of Qi Mountain, and other people below the mountain don't know about the formation on it. Now seeing the formation on the top of the mountain suddenly activated, Song Qingming and Wang Xian were a little puzzled, wondering who was on the top of the mountain. Just as the two approached the top of the mountain with strange looks on their faces, a green light suddenly flashed out from the formation and blocked Song Qingming and Wang Xian. Qingyu, seeing Song Qingyu suddenly appear in front of them, the nervous expressions on Song Qingming and Wang Xian's faces suddenly relaxed, and they happily stepped forward to greet him. Seventh brother, sister-in-law. I thought someone was coming just now. It turned out to be you guys who came back. You almost scared me. How could I scare you for no reason? But you came back without saying hello in advance. We were really scared by you. By the way, where is senior sister Li? Why did you suddenly activate the mountaintop formation? Faced with the questions thrown by Song Qingming, Song Qingyu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly answered calmly, Senior sister Li and I just came back a few days ago and learned that you went to Lu State, and we haven't had time to send you a message. I have encountered several troubles in the past few days, which almost made me busy. If seventh brother doesn't come back, I will really send a message to ask you for help. As for what happened on the mountain, I can't explain it clearly for the time being. Forget it, let's not guess here, follow me in, you should know what happened. After that, Song Qingyu took Song Qingming and Wang Xian into the mountain protection formation, and the three of them soon arrived at the top of the mountain together. Just as they approached Song Qingming's cave, another figure immediately appeared in the air. It was Li Zuanyi, the senior sister who had traveled with Song Qingyu for a long time. Junior brother Song, I haven't seen you for a long time. Are you okay? Senior sister is fine. Seeing Li Zuanyi, whose cultivation had become much more solid, Song Qingming, who had been worried about her for a long time, finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward to pay his respects. After the few people met and greeted each other, Song Qingming's eyes noticed that at this time, a lot of rolling white clouds had gathered in the sky at the top of the Qi Mountain. This is the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. Who is breaking through the realm? Seeing this scene in front of them, Song Qingming and Wang Xian were both slightly stunned, and couldn't help showing a bit of shock. But in just a moment, Song Qingming immediately realized that the core position that caused this strange phenomenon of heaven and earth came from his own cave, and his face couldn't help but flash a bit of surprise again. Could it be it? Almost 3 years have passed since Song Qingming returned to the floating cloud mountains from the northern frontier. During this period, the ice and fire dragon fell into deep sleep after devouring and refining the true spirit essence blood. Although the breath on its body gradually calmed down. But it was a little strange that although several years had passed, the ice and fire dragon did not wake up as Ho Feng said, and was still in a deep sleep. This also made Song Qingming, who didn't know much about the way of taming beasts, somewhat helpless, and could only lock it up in his own cave. Seeing the heaven and earth strange phenomenon on the top of the mountain at this moment, Song Qingming, who had once experienced a breakthrough to the nascent soul, instantly felt it. This level of movement should be a heaven and earth strange phenomenon that can only be triggered by a cultivator breaking through the nascent soul realm. At this time, on the Qi Mountain, except for the few people in front of them, the only one who had the ability to directly break through the nascent soul realm could be the ice and fire dragon that was still sleeping. Husband, could it be that the ice and fire flood dragon is breaking through the realm? How is this possible? The ice and fire flood dragon is about to reach the nascent soul realm so soon. Wang Xian, who was standing beside him, also showed an unbelievable look on her face when she heard Song Qingming's words about it. Before, when Song Qingming came back from the northern frontier, he also mentioned to Wang Xian that the ice and fire flood dragon suddenly increased its cultivation and fell into deep sleep after devouring the spiritual creature. However, Song Qingming did not say much at that time, and Wang Xian always thought that the ice and fire flood dragon had obtained a great opportunity. She never expected that it could reach the nascent soul realm so quickly. Song Qingyu and Li Zuanyi, who were standing beside them, had just returned for 2 days and happened to encounter the ice and fire flood dragon causing the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth on the top of the mountain. However, the two had just returned and did not know who was in the retreat in Song Qingming's cave to break through the realm. They could only hurriedly activate the magic circle he arranged on the top of the mountain to cover up the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth above. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Song Qingyu and the others were also shocked to learn that it was the ice and fire dragon that was trying to reach the nascent soul stage. This Seventh brother. If it is really the ice and fire dragon that is forming a nascent soul, should we quickly notify Master Li and the others to come and help? The area around Qi Mountain is so dangerous. Otherwise, if the ice and fire dragon is undergoing the tribulation and the other demon kings nearby notice it, we may not be able to protect it by ourselves. The bodies of demon beasts are strong, and they can often directly devour and refine high-level spiritual objects that contain powerful spiritual power. For example, the ice and fire dragon, who accidentally ate some high-level spiritual objects and achieved rapid breakthroughs in cultivation. When I was in Donghua country, I did hear about some of them. It's not too strange. But it's not so easy for demon cultivators to advance to the nascent soul stage. Now it has just caused this strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, and it's hard to say whether it can cause thunder tribulation among the people present. Although Li Zuanai is not the one with the highest cultivation, he was born in the nascent soul family of Donghua country and later joined the Taixia sect such as the God Transformation sect. His knowledge and experience are far higher than those of Song Qingming and the other two present. After confirming that it was the spiritual beast on Song Qingming's body, Li Zuanai's somewhat surprised face soon calmed down, and he explained to everyone. Hearing this, Song Qingming also smiled and nodded and said, "It seems that it is indeed trying to reach the nascent soul realm. But what senior sister Li said is also right. It is not so easy to break through the nascent soul realm. It is still too early for it to trigger the thunder tribulation. It is better not to alarm senior brother Li and the others first, and see what happens later." This time, the ice and fire dragon suddenly began to attack the nascent soul realm, which was indeed beyond Song Qingming's expectations. However, as Li Zuanai said, it is not easier for demon cultivators to form a nascent soul than for human cultivators. Even if there are demon kings who can attack the nascent soul realm, it is rare for Song Qingming to succeed in one go. Moreover, the ice and fire dragon formed a nascent soul very suddenly this time, and there was not much preparation before. In this case, even if Song Qingming was unwilling to say it, he knew in his heart that the probability of it successfully breaking through would not be too high. However, no matter what the final result is, since the ice and fire dragon can get to this point, it means that it is not far from the nascent soul realm. After thinking for a while, Song Qingming took the initiative to check the magic array arranged nearby, and then turned to look at Li Zuanai and the others beside him. With this magic array as a cover, it should not be visible from the bottom of the mountain for the time being. "I haven't seen you for many years, I'm afraid you have a lot to say to me. Now it's not convenient to go into my cave, why don't we go to Xian's place and sit together?" "That's what I meant." Hearing Song Qingming's initiative, Li Zuanai and Song Qingming nodded and responded immediately. Then the four of them left the place together and walked towards Wang Xian's cave not far away. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.